Chapter 1 Showdown, that's my Pagani.
Looking at the monster in front of him, Zhou Ling's handsome face, which was blocked at the door, looked helpless.
Sisterly, I've told you so many times, I have good teeth and I won't eat for free.
In front of him was a large middle-aged woman.
Sisterly, who is 50 years old this year, is his landlord. She has been keeping a close eye on him since the day he moved in. This made Zhou Ling quite troubled. Being handsome is really not a good thing. Sisterly looked at Zhou Ling obsessively, admiring his three-dimensional facial features and flawless skin. His eyes were helpless and a little sad. Was that the trace left by life? Every part of Zhou Ling seemed to have a fatal attraction to her. I have 5 houses for rent. If you follow me, you can save 20 years of hard work. Sisterly said with a smile, her tone full of temptation. These days, the one who collects rent is the boss. Although 5 houses are not a lot, they are definitely enough to live on for a lifetime. Zhou Ling swallowed his saliva. 5 houses. He could never buy them even if he worked hard all his life. Now, a great opportunity was right in front of him. If only. Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced at the landlord with a greasy face and an obsessed expression, and immediately came to his senses. Zhou Ling waved his hand righteously, and said proudly, "Sisterly, you still don't understand me. Chinese men are upright and self-reliant. How can we live off women? What I want is the kingdom I built with my own hands." What he said was righteous and unquestionable. Instead of being angry, Sisterly was even more impressed. As expected of the man I like, you are born with a proud character. As long as you obey me, I will immediately add your name to the house title. Hearing this, Zhou Ling sweated and kept his mouth tightly shut, as if he was afraid that he would agree as soon as he opened his mouth. Fortunately, reason overcame impulse. A man should be strong. Sisterly, you don't need to say more. I have made up my mind. Zhou Ling turned his head away with a firm attitude. But as soon as he finished speaking, he froze on the spot, like a sculpture. Because, a reminder sound suddenly rang in his mind. Beep, beep, because the host has a noble character, sticks to the bottom line, is tall and mighty, handsome, and arrogant, the strongest sign in system has been activated. Beep, system activation reward, a Pagani worth 50 million. First sign in reward, Marriott Group with a market value of 10 billion. The sound of these prompts made Zhou Ling think it was some kind of prank. But when he reached into his pocket, he found something extra, which seemed to be the car keys. He had heard that Pagani's car keys were a perfect replica of the original car's shape. He couldn't help but take it out. The little thing was made so beautifully even in the details. This. Zhou Ling was completely shocked. He remembered that he never had this thing in his pocket. At the same time, for some reason, a fiery red Pagani Huayra appeared downstairs. The smooth surface shines in the sun like a ball of flame burning. The chassis is almost close to the ground, making it look like a dormant beast, majestic and awe-inspiring. Its appearance also caused residents in the community to talk about it, with eyes full of admiration and yearning. What the hell is this car? Isn't it so cool? Damn, it must be at least 1 million, right? Bullshit, this is a Pagani Huayra. Huayra means god of the wind in Spanish. It costs at least 50 million. A young man who loved the car checked it on his mobile phone and his hands were shaking with excitement. His words were like a cannonball, setting everyone's heads buzzing. 50 million? 50 million for a car? Too extravagant, right? Incredible. Who parked this luxury car here? Their community is just an ordinary one, and many of the tenants are office workers. Who can afford a Pagani Huayra? I really want to know which rich guy this is. I'll do anything to curry favor with him. If I could get some help from you, I'd be rich in this life. Everyone felt a surge of excitement in their hearts, and they all wished they could be the followers of that mysterious rich man. Some girls are even already planning how to hook up with the car owners. A heavily made-up woman took out a small mirror to touch up her makeup, waiting for the car owner to appear at any time. Her name is Xiaowan. She works in a nightclub and is quite knowledgeable. Therefore, she always looks down on others and once mocked Zhou Ling as a useless office dog. Upstairs, Zhou Ling naturally didn't know that his new car had already driven everyone crazy. My dear, do you really want to break my heart? I really can't live without you. As long as you promise, I can give you everything and make sure you have enough food and clothing. Sisterly still didn't want to let Zhou Ling go. She knew that no young person could resist the temptation of 5 houses. So, while she admired Zhou Ling's backbone, she also looked forward to the scene where Zhou Ling bowed to her. But her persistence made Zhou Ling sigh. Forget it. I'm going to be frank, sisterly. Actually, my company is worth 10 billion, and my car is worth more than 50 million. Zhou Ling spoke sincerely. I don't believe it. I know everything about you. Sister Li immediately shook her head and didn't believe it at all. She knew that Zhou Ling was just a clerk who earned 3,000 yuan a month and had to work overtime every day. Where did the company come from, and where did the multi-million-dollar car come from? Look downstairs, that car is mine. Knowing that she didn't believe him, Zhou Ling simply reminded her. Sister Li walked to the window and looked down, and sure enough, she found a top-of-the-line luxury car lying there quietly. Although she doesn't know much about cars, she can tell that this car is definitely not simple. How did he know there was a luxury car down there? Sister Li was shocked immediately. Could it be that the boy could predict the future? He is indeed the man she likes, so outstanding. When she turned around, she found that Zhou Ling had disappeared. Downstairs, everyone took out their cell phones to take crazy photos of the Pagani Huayra, and then posted them on their moments to show off. Those who didn't know would think that this was their car. Don't block them all, what are you doing? Zhou Ling pushed through the crowd and moved forward with difficulty. Xiaowan, who was taking a selfie next to the sports car, saw that it was Zhou Ling and immediately showed a look of disdain. What are you yelling about? You rag picker, get out of here and don't pollute this car. As she spoke, she stroked the car body from a distance as if it was her car. If you didn't understand, you would think it was her car. Hey, who gave you permission to take photos with the car? Zhou Ling sneered. This woman was so snobbish. It was obvious that he was just a nightclub girl. Do you really think you are a high-class person? What the hell does it have to do with you? I'm going to be the car owner's woman, so what's wrong with taking pictures? But you look so poor, it's disgusting to see you. Xiaowan put her left hand on her waist, pointed at Zhou Ling with her right finger and cursed at him, her eyes filled with disgust, disdain and contempt. Hearing this, Zhou Ling just smiled and shook his head, walked over and pulled her away. Really? I'm not as dirty as you are. As he said this, he pressed the key. Buzz. As a slight engine sound was heard, the headlights lit up, like a beast awakening. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, the left and right doors slowly opened like phoenix wings, revealing an exquisite and luxurious interior. Ignoring everyone's shock, Zhou Ling got in the car and closed the door. At this moment, everyone gasped, their eyes widened in shock. It's his? The car is his? This is crazy, really crazy. Isn't Zhou Ling a clerk? How can he afford a Pagani Huayra? I know, it must be the second generation of rich people experiencing life, it must be. After a brief moment of shock, everyone was immediately in an uproar. Some people even grabbed their hair, still unable to believe what they saw. How could they have imagined that the seemingly ordinary Zhou Ling was the mysterious car owner they had been looking forward to? This world is crazy. What was most unbelievable was Xiaowan, who was only thinking of throwing herself at him. When Zhou Ling got into the car, she was already stunned. I'm sorry, I was wrong. My idol, you are my idol, please let me get in the car. As long as you let me follow you, I'll do anything you ask me to do. It's my honor. Even if it's just one of your girlfriends. I'm still good at time management, no worse than a certain male celebrity. Xiaowan screamed at the car like she had lost her mind. Unfortunately, at this moment, the Pagani made an engine sound, turned into a stream of fiery red light, and left the community. No! Looking at the direction where the car disappeared, she ran after it, but after a few steps, she fell flat on her face. How could this happen? How could this happen? Lying on the ground, Xiaowan, with disheveled hair, was in a daze and regretted her life to the extreme. If she knew that the boy she had always looked down upon was actually a rich second generation. If she knew, this little clerk could afford a Pagani. If she knew. She wanted to slap herself a few times. Unfortunately, there is no if. Upstairs, the landlord's sister Li was also dazed as she watched Pagani leave. It took her a long time to recover from her deep shock and she smiled. He is indeed the man I like. Everything he said is true. It seems that I think too much. Seeing that Zhou Ling was really a wealthy man, Sister Li was happy for him but secretly sad at the same time. The 5 houses that I am so proud of are nothing compared to this sports car. Chapter 2, Tens of Millions of Capital, Not Worth Mentioning. As a top sports car, the experience is naturally incomparable to that of ordinary sports cars. The cool interior, the comfortable seat, the deep and powerful sound, every detail stimulates Zhou Ling's heart. Really? It's true. Zhou Ling shouted excitedly. He is 25 this year and has graduated for 2 years. He has no car, no house, and no savings. His goal is to save 100,000 yuan this year and use 50,000 yuan as a down payment for a car. But even so, this goal is extremely difficult for him. He earns 3,000 yuan a month, but after daily expenses, rent, and car fares, he has little left. Sometimes, he even despaired. Anyway, life is just like this. No matter how hard you struggle, the cold reality and high housing prices can crush you in an instant. But now, the emergence of the strongest sign-in system has completely changed his life. Just as a novice reward, he owns a Pagani Huayra worth no less than 50 million. Oh, and there's also the Marriott Group, which has a market value of tens of billions. Zhou Ling suddenly remembered that this was his first sign-in reward. He knew about Marriott Group. He is a giant in the entire Yuecheng. Now, this group that he once dared not look up to is now in his hands. Thinking of this, he was excited but also felt incredible. Is this the power of the system? The most powerful sign-in system I got is really amazing. Boom boom. The Pagani sped along the road, and no car dared to approach it. All the car owners were trembling with fear, fearing that they would be hit accidentally. Once there is a bump or bruise, even if you don't lose everything, you will be seriously injured. On the street, countless pedestrians looked at the fiery red Pagani Huayra with sidelong glances. When did such a luxury car appear in Yuecheng? It's indeed a top-notch luxury car. It's really impressive. Who on earth can own this car? Everyone was speculating and became extremely curious about the mysterious car owner. Some girls even stared at it eagerly, wishing that the Pagani would stop for them. Unfortunately, this red beast had no intention of stopping. Along the way, Zhou Ling finally understood the system. The most powerful sign-in system, which will automatically sign in every week. The rewards for each sign-in are different. It could be money, it could be items. This feeling of unknown actually made Zhou Ling look forward to the next sign-in. The first sign-in was with Marriott, a company with a market value of tens of billions. I wonder what the next sign-in will be. While he was daydreaming, his low-profile smartphone worth 1,000 yuan suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. While stopping at a red light, Zhou Ling pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. J? A mature and slightly sexy female voice sounded. I'm Zhou Ling. When Zhou Ling heard the name Jay Cho, he was stunned for a moment. He was not used to this kind of address. Yes, that's right. My name is Luo Shuang, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer of Marriott Group. Now the transfer contract of the group needs your signature in person. Luo Shuang suppressed her inner curiosity. She could tell that the new boss was very young. How did he take over the Marriott Group worth tens of billions at such a young age? It's incredible. Oh, then come find me at the Treasure Pavilion. I'll be waiting for you there. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Jinxiu Pavilion is a high-end ancient-style restaurant in Yuecheng, where the minimum consumption is 10,000 per person. Only those who can enjoy the delicious food here are rich or noble. Now, his status is very different, so he naturally no longer eats only instant noodles to save $1 like before. Just as the green light came on, the red Pagani let out a low roar and sped out steadily. Disappear at the end of the road amid countless envious gazes. Not long after, he arrived at the Treasure Pavilion. This is a paradise for rich people to enjoy their appetite. Parked in the parking lot outside are luxury cars worth no less than 1 million yuan, and some even cost 3 million or 5 million yuan. The waiter in charge of watching the venue was no longer surprised by this. He sees million-dollar luxury cars every day, and they are nothing new to him. However, when he heard the deep and powerful engine sound and turned his head to see the gorgeous supercar like a phoenix, he froze. Streamlined design, wedge-shaped nose, teardrop-shaped glass cabin, and of course the most distinctive feature is the gull-wing doors. All these elements speak of the nobility of this car. Pagani Wind God? The waiter was so shocked that his mouth went dry. Even though he had seen countless luxury cars worth millions, he was still petrified when he saw this more noble car. Is there a parking space? The gull-wing door opened and Zhou Ling asked casually. Yes. Absolutely. The waiter nodded like a woodpecker and quickly guided Zhou Ling to park the car. After all, this is a luxury car worth tens of millions, and not many people can afford it. At least in Yuecheng, he had never seen one, and this was the first one. Not long after Zhou Ling parked the car, a $1 million Mercedes drove in. "Hey, where's the last parking spot I reserved?" the Mercedes owner asked in a haughty manner. "Sorry, I've given it to someone else," the waiter answered honestly. The owner of the Mercedes was furious and got out of the car and started cursing at the waiter. He was the one who reserved that parking space. It was the last one, but someone else took it? Who is so bold as to snatch his parking space? Damn it, who is this blind guy trying to steal my parking space? I'm going to smash his broken car right now. The aggressive and arrogant Mercedes owner took out a baseball bat from the trunk and started shouting wildly. The waiter knew he couldn't afford to offend, so he pointed in a certain direction and said, "That's the one, go ahead and smash it." It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. But once he looked over, the irritable Mercedes owner immediately quieted down. Looking at the noble fiery red supercar, he held up the baseball bat, unable to move forward or backward, feeling extremely embarrassed. The arrogance just now disappeared in an instant. If this stick really hits him, he will just have to wait to sell himself and pay the money. Not going to smash it anymore? The nosy waiter couldn't help but remind him. "Ha, it's just a joke, why take it so seriously? I can park somewhere else." The owner of the Mercedes-Benz smiled kindly, turned around and drove away, not daring to stop at all. How luxurious! Entering the Jinqiu Pavilion, Zhou Ling was shocked by the decoration and layout in front of him. It is worthy of being the largest high-end restaurant with ancient style in Yuecheng. It is really magnificent. "Zhou Ling? Why are you here too?" At this moment, a woman's voice suddenly sounded. This woman wears heavy makeup and all branded clothes. It seems that she is doing well. And she was intimately holding the arm of an old man. This old man is bald and his smiling expression seems quite hypocritical. "Zhang Yun?" Zhou Ling spoke in surprise. Zhang Yun was his ex-girlfriend. A year ago, she thought he was too poor, so she ran off to hook up with a rich man. "You're working here part-time?" Jinqiu Pavilion is a high-end restaurant, and the salary is not bad. Zhang Yun looked at him for a few times, and felt relieved when she saw that he was wearing ordinary clothes, all from street stalls. As expected, trash is trash, no matter where it goes. Zhou Ling frowned. "I just came to have a meal." "Wow! You dare to come here to eat? You are really brave." Zhang Yun let out a strange cry, as if she was extremely surprised. "Do you know how much the average person spends here? You can't even afford it with several months' salary. Are you sure you're serious?" Zhang Yun covered her face and laughed, her eyes full of mockery. She knows exactly what this kid is capable of. A poor clerk like me, what money does he have? Zhou Ling felt very unhappy listening to these harsh words. But thinking of their old friendship, he was too lazy to say anything. But this woman said she was addicted and couldn't stop. "Do you know how good my life has been this year? My bag costs 5,000 yuan. My shoes cost 3,000 yuan. My skirt costs 10,000 yuan. All of this combined is enough to cover half a year's salary for you." Zhang Yun smiled happily, showing off her splendor and wealth to her heart's content. Especially when compared with Zhou Ling's poverty, her vanity reached its peak. "Young man, if you work hard, you will have a chance. If you don't mind, you can come to work in my company. Being a security guard is better than your current job." The old man pretended to be kind in his invitation, but the disdain in his eyes was even stronger. "Your company?" Zhou Ling's heart moved and he asked. "Ha, it's just a small company with tens of millions of capital, not worth mentioning." The old man waved his hand modestly, but his tone and look clearly showed that he was trying to show off. Tens of millions of capital is an astronomical figure that is beyond the reach of any ordinary young person. He believed that this sentence would definitely make Zhou Ling feel completely frustrated. Zhou Ling nodded thoughtfully. "It's only tens of millions, it's really not worth mentioning." "You." He thought Zhou Ling would be so humble as to be reduced to dust, but he didn't expect him to say this. The old man suddenly became furious. Young people are ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, and they are just like rats who sit in a well and see the world from afar. The old man snorted angrily. Zhou Ling spread his hands innocently. "I'm just telling the truth. Compared with Marriott Group, the so-called tens of millions of capital is really not worth mentioning.
Is there something wrong?
Don't worry about him, dear. He's a loser.
He can do nothing but talk. Let's go in.
Zhang Yun glared at Zhou Ling fiercely, then walked in with the old man. Zhou Ling shook his head helplessly, and followed the waiter's lead to find a seat by the window. Judging from the time, Marriott Group's Chief Financial Officer, Luo Xuan, will be here soon.
Chapter 3. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Since he was waiting anyway, Zhou Ling ordered some dishes and drinks.
The waiter who was in charge of taking orders looked at him with a strange look.
Are you sure you want to order these, sir?
Everything he ordered cost more than 5,000 yuan, especially the bottle of wine, which cost 30,000 yuan.
The total amount would be at least 50,000.
Seeing how he was dressed, the waiter suspected that he was here to dine and free.
Any questions?
Zhou Ling glanced at him and asked back calmly. After activating the strongest sign-in system, his temperament has slowly changed. The pride that had been suppressed by the cruel life emerged again.
He is more confident now than the day before. A simple rhetorical question can actually make people feel very stressed. Don't dare.
The waiter's forehead was covered with sweat.
He didn't dare to question anymore and quickly retreated respectfully.
I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Zhang Yun and the old man were not far away. The two of them looked at Zhou Ling from time to time, with malicious smiles on their faces. That boy is really brave, that table must be worth at least 50,000. The old man chuckled. I don't believe he can afford to pay the bill.
He is definitely here to dine for free. For a loser like him, it is worth it to eat at such a high-end restaurant even if he gets beaten.
Zhang Yun sipped the red wine elegantly, looking very wise, as if she had guessed all of Zhou Ling's thoughts.
Don't worry, he can't leave here. The manager is my cousin.
The old man raised his eyebrows smugly. After eating and drinking, Zhou Ling sat and waited for Luo Xuan to arrive. At this time, the restaurant manager and a few people surrounded Zhou Ling with bad intentions.
Sir, if you dine and dine here, you will end up in a terrible situation. The manager warned sinisterly. Patting his bulging belly, Zhou Ling raised his eyelids and asked nonchalantly, which eye of yours saw me eating a free meal?
Then pay the bill now and I will trust you.
The manager sneered.
At this time, Zhou Ling already understood what was going on.
Trust me? Who do you think you are? Do I need you to trust me?
Zhou Ling glanced at him lightly and spoke indifferently. This sense of natural control and confidence seems to be innate, and every word and sentence can bring great pressure to people.
Asshole.
The manager's face turned livid with anger.
What kind of important people has he not met here? How dare this little brat be so disrespectful to him? Is this a challenge to his authority? Don't be so arrogant, young man. If you eat a free meal at Jinqiu Pavilion, you will die.
The old man also came over with Zhang Yun, who looked very proud, and taught Zhou Ling a lesson in the tone of an elder.
Zhou Ling, recognize who you are. Trash is trash. Why do you have to pretend to be rich and come here to eat a free meal just to satisfy your vanity?
Zhang Yun felt very sorry and seemed very sad about what he had done. But in fact, such words are killing people without being seen, and are extremely mean. Faced with the pressure from the crowd, Zhou Ling did not panic at all, but remained calm and composed.
If it was before, I might have endured the humiliation to protect myself, but now, I am someone you can't afford to offend. I'll give you a chance. Back off. I won't pursue the matter. Zhou Ling also sighed.
He was a man who cherished old friendships, but even so, he did not pursue the matter because of their past friendship. Otherwise, with his current status, if he really wanted to take any action, the people here would not be able to bear it. But after hearing his words, the crowd not only did not retreat, but were stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter.
Ha ha ha, did I hear correctly? He said give us a chance? You still say you won't hold us accountable? Who is holding whom accountable? Is this kid out of his mind? Does he really think he's some big shot? Ah, I'm dying of laughter. Where did this top-notch stuff come from? Everyone laughed at Zhou Ling loudly as if they were watching a joke. Even the other guests in the restaurant couldn't help but laugh along. For a moment, Zhou Ling seemed to have become the biggest joke in the whole audience. Although in the center of the storm, Zhou Ling had a calm expression on his face. He looked around at everyone, and a cold light gradually gathered in his eyes. Just as everyone was laughing wildly, a tall woman walked in.
She was wearing sunglasses and her long hair was tied casually behind her, swaying rhythmically with her steps. The well-cut black suit shows off her figure perfectly. Her slender waist and long legs attract everyone's attention. As soon as she appeared, it was as if she was the only woman left there. The laughter towards Zhou Ling just now also weakened because of her arrival. What an exquisite woman! This aura is quite strong. Could it be that she is the female president of a large company? Even a man like me pales in comparison. All men, while full of admiration, also developed a sense of inferiority. They feel from the bottom of their hearts that they are not worthy of such an outstanding woman. All the women were full of hostility, but even so, they knew deep down in their hearts that they were nothing in front of this woman. When the manager and the old man saw the woman walking towards them, they felt both nervous and expectant. Is she here to see me? The same thought came to the minds of these men, and they subconsciously straightened their clothes. When the woman came up to them, they were ready to speak and get close to her. But what embarrassed them was that this stunningly exquisite woman just passed them by and didn't even take them seriously. Sorry, Mr. J, I'm late. Amid the extremely astonished gazes of the crowd, the frosty Luo Shuang respectfully bowed to Zhou Ling and apologized. This scene is absolutely eye-catching. What is going on? Such an outstanding woman is so respectful to this guy who dines and eats for free. Many people have the urge to have their worldview shattered. What made people even more crazy was that Zhou Ling just put his hands in his pockets and nodded calmly, yeah, it's okay. Countless men just want to swear. Such a stunning and perfect woman was so respectful to you, and you just nodded indifferently? If it were them, they would have knelt down and licked like a lapdog a long time ago. The ones who suffered more were the manager and the old man. When Luo Shuang ignored them and went straight to Zhou Ling, it was like falling from heaven to hell for them. Why does this kid deserve such treatment? He's just a gigolo. Why can such a beautiful woman be so respectful? Thinking of this, they placed all their resentment on Zhou Ling. Stop talking so much nonsense, the matter of free dining is not over yet. The manager shouted coldly. That's right. I don't know how you tricked this beautiful lady, but if you dine for free, don't even think about leaving here. The old man also spoke righteously, as if he was going to expose Zhou Ling's true face in front of Luo Shuang. Free meal? Luo Shuang raised her eyebrows slightly, somewhat displeased with their slander against Zhou Ling. As the new head of Marriott Group, how could Jay Cho eat and dine for free? That's right. Beauty, don't be fooled by him, he is just a loser, you should just follow me, I can make you happy. The old man said with a grin. Zhang Yun was so angry that she gritted her teeth, but she had to admit that in front of Luo Shuang, she had completely turned into an ugly duckling. You guys are really blind, Jay Cho would eat a free meal? Luo Shuang narrowed her eyes, releasing a hint of coldness, and spared no effort to protect Zhou Ling. All the men are jealous to the point of going crazy. How could this kid deserve this stunning beauty to speak for him like this? Does he look like he's rich, given his stupid appearance? The manager retorted unconvincedly. Their loud argument attracted the owner of Jinqiu Pavilion to come out. What happened? What are you arguing about? The boss of Jinqiu Pavilion has his own aura, and everyone unconsciously makes way for him. The manager immediately put on a flattering smile and went over to greet him. Cousin, you came at the right time. This kid ate a free meal and this woman defended him and refused to admit it. The manager who is arrogant in front of ordinary people has to be humble in front of the boss of Jinqiu Pavilion. In fact, he was able to sit in this position entirely because of his connections. Who made his cousin the owner of Jinqiu Pavilion? When everyone saw the owner of Jinqiu Pavilion show up, they understood that this man and woman were in big trouble today. The boss here is an old hand, and he's not so easy to talk to. However, just when everyone was waiting for the owner of Jinqiu Pavilion to get angry, they were shocked. He was so majestic just now, but suddenly he trotted to Luo Shuang like a pug, trying to please her. Miss Luo Shuang, I'm so sorry for not welcoming you in person. The boss of Jinqiu Pavilion said with a smile. Others might not know her, but he has met so many important people, so wouldn't he recognize this beauty as the chief financial officer of Marriott Group? With such a status, even he would try his best to please. No need. The treasure pavilion is too arrogant. My boss and I dare not stay here for long. Luo Shuang didn't give the other person any face at all and didn't even look at him. The owner of Jinqiu Pavilion felt cold all over, as he could sense her dissatisfaction. Most importantly, she said her boss was there too? Could it be the boss of Marriott Group?
If I neglect the CEO of Marriott Group, the consequences will be. He didn't even dare to think about it. Boss, are you leaving? Luo Shuang looked at Zhou Ling, who was silent, waiting for instructions.
All eyes were focused on Zhou Ling, and they seemed to be waiting for something. For a moment, the atmosphere was dull and solemn, and no one dared to speak. Zhou Ling slowly adjusted his sleeves. Everyone felt as if a huge rock was pressing on their hearts, and they dared not breathe heavily. In their hearts, these few seconds seemed like centuries. Leave? No rush. Didn't they tell us that you can't leave after eating a free meal? Zhou Ling laughed at himself. It was this sentence that made the owner of Jinqiu Pavilion tense up all over and instantly feel the extreme danger and fear.
Chapter 4, 10 billion casually. Everyone could tell that he was angry. Do you think my boss eats a free meal?
Luo Shuang's face was extremely cold, like an iceberg, making people afraid to approach him.
Don't dare. The owner of Jinqiu Pavilion was trembling with fear. As expected, this young man is the CEO of Marriott Group? But, isn't this too young? In his memory, the CEO of Marriott Group didn't look like this? But Luo Shuang would never lie intentionally. Given your status, I'm afraid I won't entertain you well enough, so how dare I charge you? Besides, even if you dine for free, it will still be a relief for me.
The boss of Jinqiu Pavilion was busy smiling apologetically, fearing that he would anger the two men again.
Everyone was stunned. It was the first time they saw the boss of Jinqiu Pavilion being so humble. What are the identities of this man and woman? How could it scare him so much?
The manager was also stunned and immediately realized that he had caused a big disaster today. So he hid back and trembled, not daring to make a sound for fear of attracting trouble.
I don't want to see him next time I come.
Zhou Ling glanced at the terrified manager and spoke. The boss of Jinqiu Pavilion gritted his teeth, made a prompt decision, pulled his cousin out and beat him up. The attack was so brutal that even bystanders felt their scalps tingling.
Get out of here. If I see you again, I'll break your legs. The boss of Jinqiu Pavilion roared. Cousin, you can't do this, cousin. Are you going to hurt me like this just for two outsiders?
The manager fell to the ground and cried bitterly, unable to believe that his cousin would do such a cruel thing.
Outsiders? Do you know who they are? This one is the chief financial officer of Marriott Group, and this one is Miss Luo Shuang's boss. The boss of Jinqiu Pavilion yelled angrily.
His roar made the entire restaurant quiet, as if time had stood still.
Yuan, Marriott Group? The group with a market value of 10 billion? Or did I hear it wrong? Then he must be the CEO of Marriott Group? Oh my god, how can he be so young? Everyone was completely shocked by this sentence.
When he looked at Zhou Ling and the other two, his eyes were very different from before. The manager also shut up, with only shock in his eyes.
He never thought that he would actually provoke the big boss of Marriott Group?
Unfortunately, before he could admit his mistake or beg for mercy, he was dragged out and thrown into the street. The remaining old man and Zhang Yun were so stupid. If he had known that the other party was so powerful, he would have been eager to fawn on him, so how could he possibly provoke him? Zhang Yun found it even more unbelievable. As an ex-girlfriend, she knew Zhou Ling inside and out. He was just a small clerk, so how did he become the boss of Marriott Group? If it was true, why had he never said it before? But no matter what, compared with the old man next to him, Zhou Ling, a man of noble status, wealth and handsomeness, instantly became countless times more charming. Zhou Ling, I have always loved you and never forgotten you. Can you give me another chance? She shook off the old man's hand and rushed towards Zhou Ling desperately. But a cold figure stopped her. Bang! A crisp slap was heard and Zhang Yun was knocked to the ground by Luo Shuang. You are not qualified to be close to the boss, get away. Luo Shuang warned seriously. And Zhou Ling never even looked at her from beginning to end, as if she didn't exist at all. Mr. J, I. The old man was shaking with fear, not knowing what to do. Slap yourself 500 times. If you miss one time, you will be punished accordingly. Zhou Ling didn't even look at him and walked away. Luo Shuang followed closely behind. As soon as they left, the atmosphere here returned to normal and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The old man hesitated for a while, then slapped himself in the face, using all his strength each time, and he would not stop until he had slapped him 500 times. Boom boom. At this moment, the sound of an engine was heard outside. Many people saw the fiery red Pagani wind god leaving this place.
Damn it, that's a Pagani wind god. It costs at least 50 million to get it. Is this the work of the CEO of Marriott Group? It's stunning. I don't know which idiot actually accused someone of eating a free meal. How blind. Everyone was amazed and talking about it, as if the people who had just laughed at Zhou Ling were not them at all. Zheng Yin regretted it so much that she wanted to die. CEO of Marriott Group. 50 million Pagani. Obviously all of this belongs to her. But now, she is nothing, not even a joke. Luo Shuang's temperament and beauty beat her in all aspects. Compared with her, she is not even as good as a wild chicken. Boss, this is the contract. Once you sign it, you will control the entire Marriott Group. Luo Shuang took out a contract. She was curious, surprised even. This new boss is so young. Not only does he drive a Pagani Huayra, he also bought the entire Marriott Group. This is a grand gesture, so stunning. The key is that he is handsome, confident, calm and cool, which is absolutely lethal to women. Just one look and Luo Shuang's little face secretly turned red. While waiting for the green light, Zhou Ling signed his name in a flamboyant manner. Looking at the smooth handwriting, Luo Shuang was secretly amazed. Isn't this handwriting too good? It seems that the new boss is definitely a person who is both talented inside and out. When signing, Zhou Ling's hands were actually shaking a little. After all, once the pen is put down and written in black and white, he is worth tens of billions. It all seems like a dream. It's so unreal. If he didn't know the difference between fantasy and reality, he would have doubted it. Tell me about the current situation of the group. Zhou Ling said, suppressing his inner excitement. Luo Shuang began to tell the story obediently and skillfully. Marriott Group is mainly engaged in real estate, with industries spread throughout Yuachang and even radiating outward. Whether it is commercial housing or plaza, there is investment. Today, the market value is 18 billion. The available liquid funds on the books are 5 billion. After listening to the report, Zhou Ling almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Boss, do you need funds? I'll help you with that. Luo Shuang is also very smart. Well, transfer a small portion to my account, not too much. Zhou Ling smiled. He wouldn't be stupid enough to want 5 billion. What if the company suddenly needs money urgently? After asking for his account number, Luo Shuang immediately called someone to operate the account. In less than 10 minutes, 1 billion more money was added to Zhou Ling's account. That's a full 1 billion yuan. How many people work hard all their lives but still can't earn a million? And without any effort on his part, 1 billion yuan was deposited into his account. Others wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. Seeing that Zhou Ling didn't speak for a long time, Luo Shuang felt a little uneasy, thinking that she had done something wrong. Boss, is it too little? She asked cautiously. No, that's enough. Zhou Ling laughed, took control of the steering wheel, released the brake, and the fiery red Pagani let out a beast-like roar and rushed out first. All the cars, whether they are ordinary cars or luxury cars, will be left gathering dust behind. Boss, slow down, it hurts. Luo Shuang frowned slightly in discomfort and let out a soft groan. The car suddenly sped up, making her head feel uncomfortable. As the chief financial officer, she worked extremely hard and had almost no time to rest, and she had long suffered from migraines. Feel sorry. Zhou Ling quickly slowed down. Feeling the car speed return to normal, Luo Shuang breathed a sigh of relief, with a strange look in her beautiful eyes. I didn't expect that a boss who was young, promising, and has a proud personality could be so considerate and respectful. It was the first time that she felt such tenderness from such a billionaire. She understood that this was related to one's inner cultivation and could not be faked. This new boss is really unusual. Boss, do you want to go back to the company? No, go buy some clothes first and dress up nicely. Zhou Ling was in high spirits. With 10 billion in hand, how could he not spend it? Soon, they arrived at Yixiang City. There are so many luxury brands gathered here. Only the rich can find their own happiness and superiority here. Go and help me choose, whether it's casual or business, just buy it if you think it's suitable, don't worry about the price. Throwing the card in his hand to Luo Shuang, Zhou Ling acted as a hands-off boss and strolled around the mall. Looking at the luxurious shops, noble people, and luxurious decorations. Zhou Ling put his hands in his pockets and smiled slightly. In the past, he would never set foot here. And now, he is here, looking down on the world like an emperor. Eh? Isn't this Zhou Ling? Why are you here?
Just as he closed his eyes and felt the feeling of being superior and in control of everything, an inopportune voice called out his name. A man in a suit came over with a scantily clad woman.
Pussy I Lei?
Zhou Ling also recognized the other person.
Ho Sai Lei was his high school classmate.
He used to learn to be a bully and often bullied those who were good at studying.
Top students like Zhou Ling were among his targets of bullying.
When Zhou Ling saw this person, he instinctively felt displeased.
However, thinking that it happened in high school, he let it go.
He was not a petty person.
I haven't seen you for 8 years. You look a lot more handsome. What do you do?
Ho Sai was wearing a neat suit, his hair looked oiled, and he looked like a decent gentleman. The woman around him was fascinated by his handsomeness when she saw Zhou Ling for the first time. But she soon came to her senses and covered up her obsession.
Me?
Just a clerk, not worth mentioning.
Zhou Ling responded indifferently. Upon hearing the answer, Ho Sai Lei looked at him carefully and his smile became many times brighter.
I thought to myself, this kid always got first place in the exams, he must be a child of destiny.
And I was treated as scum. So what?
Now, this kid is worse than trash, wearing cheap clothes, while I have an annual salary of $300,000 and a beautiful woman in my arms.
How can he compare to me? Chapter 5, Money is just a string of numbers.
The former gangster and poor student has now reached the peak of his life.
But the former top student is now worthless.
This strong contrast made Ho Sai Lei feel extremely superior.
You dare to come to Yishun City as a clerk? You are really brave. I'm afraid you can't afford the things here even if you sell your kidneys, right? Ho Sai Lei couldn't help but sneer. Honey, this kid is in such a miserable state, let's not make fun of him, shall we?
The woman next to him put her arm around Ho Sai Lei and tried to persuade him in a tender voice. While speaking, his eyes were sending a wink to Zhou Ling. Although Ho Sai Lei is rich, he has no figure and no looks.
The guy in front of her is different.
He is about 1.8 meters tall and has a handsome yet masculine appearance.
He attracts her every moment. What a pity, he's a poor guy, otherwise I would definitely pay for him.
The woman lamented in her heart, and at the same time, she pressed her body closer to Ho Sai Lei.
Ha ha ha, honey, you're right. We bought no less than 100,000 worth of stuff. Let's find a place to rest first.
Ho Sai Lei burst into laughter and deliberately raised a few bags in his hands, which were all luxury goods. With his wealth, he can only indulge himself like this once a year. He looked at Zhou Ling with contempt, wanting to see Zhou Ling feeling inferior and helpless, but he was disappointed. Zhou Ling had no expression on his face.
Humph, why are you pretending? Ho Sai Lei thought unhappily.
Hey, why are you still here?
Aren't you afraid of being chased away by the security guards?
He deliberately said this, but he was not in a hurry to leave. This opportunity finally came to him, he must crush Zhou Ling into the dust.
I'm here to shop, why should I leave?
Zhou Ling looked at him as a matter of course.
Ho Sai Lei was stunned for a moment, then he laughed exaggeratedly as if he heard some shocking joke. Ha ha ha, did I hear you right? You're here to shop? A clerk comes to Yishun City to shop? Ho Sai Lei laughed so hard that tears came out. This guy is so good at making up stories. Even the women kept shaking their heads and laughing.
Although this guy is handsome, he is not smart.
In order to save face, he actually said such big words? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Is it funny?
Zhou Ling put his hands in his pockets with an intriguing smile on his lips. Zhou Ling, I didn't expect you to fall to this level.
You've even learned how to cheat people?
The prices here are so high that even I, a middle-level manager at Yuan Real Estate, only dare to spend money there once a year. Ho Sai Lei kept sighing and felt more and more that Zhou Ling was a loser.
Yuan Real Estate? Zhou Ling suddenly remembered, isn't this company just an inconspicuous subsidiary of the Marriott Group? What a coincidence. Humph, that's right. Are you envious? This is a company backed by Marriott.
Ho Sai Lei thought Zhou Ling was scared, and his expression became even more proud and arrogant.
However, after hearing his words, Zhou Ling smiled and said, "It's okay, it's just a small company." Ho Sai Lei looked at him as if he were a fool. Do you understand or not? Idiot. Do you believe that a single word from me can make you feel inferior to the ground? Zhou Ling shook his head and said calmly, "Do you believe that I can make you lose everything with just one sentence?"
In the eyes of others, Yunda Real Estate has become a behemoth. But for him, not to mention Yunda Real Estate, even Marriott Group has to listen to him. If the CEO of Yunda Real Estate was here, he would have to smile humbly when seeing Zhou Ling. Unfortunately, a vulgar person like Ho Sailei will never be able to understand such things in his lifetime.
You have nothing? Keep bragging. You are nothing. You have no money and no partner.
You are just garbage.
Ho Sailei started to criticize without restraint.
In this way, he could get an unprecedented sense of superiority. But at this moment, a tall figure came over wearing exquisite high heels. She was carrying more than a dozen heavy bags in her hands, all filled with top-quality clothing. Plus, this beauty herself shines like a star. This also resulted in her appearance instantly attracting everyone's attention. What is even more incredible is that this stunning beauty actually came in front of Zhou Ling.
Boss, I bought everything I thought was suitable and spent about 3 million. You won't scold me, right?
Luo Shuang said this as if to seek credit, but was also cautious, fearing that it might displease Zhou Ling. It doesn't matter, it's just a small amount of money, buy some accessories. Zhou Ling shrugged, took all the bags and carried them easily, which made Luo Shuang relax a lot immediately. The two of them were talking to themselves, but everyone's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets.
Am I seeing things? That beautiful lady actually serves him?
He is clearly a loser.
I'm crazy. Can a loser get this kind of treatment? What kind of world is this? Why don't I have a beautiful woman by my side?
Many people pulled their hair hard, grimacing in pain.
Ho Sailei and his female companion were even more shocked.
If they heard correctly,
these things cost 3 million? 3 million. How many years will it take him to earn that much?
Now, Zhou Ling spent it all without changing his expression.
Is this true?
This made his worldview collapse, and he couldn't believe it was true.
Moreover, this stunning beauty is definitely of noble birth and is an unattainable goddess.
But in front of Zhou Ling, he was like a little follower.
What was going on?
When Zhou Ling and Luo Shuang were about to go buy accessories, the unwilling Ho Sailei stopped them.
His face was ferocious, and he roared viciously, "You are playing tricks on me, aren't you? You asked someone to play me? You are so shameless that you actually played me?"
Looking at Ho Sailei, who had gone crazy, Zhou Ling wanted to ignore him, but he insisted on seeking death.
Who could he blame? Zhou Ling whispered a few instructions to Luo Shuang.
Luo Shuang nodded with understanding, picked up her phone and sent a message to someone unknown.
Remember, I said that I can make you lose everything with just one word from you. Now I'm giving you a chance. Get out of my sight and I'll let you go.
Zhou Ling warned coldly. Considering their old friendship, he still gave her a chance.
Ho Sailei laughed wildly and didn't take it seriously at all.
Instead, he wanted to pull Zhou Ling aside and said he wanted to expose Zhou Ling's scam. It wasn't until his cell phone rang that he came to his senses.
"Hey, boss." Ho Sailei answered the phone respectfully.
"Damn it, quit working here, tell the finance department to pay your salary and get out of here immediately, you idiot. Remember this from now on, don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with." The boss's angry roar came from the phone, followed by a series of beep sounds. Ho Sailei's hair was disheveled in the wind and he was stunned for a full minute.
He couldn't believe that he was fired just like that. What exactly happened? Last night, he was drinking and chatting happily with his boss and several executives. Why did it happen like this all of a sudden?
If he loses this job, he will lose everything.
This will ruin him.
Suddenly, he remembered Zhou Ling's words, and also remembered what his boss said, "Don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with," and he instantly thought of something. His face turned pale and looked extremely ugly.
Could it be, what he said is true?
In one word, he was left with nothing.
I was wrong.
I shouldn't have done that.
Ho Sailei cried out in regret and wanted to beg Zhou Ling for mercy, but unfortunately Zhou Ling had disappeared long ago.
He was filled with deep regret and grief. Zhou Ling clearly gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it and ended up like this. But no matter how much he regretted, it was of no avail. At this time, he had not yet noticed that his female companion had already taken away all the goods and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Ling was not in the mood to care about Ho Sailei. To him, the other party was just a small figure and not worth mentioning. He and Luo Shuang have arrived at the counter of a famous watch brand. As a man of status, you must have a suitable watch to highlight your status. Soon, he stopped in front of a black watch. Sir, this is last year's hot model. The black color is calm and elegant, and it suits you very well. But the price is a bit high. The innocent little shopping guide introduced it with kindness. She thought that this ordinary dressed man could not afford this watch. After all, this watch costs 200,000. Zhou Ling nodded. Black does look good. What a pity. What a pity. The salesgirl thought he was going to say it was a pity that the price was too expensive. But Zhou Ling said disappointedly, it's a pity that it's too cheap. Is there anything more expensive? Ah. The salesgirl was stunned for a moment, her mouth open, her soft and cute pink tongue faintly visible. I mean, this one is too cheap. Is there any black one that's over 500,000? Well, other colors are fine too. Bring them all out. Zhou Ling remained calm. But this little sister is completely messed up. 200,000 and you think it's cheap? You're not trying to tease me on purpose, are you? However, her good professional ethics still allowed her to take out more than a dozen expensive watches. Arranged on the counter, each watch shines like a fine gem. This is the smell of money. Zhou Ling picked out the 6 items he liked best, then threw the card to the little girl and asked her to pay. First, sir, are you serious? 6 watches, a total of 4.85 million. If she wasn't still working, she would probably bite someone. This person is obviously playing tricks on her. Money is just a string of numbers. Just swipe your card. Compared to the silly and cute little sister who was almost going crazy, Zhou Ling seemed calm and steady. Okay. His words stunned the little girl. She swiped the card with trembling hands and asked Zhou Ling to enter the password. Ding, payment successful. When this reminder sounded, she was petrified instantly. Real. This is true. 4,850,000. He bought it just by saying so, without blinking an eye. Is he still a human being? Is it true that to him, money is really just a string of numbers? Is this how rich people play? Sure enough, she doesn't understand the world of the rich. Chapter 6, Waiting in Line, Welcome the Boss. Zhou Ling's generosity made her completely doubt her life. To verify that she was not dreaming, she pinched herself secretly, and the pain made her stick out her pink tongue. Any questions? Seeing that she seemed a little out of shape, Zhou Ling asked. No. Nothing, I'll help you pack it now. The little girl finally came to her senses and her face flushed with excitement. With sales of 4.85 million, she can get tens of thousands in commission alone. She never dared to imagine that such a good thing would happen to her. Today's commission is higher than her annual salary. After getting the watch, Zhou Ling and Luo Shuang took all the things back to the car. This car is too small. Go get one with more space when you have time. Otherwise it will be inconvenient. Zhou Ling was somewhat dissatisfied. Luo Shuang on the side was a little dumbfounded. This Pagani was obviously new. Did he want to change the car now? Moreover, with his status, he would never buy an ordinary car, which would probably cost several million. Even though she deals with money every day, she was still shocked to see Zhou Ling spending money like this. My new boss is really extraordinary. I still feel like it's a little lacking, let's continue somewhere else. Zhou Ling said to himself. Still, not enough? Luo Shuang was stunned, her cold and delicate face full of surprise. In just 1 hour, they have spent more than 7 million. Isn't that enough? Zhou Ling took Luo Shuang with him and drove to another high-end shopping mall. The level here is also very high. Most people can only stroll around and dare not spend money. When walking into a luxury bag store, Zhou Ling keenly noticed that Luo Shuang seemed to be interested in a women's bag. This one seems pretty good. Zhou Ling pointed at the bag and said. But this time, no shopping guide came. Because several shopping guides had already observed that Zhou Ling was dressed in ordinary clothes and was basically an ordinary person. Even if the girl next to him is very elegant, so what? Doesn't mean he can afford it. So, no one was too lazy to come and receive us. Several shopping guides simply pushed out a new girl, and covered their mouths with their hands and laughed secretly. Hello? Hello, this is our new model. The little girl has no experience in receiving guests alone, her movements are nervous and her speech is very awkward. She was very embarrassed, but it made her look more childish and cute. No hurry, take your time, I won't eat you. Zhou Ling made some jokes, which made the atmosphere more relaxed. The girl bit her lip lightly, mustered up the courage to introduce this bag to him, then looked at Luo Shuang beside her and said with a smile, "This is very suitable for your girlfriend's temperament." Luo Shuang blushed a little and wanted to explain something, but Zhou Ling nodded and said, "It is indeed very suitable." Luo Shuang was stunned. For some reason, her heartbeat suddenly quickened. She was so cold as ice that she actually felt shy at this moment. Just when Zhou Ling was about to buy the bag, a pretentious voice sounded from the side. "Honey, this bag is so beautiful, buy it for me." A scantily clad woman was walking towards them, pulling a young man along. The woman kept rubbing the man's hand with her body, and the man was obviously enjoying it. "Beauty, help me wrap it up." The man put his hands in his pockets and exuded a confident smile. "Ah. But this gentleman has already." The little girl was at a loss. After all, Zhou Ling came first. The man then looked towards Zhou Ling, but only glanced at him briefly, because his focus was on the cool and beautiful Luo Shuang. The first time he saw such a stunningly beautiful woman, he was stunned. Compared with Luo Shuang, the woman next to him is not even as good as a pheasant. Looking at Zhou Ling again, he was extremely angry. Damn, how can a loser like this have a goddess? How am I worse than this loser? Thinking of this, he decided to crush Zhou Ling and win the favor of this goddess. He is still very confident about his wealth and handsomeness. "Hello brother, I'm the CEO of Shogwa Trading, my name is Zhao Li, how about giving me some face?" Zhao Li showed a handsome smile, and his white teeth made people feel good about him involuntarily. "Shogwa Commerce?" Hearing this, the shopping guide covered her mouth in surprise. This is a company worth tens of millions of dollars. It is said that the boss is young and rich. I didn't expect to see him in person today. The little sister's reaction made Zhao Li feel even more proud. Therefore, I am also looking forward to how Zhou Ling and Luo Shuang will react. But what made him unbelievable was that both Zhou Ling and Luo Shuang had no expression on their faces. "What qualifications do you have for me to give you face?" On the contrary, Zhou Ling had a cold attitude and didn't take him seriously at all. Zhao Li's eyes turned cold and he smiled, "You are the first one who dares to say this to me. Besides, can you afford this bag?" "That's right, if you don't have money, don't watch it. It's really embarrassing." The woman next to him also sneered in a sarcastic tone. "Tell me how much it is, and I'll give it to you." Zhao Li spoke to the little sister with a condescending attitude. His attitude made the salesgirl very uncomfortable. The atmosphere was totally different from the relaxed and cheerful one Zhou Ling had just had. But after all, she was a customer, so she couldn't argue. "This is the latest design, a global limited edition, and it only costs 1.2 million with a 10% discount," the little sister said. But when the price came out, Zhao Li was dumbfounded. 1,200,000? Such a shabby bag costs 1.2 million? Even if he is a young and promising boss, it is impossible for him to spend so much money on a bag. For a moment, he was stuck in a dilemma and felt extremely embarrassed. But his female companion didn't notice his predicament. Instead, her eyes lit up and she pulled him and shouted, "Honey, buy it. I love this bag so much." "Mr. Zhao." The shopping guide girl couldn't help but remind her. "Isn't it too expensive? What's there to buy?" Zhao Li's face turned pale, and he still made excuses for not having money. "It's fun to pretend even if you don't have money. Please help me pack it up." At this time, Zhou Ling, who had been silent, let out a light laugh. This laugh made Zhao Li feel humiliated and despised, and he immediately asked angrily, "Can you afford it?" Zhou Ling ignored his anger and roar and just handed the card to the little sister. Seeing this, Zhao Li became even more angry and disdainful. He didn't believe that Zhou Ling could come up with so much money. But the crisp and pleasant sound of payment turned him into a sculpture. Ding, payment successful. After buying this bag, Zhou Ling had no intention of stopping, and instead pointed to several other bags. "I want this one too, and that one, help me install them all." "Aha!" The little girl was surprised and happy, and was busy having fun. She had no complaints even though she was sweating profusely. Soon, he made the payment successfully. A total of more than 5 million. Zhao Li, who was waiting to see him make a fool of himself, was dumbfounded. More than 5 million, just give it away like that. No matter how rich you are, it's impossible to do that, right? Anyway, if it were him, he would never be able to be so calm. Compared with Zhou Ling, he was completely speechless. When I think about how I actually wanted to provoke him just now, I find it ridiculous and childish. It turns out that people never took him seriously from the beginning to the end. The key point, what makes him scared is, what kind of background does someone like Zhou Ling have who spends money like water? If you accidentally anger it, will there be terrible consequences? The more Zhao Li thought about it, the more scared he became, so he ran away when no one was paying attention. Even his female companion didn't know when he disappeared. The entire store was shocked by Zhou Ling's wealth. The expressions of those shopping guides hiding in the corners were extremely interesting. This is a rare big order, and they could have seized the opportunity. But because they looked down on others, the new little sister got the upper hand. Looking at the little girl's happy and excited smile, they regretted it so much that they even wanted to slap themselves in the face. It's an order worth millions, how much commission would that be? Thank you. If you have any problem, call me. No one can bully you. Holding the bag, Zhou Ling glanced at the shopping guides in the corner intentionally or unintentionally and said. This look made several shopping guides feel chilled to the bone. They were planning to use tricks to steal the younger sister's sales. But this sentence completely broke their minds. The little sister naturally understood the deep meaning and kept bowing to express her gratitude. This guy is so domineering. This is what it means to be truly handsome and rich. Back in the car, Luo Shuang kept refusing and did not dare to ask for these benefits. But Zhou Ling couldn't force it on her, so she had to accept it obediently. In fact, Zhou Ling's idea was very simple. In the future, the management of the group would require Luo Shuang's help. Compared to those, these bags are nothing. After a thorough raid, the two drove to a building. At this time, a queue had already formed in front of the building. The 2 rows of people were waiting respectfully, obviously waiting for some powerful figure. Passers-by couldn't help but stop and watch when they saw this scene. Look, isn't that a Marriott executive? He's often seen on TV. Isn't that the boss in charge of the project? Why is he here too? I have discovered that the people who can be here are the big bosses of Marriott Group. Who are they waiting for? Everyone was talking about it, the scene was so shocking. Moreover, they have been queuing for almost 2 hours. Who on earth is enough to make them willingly stand and wait for 2 hours? With this question, everyone wants to find out. Soon, the fiery red Pagani appeared with a roaring sound like a wild beast. The appearance of this car cheered everyone up and they all looked over. Staring at the car door, they knew that the real big shot should appear. Chapter 7. Are you forcing me to buy a company? Countless pairs of eyes are staring at this side. The car door opens slowly and automatically like the wings of a phoenix, so gorgeous and eye-catching. Shit, I just realized this is a Pagani wind god? Really? That's amazing. Which rich guy bought it? This is the first time I've seen it. The entire car is designed with a carbon fiber body, and the cost of maintaining it is as high as tens of thousands of yuan. It is not something that ordinary people can afford, not to mention its price. The passers-by kept exclaiming in amazement. It was the first time they had seen a luxury car of this level. This level is beyond their imagination. Luo Shuang, who has a pair of long legs, got out of the car, making all the male compatriots present jealous. Is this the owner of the car? She has a noble and cold temperament, a stunning appearance, a hot and tall figure, and is a one-of-a-kind goddess in herself. That would be fine, but he is actually the owner of a Pagani Huayra? No matter whether it is a boy or a girl, in front of her, they only feel deeply inferior. I even doubt that there is no one in this world who is worthy of such a beauty. But then, everyone saw that Luo Shuang got out of the car and quickly walked around the front to greet the man in the driver's seat. Her respectful look was definitely not fake. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. They couldn't understand why such a beautiful woman would lower her posture. Could it be that? They suddenly thought of a possibility, but even they didn't dare to believe their own guess. Boss, this is everyone in our group. Luo Shuang smiled. Zhou Ling was very satisfied. These executives were full of energy and confident regardless of their age. With talents like this, I believe Marriott Group will do well. However, those people who were watching from afar were completely shocked. Sure enough, they were all wrong. This man in ordinary clothes is the real boss. He is the owner of the car, and he is the one who made all the Marriott executives line up for 2 hours. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. This broke their expectations. Since the stunning beauty is not the owner of the car, who is this young man?
Can it create such a grand scene? Just as they were puzzled, they heard all the executives of Marriott Group shouting in unison, "Welcome, boss." The sound was not loud, but to everyone's ears, it was like a sledgehammer hitting their heart. Boss, boss? Many people's eyes froze, their faces changed, they were all frightened and trembling, looking at each other in horror. The whole place was unusually silent, as if everyone was stunned. After everyone was stunned for a moment, they were in an uproar. There were waves of gasps, and everyone's eyes widened in shock. The sound of gasps came one after another. This young man is actually the CEO of Marriott Group? But why have they never heard of it? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. By the time they realized what was happening and wanted to take pictures, the person had already walked into the building. In the Marriott building, all employees looked at Zhou Ling respectfully. They were also very surprised when they saw that the new boss was so young and handsome. Is this the handsome guy who acquired Marriott Group with a market value of tens of billions? How did he do it? In fact, young people in high positions are easily looked down upon. But he is mysterious and confident everywhere, making him unpredictable. This kind of person is the most unfathomable. As the new CEO, Zhou Ling inspected the group to understand the internal situation. Actually, it's almost the same. After all, he is just a small clerk. How can he have the ability to manage a large group? Just leave it to these people and be a hands-off manager. After it was over, he suddenly thought of one thing: resign. Now that he is a CEO with a net worth of tens of billions, why would he continue to be a clerk? Going back and going through the formal procedures can be considered as saying goodbye to the past. Zhou Ling smiled slightly and drove his sports car back to his original company. Before he even reached the floor where his company was located, he ran into his colleague. Zhou Ling? Where have you been? Why are you here just now? The manager's face is so dark. A man reminded anxiously. His name is Yi Chao. He is a veteran employee and has worked in the company for 5 years. With his abilities and qualifications, he can definitely be promoted to manager. Unfortunately, he is not good at scheming or using tricks, and is very honest, so he is still just a junior employee. I usually have a good relationship with Zhou Ling, so I'm worried about him. Don't worry, he can't make any waves. Zhou Ling patted his shoulder and went into the elevator with him. Yi Chao was very surprised. He felt that Zhou Ling was different today. But I can't tell exactly what the difference is. The elevator went up all the way to the 15th floor, room 1503. He walked into the company and saw his colleagues' eyes changed. Joking, mocking, gloating, and so on. Hey, you dare to come back? You were so late, I thought you had grown independent and would not go to work anymore. A woman in a short skirt holding a folder sneered in a sarcastic tone. Her name is Feng Ting. She is a well-known socialite in the company and is closest to the manager. There were rumors that she had some kind of improper relationship with her manager, but there was no concrete evidence. However, relying on the love of her manager, she was able to call the shots in the company and was very arrogant. I don't know if I'm strong enough, but you should know what the manager is like. Zhou Ling glanced at her and couldn't help laughing. Feng Ting was so angry that her face turned blue. She had never expected that the little clerk who usually accepted everything would dare to talk back today. I really don't understand why a loser like you is still staying in the company. No matter how much nonsense you talk, it can't change the fact that you are a loser. I'll call the manager now, just wait for death. Feng Ting warned viciously, then turned around and twisted her waist to find the manager. No one else in the company said anything, but everyone had an expression as if they were watching a show. Because they knew that Zhou Ling was dead. No one can save it. Yi Chao was anxious but could do nothing to help. After a while, the manager came over with a threatening look on his face. Feng Ting stood aside, acting intimidatingly and gritting her teeth. You are not good at work and you are always late and leave early. Does the company support you just to be a waste? People like you are the black sheep of the group, the scum. Scum. As soon as the manager came over, he pointed at Zhou Ling's nose and cursed. That's right, he just scolded me. Manager, this kind of rubbish should be fired to prevent it from bringing harm to the company. Feng Ting was fanning the flames from the side. Since she had the manager's support, she was not afraid of anyone. All members of the company looked at Zhou Ling. Yi Chao was also very anxious and wanted to say a few words to help, but he didn't know what to say. Zhou Ling, on the contrary, was very calm.
In his eyes, the man and woman were nothing more than clowns and were not worth mentioning. But they shouldn't mess with him. The manager didn't like him and Yi Chao from the beginning because they were both the type who didn't know how to flatter. In addition, Zhou Ling occasionally debated with his manager over work matters. This also made him a thorn in the manager's side. Originally, he wanted to part ways amicably and leave through formal procedures. But now, he changed his mind. There is no way out. There are always some people who force him to completely break off relations. When the manager saw that Zhou Ling didn't say anything, he thought he was afraid and felt even more proud. Even if you kneel down and apologize to me now, I will not forgive you. Unless you kowtow to me 10 times. The manager said with a smile, but his face was full of viciousness. Feng Ting put her hands on her hips, looking very proud, and couldn't wait to see Zhou Ling's servile appearance. Everyone in the company was shocked, and then began to chuckle. Only Yi Chao angrily retorted, "Don't go too far. It's good enough. Making people kneel down and kowtow to beg for mercy is clearly a humiliation. Who can bear this kind of anger? Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll fire you. Without this job, I don't think you'll even be able to sleep on the overpass." Feng Ting was very aggressive. She pointed at Yi Chao and cursed him, causing Yi Chao's face to turn red. She felt extremely proud and complacent. The manager was fearless and was just waiting to see Zhou Ling make a fool of himself. Many colleagues had already taken out their mobile phones, wanting to record the interesting scene so that they could enjoy it later. Zhou Ling, who was being watched by everyone, looked frighteningly calm. He looked at the two arrogant people and had already made up his mind. "I wanted to part ways amicably, but you guys insisted on forcing me. Well, let's get this over with." As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Luoshuan, by Chuanxing Technology. It's just a small company. It doesn't matter if you raise the price. It will take 10 minutes. For him now, acquiring this small company is really easy." After hanging up the phone, everyone looked at him with a changed expression. From the initial disdain, it turned into double the ridicule and sarcasm. "Ha, did I hear it right? He wants to acquire our company? I am dying of laughter. How can someone do such a stupid thing? Isn't this too fake? It's impossible for our company to acquire it without 10 million. Does he really think he has 10 million? Everyone in the company burst into laughter and thought it was the funniest joke of the year. An ordinary clerk is now threatening to acquire a company? Aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you if you tell them this? The manager also couldn't stop laughing. He thought this kid had some tricks up his sleeve, but it turned out he was just pretending? You're quite arrogant, but you're overestimating yourself. Ha ha ha. The manager expressed his disdain without reservation. Feng Ting also laughed so hard that her body shook, showing her big white teeth. All of a sudden, Zhou Ling became the laughingstock of the entire company. In everyone's eyes, he was so humble that he was reduced to dust. But no one saw that the company's head rushed out of the office in a hurry and ran towards Zhou Ling. Chapter 8 Top Villa. The person in charge was extremely panicked because 2 minutes ago he received a notice from the boss that the company had been acquired. The new owner is none other than the former employee of the company, Zhou Ling. After receiving this notice, he didn't even bother to eat lunch and rushed out. When the manager saw the person in charge, he wanted to say a few flattering words, but he was rudely pushed away by him. Amid everyone's astonished gaze, the person in charge bowed and nodded and came in front of Zhou Ling. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. From now on, the company belongs to you." The person in charge had a smiling face, like a dog wagging its tail to beg for mercy. There is none of the usual majestic dignity. This scene stunned everyone instantly. It's unbelievable. What's the meaning? The manager still maintained a stiff smile and continued to ask. Everyone has the same question in their mind. The person in charge turned around and yelled, "Are you blind? Mr. Zhou bought our company for 30 million a few minutes ago. From now on, this company belongs to Mr. Zhou." The person in charge was both angry and scared. If these idiots offended President Zhou, no one would be able to save them. His words were like an atomic bomb, making everyone's scalp tingle, their minds go blank, and their eyes become dull. New boss? Is it him? Acquired at a price of 30 million? The whole place was silent, and there was no more laughter from before. The manager's face turned pale instantly, his lips trembled, and his eyes moved rapidly from side to side, showing his panic. Since the person in charge said so,
could it be true? But, isn't this reversal too big? A small clerk who was looked down upon by everyone suddenly became a boss. Who dares to believe it? Under this huge stimulation, everyone's heart was shrouded in a haze. The louder you laughed just now, the more scared you are now. Now, who is dissatisfied?
Zhou Ling spoke softly, his eyes slightly narrowed, and his unprecedented domineering aura made everyone breathless. The manager was the first to react and immediately turned into a fawning lapdog.
Mr. Zhou, please forgive me, how about that?
The manager said this with a smile that was as cheap as it could be.
I wonder where that arrogant and domineering spirit just now is gone. You just said that I was a black sheep, a scum, a scum?
Zhou Ling looked at him and asked slowly. The manager only felt a terrible invisible aura pressing down on him, causing his legs to tremble, and he almost knelt down.
No, I'm just a bad mouth. I just said that. Please forgive me, Mr. Zhou.
The manager was terrified and felt like he was facing a wild beast that was about to devour him.
Zhou Ling ignored him and continued, you wanted me to kneel down and kowtow just now?
As soon as these words came out, the manager, who had been holding on for a long time, finally couldn't hold on any longer. His knees went weak and he fell to his knees with a plop, trembling.
I was wrong, I was really wrong. Can you please let me go? Please.
The manager begged for mercy loudly. Perhaps he did not expect that what he thought would happen to Zhou Ling would happen to him so soon.
How ironic.
But what he got in response was a size 42 shoe sole. Zhou Ling stepped on his face, looked down at him, and said coldly, I gave you a chance, but you still want to follow me?
Get out of my sight. By the way, I want to remind you that if I say this, you won't be able to survive in Yuacheng.
After saying that, he moved his foot away, leaving a clear shoe print on the manager's face. He didn't want to be a bad guy, but someone forced him to be a bad guy.
In that case, as you wish.
The manager was disheartened and regretted his decision to the core.
With his ability, he can only work in this half-dead small company. How can I survive after I get out?
Moreover, Zhou Ling's words were equivalent to cutting off his retreat. If he could predict the future, he would never say bad things to Zhou Ling. At least, he shouldn't have deliberately stepped on him just now.
Otherwise, how could it turn out like this? I'm done. I'm done.
The manager was distraught and sat on the ground talking to himself. Feng Ting was already frightened and at a loss as to what to do. Her biggest supporter was her manager.
Now that even her manager had fallen, what was she to count for? Moreover, no matter how skilled she is at handling things, how could she possibly deal with Zhou Ling now?
But she is smart. Hey, Mr. Zhou, I knew you were a man who could accomplish great things.
In fact, I was just deliberately stimulating your potential. How about I help you relax tonight?
As she spoke, she fell seductively into Zhou Ling's arms. But she was slapped and flew away.
Get out of the way, you bastard. Don't make me dirty.
Zhou Ling didn't even look at her.
This kind of woman is so disgusting that he wouldn't even want her as a gift.
Besides, after seeing a top goddess like Luo Xuan, how could such a piece of trash be worthy of his attention? The two men were fired on the spot, which made everyone in the company nervous, fearing that they would be in trouble too. Some smart people have already figured out what to do.
Mr. Zhou, are your shoulders sore? Can I give them a massage for you? Mr. Zhou, can I peel an apple for you? I'm an expert at peeling apples. Mr. Zhou.
One by one, they began to show their courtesy and worked harder than anyone else. Some female colleagues who usually pretend to be goddesses now wish they could pull their collars up to their stomachs and get close to Zhou Ling. There were also some more honest ones who just stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Zhou Ling pushed away these people who were trying to please him and said indifferently, all of you, get out of here. Then he fired most of them. These are all flatterers, or people who just want to eat and wait for death, and they are also the ones who were waiting to watch the show just now.
His company doesn't need such a black sheep. The rest are relatively honest and capable.
It's just that he doesn't show off on normal days, and the limelight was stolen by those people who were just trying to attract attention.
You, if you are willing to work with me, stay. If you are not willing, you can leave with triple your salary.
After driving away that bunch of trash, Zhou Ling said to the remaining elites.
There were less than 10 people left. They looked at each other, and then their eyes lit up. I stayed. Me too.
They knew that Zhou Ling was a hardworking and pragmatic person. The fact that he took drastic measures to clean up the bad apples as soon as he took office was enough to show his determination. Everyone understands that if you follow this kind of leader, there will definitely be opportunities to show your talents. Of course, I wouldn't be stupid enough to covet the triple salary. Zhou Ling nodded with satisfaction. The garbage had been cleaned up and those who remained were all capable. Then he said to Yi Chao, "Brother Chao, you have the most experience and understand the company's business best, so please help me manage it." In one sentence, he was pushed to the highest position. Ah! Faced with the sudden promotion, Yi Chao was dumbfounded. In fact, he has not yet recovered from the fact that Zhou Ling is a multi-millionaire and the company has changed hands. Now, he was actually the person in charge again, which simply made him confused. However, he quickly recovered and said seriously and firmly, "Okay, I will definitely live up to your trust." Zhou Ling smiled and nodded. Yi Chao is capable, but he has been buried. Now that his mentor has appeared, I believe Yi Chao will soon shine. As for the original person in charge, he was demoted to manager. He also set a rule that in the future, only capable, studious and down-to-earth people must be recruited. Those messy garbage must be kept outside the door. The company, which was once in a state of chaos, has been completely transformed. After dealing with the company's affairs, Zhou Ling felt a lot more relaxed. It seems that it would be more appropriate for me to be a hands-off manager. He couldn't help but laugh at himself, thinking that managing a company was really boring and it would be more practical to spend money. That's right. He suddenly thought of his parents back home. His hometown is in a small town. Most people there still make a living by farming, and his family is no exception. However, the economy has improved a little in recent years, and he can also send some money back home, so the two old people stopped farming. He became rich overnight, and naturally the people he missed the most were his parents. Without thinking twice, he directly transferred 500,000 yuan to his home. He originally wanted to bet 1 million, but the amount was too large and he was afraid of scaring his family, so he took it step by step. We'll have a complete showdown later. After doing all this, he prepared to buy an apartment, so he called Luo Shuang and asked her for some help. Unexpectedly, Luo Shuang laughed and said that Marriott Group is in the real estate business, so why does it need to buy houses? Boss, I'll take you to the Fulan community tonight. There's a brand new fully decorated villa there. Luo Shuang said. Fulan community? Zhou Ling was slightly surprised. This is one of the top villa areas in Yuecheng. Ordinary people simply can't afford the villas there. But now, I can get a villa easily. In the evening, he drove a fiery red Pagani, picked up Luo Shuang and came to Fulan community. The security guard didn't even ask any questions. After seeing the Pagani worth over 50 million, he was filled with awe. He simply opened the door and watched them go in. Go all the way inside and arrive in front of a villa. TSK, that's interesting. Looking at the luxurious villa, Zhou Ling was extremely satisfied. Here, covering an area of 2,000 square meters, the buildings are mainly European style. In front is a private courtyard. After entering, there is a small path on the side leading to the backyard. In the backyard, there is an extra large outdoor swimming pool with sparkling water. It was a 2-story building, very spacious, big enough for him. In addition, there is an independent garage next to it that can accommodate several cars. There are also a lot of smart technologies installed in the villa, giving it a very futuristic and sci-fi feel. Boss, do you want to hire some maids? Luo Shuang suggested. Many of the big guys she knew liked to hire a lot of servants to serve them. Zhou Ling shook his head. No need, I don't need someone to watch over me at home. Hearing this, Luo Shuang was a little surprised. It was the first time she heard such a statement. Chapter 9, Come and Play, Handsome Boy. Which of those high-ranking bosses doesn't enjoy the feeling of being served? They always feel satisfied when they see others being ordered around by them. But Zhou Ling rejected her proposal. After seeing Luo Shuang off, Zhou Ling walked into the spacious bathroom and took a hot bath in the bathtub, which was as big as a small swimming pool. I haven't called home in a long time. I don't know how my parents are doing, and Zhou Linger is doing. Thinking of Linger, Zhou Ling couldn't help but smile dotingly. Zhou Linger was not his biological sister. She was picked up by his parents from the ridge of a field when he was very young. It is said that at that time, Linger was icy cold all over and many people said she would not survive. But his parents raised her up. However, due to malnutrition, Linger is very small and looks about 3 or 4 years younger than her peers. Just as he was thinking about it, before he even dialed the number, his family called him.
Xiaoling, what's wrong with you?
You suddenly transferred 500,000 yuan to me.
Where did you get the money?
His father's voice was trembling and he seemed a little scared.
500,000.
This is not a small amount. If Zhou Ling hadn't done anything illegal, he really couldn't imagine how he could come up with so much money.
Don't worry, Dad. I'm lucky. I won 600,000 yuan in the lottery.
I kept 100,000 yuan for myself.
It's all real money,
Zhou Ling explained with a smile. He knew his family would definitely be worried, so he had already thought of a reason. Start by slowly letting your parents accept large sums of money, then tell them everything. After his explanation, his parents were finally relieved, but they still reminded him to be down to earth and work hard.
Mom and Dad, with me here, we won't have to live a hard life anymore. Our family's life will be very different from now on.
Zhou Ling sat up straight in the bathtub and said seriously. To him, luxury cars and villas are all fake, only making his family live a better life is real.
By the way, where's Linger? Is she still playing games? Zhou Ling asked.
As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the noise of a cell phone being snatched, followed by Linger's lovely voice.
I'm not playing games. I'm studying today, okay? Linger acted coquettishly and was angry.
Although the video was not on, Zhou Ling could already imagine her childish tantrum at the moment.
But Zhou Ling mercilessly exposed her. I just opened the game and saw you online, who are you kidding? This. I'm not playing games. I'm organizing a late-night group sex with my friends. Do you understand?
Linger was a little panicked, but she was sharp-tongued and always managed to pull the other side. This not only exercises my organizational and reaction abilities, but also my language expression and agility of thinking. The more she spoke, the more serious she sounded, which made Zhou Ling feel a headache.
All right, I know you're good, little brat.
Zhou Ling interrupted her helplessly. After chatting for a while, he hung up the phone reluctantly. Early the next morning, he changed into the sportswear he bought yesterday and went out for a run. He has always maintained the habit of exercising, and now that he is a hands-off boss, he has more time to do so. Even with the system now added, he still feels that health is the most important thing.
Check-in location, Yuacheng University Gymnasium.
Check-in reward, triple physical fitness. As soon as he walked out of the door, a system prompt sounded in his head.
Check-in?
Zhou Ling was a little surprised. He had always thought that the system only allowed signing in, and that it had to be done every 5 days.
I didn't expect that I could even check in?
He figured out that in addition to the fixed check-in every 5 days, there is also a random check-in.
You can also get rewards by checking in.
However, the check-ins are random, and he doesn't know when and where he will check in this time.
3 times the physical fitness? That's pretty impressive.
This reward made him excited. Simply put, the average man can punch with a force of 50 kilograms. With 3 times the physical fitness, you can hit 3 times as hard, reaching 150 kilograms. This data has reached the level of an excellent boxer. Moreover, triple physical fitness increases not only strength, but also speed, jumping, agility and so on. It can be said to be an improvement in all aspects.
Without thinking, he quickly ran towards Yuacheng University.
Yuacheng University is one of the best universities in Yuacheng and is ranked among the best in the country. The stadium here is very large, with complete equipment and venues.
Because it was 10 o'clock in the morning, many college students were taking a walk and training.
Beep successfully checked in, get triple physical fitness. As soon as he stepped through the door, the system informed him that the reward had been distributed. It was at this moment that he felt changes in his body.
Bones, muscles, and skin are all strengthened.
The abdominal muscles that originally had only a few lines have now become 8 distinct blocks, just like neat chocolate bars. My whole body is full of strength. He had been running here, out of breath, but now he is fine.
How amazing!
Zhou Ling was very surprised. Although he doesn't look strong on the surface, his muscles are very clear and his body is full of explosive power. Excited, he started trying to run without thinking. At the beginning, his speed was average. But it ran faster and faster, like a swift cheetah, and attracted the attention of many college students. Especially some girls, after seeing how handsome Zhou Ling was, they stared at him closely. After running 2 laps, Zhou Ling was not even out of breath and felt extremely relaxed.
This level is far from his limit.
As soon as he stopped, the girls who had been paying attention to him had a chance to see his figure and appearance clearly. Zhou Ling was dressed in sportswear, looking relaxed and cool, and with his tall stature, he stood out from the crowd. Coupled with his very different temperament, the confidence and ease in controlling the entire situation further highlights his extraordinary excellence. Just one more look would make these female college students blush, their hearts beat faster and they feel shy.
Look, that boy is so handsome, do you want to go up and chat with him? Oh my god, how can someone be so handsome?
Many of these female college students are still very innocent. They really want to approach and chat with others, but they are too timid and only dare to discuss in a low voice from a distance. Gradually, almost all the girls were staring at Zhou Ling. They were all wearing sports shorts that were short to their thighs, revealing their slender, white legs, and they involuntarily moved closer.
Brother, do you know what the circle of friends you liked is? It's donuts. Can we add each other on WeChat?
A girl wearing sports shorts and with long, fair legs mustered up the courage to run up to him, and after saying that, she ran away with a red face.
Zhou Ling? Didn't you say you wanted to add me on WeChat? Why did you just run away?
With the first girl setting an example, all the girls couldn't help themselves and rushed over.
Little brother, you must be very good at positioning yourself in games, right? Otherwise, how could you easily walk into my heart? You know what I'm lacking? I'm lacking you. Brother, I caught a cold because I have no resistance to you at all.
There were so many girls and boys that Zhou Ling was confused.
He just came to punch in, what's the purpose?
However, being surrounded by so many college girls, all wearing short shorts, this beautiful sight.
He. Life is so hard. Do you really have to suffer this kind of suffering if you are handsome?
The commotion here made the athletes who were training nearby extremely unhappy. Many girls were originally looking at them, but in the end, all the limelight was stolen by this boy. Zhou Ling instantly attracted the hatred of all the sports students. After they exchanged glances, they both decided to make trouble for Zhou Ling. They want to let this kid know whose territory this is.
Hey, where are you from? Don't you know this is our territory?
A tall and mighty athlete shouted a warning in a menacing manner, and a dozen or so athletes followed behind him.
Obviously, he has bad intentions.
Yulu, this is the school's grounds, not yours.
Anyone is qualified to come and train here. A sweet and lovely girl angrily refuted on Zhou Ling's behalf.
The other girls also came to Zhou Ling's rescue, thinking that this group of people were being too unreasonable.
What is their territory? These athletes never expected that the girls who usually admired them so much would suddenly contradict them for a stranger?
This made them so angry that their faces turned black. Stop talking nonsense, if you have the guts, come and compete with me, if you don't, get out of here like a dog.
Yulu shouted angrily. That's right.
If you don't have the ability, don't stay here, get out.
Get out.
This group of people were provocative and clamoring crazily. If this guy is a coward, I definitely won't dare to keep him.
If this kid accepts the challenge, he will be in big trouble today.
All the girls felt sorry for Zhou Lingming. These athletes trained every day, had amazing physical fitness, and each had their own specialties.
Aren't they going too far by doing this? The handsome boy will definitely suffer.
Humph, you don't even dare to accept this little challenge, you are useless.
What kind of man are you if you can only hide behind a woman? Seeing that Zhou Ling didn't say anything, they became more arrogant. Little brother, ignore them, we'll protect you.
That's right, they're just a bunch of brainless gorillas.
What else can they do except show off their IQ? Before Zhou Ling could say anything, the girls with long legs had already helped to fight back.
The sports students were furious and felt jealous and resentful of Zhou Ling's treatment.
But they have no solution.
Just when they were at their wits' end, a faint voice suddenly suppressed everyone else's voice.
You can tell me what you're competing for.
I can crush you guys to your heart's content.
Chapter 10, I'll give you 2,000 meters, brother. As soon as he finished speaking, the innocent and lovely female college students expressed their opposition and tried to persuade him to take it back.
The other party is clearly trying to provoke you, so don't be fooled.
The tall and strong athletes didn't expect that Zhou Ling would actually agree.
After a brief pause, everyone burst into laughter. I thought to myself that this kid really couldn't stand the provocation and fell into the trap after just a few words.
How could he be a powerful guy?
However, Zhou Ling's calm and confident tone also angered them.
What an arrogant tone. Who do you think you are? You want to crush us? How ignorant do you have to be to say something like that? Don't blame us if you get beaten up and cry. Now that you've agreed, don't even think about deserting. Otherwise, the consequences will be even worse.
They all started shouting, not giving Zhou Ling any chance to regret.
However, they didn't know that it was not Zhou Ling who should regret, but them.
He had just tripled his physical fitness and was just about to give it a try. As a result, these young fools insisted on walking into the trap, so don't blame him for treating them as whetstones.
A 5,000-meter race, would you mind giving it a try?
Yulu challenged defiantly. Although you are no match for me, I will still give you the opportunity to feel despair. Zhou Ling shrugged and responded nonchalantly. This attitude made Yulu so angry that he gritted his teeth and made up his mind to make this boy completely humiliate himself. Soon, the runway was cleared. Such a large formation naturally attracted more people's attention. More and more people gathered to watch the fun, causing the stadium to be crowded.
Many confused people were looking around and asking questions. Dude, what's going on? Is this going to be a group sex?
A man with glasses asked the long-haired man next to him.
I'm not sure,
but it seems like there's a young man who's boasting that he wants to beat Yulu in long-distance running. The long-haired man touched his greasy hair, put his fingers in front of him and smelled them, and said,
"Is this true? Everyone in our school knows that Yulu is the 5,000-meter long-distance running champion of the National College Students' Games. Isn't challenging him courting death?"
The man with glasses was so shocked that his black-framed glasses almost slipped off his nose.
He just wants to die. What can we do? Just watch.
The long-haired man shrugged and said gloatingly,
99% of people think like them.
When they learned that someone was challenging Yulu to run the 5,000-meter race, they all showed disdain and even laughed at him on the spot. Who in the entire Yuecheng University doesn't know that he is the king of long-distance running?
Dare to challenge him?
What a stubborn guy. So, they all stretched their necks to see how Yulu played with each other. The girls who supported Zhou Ling were very anxious, but helpless.
This handsome boy is very charming, but when it comes to sports, how can he be a match for Yulu? His defeat was already doomed.
When he arrived at the track, Yulu began to warm up very professionally and then got into the starting position.
In contrast, Zhou Ling stood there stupidly and motionless, like a piece of wood, which instantly attracted countless laughs. Ha ha, do you understand anything? You can't even figure out the starting position?
I said he was just here to tease me. Don't worry, wait until he loses and then we'll spray him to death. Everyone burst into laughter, treating Zhou Ling like a monkey. Soon, the referee gave the order and the game began. As expected, Yulu rushed out in a very professional manner.
Long-distance running requires endurance and strategy.
Generally speaking, try to occupy a favorable position at the beginning and slowly overtake the person in front of you along the way. In the last 300 meters or so, he adjusted his breathing, accelerated his sprint, and won the championship in one fell swoop. This is also Yulu's strategy, and it has worked every time. But after he ran a circle, he found that Zhou Ling was still there, motionless.
What are you doing? Are you just surrendering because you're afraid of losing?
Yulu said loudly.
Isn't this too unfair?
Zhou Ling just glanced at him nonchalantly and said, I'll let you run 5 laps, run faster. This one sentence shocked the whole audience.
5 laps first?
1 lap of the playground track is 400 meters, and 5,000 meters is 12.5 laps.
Giving up 5 laps first means giving up 2,000 meters first? This left everyone dumbfounded. Zhou Ling's arrogance was beyond everyone's expectations.
They had never seen this kind of competition before.
Does he want to win the 2,000-meter race first? But how is this possible? In professional competitions, losing 1 second can be fatal, let alone giving up 2,000 meters?
Moreover, his attitude of underestimating the enemy angered all the college students.
That's crazy. Doesn't he know how to write the word death? I see. He knows he can't win, so he uses this trick to save face.
That being said, it's still too infuriating. I'm the first one who can't stand my violent temper. Everyone started to denounce Zhou Ling, as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. He was the first person who dared to be so arrogant in front of so many Yuecheng University students. If the timing wasn't wrong, I'm afraid someone would have been unable to resist taking action. However, the female college students next to Zhou Ling were completely fascinated by his confident and domineering attitude. He is indeed a handsome brother. Not only is he handsome, but he is also so domineering.
It's a pity that there is only one such outstanding person. How can he be shared by so many girls? Oh, what a distress. Yuli's face was almost as black as rice crust. After all, he was the Universiade champion. With the halo around him, everyone would be scared when they saw him. It would be fine if this kid didn't give me face, but he also looked down on me. Isn't this intentional humiliation? Okay, I'll let you know what strength is. Yulu gritted his teeth, gathered all his strength and ran wildly, showing the qualities of a professional athlete. Soon, he ran 4 laps. But Zhou Ling remained indifferent and had no intention of moving. This puzzled everyone. Why weren't they preparing it this time? Were they really planning to surrender? When Yula passed him, he slowed down a little and sneered, "Why don't you run? Are you scared?" Hearing his provocation, Zhou Ling also smiled and asked him with concern, "How are you? Do you want to rest for a while? I can wait for you." Boom! As soon as these words came out, the whole audience went wild. Does this kid have to be so crazy? At this time, he still said to wait for Yulu to rest first? Does he know Yuli's strength? Or is he just here to tease? Fuck, are you trying to humiliate me on purpose? You know you're going to lose, but you still want to take advantage of me verbally. How shameless. This guy has something, but what good does it do to irritate us on purpose? What else could it be? He is just trying to save his last bit of dignity by this method. I have seen this kind of trick many times. Everyone started arguing at once, and everyone felt that they had seen through Zhou Ling's plan. After being teased like that by him, Yula still didn't feel happy enough even if he won. After hearing the discussion among the people around them, the girl suddenly realized what was going on and immediately became happy. It turns out that the male god is playing tricks. Although he is bound to lose, the other party will not be happy even if he wins. In this case, what does it matter if you lose or win? As expected of a male god, he had thought of a perfect way to escape from the very beginning. A pair of beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration, and his figure was all in the depths of their eyes. Bullshit, just surrender now and don't waste my time. Yula wanted to tear this kid to pieces with his bare hands. Not only did he not have the strength, but he was also so sharp-tongued. It was really annoying. Hearing this, Zhou Ling stretched and laughed, then next, feel the despair. As he spoke, he suddenly pushed hard with his right foot, and the whole person shot out like an arrow. He was moving so fast that it was difficult to see his movements clearly. I could only barely see a black shadow flash by. In just this short period of time, he had already run 2 laps. Soon, he surpassed Yulu. How is that possible? How can he be so fast? This man is so fast, how long has it been? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be fake, right? All the students were completely dumbfounded. They had seen powerful people, but they had never seen anyone as powerful as this. Originally Yulu was leading by 2,000 meters, but now he not only caught up but also surpassed. How can people believe in such a miracle? At this moment, everyone's mind suddenly became clear. It turned out that he was serious and really wanted to give way to the 2,000 meters first, rather than just humiliating them. He has the ability to do so. He was like a flash of lightning, seemingly tireless and flashing by in an instant. It seemed that there was no need for strategy with him, just be reckless. As for Yulu, he had finished the 10th lap and was heading towards the 11th lap. However, a gust of wind blew past him, and he realized that man had run his last lap. Yulu gritted his teeth and dragged his heavy feet forward, but in the face of the huge pressure from Zhou Ling, he was desperate. He finally understood that Zhou Ling's first sentence was not a joke. If he didn't give himself the first 2,000 meters, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to run the 10th lap. Facing Zhou Ling is like facing an insurmountable peak. He could only eat dust and feel despair behind him. In fact, he didn't know that Zhou Ling was only using 80% of his strength. In his heart, he never took Yulu seriously. He just wanted to test how strong he was. Looking at the last 400 meters, Zhou Ling's eyes were serious and his legs were full of strength, which increased his speed again. This is the real strength. Chapter 11, The Fierce Senior. In this last section of distance, his speed was like a rocket, so fast that it was unbelievable. Everyone only saw a black shadow flash by. Such a speed made everyone rub their eyes, they couldn't believe it. After crossing the finish line, Zhou Ling stopped slowly and calmly, reminding the dazed referee with his breath. Don't be in a daze, your mother is calling you to go home for dinner.
At this time, the referee came to his senses, puffed up his lips, and blew the whistle loudly. Beep. With a sharp whistle breaking through the sky, the game finally ended. Yulu, who had not yet finished running, fell down in despair, his eyes dull, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. As a Universiade champion, he has absolute confidence and pride. But today, all his confidence and halo were shattered by an unknown kid. It was also this race that made him completely give up long-distance running. Because once you stand on the runway, you will have psychological trauma, which will cause shortness of breath and weak legs. At this moment, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. In everyone's opinion, this game was clearly a crushing victory. That kid is definitely no match for Yulu. When Zhou Ling said he wanted Yulu to run 2,000 meters, they were all furious and thought he was too arrogant. I wanted to beat him up. But when the whistle sounded, they suddenly realized that this person was so strong. The key point is that after running these 5,000 meters, he still didn't breathe heavily. What kind of physical fitness is this? Is he still human? Is this a god? Did God deliberately arrange this to tease us? Invincible, he is really invincible. Those who had just clamored to beat Zhou Ling up had to submit now. The man with glasses and the man with long hair, who had not been optimistic about Zhou Ling at all, were completely dumbfounded. With his ability, he can easily win the world championship, so why would he come here to bully others? The man with glasses muttered to himself with an unpleasant expression, while taking off his glasses and trying to wipe the lenses. However, his constantly shaking hands caused him to lose control of the strength and he broke his glasses. The long-haired man clutched his hair tightly, muttering to himself like he was crazy, "It must be fake, right? How can there be such a person in the world?" As he said this, he pulled hard and accidentally pulled his hair off, revealing a big bald head. This turned out to be a wig? I have to say, this game shocked everyone. The cute girls who support Zhou Ling are full of admiration and completely treat him as a male god. How could I have been so blind to worship those gorillas? Compared to the male god, what are they? I can only blame God for not letting us meet earlier, otherwise you would be mine. Their eyes were sparkling and their faces were flushed. They surrounded Zhou Ling with great concern. Some of them even jumped up and down to buy sports drinks, secretly took a sip themselves, and then handed it to him with a blushing face. You guys should at least control it. Everywhere he looked, he saw long legs, thin arms, and little white rabbits, which almost made him dizzy. He didn't know how many bottles of drinks he drank, but each sip had a different flavor. Zhou Ling sighed helplessly, regretting that he was so handsome and in good health. It's so hard for me. But he didn't know that this kind of treatment made all the boys furious. Jealous, so jealous. But girls from your own school are chasing after outsiders? What is this? The point is, even though it was such an enjoyable scene, the guy looked very uncomfortable. Was he trying to piss people off to death? They dream of being surrounded by so many cute girls. After some comforting, Zhou Ling was able to breathe a sigh of relief. He came to the unconvinced athletes and said indifferently, "Are you convinced?" All the athletes were so angry that their faces turned red, they clenched their fists tightly, and were extremely dissatisfied in their hearts. Are you asking this to my face intentionally to humiliate me? However, the incredible speed Zhou Ling displayed just now made them dare not speak. For a moment, everyone was holding back their anger, but unable to release it. Seeing them shut up, Zhou Ling chuckled and shook his head. I thought they were all very good fighters, but they are just like this. One sentence made everyone feel ashamed. On weekdays, they act domineeringly and often look down on thin boys by relying on their strong bodies. And today, they received the same treatment. They all became depressed and had no temper at all. Throughout the venue, Zhou Ling was domineering, like an emperor, looking down on everyone. This aura made the girls around him obsessed. They have seen domineering and arrogant people, but compared with this little brother, those people are simply pretentious and hypocritical. Only this little brother is outstanding from the inside out. Seeing that no one said anything, Zhou Ling was too lazy to play with them. It's getting late, time to go back for lunch. However, just as he was about to leave, a cold girl's voice stopped him. Stop, you are the one bullying people here, right? A girl at least 1.7 meters tall with short hair appeared from nowhere. She has delicate features and a pair of handsome sword-like eyebrows like a man, which not only makes her look extraordinary, but also has a masculine heroic spirit. The girl was wearing white sweatpants that were so short that they almost reached her thighs, and a fitted short-sleeve top. At this moment, she was looking at Zhou Ling coldly, full of hostility. What's up?
Zhou Ling glanced at her and asked indifferently. His eyes inadvertently swept over her slender white legs and the breasts that supported her t-shirt. I'm protecting this place. How dare you cause trouble here? Have you asked me? The girl refused to give in and even took a few steps closer. Her appearance made everyone present excited. Some people even cheered. It's Senior Mingxi. Why is she here too? If she doesn't come, our school will lose face. Let's see how she tortures this kid. The boys were all very surprised. The girl's name was Lu Mingxi. Don't look at her as a girl, she practices the powerful Bajiquan and is extremely ferocious when she fights. In the national competition, she stood out and easily won the championship. Some people even said that she didn't use her full strength at all. In school, many bad boys have been taught a lesson by her. Therefore, she is also famous. Now, when she found Zhou Ling, everyone understood that today's matter would never be easily resolved. However, she had a pretty face, and although her eyes were fierce, her words sounded rather fierce to Zhou Ling. He raised his eyebrows and deliberately joked fiercely, "If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will kick your milk bottle over?" Lu Mingxi was stunned. No man had ever dared to talk to her like that. This guy is the first one. So infuriating. The people from Yuan University almost knelt down after hearing this. In their 4 years of college, they had never seen anyone dare to provoke Lu Mingxi like this. Even if there were, they were beaten down. Isn't this boy clearly making fun of Senior Mingxi for still being a little girl drinking milk? Too arrogant. Senior Mingxi, you must make him realize his mistake and make him regret it. Send him back home with one punch, and I'll call an ambulance. This guy has never seen the world. Let's see how Senior Sister Mingxi teaches him a lesson. Everyone shouted angrily, and couldn't wait to see Zhou Ling being beaten. The athletes also seemed to see hope and were no longer depressed. Do you dare to accept my challenge? I can give you 3 moves. Lu Mingxi was very upset with Zhou Ling and really wanted to beat him up. Such an arrogant boy actually trampled Yuan University under his feet and dared to look down on her? You really don't know how to live or die. Everyone knows that she is very good at Bajiquan, but no one knows that she never reveals her true strength in front of outsiders. Even when participating in the national competition, he only used 70% of his strength. Once she uses her full strength, several adult men will have to kneel down. And today, she wants this arrogant boy to kneel before her and obey her. I don't think it's appropriate. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Ling shook his head and rejected the proposal. Everyone thought he refused because he was afraid, and they all started to mock him, saying that he was afraid of even a girl. Some people even scolded him for not being a man and having no backbone at all. Listening to the endless scolding, Zhou Ling rubbed his temples and reminded helplessly, "What I mean is, I don't need her to let me make 3 moves, I should let her make 10 moves. He felt that no matter what, he was still a man. Still need women to give way? If I tell others about it, I'll probably be laughed at, right? Good. You have the courage. Then let's see what happens." A layer of coldness quickly covered Lu Mingxi's pretty face. This boy dared to ignore her? Then wait for the price to be paid. Soon, the two of them stood facing each other. In Lu Mingxi's opinion, this kid was lax and full of flaws, making him completely vulnerable. After observing for a moment, she suddenly showed great explosive power and rushed towards Zhou Ling. Such strength surprised everyone. Zhou Ling smiled and said, "You're just in time." When Lu Mingxi got close to his body, he did not retreat but moved forward. His hand shot out like lightning and tightly grasped her wrists. The white and slender wrist looks like it was made of jade, soft, smooth and delicate. The two of them pressed their bodies together, feeling each other's body temperature. Zhou Ling sniffed the fragrance of her delicate body and commented softly, "Rejoice orchid fragrance?" Chapter 12, The Lonely and Arrogant Girl. You dare! Such a frivolous action made Lu Mingxi feel ashamed and angry. This boy actually took the opportunity to tease her? This is the first time a man is so bold. The boys at Yuan University were also furious and started shouting at Lu Mingxi to beat Zhou Ling up. Even though they are all afraid of Lu Mingxi, she has outstanding looks and a great figure, and in fact countless people have a crush on her. I dare you to do more. Zhou Ling smiled and pulled hard with both hands, shortening the distance between them again. The two of them were in ambiguous postures, and if you didn't know better you would think they were just a young couple playing around. Asshole! I'm going to break your neck. Lu Mingxi's face flushed red, and she didn't know whether she was angry or embarrassed.
She struggled hard to break free, but Zhou Ling's hands were like two iron pliers, locking her wrists tightly. Such great force made her both shocked and angry. You know, in terms of strength, she is no worse than boys, and may even be stronger.
But now he was locked up tightly and couldn't struggle. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation.
Little sister, your punches and kicks are good, but you have a bad temper.
I'll teach you a lesson, remember it.
Zhou Ling laughed playfully, then used both hands to bend her body down.
What?
Before she knew what was happening, he had clamped her upper body around her waist with his arms.
This scene shocked everyone in the audience.
Everyone's eyes widened in shock, and the whole place was silent, as if they were frightened silly. Some people even trembled slightly, their faces full of disbelief, as if they had seen something extremely shocking.
He dares to hit senior sister Mingxi? And, do you want to hit there? After coming to their senses, the people who were stunned just now went completely crazy.
That's senior sister Mingxi, a sacred and inviolable woman. There are countless talented people in Yuacheng University, but no man is qualified to touch her.
To everyone, she is definitely the goddess of violence. But now, she was being pinned down and beaten?
Such a shocking scene was like a pair of huge invisible feet, trampling everyone to the ground.
But to be honest, besides being angry, I am actually a little envious.
Yu Lu and the others were even more crazy. Lu Mingxi, who was regarded as a goddess by them, is now like a kitten in the hands of another man.
Pa.
The sound of the slaps seemed to make them vomit blood.
I'm going to kill you. Let me go.
Lu Mingxi's eyes were almost red with anger. This was the first time she had been violated like this since she was a child.
What if I let you go?
Having fought enough, Zhou Ling pushed her away and quickly disappeared into the crowd. Lu Mingxi had no way to take revenge, so he had to run away in shame.
Her reputation in this life is ruined. Damn bastard, hum.
As soon as Zhou Ling left, many girls became anxious and looked for him everywhere. But he seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and could not be found anywhere, so I could only sigh and give up. Such a handsome guy, but I haven't had time to ask for his WeChat yet.
Next time we meet, I must stop him and force him to be my girlfriend.
After leaving the stadium, Zhou Ling quietly enjoyed milk tea in a coffee shop. Several girls at the opposite table and the next table were secretly observing him, laughing shyly from time to time. It looked like he wanted to come over and chat with me, but he wasn't bold enough. Even the girl at the counter kept stealing glances at him, causing milk tea to go all over her hands. Zhou Ling smiled helplessly. He was a little handsome, but there was no need to be like this. While he was enjoying his milk tea time, the campus forum of Yuacheng University had exploded. Someone posted a message saying that Yu Lu and his team were challenged, and that person even threatened to let Yu Lu run 2,000 meters. The hundreds of comments below were all full of ridicule, contempt, and disdain.
Everyone thinks that the person who comes to challenge is a fool. Challenging Yu Lu and giving him 2,000 meters, isn't that courting death? But soon, a dozen posts were published almost simultaneously. The title is also that Yu Lu was defeated, and lost miserably. After these posts appeared, the whole school went wild. Countless people posted comments, saying that it was impossible and mocking the poster for spreading rumors. Some even threatened to find the poster and beat him up. In just 10 minutes, the total number of replies to these posts exceeded 10,000. However, just as the entire forum was refuting, more pictures from the scene came out. The most eye-catching thing was undoubtedly Yu Lu's despair as he sat on the ground. Many students at the scene began to post comments, saying with certainty that Yu Lu had really failed miserably. At this point, everyone began to feel shocked. Yu Lu defeated? They asked you to run 2,000 meters, and you, the champion, lost? Who on earth is this other party to be so invincible? If you really have this kind of ability, it should be easy to win the world championship, right? Monster! This kind of person is definitely a monster. Who is he? How could he have such a terrifying physique? Is he still human? This game set off the entire campus forum. Because there are many pictures of Zhou Ling, many girls are attracted to him and want to know his identity. Just when everyone was shocked and filled with indignation, an even more explosive piece of news blew everyone's mind blank. That was a video. In the video, Lu Mingxi was wearing hip-length sports shorts, and her slender body was held down by someone with one hand. The two snow-white, straight legs were also struggling.
But he still couldn't stop the big hand, which hit Lu Mingxi hard again and again. Goddess. My goddess was beaten? I'm going to cut this kid into pieces. If you can't do it, just eat shit live on air, with chopsticks. Count me in, I'll add an extra pound. With senior sister Mingxi's Bajiquan, she is completely powerless to fight back? Who is he? All kinds of voices were heard, including anger, curiosity, shock, and envy. In short, the number of posts on the entire campus forum has reached an all-time high. Many people even clamored to kill Zhou Ling and rid the people of this evil. Zhou Ling, the instigator, never thought that just by coming to check in, he could cause unrest. He leisurely chewed the soft and glutinous brown sugar pearls and communicated with Luo Shuang about some company matters. He felt very relieved with Luo Shuang around. At this time, his cell phone rang and the caller ID showed Aunt Fong. Seeing this name, Zhou Ling's eyes softened. Aunt Fong and his mother are close friends and both come from small towns. But Aunt Fong had more means and ideas, and she came to the city to do some small business in her early years. Now, I have my own small company. In terms of financial situation, their family is not as well off as Aunt Fong's. During his college years, Aunt Fong often took care of him and secretly gave him a lot of pocket money. So, he was grateful to Aunt Fong from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Ling, are you free at noon? Come to my house for dinner? I bought a big lobster. Aunt Fong's gentle voice came from the phone, which made people's mouth curl up involuntarily. Yes. Of course, as long as Aunt Fong asks, there will definitely be one. Zhou Ling smiled. Where are you? At the company? I'll pick you up. I'm at Yuecheng University. Okay, I'll go find you. After hanging up the phone and finishing his milk tea, he slowly went to the school gate to wait. But his appearance attracted the attention of many junior high school girls. Hey! This little brother is so handsome. Are they those trainees on TV? How is that possible? Those little sissies can't even compare to a single leg hair of this handsome guy. Stop talking nonsense. Several little girls covered their mouths and discussed secretly, thinking that Zhou Ling didn't know. It's so hard for me. Zhou Ling silently half-covered his face with his hands, hoping to reduce some attention. This is also why no one recognized him as the instigator who ignited the forum, otherwise the door would have been packed with people. A charcoal black BMW 5 Series was driving towards the university. Jer, why do you look so unhappy? Are you not satisfied with your work? Aunt Fong, who was driving, asked the girl in the passenger seat. The girl's name is Sun Jia, and she is Aunt Fong's daughter. She has a blank expression on her face and seems a little aloof and cold. Mom, why did you invite a stranger to dinner? Sun Jia was very unhappy about Zhou Ling coming to her house because they were not from the same class. In her eyes, Zhou Ling is always a country boy. Now, 2 years after graduation, she is already a department manager, while he is still a clerk with no future. This is the difference. How can you say that? He hasn't been here for a long time. Didn't you hear that he was very happy too? Aunt Fong taught softly. Sun Jia looked at him with disdain, as if she had seen through the truth. Mom, of course we're happy that he can come to our house for a meal. You specifically told him we were having lobster tonight. I'm afraid he was so excited that he couldn't walk. Otherwise, how many times has a guy like him ever eaten lobster in his life? You. Hey, you can't just say these things. Xiao Ling's background is poor, you know that. Aunt Fong was a little angry. Sun Jia was not interested in saying so much. She leaned her head against the window and said weakly, whatever, our family can't help him for the rest of his life anyway. As they were talking, the car had already arrived at the university gate. Chapter 13, You don't understand me now. Didn't you say you were here? Why don't you see me? Aunt Fong looked around and muttered to herself. Sun Jia complained impatiently, we are the ones who came to pick him up, but you still made us wait? At this time, a person came to the car window and greeted them. Aunt Fong, I'm sorry to trouble you to come all the way here. Zhou Ling smiled. They were both stunned for a moment when they saw this handsome guy, and then they realized that it was Zhou Ling. Xiao Ling? I almost didn't recognize you after just a few months of not seeing you. Come on, get in the car. Aunt Fong greeted happily. Although Sun Jia said nothing, she was secretly shocked. This boy seems to be different. He is much more handsome than before, right? Just looking at her appearance, even she felt like blushing. This has never happened before. They didn't know that his temperament had changed drastically in the past 2 days. A person's self-confidence comes from the inside out. This is the biggest change. Moreover, after the triple physical enhancement, his body shape, height, and proportions also changed. It's normal that they can't recognize it at first glance. Humph, so what if you have a pretty face? There are so many good-looking people. In this world, only those with background and capital can be king. Sun Jie quickly became dismissive of his looks, thinking it was just for show. The car was driving on the road. Zhou Ling and Aunt Fong were chatting about family matters. Except for the cold Sun Jie, the atmosphere was quite warm. It was not until she passed a group of villas that she shouted with shining eyes, "Look, it's the Fulan community. Every time I pass by, I still feel shocked and yearning. It would be great if I could live there, even for a day." Sun Jie exclaimed excitedly. She dreamed of living there once. Don't talk nonsense, this place is extremely expensive. The smallest house costs tens of millions, and the most expensive one costs hundreds of millions. We can't even afford to live here even if we sell our house. Aunt Fong smiled helplessly. Her small company is valued at tens of millions, which is similar to the previous company Zhou Ling had just acquired. Wanting to buy a villa in Fulan community is indeed a fantasy. I don't know who lives there. Sigh. Sun Jie also knew that it was impossible in this lifetime and she could only fantasize about it in her mind. Listening to their conversation, Zhou Ling scratched his head and said, "Actually, there's nothing special about it except that it's a little bigger and more luxurious." He himself does not have high requirements for his residence, so the difference between luxurious and not luxurious is not that big. What do you know? This is Fulan community. You're talking as if you've lived there before. You don't know shit. Sun Jie turned around and glared at him fiercely, as if he had desecrated the holy place in her heart. If she can't even afford to live there, what does he matter? Zhou Ling opened his mouth slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. I just smiled and said to Aunt Fong, "Aunt Fong, if you like it, I'll give you a set." "I appreciate your kindness, huh?" Aunt Fong was very pleased with his words, but she didn't take them to heart and just thought of them as a joke. Sun Jie curled her lips in disdain, looked out the window and muttered to herself, "If I can buy a house by bragging, I can buy the entire universe." Soon, they arrived at their destination. Aunt Fong's house is in a nice neighborhood with complete surrounding facilities, which is affordable for the middle class. When I walked in with familiarity, I saw a middle-aged man making tea alone. This is the head of the family here, Sun Yan, a senior executive of a state-owned enterprise, who earns as much money a year as Aunt Fong's company. "Uncle!" Zhou Ling called out respectfully. Sun Yan raised his eyelids, looked at him, nodded, and agreed, then continued to make tea without saying a word. Zhou Ling has long been accustomed to this. The uncle didn't like him in the first place, thinking that he came from a poor family and was not from the same class as him. "Jer, go cut some fruit." Aunt Fong instructed, and Sun Jie went to wash the fruit reluctantly. Zhou Ling didn't want to be idle, so he went into the kitchen to help. He is nimble and has very skilled life skills, so this kind of work is nothing for him. In the living room, Sun Jie, who was eating fruit and watching a short video, glanced at the kitchen, sighed and shook her head. Although cooking skills can give a man extra points, that only applies to successful men. A man who has accomplished nothing is a loser no matter what. To be honest, she felt quite sympathetic towards Zhou Ling. He is good-looking and works hard, but he has no background and no special skills. This kind of person might be considered okay among ordinary people. But in her eyes, it was too bad. The people she knows are either company executives, startup bosses, or second-generation rich people with huge fortunes. Which one is not better and has more potential than Zhou Ling? Zhou Ling and Aunt Fong were chatting and laughing in the kitchen. After working for a while, they finally served the dishes on the table. "Xiaoling, are your parents in good health?" When they got to the dinner table, Sun Yan greeted them perfunctorily. "Well, it's good. I asked them to quit their jobs, and they plan to travel all over the country." Zhou Ling smiled. He now has assets worth tens of billions, so of course he won't let his parents suffer anymore. No matter who suffers, never let your family suffer. However, Sun Yan frowned. He remembered that Zhou Ling's parents didn't have much money. How could they travel around the motherland? And this guy only makes over 3,000 a month, right? Can he afford it? This made him even more displeased with Zhou Ling's family. "Yeah, I heard from your mother that you won the lottery and sent $500,000 to your family?" Aunt Fong also remembered that she had talked about this topic with Zhou Ling's mother.
Yes, that's true. Zhou Ling nodded.
However, the so-called winning the lottery is just an excuse. He will slowly show his strength and let his family accept it little by little. That's quite filial, but money will eventually run out, so you have to work hard.
Sun Yan couldn't help but remind him.
No matter what, Zhou Ling is his junior, not his enemy.
Yes, young people still need more training.
It would be much better if you could get promoted to management level sooner.
Aunt Fong also encouraged him.
After all, Sun Jia, who was the same age as him, was already at the supervisor level.
Aunt Fong, I resigned yesterday.
Zhou Ling said somewhat embarrassedly that he not only resigned, but also acquired the original company.
Now, he is the boss.
But what he didn't expect was that one stone would cause 1,000 ripples. Aunt Fong and the others were all surprised and didn't understand why he did that.
Is your job bad? Why did you quit?
You can hone your skills for another 2 years or switch to a better company. Aunt Fong put down her bowl and chopsticks, feeling both puzzled and reproachful.
Young people should still focus on work. It's a long story.
Zhou Ling shook his head. His situation was a bit complicated and they wouldn't believe it if he told them. But in their eyes, his reaction was just an attempt to cover up his embarrassment.
What nonsense! You won the lottery once and you're not going to work? What are you going to eat when you spend all the money? Sun Yan was also angry.
He thought that although this young man had no future, at least he was down to earth. I didn't expect that just by winning the lottery once, I would become so proud and even quit my job.
This kind of person is useless. There will be no possible development in the future, absolutely.
At an age when you should be enduring hardships, you are eager to enjoy yourself, but one day you will end up eating up all your savings. Sun Jia also shook her head in disappointment, thinking that Zhou Ling's vision was too narrow and he had never seen the world.
500,000, is that a lot?
Her friends would spend 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a night going out, and spend at least hundreds of thousands of yuan a month.
What's 500,000? And he actually gave up his job. I really don't know what to say.
She was too lazy to bother with such people anymore, as they were clearly people with no future and were just waiting to die.
How can you be so willful? You are only 25, how can you not work? Find a job quickly, don't sit around.
Aunt Fong was anxious and angry, worried that he would go astray.
He's a good guy, you can't just let him go to waste like this.
Seeing that she was worried about him, Zhou Ling was touched and quickly comforted her. Don't worry, I know what I am doing.
Well, you've grown up, and I hope you can plan for your future.
Aunt Fong was still very sad, but she also knew that Zhou Ling was an adult, and once he made a decision, it would not be something she could change with just a few words.
The meal was a bit dull. Aunt Fong kept putting lobster meat into his bowl.
After dinner, she asked Sun Jia to see Zhou Ling off. Sun Jia sent him outside the community and said to him coldly, "Take a taxi yourself.
I won't drive you."
She thought that Zhou Ling would shamelessly come up to her and ask her to drive him there, and she had already thought of a reason to refuse.
But I didn't expect him to just say calmly, "Okay."
This took her a little by surprise. Watching him leave, she suddenly had the urge to call him and remind him to remember to find a job.
But in the end it didn't.
After all, the gap between them is too big, they are not on the same level at all.
At home, Sun Yan also had many complaints about Aunt Fong. "Wife, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but why do you always want to bring them together? Is it fun? You know what kind of person that guy is. He's my best friend's son, how can you say that?" Aunt Fong retorted dissatisfiedly.
After returning home, Sun Jia became more and more upset when she saw her parents quarreling again.
His disgust towards Zhou Ling increased even more.
After leaving the community, Zhou Ling called Luo Xuan to pick him up. After a while, she drove over in a Mercedes worth more than 3 million yuan, attracting a lot of attention. Here, there are almost no people who can afford this kind of car. Even if there are, they are very few. Sitting in the car, Zhou Ling sighed inwardly as he recalled their doubts about him just now.
There is no way. How can a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? For them, a good job is a symbol of success. But to him, work is meaningless.
Because, with just one word from him, countless talents from 985 and 211 are willing to work for him like crazy.
You don't understand me now.
Sitting in the stable car, he slowly closed his eyes and rested.
Chapter 14, Mr. Ling spending money like crazy.
After returning to the villa, Zhou Ling took a shower, put on a loose bathrobe, and comfortably lay on the sofa worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. I turned on my phone and chatted with my family for a while. Sister Zhou Linger said that she wanted to go into the city for a stroll some other day, and she stubbornly ordered her brother to treat her well. Zhou Ling naturally obeyed the order. He could even imagine the little girl pretending to be fierce but actually being silly and cute. There is no way. At home, Linger is the most favored, followed by her parents, and at the bottom is him. This family status is too miserable. I haven't watched live broadcast for a long time. But as soon as he opened the Guya Live app, the system popped up a prompt again. Check-in task, consume 50 million. Check-in reward, 30% shares of Guya Live. Seeing this, Zhou Ling was shocked. He knew that Guya's valuation was over 40 billion, which was even more terrifying than his Marriott Group. A 30% stake means that's at least 12 billion, right? Spend 50 million and get 12 billion. There is such a good thing? Without a second thought, he immediately looked through every live broadcast room to see if there was one he liked. But after a tour, he was very disappointed. The game area is basically just wall hangings or is of low quality and not worth his money. The outdoor live broadcast area is even more fake. Everyone walking on foot is pretending, specifically to cheat fans out of their money. The stars and looks are all spirited young men who think they are handsome, and there are some spirited young girls who pinch their voices to act coquettishly. I watched it for a long time out of boredom and it was already 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. He simply ordered some top-quality Wagyu takeout and a bottle of red wine worth more than 30,000 yuan. However, takeout food cannot be brought in, and all deliveries are made by the property management. After taking a bite of Wagyu beef and taking a sip of red wine, he happened to see a game anchor named Zhang Tank. Zhang Tank has long flowing hair, but it can be seen that it has not been washed for a long time and it is a little greasy. That round, fat face shows a focused expression. Look at my Luna's infinite combo under the moonlight. I use the soldiers as a springboard to pull in front of the young lady and take her away with a series of combos. This is very clever. His precise analysis of tactics attracted countless 666s in the live broadcast room. As he said that, he controlled Luna to start floating. Who knew that the teammate just killed the soldier, and Luna immediately interrupted her ultimate. I attack. Normal attack. Don't panic, take some medicine. Zhang Tank said he was not panicking, but his fingers, which were frantically tapping the screen, betrayed him. Finally, with the help of his teammates, he managed to capture the young lady's head at a critical juncture. See? Duan Dayulana is just that strong. I am such a genius. After escaping death, Zhang Tank shook his greasy long hair, feeling very proud, and returned to the city under the tower with only a little health left. He picked up a can of Coke and toasted to the audience in the live broadcast room, and couldn't help laughing triumphantly. Come on, let's do it. Then he tilted his head back and took a sip. But just when he was drinking Coke, the enemy monkey jumped under the tower and knocked Luna to death with one stick. He also left a mocking line, "You are too inexperienced, just go home and be a stay-at-home." Zhang Tank almost sprayed the Coke onto the screen before he even swallowed it. He is stupid. From heaven to hell, it only takes a moment. This game is really hard to play. I must pin this monkey to the ground and hammer him. Zhang Tank gritted his teeth. Zhou Ling, who was watching the live broadcast, was amused and gave away a treasure map worth 5 million dogtooth coins. That is equivalent to 5,000 yuan. Thank you, Master Ling, for the treasure map. Thank you. Zhang Tank expressed his thanks, but was also very calm. A big anchor like him, what kind of storms has he not seen? A treasure map wouldn't excite him enough to the point of losing his composure. However, what Master Ling did next stunned him. Treasure map x10. Treasure map x50. Treasure map x100. In just a few minutes, he achieved 100 consecutive hits. The entire live broadcast room exploded, causing the barrage to become unrecognizable. 100 treasure maps, that is 500,000. Just by drinking 2 sips of water, 500,000 was thrown away? Isn't that too exaggerated? The boss is confused. Boss, don't let Zhang Tank get away with it. Throw it at me if you dare. Super rich, absolutely super rich. Countless comments were superimposed on each other and could not be seen at all. This wave of gifts also made the popularity of the entire live broadcast room soar hundreds of times, reaching a level that absolutely no one can match. More Guya viewers came in from other anchors to join in the fun, and were also shocked by the scene.
100 treasure maps, are you treating them like playing with money? What evil rich people! Zhang Tang's face was full of disbelief, and he was busy thanking Master Ling, the big boss.
Even he felt it was a dream. In his live broadcast career, apart from those fake gifts, there has never been a time as crazy as it is now.
500,000 in a few minutes, even he couldn't imagine it.
As countless people marveled at this, Zhou Ling pinched his swollen thumb in pain. Oh, it's too uncomfortable to spend money like this.
Only 500,000? That's too inefficient. When will it reach 50 million? Zhou Ling couldn't help but wail. It turned out that spending money could be so painful. It's so hard to be a rich person. It's even harder to be a rich person with endless money.
Having just spent $500,000, he ate some Wagyu beef, drank some red wine, took a break, and continued to fight. After sending Zhang Tang a lot of gifts, Zhou Ling switched to other live broadcast rooms to take a look. At this moment, his account was extremely noble. No matter which live broadcast room he went to, he dominated the whole place and was full of majesty. Welcome Master Ling to the live broadcast room. Brothers and sisters, please welcome Master Ling together.
Welcome, Master Ling.
No matter which zone, no matter whether the anchor is male or female, they all start to lick the boots. They don't want to be as crazy as Zhang Tang just now, just a treasure map is enough. Many male anchors try to please him by calling him brother or boss, and the female anchors act cute and sexy just to attract him. Unfortunately, Master Ling seems to have very high standards. He will not stay in each live broadcast room for more than a minute, and will no longer send any gifts.
Everyone understands that Master Ling must pay great attention to the content and effect of the live broadcast.
He is truly a wealthy man, he is so particular even when giving gifts. Many anchors whose live broadcast rooms were not visited by Master Ling were extremely nervous and worked hard to improve the content of their live broadcasts. Just to wait for Master Ling to come in so that he can give some reward money.
But Zhou Ling didn't know that because of his casual behavior, the entire Guya live was made tense.
Even the spectators are very concerned about which live broadcast room he will appear in.
It's boring.
Zhou Ling was not in the mood. Although he had to spend money, he didn't want to spend it on something that was not worth it. Just when he was bored, he suddenly saw a familiar face in the sports area.
Is it her?
Zhou Ling smiled with interest. The cover of the live broadcast room features a heroic girl.
The title is Teaching Bajiquan Online.
But the popularity is extremely low, only 30,000.
They say there are 30,000, but I guess the actual number of viewers is less than 3, it's all fake. Isn't this a fierce little girl?
Today at the university stadium, the girl was pinned down by him and fucked. Until now, he still hasn't forgotten the soft touch, and it's still a memorable experience. When entering the live broadcast room, Lu Mingxi, wearing gym pants, was boxing in a methodical manner and explaining in detail. But the live broadcast room was so pitiful that there was not even a single comment.
Let me demonstrate the backing stick in Bajiquan.
Lu Mingxi didn't check her phone, so she didn't know that Master Ling had arrived. He didn't know that because of the appearance of Master Ling, 100,000 people instantly flocked into his live broadcast room. After watching for a while, Zhou Ling understood why she was no longer popular. In fact, with her looks, she will definitely have no shortage of gifts if she goes to the beauty area or the star show area and shakes her butt. Unfortunately, she doesn't know how to interact and can only teach boxing in a very rigid way. However, her seriousness and persistence made Zhou Ling feel inexplicably cute. So, he posted a comment, promoting traditional culture, great job.
Then start brushing treasure maps. The live broadcast room exploded again.
So Master Ling likes this. You know what, this girl is really pretty, like a lotus emerging from the water without any makeup, and she has a strong determination, unlike those mediocre girls.
Tremble, mortals. Is Master Ling going to attack again with 100 consecutive attacks?
The live broadcast room, which was originally stagnant, suddenly became 1,000 times more popular, catching up with Zhang Tang.
But Lu Mingxi doesn't know yet.
After she finished a set of punches, she looked down and was completely stunned. She couldn't speak for a long time.
Treasure map x50. A total of 50 treasure maps in a combo. How much is this?
Because there were too many comments, her live broadcast room was in a mess.
She couldn't even imagine such incredible popularity. Thank you everyone, thank you Master Ling, don't send me off, I'm a little scared.
Lu Mingxi stuttered, looking particularly silly and cute.
made everyone laugh.
If it were any other anchor, they would have wanted to kneel down and beg Master Ling to continue delivering. She was so scared that she didn't dare to ask for a gift. Lu Mingxi was really shocked, surprised and scared. In short, it was very complicated. Fortunately, the treasure map stopped after hitting 60 times, and she breathed a sigh of relief. However, before she could think of what to say, Master Ling started to attack crazily again. Give away treasure images as if they were free. The entire live broadcast room was in chaos. At this time, Zhou Ling was leisurely enjoying a steak that was almost getting cold, curled up on the sofa, and instructing a girl from the property to help him deliver a gift. "Mr. Zhou, how much more do you want to give?" The property girl was very panicked and kept pressing the screen with her thumb without daring to stop. Just now, she was just passing by and was caught. She thought Zhou Ling was going to humiliate her, but she didn't expect him to do this. I don't know. Just don't stop. Zhou Ling was too lazy to think about it. 50 million, 60 million, or 70 million were just numbers to him. As expected, I have to ask others to help me spend money to maintain this kind of life. Chapter 15 Bentley Mulsan, full payment. However, he was relieved, but the property management girl had a hard time. Not only do I have to work overtime at night, but I also have to help the owner buy gifts for the young lady? I have a miserable life. Her thumb was sore and then it became numb. What a difficult project. Zhou Ling rubbed his eyebrows and found that the property girl had become an emotionless clicking machine. He let her rest for a while and then used his other hand to order the gift. It took her several hours to spend all the 50 million. Only 2 live broadcast rooms received his gifts. One is Zhang Tank and the other is Lu Mingxi. He gave Zhang Tank more than 10 million, and the rest belonged to Lu Mingxi. The property girl who was in charge of all this looks like she has lost her soul. She just spent tens of millions like this? It seems like, you don't feel anything? It's not her money anyway. However, Mr. Zhou who just moved in is too scary. He just gives away tens of millions of dollars? Even if you want to pursue that girl, you shouldn't do this, right? The world of rich people is so hard to understand. Thinking of this, her stomach growled she hadn't had dinner yet. There's still some here, please eat it. Thank you for your hard work. Zhou Ling pushed half of the wagyu beef towards her and casually stuffed a bottle of red wine worth 30,000 yuan into her hand. The action was as casual as passing a bottle of beer. Is this really true? The property girl opened her mouth slightly and said, "This is wagyu beef, and the red wine is definitely not cheap." Gave it all to her? How can this be fake? It's not something valuable. Zhou Ling glanced at her and thought she was exaggerating a bit. After hearing what he said, the girl swallowed in shock and thought, this is not worth money? So what is valuable? What surprised her even more was that she could feel Mr. Zhou was approachable. This is not pretended, but comes from the heart. She has met too many wealthy people. They all like to pretend to be approachable, but in fact they are very fake. While she was enjoying the food, the whole Guya was boiling with excitement because a shocking rich man appeared today, Master Ling. He spent money lavishly, and in his eyes, 50 million was just like pouring out water. Although it was late at night, the popularity of Guya was the highest ever. Moreover, Weibo quickly came up with the topic of the night: the mysterious rich man Mr. Ling. In an instant, the entire network exploded. The topic popularity even jumped to the first place. He spent money like water and just like that, 50 million was gone in the blink of an eye. Who could be so generous? So scary. I've never seen anyone spend money like this. The most enviable person is undoubtedly the young anchor Lu Mingxi. The gifts for one night amount to nearly 40 million. Excluding Guya's 50% commission, she herself had nearly 20 million in gift income. For ordinary people, this is absolutely an unimaginable astronomical figure. It is impossible to save that much money even if you work hard for a lifetime. But today, an unknown little anchor did it. Everyone wishes they could be Lu Mingxi. The other anchors were so envious that their eyes turned red. Who doesn't want a chance to soar to the sky? If you can be with this rich man, you will never have to worry about food and clothing in this life. At this time, Lu Mingxi was in a state of shock and his body was shaking all night. Even she herself couldn't believe that she had become a multi-millionaire just like that. I finally have the money for Mom's hospitalization. Lu Mingxi turned off the live broadcast and burst into tears with excitement. In addition to her part-time job, She also takes time to live stream at night, in order to save money for her mother's medical treatment. To this day, she still lacks 1 million in medical expenses. 1 million is enough to force her to death. But she never gave up. Today, a gift worth tens of millions is not an opportunity to soar to the sky for her, but life-saving money. She was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. She quickly logged into Guya's account and requested to be Mr. Ling's friend, but there was no response yet. Because at this time Zhou Ling was also immersed in great joy. 30% of Guya's shares have been transferred to him, which means that his net worth has skyrocketed again. Moreover, he has a great say in Guya. Zhou Ling was in a good mood. Amid the shock and excitement of the property girl, he transferred 100,000 yuan to her as a reward for her hard work. The next day, he accepted Lu Mingxi's friend request and added him on WeChat. On WeChat, Lu Mingxi thanked Zhou Ling again and again, saying that he gave her hope to live. This made Zhou Ling surprised and happy at the same time. I didn't expect that by just giving a few gifts, I could accidentally save her family's life. Does this count as a good deed? The two of them chatted more and more enthusiastically, and Lu Mingxi was surprised to find that she and Master Ling had a lot of common topics. Later on, she was no longer nervous or restrained when facing Zhou Ling, and they were just chatting like friends. Especially when talking about Bajiquan, she became even more excited and talked non-stop. You are so good at fighting, I guess no man would dare to bully you? Zhou Ling sent a message. Of course. Except for a bastard. That bastard once took me. Lu Mingxi gritted his teeth, and his face was still red with anger when he thought about a certain part of his body being punished. What did they do to you? Zhou Ling asked. He actually spanked me in public. Lu Mingxi complained aggrievedly and threatened that if he met that bastard again, he would definitely skin him alive. Zhou Ling was so embarrassed that he broke out in a cold sweat. After asking for a long time, he found out that the bastard was him. But don't worry, I will definitely be gentle with you. He. Lu Mingxi sent a playful voice message. This made Zhou Ling feel even more guilty. Gentle? How can I be gentle when I want to let you know the truth? Really? Let's have dinner together when we have time. I want to feel your tenderness. Zhou Ling sent a voice message. Lu Mingxi clicked on the voice message and was somewhat surprised by the slightly low voice. If nothing unexpected happened, Master Ling would definitely be a handsome boy. But, why does it sound familiar? Okay. As long as you ask me out, I'm always available. Lu Mingxi agreed without hesitation. Zhou Ling was thinking, ask you out? I think you want to be beaten by me again, right? To be honest, when he recalls that feeling, he still has endless aftertastes. However, this girl is a tiger girl and is not easy to deal with. If he hadn't strengthened his physical fitness, he really wouldn't be able to beat her. Lying on the sofa, Zhou Ling enjoyed the hateful life of a rich man. It's great not to have to go to work. He let out a long sigh of satisfaction, then opened the office software and communicated with Yi Chao about company development matters. After buying the original Chuangxing technology, major changes were needed. As the big boss behind the scenes, he still had to keep an eye on it. After talking with Yi Chao, he had a brief video conference with Marriott's top executives and listened to their reports to him. After finishing his official business, Zhou Ling was about to go out for something to eat, but he received a call from his parents. On the phone, his parents suddenly wanted to go to the city to find him, and seemed very anxious, which made him a little strange. Well, I'll take this opportunity to tell them about my current situation. Thinking of this, he immediately went out to buy a bigger car. Pagani can only seat 2 people, which is not practical enough. When we arrived at the store, we were immediately greeted by a waiter. Hello sir, which car would you like to see? A male customer service asked with a smile. His eyes lit up when he saw Zhou Ling, and he judged that this must be a rich man. If you serve them well, you might be able to close a deal. I just watch. Zhou Ling put his hands in his pockets, strolled leisurely, and looked around as he walked. There are many luxury cars here, but none of them suit his taste. The further you go in, the higher the level and the more expensive the price. Sir, everything here is over 3 million. Are you sure you still want to see it? The male customer service became a little impatient, thinking, could this guy be here to broaden his horizons? If you can't afford it, don't pretend. Just 3 million, is it a lot? Zhou Ling said lightly. The male customer service couldn't help but sneer and immediately concluded that Zhou Ling was here to make people laugh.
3 million ISNT too much? What a big tone. If you have the guts, take it out and let us see it. What's the use if you can't take it out?
Just at this moment, a successful man with a beer belly came in to buy a car, and the male customer service immediately gave up on Zhou Ling. He just greeted a new female customer service representative named Zhou Ling. The new female customer service representative obviously had no reception experience.
She could only follow Zhou Ling and introduce things like a robot. Sir, do you have any favorites?
The female customer service representative looked to be in her 20s, very young, and was wearing a professional suit, looking quite restrained.
Well, I want this one.
Zhou Ling nodded and pointed at a Bentley Ocean.
This one?
The customer service girl was a little surprised.
This is a Bentley Mulsanne worth more than 5 million. Is he serious?
Normally no one can afford it.
It just so happened that the male customer service representative had already completed a deal.
The man with a beer belly bought a Mercedes-Benz worth 300,000 yuan, which made the male customer service smile happily and feel that it was indeed the right decision to give up Zhou Ling. In a good mood, he saw Zhou Ling hadn't left yet, so he came over immediately.
Sir, if you can't afford it, don't look at it. You can't force it.
If you turn left when you go out, there is Wuling Hongguan.
I think it suits you, he.
The male customer service representative laughed in what he thought was a humorous tone. But Zhou Ling ignored him and went to the front desk with the customer service girl to go directly to the purchase procedures for the Bentley Mulsanne.
5.8 million, full payment. Chapter 16. There are some people you can't afford to offend.
Sir, we will complete the formalities as soon as possible.
The customer service girl's face turned red with excitement.
She just became a full-time employee yesterday, but she didn't expect to get such a big order today. A Bentley Mulsanne worth 5.8 million, she can get a lot from the commission alone. The other customer service staff in the store were extremely envious.
Such a large order only came once in half a year. Whoever signs it will be really lucky. What no one expected was that the lucky one this time was the young sister who had just been hired as a regular employee.
What's even more unexpected is that the person who bought the car is a handsome guy. All the female customer service staff were so excited that they couldn't help but come over and chat with them. So handsome, if I had known I would have been the first to follow him.
Maybe I could even be his girlfriend.
A female customer service representative was so shy that her breathing became rapid and her face flushed.
Maybe he has a girlfriend? The male customer service said sourly. So what? I'm willing to be his mistress, even if it's just for one night. The female customer service retorted, which made many men wail in their hearts. We are all human beings, and the difference in treatment is too big, isn't it?
But they have to admit that in front of this handsome guy, they are as small as ants. The customers in the store also looked sideways, and were even more surprised when they saw that the person who made the bold move was actually a young man.
Whose young master is this? Why is he so spendthrift?
Some people who are more active in thinking come over to talk in a friendly manner, hoping to see if they can make more connections.
The male customer service representative saw everything and he regrets it so much. It was clearly him who received Zhou Ling first. The opportunity was his.
Jealous, he ran to the manager and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Manager, this order is mine.
I asked her to help with the reception. The commission should also belong to me,"
he shouted excitedly. The customer service girl was so scared that she didn't dare to speak, but she felt very aggrieved.
It was obviously him who gave up. What does it have to do with her?
After he made such a fuss, the manager had no choice but to agree to give him the commission that should have belonged to the customer service girl. Anyway, this girl just arrived, so I don't think she would dare to say anything. But just when they thought they had reached an agreement, Zhou Ling, who was watching from the sidelines, spoke up. "Are you talking so much nonsense as if I don't exist? She was the one who received me, so the commission is hers. Who would object?" He stood up, with a look of arrogance in his eyes that looked down on the world. As soon as he spoke, everyone's voice was silenced.
This kind of aura shocks all men and fascinates all women.
The male customer service looked unhappy, but thinking that Zhou Ling had already paid, he had no scruples.
He smiled and said sarcastically, "Sir, you've given the money and you've taken the car, that's enough, right? How we distribute it internally is our business."
The manager also said coldly, "Sir, we will give you the best service, and the rest is none of your business, right?" If Zhou Ling hadn't given them money, they really wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly.
But the bad thing is, he paid the fee a minute ago.
In the eyes of sales, his value is greatly reduced. The atmosphere is tense and on the verge of a fight. In the eyes of others, there was no need for Zhou Ling to confront the sales staff. Anyway, it has nothing to do with him who the commission is given to. On the contrary, if you anger the people in the store, what should you do if the after-sales service personnel do something tricky in the future? It's you who are the one suffering the loss. Therefore, most people will not meddle in other people's business. Even the customer service girl shook her head nervously, wanting to keep the peace and not wanting Zhou Ling to offend the manager because of her. But Zhou Ling's face darkened. Not only did he not give in, but he began to question the other party. Why, what I said doesn't work. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help laughing. What kind of words are these? Does he really think he is a domineering CEO, a hero saving a beautiful girl? Why should people listen to you? Who do you think you are? Ah, sir, you are our honored guest, of course we will listen to you. I promise you, I will give all the commission to her, okay? The manager laughed twice and said in a very perfunctory manner. He felt that he had given in. If Zhou Ling knew what was good for him, he would stop pestering him. Everyone else also thought that this farce should end here, right? But what they didn't expect was that Zhou Ling put his hands in his pockets, and his tone was full of a sense of not being able to be disobeyed. Pay the commission now and give it to her right now. He knew what the other party was thinking, so he would not give the other party any chance to operate secretly. Besides, who gave these people the courage to play tricks on him? We have our own rules on when to pay commissions. It's not your turn to tell us what to do. The manager was angry. Does this kid think he is invincible just because he bought a luxury car? If it weren't for the fact that this kid had some status, he would have beaten him up long ago. Anyway, their store does this kind of thing a lot. Zhou Ling shook his head and sneered. He was too lazy to waste time talking to them. He called Luo Shuang directly and asked her to use her connections to settle the matter. Marriott Group has a wide network of contacts, so it's very easy to use some favors to solve some problems. When the manager and the shop assistants saw that he was actually making a phone call, they all started to laugh at him. Really? Do you think this is a TV drama? One arrow pierces the clouds, and thousands of troops rush to meet? Ha ha ha. You're just pretending. What's wrong with making a phone call? Here, we have the final say. I want to see what you can come up with. All the male employees couldn't help laughing, not trying to hide their ridicule. Just waiting for Zhou Ling to make a fool of himself in the end. The manager lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, puffed out the smoke leisurely, and glanced at Zhou Ling with disdain. Little brother, you are still too young. Don't think of yourself as some all-powerful big shot. That will only bring shame upon yourself. The manager pretended to be serious and educated him with the tone of someone who had experienced it. But just as he finished speaking, his cell phone rang. The caller was the brand regional director, whose status was much higher than his. The manager quickly put out his cigarette, put on a flattering face, held the phone to his ears with both hands, and pressed the answer button. Hello, director. Do you have any instructions? The manager nodded and smiled apologetically, not daring to show any disrespect. He is just a small department manager, while the regional director is in charge of several branches and is his boss's boss's boss. Normally, he is not qualified to receive calls from such people. So, he wants to perform well, maybe he can get a promotion and a raise? All the shop assistants were watching intently, wondering why the director would call here personally. They can't help but fantasize about being favored and promoted by the director. But suddenly I noticed that the manager's face looked so bad. Amid the confusion of the crowd, the manager said gloomily, "Give her the commission within 3 minutes." Why? Aren't they all sent out next month? How could this happen? Was it the director's request? Everyone screamed in surprise, finding it incredible and simply magical. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. The manager roared in a deep voice, and the finance department hurriedly counted the money and immediately transferred it to the customer service girl's account. Soon, the customer service girl received the message that the generous commission had arrived. Wow! It's really posted. She covered her rosy little mouth in surprise and screamed. Why is this happening? She immediately looked at Zhou Ling, who was as calm as water and as handsome as jade, and understood immediately. Could it be? The way she looked at Zhou Ling became more and more admiring, respectful, and even admiring. Compared to the rest of the people who were in a mess, the quiet and silent Zhou Ling seemed like an emperor who controlled everything.
Everything is under control.
Sir, I'm so sorry, it's our fault. The manager quickly came to Zhou Ling and apologized to him in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Under the manager's order, all those who had spoken rudely to Zhou Ling just now also apologized obediently. The rest of the shop assistants and customers were completely stunned.
What is this operation? Why is the manager, who was so arrogant just now, taking the lead in apologizing? What did the director say on the phone? Everyone was surprised and curious.
What makes people even more curious is who this young man is and how could he possess such enormous power that he forced the other party's director to come forward.
Mystery. Powerful. It's incredible.
Under the gaze of everyone, Zhou Ling slowly walked up to the manager. His tone was extremely oppressive. Remember, there are always people in the world you can't afford to offend.
One sentence made everyone silent.
It seemed as if I opened my mouth to refute, I would face a catastrophic disaster.
The feeling of oppression was too strong.
After saying that, he came to the customer service girl who was as well behaved as a kitten and said with a smile, if you are interested, you can come to work at Marriott. Just say Ling Xiao's name, and no one will dare to stop you. Although the voice is soft, every word reveals strong confidence and control.
This kind of temperament is enough to make all women intoxicated.
At this moment, the customer service girl's heart beat faster and her cheeks flushed as if she had just finished exercising. Everyone was shrouded in this aura, so much so that they didn't even know when Zhou Ling drove away.
Marriott? Which company is he talking about?
After a long while, someone murmured and began to think.
Soon, someone exclaimed, could it be Marriott Group?
As soon as these 4 words came out, everyone gasped in shock.
Marriott Group? That is a billion-dollar group and plays an important role in Yuacheng. By the way, if it is Marriott Group, we can indeed invite their director.
Everyone, led by the manager, turned pale with fear.
They actually offended Marriott's top management?
Fortunately, the other party was magnanimous and didn't bother with them, otherwise they would definitely be in big trouble. Thinking of this, they were all scared and relieved. The customer service girl was also overwhelmed with shock and surprise, and was speechless for a long time.
She actually has the opportunity to work at Marriott? This was something she couldn't even imagine.
But for that young man, it was just a matter of words.
Mr. Ling. Mr. Ling?
She whispered softly, with a light in her eyes. Several wealthy ladies who originally wanted to buy a car hurriedly chased after him, but unfortunately they couldn't find Zhou Ling anymore. This man is young, rich, and domineering. He is simply the perfect lover.
They are willing to die on him. Chapter 17. Pick up parents in a Bentley.
The next day, Zhou Ling drove to the bus station to pick up his parents. The bus station was crowded with people, and there was chaotic traffic everywhere, with no order at all. The Bentley Mulsanne worth more than 5 million yuan slowly moved forward, scaring all the electric cars and cars that were running around to subconsciously avoid it.
This thing can wipe out more than half a year's salary for an ordinary person, right? So an interesting scene occurred.
The originally chaotic road suddenly became orderly because of the appearance of a Bentley Mulsanne. It was as if this car was the emperor, shocking the whole audience. After parking the car, Zhou Ling waited quietly for his parents to arrive.
To be honest, he is both nervous and excited now. With his current wealth, I wonder how his parents would react when they find out. You must be proud of him, right?
As he thought about it, Zhou Ling started laughing unconsciously. Half an hour later, a couple walked out of the bus station. The man is over 1.6 meters tall and the woman is over 1.5 meters tall, neither of them is tall. Their clothes were also very ordinary, and you could tell at a glance that they were from the town.
These two are Zhou Ling's parents.
They looked around, seemingly at a loss. After all, they don't go to the city often, and they would feel at a loss when they come to a place like this with tall buildings everywhere. Just as they were about to call Zhou Ling, a bald black car driver came over.
Hey man, do you want to take a ride?
It's very cheap, only $10. The bald man smiled seductively. 10 yuan is indeed a small amount, but once people get on the bus, it is uncertain how much they will pay in the end. The bald man had sharp eyes and could tell that these two people were country bumpkins who had never seen the world and were easiest to deceive. Even if you cheat him of all his money, there is nothing you can do to him.
No, my son will come and pick me up. Zhou Ling's father, Zhou Bing, waved his hand and refused.
The bald man's face suddenly darkened.
How dare this country bumpkin not give him face? He sneered, stopped the two of them, and threatened, if you don't take my car, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the station. As a black car driver, he has a lot of connections here. As long as he says the word, other illegal taxi drivers will help him. So, when he encounters those stubborn people who refuse to take the bus, he will use this as a threat, and it always works. Sure enough, Joe Bing and his wife began to panic and didn't know what to do. Just when they were at a loss, a cold voice suddenly sounded, "Really? I wonder if you can get out in my car." Joe Ling put his hands in his pockets and walked over from the side. Xiao Ling. When his parents saw him, they felt reassured and were overjoyed. Seeing their reactions, Joe Ling felt dazed. Many years ago, his parents were his support. Before he knew it, he had become a support for his parents. Looking closely, they have many more wrinkles on their faces and their gray hair can't be hidden at all. Time is like a knife, cutting into people's hearts. Dad, Mom. Joe Ling laughed like a silly boy and hugged them both. While the parents were deeply moved, they were also very surprised because Joe Ling was very reserved in expressing his emotions and never hugged them. It seems that my son has really grown up after working for 2 years. They were having a great time, but the bald guy was unhappy. How could he swallow the fact that the order he had just received was gone? Boy, no matter whose car it is, you can't drive it out without my permission. He warned fiercely, throwing the cigarette butt in his hand to the ground. Joe Ling simply ignored it and took his parents into the Bentley. Xiao Ling, is this really okay? Joe Bing was still very worried, as the other party was obviously not a good person. Joe Ling smiled nonchalantly and said, "Don't worry, he doesn't dare. Even if he dares, I can destroy him." Would he be afraid of a black car driver now? Is it possible? The bald man held his cell phone and was about to call for help, but when he saw the Bentley Mulsanne worth more than 5 million, he was completely stunned. Fuck. Bentley? Who is this guy? He was so scared that he dropped his phone. With his wealth, he probably can't even afford the compensation if he damages the car. Moreover, would the person driving this car be an ordinary person? The bald man shivered and cursed, "Damn it, you are obviously a rich man, why are you pretending to be a country bumpkin? Isn't this cheating me?" The Bentley drove smoothly all the way and no one dared to stop it. The parents finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Ling, you just bought this car? It's quite expensive, right? Mother Songwei looked around and thought the interior was very high-end. When it comes to cars, they only know about Mercedes-Benz and BMW, but they certainly don't know anything about Bentley. Well, it's okay. It's not very expensive. Joe Ling smiled and said, "It's only 5 million, the price is far from that of Pagani Huayra. But it's okay." Well, buying a car is a good thing. It's not okay to be without a car and a house in the future. Joe Bing said with a smile, his dark, wrinkled face brimming with pride. His son bought a car, he has made great progress. Mom and Dad, let me take you out to eat first. Joe Ling had already chosen a place, and it was going to be a top-notch restaurant. No matter who you ask for, don't make your parents suffer. Unexpectedly, Joe Bing and Song Wei waved their hands and said, "Let's go to this place first." As he spoke, Joe Bing handed over a crumpled piece of paper with the word Xianming Pavilion written on it. It seems to be a tea house. Dad, are you in a hurry for tea? Joe Ling asked puzzledly, but how did Dad know about this place? No, Xiao Ling, you are already 25, it's time for you to have a girlfriend. Joe Bing said seriously. Yes, we will feel relieved if you find a partner sooner. Song Wei also nodded in agreement. Joe Ling was confused by their words and reactions. What does this have to do with having a girlfriend? Moreover, their expressions made Joe Ling feel vaguely uneasy. I've arranged a blind date for you. The other party is a girl from the Zhang family. Their family came to the city to do business a few years ago and has already bought a house. Joe Bing said hurriedly, as if afraid that Joe Ling would refuse. Well. Joe Ling didn't react. Blind date? Now. No way? Do you have to be so sudden? We talked about it for a long time before the Zhang family agreed, and they stipulated that we must be there before 1 o'clock, otherwise there will be no chance. Song Wei also persuaded Joe Ling. Are there any regulations? Joe Ling raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat displeased. It's just a blind date, there's no need to make it so condescending, right? They set so many rules, clearly looking down on others? Too self-righteous, right?
Besides, with his conditions, there is no girl he can't find. Why should he suffer this? No wonder my parents didn't have time to eat and were rushing to the city. What if I don't go? Zhou Ling said lightly. Song Wei patted her thigh and said seriously, that won't do. That girl is very proud. We can't let her be offended. Helpless, no matter how unhappy he was, Zhou Ling had to agree. Even if it's just a formality. However, he no longer had any good feelings towards the Zhang family and their daughter. Soon, they arrived at Xianming Pavilion. This is an ancient and stylish tea house, and even the waiters are strictly trained. Being able to choose this place, it seems that the Zhang family's conditions are indeed good. However, Zhou Bing and Song Wei were worried. When had they ever seen such a high-end place? That kind of simple inferiority complex arises spontaneously. But thinking that this blind date was related to her son's happiness, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and go through with it. Welcome, do you have a VIP card? A waiter asked with a smile. Ah? You want a VIP card? Zhou Bing felt uneasy. Well, only those with a card can enter. This is the rule of Xianming Pavilion. The waiter explained patiently. So, how much does it cost to get a card? Song Wei asked tentatively. 100,000. What? 100,000? That expensive? Zhou Bing screamed in surprise and his face turned pale. He never dared to think that just to get in the door, it would cost 100,000. Isn't it too expensive? Although they have 500,000 yuan in their hands, it costs 100,000 yuan to apply for a card, which is more painful than cutting their flesh. The two elders were anxious and embarrassed and didn't know what to do. Zhou Ling's eyes turned cold. He could tell that the waiter did not lie and that applying for a card was just a normal operation. The problem is that the Zhang family is from the same town as him, so they naturally know his family background. And they deliberately arranged such an expensive place. Isn't that just making things difficult? If Zhou Ling had nothing, he would definitely run away in disgrace. But this is just a blind date, where everyone meets and chats. If it's right, make friends. If it's not, just go through the motions. Why do you have to embarrass people like this? Isn't this too disgusting? It's obvious that you look down on people. Just when Zhou Bing was considering whether to call and ask Zhang's people to come down to pick him up, Zhou Ling had already asked the waiter to process the card. At the same time, he also called Luo Shuang and bought Xianming Pavilion. Oh, it's too expensive. Seeing Zhou Ling pay the money with their own eyes, the two elders felt very painful and couldn't stop sighing. Zhou Ling smiled and comforted, it's okay, it's just a small matter, your son can make a lot of money. As he spoke, he went up to the second floor under the guidance of the waiter. Following behind the waiter, Zhou Ling looked cold. His parents' embarrassed, ashamed, awkward and helpless state just now had made him completely unhappy. You can mess with me, but it's wrong for you to embarrass my parents. I want to see who you think you are. Zhou Ling was angry. You can target him, but don't involve his parents, otherwise, no one can withstand his anger. Chapter 18, Jay Cho, please sign. On the second floor, the four members of the Zhang family had arrived long ago and were sipping tea leisurely. The four of them, in addition to Zhang's father and mother, also had a girl about 18 years old, with a proud look on her face. The other one is the protagonist of the blind date, Zhang Rong. As for the 18-year-old girl, she was naturally Zhang Rong's sister Zhang Ting. Old Zhang, what are you looking at? Why did you arrange this blind date? Everyone knows that the kid from the Zhou family is a tapeworm. Zhang's mother complained about Zhang's father with disdain, blaming him for lowering his status by associating with such low-class people. Hey, I had some friendship with Lao Zhou when I was young. He begged me so much, I can't just ignore him, right? Besides, if we make them desperate this time, will they bother us again in the future? Father Zhang smiled proudly. Zhang's mother also laughed when she heard this. They have a little money now, which is nothing in front of the rich, but in front of the Zhou family, they definitely feel superior. It is also a good thing to let the Zhou family see the gap between the two sides. Humph, it's the last 5 minutes. I don't think they are even qualified to enter. How can we talk about a meeting? Sister Zhang Ting curled her lips in disdain and never took the Zhou family seriously. She had a look of superiority and coldness on her face, like an arrogant little princess. As the protagonist of the blind date, Zhang Rong said nothing but sipped her tea elegantly, as if everything they were discussing had nothing to do with her. She didn't care about this blind date at all. For her, it was just tea time. As for what the other party is like, she doesn't care. Because the only ones who are worthy of her are young and promising gentlemen. The boy from the Zhou family is obviously not among them. Soon, Zhou Ling's family came up. Oh? That's interesting. Did he spend all his money to get this VIP card? Or did he get in by begging for mercy? He. Zhang Ting laughed what she thought was a humorous laugh, half lying on her chair, and showed no intention of getting up to greet him. Long time no see, Lao Zhou. Was he stopped by the waiter? Never mind. I'll go down and talk to them later. Zhang's father laughed out loud in a pretentious manner, as if he didn't notice Zhou Bing's awkward smile. Is this Xiaoling? He is indeed a handsome man. Your uncle Zhang has been in the city for many years and has bought a house to settle down. I haven't been back for a long time and I almost forgot about you kids. Father Zhang patted Zhou Ling on the shoulder and smiled with emotion. But that tone full of superiority cannot be concealed. Zhang's mother looked elegant and graceful. She took a sip of tea, glanced at Zhou Ling, and commented indifferently, although she is poor, she looks okay. This sentence made Zhou Ling's parents look embarrassed and ugly, so they had to pretend that they didn't understand. Your face is okay, and you're pretty handsome, but if you want to be worthy of my sister, you need more than just a pretty face. Zhang Ting smiled wickedly. Let's not talk about that for now. Let's drink tea. Old Zhou, this is the best tea from Xianning Pavilion. It costs about 100 yuan per cup. You can't afford it normally, so drink more today. Father Zhang enthusiastically poured them tea and invited them to drink. But after hearing this, Zhou Bing and Song Wei wanted to take the teacup, but finally pulled back. To be honest, they felt something was wrong as soon as they sat down. Isn't this a blind date? How can you sneak attack like an underground spy? Young man, where do you work now? When do you plan to start a company? Mother Zhang half lay on the chair and asked indifferently. It's said to be a chat, but it sounds a bit like an interrogation. Since they were in the car, Zhou Ling knew that this family had character problems. When he arrived at the gate of Xianning Pavilion and applied for a VIP card, he became even more certain of this. Now, there is no doubt at all. The Zhang family is clearly here to seek a sense of superiority. In this case, Zhou Ling doesn't need to be nice to them. I am an unemployed person, and as for a company, I never plan to start one. He smiled faintly. Now he is just an ordinary little genius who punches in and signs in. I usually hold video conferences for people and hold tens of billions of assets, that's all. Oh, that won't do. My Romer has unlimited potential. She is young and beautiful. Toad doesn't even have the qualifications to enter her house. Hearing this, Zhang's mother's face suddenly turned cold. This kid clearly has no future. Still want to marry Ronger? What a wishful thinking, so ridiculous. That's right, if you want to be my brother-in-law, I don't ask you to be extremely talented, but you must be extremely wealthy. You can't do that. Sister Zhang Ting fiddled with her mobile phone worth more than 10,000 yuan and said nonchalantly. There are so many people chasing after her sister, what qualifications does this kid have? In fact, being able to meet Zhang Rong was a blessing he had earned in 8 lifetimes. They sang in unison, and every word they said was heart-wrenching. Of course, it is not worth mentioning to Zhou Ling. But to Zhou Bing and Song Wei, it was undoubtedly like a knife, cutting their hearts open. No matter what, he is their son. How can he be humiliated at will? Old Zhang. Zhou Bing's eyes turned red and he slammed the table hard. Even someone as humble as him was angry. Zhang's father knew that he couldn't go too far, so he hurriedly pretended to comfort him. Old Zhou, they are just too straightforward and speak without thinking. This sounds like a blame on the wife and daughter, but in fact it confirms what they said. How about this? Xiaoling doesn't have a job. I can arrange one for you, and I can always support the family in the future. Zhang's father said this with a smile, intentionally or unintentionally showing off his connections in capital. He believed that as long as Zhou Ling was not stupid, he would agree with gratitude. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ling not only did not agree, but said indifferently, arrange a job for me? Who do you think you are? An unknown small boss helps Marriott as CEO and Guya as shareholders arrange jobs? If you tell others about it, people will laugh out loud. But his words completely angered the Zhang family. Father Zhang looked gloomy and warned coldly, boy, I am doing this for your own good. Not only do you not appreciate it, but you are also rude to me? Exactly.
Do you know what you are rejecting? It's a chance to have enough food and clothes. Why don't you kneel down and thank me?
Zhang Ting was more like an unreasonable wildcat. She stared at Zhou Ling with wide eyes and gave orders loudly.
This kid dares to refute? Don't you know how much you weigh? Is this what your family education is like? Unreasonable and ungrateful. Compared to our family, it's nothing.
Zhang's mother was also furious. A kid from the lower class received their charity, but not only did he not accept it, he also acted tough.
How ignorant! People like this deserve to stay at the bottom of society their whole lives, looking up to upper-class people like them.
After they finished speaking, Zhang Rong, who had been silent, finally spoke.
Zhou Ling, you disappoint me today. After all, we played together when we were young, so we have a bit of a relationship. This time, I am actually giving you a chance to have a better life, and I also want to give you a chance to continue to be my friend. But you behaved so badly. Your unwarranted rudeness and arrogance show your low self-esteem. You don't know yourself well, and you don't understand the cruelty of the world.
Zhang Rong spoke calmly, slowly revealing the cruelty and ruthlessness of this world. She felt that as a person standing at a higher level, she understood much more than Zhou Ling.
Today's date is a blind date, but isn't it also a chance she's giving him? What a pity, not only did he not cherish it, he also gave up on his own initiative.
He does this just for a little self-esteem, which shows that he is still too naive and immature.
Such a person will never achieve anything great.
Listening to Zhang Rong's self-righteous comments about him, Zhou Ling couldn't help but laugh.
Do you think you understand me very well? Or do you understand the world very well? You are teaching me these great principles just to satisfy your vanity, aren't you? Zhou Ling couldn't help sneering.
He hated the other party's high-sounding excuses.
Isn't it just showing your presence? Why do you have to do so much nonsense?
Seeing that Zhou Ling was still stubborn, Zhang Rong knew that he was beyond help. Zhou Ling, if you have a crush on me, I advise you to give up. Only those young heroes are worthy of me. Zhang Rong felt that Zhou Ling was just sulking. This usually happens when people at the bottom find they are not worthy of people at the top. It seems that you are self-respecting and self-reliant, but in fact it is inferiority complex that is at work. Therefore, she wanted to completely shatter Zhou Ling's inner obsession and expectations of her. The two of them, impossible. After hearing these words, Zhou Ling's parents were so angry that they were speechless. They are here for a blind date, not to be humiliated. No matter how poor Zhou Ling is, he is still their precious son. You people always think you are superior to others and give advice from the perspective of successful people, but you don't know that you are not worthy at all. Zhou Ling shook his head and chuckled.
This family is too narrow-minded. Isn't it ridiculous that just because you have a few bucks you think you are upper class?
You know, even among the big bosses of listed companies, many people dare not say that they are already upper class people.
Silly, sister, why are you talking so much to a toad like him? Let's go. Oh, by the way, we will pay the bill, so don't worry.
Sister Zhang Ting raised her index finger and looked playful and cute. But just as they were about to leave, the person in charge of Xianning Pavilion rushed over with sweat all over his forehead. In his hand was a contract and a pen.
Mr. Zhou, this is the transfer contract of Xianning Pavilion. Once you sign it, the entire Xianning Pavilion will be yours.
The person in charge bowed his head and did not dare to act presumptuously. Because he already knew that the person in front of him was the CEO of Marriott Group. Moreover, he just paid twice the price to acquire the entire Xianning Pavilion.
This generosity is frightening. Chapter 19, Zhang Rong regrets.
Faced with such a person, even though he was the head of Xianning Pavilion and had seen many big scenes, he still felt shocked and afraid. This person is young, but he is bold and has an extraordinary temperament.
Who is he?
The person in charge was trembling with fear, afraid of making the slightest mistake. Zhou Ling casually picked up the pen and wrote his name on the contract.
It's written in black and white, the final conclusion. The entire Zhang family was dumbfounded. They recognized him. Wasn't this the person in charge of Xianming Pavilion?
Given their status, it is impossible for them to meet in person, as they are high and mighty figures. Why is he bowing and scraping to Zhou Ling with such fear and trepidation now? This scene was so unbelievable for them that they even suspected they were hallucinating. Zhang's mother opened her mouth in shock, pointed at Zhou Ling, and yelled to the person in charge, "Sir, did you make a mistake?
This kid is just a country bumpkin."
That's right. This kind of rubbish with nothing will be trash wherever it goes. You must have made a mistake. My younger sister Zhang Ting raised her head proudly, like a white swan that refused to admit defeat. But in her heart, she was extremely panicked. Zhang's father also hurriedly shouted, "Sir, is there a misunderstanding? This kid is just an unemployed vagrant." He couldn't accept it because in his eyes, the Zhou family was just country bumpkins and could never have any status. He also wouldn't allow the Zhou family to surpass him. The person in charge of Xianning Pavilion snorted coldly and started to teach them a lesson. "If you don't understand, shut up. Mr. J has paid double the price to buy the entire property rights of Xianning Pavilion. From now on, even a piece of tile here will be his. But you guys keep calling me a country bumpkin. Don't you want to live anymore?" The person in charge was furious and could not tolerate these idiots slandering Jay Chou like this. If Jay Chou hadn't spoken yet, he would have thrown these idiots out. What? The four members of the Zhang family were as stiff as sculptures. These two sentences were like a heavy hammer that shattered their hearts. For a moment, there was silence. You can hear a pin drop. The air seemed to freeze. It was really hard for them to imagine that the country bumpkin in their eyes actually bought the entire Xianning Pavilion at twice the price. It is said that Xianning Pavilion costs at least 50 million. Double the price, wouldn't that be 100 million? Thinking of this astronomical figure, their minds went blank and they almost fainted. They wouldn't be able to earn 100 million in their lifetime. What terrifying financial resources! Father Zhang's lips trembled with fear. Just now he was deliberately showing off his superiority and even shamelessly said that he would introduce a job to Zhou Ling. Looking back now, I really brought shame upon myself. If I take control of Xianning Pavilion, I can live a comfortable life for the rest of my life, unless something unexpected happens. Moreover, it now seems that Zhou Ling is unfathomable and possesses far more than just Xianning Pavilion. Does such a person still need him to introduce a job? Ridiculous. Zhang's mother was frightened and embarrassed. From the very beginning, she was condescending and looked at everything with a harsh eye. She felt that she was the perfect lady, and Zhou Ling's family were just ants at the bottom of society. But in the blink of an eye, the ant in her eyes turned into an unimaginable behemoth that could crush her to death with one foot. Her so-called pride was so fragile in front of Zhou Ling. Zhang Ting's delicate body, which had just begun to take shape, trembled and she no longer had the pride of a white swan. No matter how self-righteous she was, she didn't think her family was more powerful than Xianning Pavilion. However, Zhou Ling is a behemoth who can make Xianning Pavilion bow down to him with just a wave of his hand. Thinking about how she had just asked Zhou Ling to kneel down and thank her, he felt a wave of fear, causing some liquid to quickly leak out of his crotch. Zhang Rong was struck by lightning. From the beginning to the end, she didn't think Zhou Ling was worthy of her. What she wanted was a future with abundant financial resources, which Zhou Ling obviously could not give her. But in the blink of an eye, the so-called toad suddenly became the unattainable Prince Charming. Such a huge change was difficult for even her to digest for a while. Uncle, if we are lucky, let's have dinner together next time. After signing the contract, Zhou Ling didn't want to stay any longer, so he stood up and left. Zhang's father and mother got up nervously, kept pouring tea, and advised, don't worry, have a cup of tea first. It was all a misunderstanding just now, ha. We are old friends meeting, so how can we not reminisce about the past? Old Zhou, don't you think so? Father Zhang seemed like a different person, trying his best to please. Zhou Bing was completely disappointed with them. He shook his head and said indifferently, I don't think it's necessary. There's nothing to talk about between you and me. If it weren't for Zhou Ling, they would have been doomed to be humiliated on today's blind date. Why didn't you talk about the past before? It's too late now. This time, Zhang's mother didn't dare to lose her temper. She poured tea with a smile and kept saying, my dear adults, please be magnanimous and forgive us. Knowing Zhou Ling's great value, how could they let go of this wealthy son-in-law? By marrying him, Zhang Rong really made a good deal. If they could be with him, the Zhang family would surely prosper and enjoy a good life. Therefore, no matter what, they were reluctant to let Zhou Ling leave, even if they had to kneel down and lick the dust. Ronger, why are you standing there? Why don't you serve me tea? Father Zhang reminded coldly. Oh well. Zhang Rong hurriedly raised the teacup and prepared to serve tea. At this moment, she had completely lost all her nobility and just wanted to perform well and save some points. Zhou Ling glanced at them, was silent for a moment, and then drank tea with his parents. Seeing this, everyone in the Zhang family was happy, thinking that Zhou Ling had forgiven them. But Zhou Ling looked into Zhang Rong's eyes and said indifferently, "I'll drink this cup of tea because we knew each other when we were children. But please remember not to judge anyone with your self-righteousness, especially me. You don't deserve to understand me." After saying that, Zhou Ling took his parents downstairs and left, leaving the Zhang family speechless. Zhang Rong froze on the spot. Her heart had just risen to the sky, but it instantly fell to the bottom. What on earth did I miss? Woohoo! After being stunned for 3 seconds, she slumped in her chair, covering her face and crying loudly, full of regret. She could have had it, but it's gone. At this time, they heard an engine sound outside. They looked out and saw Zhou Ling driving away in a 5 million Bentley. 5 million. Their car is only worth 500,000. Alas, I haven't seen you for many years. How come Lao Zhang has become like this? Zhou Bing's face was full of regret. When he was young, he had a good relationship with Zhang's father. Maybe they have been in the city for a long time and their mentality has changed. Song Wei said. She had hoped that her son could marry Zhang Rong, but she disliked the character of the Zhang family. By the way, Xiao Ling, where did you get so much money to buy a tea house? It's not cheap, right? Zhou Bing was full of surprise. The VIP card alone cost 100,000 yuan. Wouldn't the tea house be even more expensive? Mom and Dad, I'm going to be honest. With a successful business and a big company, it's not a problem to occasionally spend tens of millions. Zhou Ling smiled proudly and looked up, just like when he was a kid waiting for praise. Sure enough, Zhou Bing and Song Wei were stunned. Several tens of millions? That's an astronomical figure. When did my son become so capable? Is this true? As far as I remember, you are just a clerk. You have no future at all. Zhou Bing blurted out. Zhou Ling was speechless. How can you say that about your son? Song Wei also patted his shoulder and told him not to talk nonsense. Our son is a talented person. Do you know how to speak? This sounded pleasing to Zhou Ling, and he thought that his mother was the best and loved her son. Unexpectedly, Song Wei asked seriously, "Son, we know how much you are worth. Do you have a company too?" Zhou Ling. No one would evaluate their son like this, okay? Touching his forehead helplessly, Zhou Ling didn't want to talk anymore. In the eyes of his parents, was he such a loser? Believe me, our lives will be better, and I won't let you suffer anymore. After calming down, Zhou Ling said seriously. When he said this, he felt unprecedented pride and honor. That's right, your son is not a coward. You raised me up and I can protect you for the rest of your life. Zhou Bing and Song Wei were both shocked, with tears in their eyes. My son, you have really grown up. In a trance, the 5-year-old kid from 20 years ago and the determined man in front of him overlapped completely. Time, who can catch up with you? After leaving Xianming Pavilion, Zhou Ling took the two elders to a high-end restaurant for dinner. But they said that such places have too many rules and are too luxurious, making them uncomfortable. So he booked the best farm stay. Originally, he wanted to book the entire farm stay, but he was afraid that his parents would say he was wasteful, so he didn't go so far. There are many entertainment activities in the farmhouse, such as catching chickens, fishing, feeding pigs, and so on. City people love to experience these. Zhou Bing and Song Wei were speechless. Isn't this something that happens every day in rural areas? How come it has become a paid entertainment activity in the city? It's really puzzling. What shocked them even more was that some people actually paid to experience planting rice in the fields. The boss is really good at doing business. He makes money and also earns labor. Zhou Bing shook his head and said, I've really broadened my horizons. I've lived for most of my life, but this is the first time I've seen such a strange thing. Zhou Ling laughed non-stop because he thought so too. Perhaps, we can also develop a tourism experience project in our hometown to boost the rural economy? Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. Chapter 20, The Class Beauty Who is High Above All Others. It is definitely possible to boost the economy. But now it's just a flash of inspiration, and there is no specific, detailed plan, so let's ignore it for now. After dinner, he took his parents back to the villa in Fulan Community. This grand and luxurious residence completely shocked the two elders. It would take tens of millions to buy this villa, right? At this moment, they truly realized how amazing their son was. I've made it. I've made it. I won't have to worry about finding a wife anymore.
Song Wei wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and couldn't help crying. Zhou Bing's eyes were red and he was proud of Zhou Ling. His son is no worse than anyone else. From what you said, getting a wife isn't a problem at all, okay? Zhou Ling joked that with his wealth, if he really wanted to find a woman, he could just pick anyone he wanted. Of course, he is not a casual or frivolous person and would not do that. Then why don't you bring one back? Really? Zhou Bing scolded him so much that he didn't dare to speak, so he rolled his eyes and pretended he didn't hear anything. After showing the two elders around the villa, Zhou Ling hopes that the whole family will live here in the future. But the two elders said they prefer to live in their hometown, so let him live here with his future wife. Zhou Ling couldn't force it. In the evening, he opened a bottle of fine white wine, and Song Wei prepared some peanuts for him to drink with his father. Eat some peanuts with a sip of white wine, the spicy taste goes down your throat, how delicious. Xiaoling, this wine is good. It's not cheap, is it? Zhou Bing asked with a smile, his eyes brightening. Zhou Ling raised his eyebrows, looking very proud. How much do you guess? I guess, 10,000? Zhou Bing blinked and said a price that he found terrifying. Zhou Ling smiled and nodded. This made Zhou Bing gasp in shock, and he kept muttering, oh my god, this is too expensive, right? 10,000 a bottle? It's 10,000 per cup. Zhou Ling smiled calmly. Zhou Bing almost spit out the wine, but he swallowed it down. 10,000 a cup? Then this bottle must be worth hundreds of thousands? A few 100,000 is a conservative estimate. Zhou Ling chewed peanuts calmly. Song Wei and Zhou Bing were quite frightened. Hundreds of thousands for a bottle? Is this gold or wine? An ordinary person's income for several years cannot even afford a bottle of wine? So horrible. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this. Song Wei complained. What do you know, bitch? Get out of here. Zhou Bing muttered majestically, but when he met Song Wei's stern gaze, he was so scared that he shrank his neck and chewed peanuts obediently. You should drink less. Your body is all ready. Seeing him drinking one cup after another with reluctance, Song Wei couldn't help but remind him. Unexpectedly, Zhou Bing's face suddenly changed, and he angrily said, what's wrong with my body? I'm fine, I can still drink. This time, Song Wei did not refute him, but fell silent. Listening to their conversation, Zhou Ling felt something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Dad, Mom, what's wrong? He asked in confusion. Nothing. Let's drink. Zhou Bing smiled casually, pretending nothing had happened. The drinking lasted until midnight. The two grown men were drunk, so Song Wei had to take turns dragging them into the room and let them sleep. By midnight, Zhou Ling was already sleeping like a dead pig, but in the guest room, Zhou Bing and Song Wei were not asleep. You almost let it slip. If Xiao Ling heard it, we'd be doomed. Zhou Bing was still drunk. Song Wei sobbed softly and said, our son has made great progress. Maybe he can cure your illness? Zhou Bing sighed and said, it's because he's rich that he can't say anything. This disease is fatal. No matter how much money is spent, it can't be cured. I don't want to ruin his current life. But. No buts, just let it be, just pretend nothing happened. Zhou Bing said sternly that Song Wei was not allowed to mention this matter again. The next day, Zhou Ling took his parents out for breakfast. He had originally made a reservation at a top-notch tea restaurant, but the two elders wanted to eat soy milk and fried dough sticks on the roadside. This stall is very simple, just 5 tables and a few stools. When people who were having breakfast here saw Zhou Ling driving a Bentley Mulsanne to have breakfast, they all felt it was magical. Really? Rich people also eat at street stalls? Is soy milk and fried dough sticks enough? Don't rich people have bird's nest and shark's fin? What a big boss. I was attacked like this just for breakfast. It's so hard for me. Everyone kept wailing in their hearts. They all eat at roadside stalls. Others drive Bentleys, but they can only drive electric cars. An office worker finished his breakfast with resentment, only to find that the battery was missing. The battery car is empty. There was only a note, stealing Guevara, I was here. Stealing Guevara. The battery thief? The office worker's face turned pale. This technique was too magical. How could he not even notice him when he was right next to him? In desperation, he had to run to take the subway. Son, who is Che Guevara? Song Wei asked curiously. Well, he is a thief with great integrity.
Zhou Ling held back his laughter, not knowing how to explain.
Zhou Bing couldn't help but complain, "What kind of integrity is this thief? Do you think you're writing a novel?"
Hearing this, Zhou Ling sneered and said self-deprecatingly, "These days, even thieves have more dignity than novel writers."
"Forget it."
Just as they were about to finish eating, a surprised voice rang out.
"Hey! Aren't you Zhou Ling? Why are you having breakfast here?" A woman in a miniskirt exclaimed in surprise. "Are you Huang Yanling?"
Zhou Ling also recognized her. She was his high school classmate.
"Yeah, why are you eating this? It's unhealthy. It's unhygienic." Huang Yanling looked at the soy milk and fried dough sticks, shouted in disgust, and took 2 steps back. "Is there any problem?" Zhou Ling put down the bowl. "It's a big problem. This is too low end. I eat KFC every day, and I still have to buy a cup of Simpac coffee." Huang Yanling was very proud and waved the Simbake in her hand to show off.
"It's not expensive, only about $100 in total."
Huang Yanling's vanity was greatly satisfied.
"I can't afford those, so I can only come to the roadside stalls." Zhou Ling shrugged and laughed at himself.
Huang Yanling looked at him for a few times, then said meaningfully, "It's understandable.
Poor people do have their own way of living." What she didn't know was that when she said this, everyone wanted to beat her up.
Poor people? You call a guy who drives a Bentley a poor man? By the way, there will be a class reunion the day after tomorrow, remember to come."
After chatting with Zhou Ling for a while, Huang Yanling left with satisfaction. When she left, she stared at the Bentley on the side of the road and almost hit a telephone pole without even noticing.
He muttered, "I wonder which rich guy owns it, but it's actually a Bentley. It would be nice if I could recognize him." The people around almost vomited their soy milk.
"You already know that rich guy, and you just mocked him for being poor."
"Son, who is that person?" Song Wei asked with a frown. He's just a fool, don't bother with him."
Zhou Ling smiled. What he didn't know was that Huang Yanling had already sent pictures of herself eating at a roadside stall to her high school friends group.
"There is no Zhou Ling here.
You know, I saw Zhou Ling today. He was so poor that he could only eat at street stalls."
Ha ha ha. This picture immediately attracted comments from many people. "No way? Is it really him? Wasn't he the best student in school? Why is he doing so poorly?
And he's the most handsome one, and the teacher always praises him for his bright future."
Ha ha, he was the one who had a promising future?
But now he has fallen to the point of eating at a roadside stall.
What a loser. The worst of us are countless times better than him. Many boys burst into laughter, feeling very happy. What a bullshit 3 good student, it's nothing. Without money, you can only eat at roadside stalls.
The girls were also filled with emotion and relief. Back then, he had the best grades and the most handsome appearance, and he charmed countless girls.
But now, who still looks up to him?
They are rich and powerful, they don't want to eat at street stalls, it's too embarrassing.
He's still a strong guy.
He's now contracting projects and working as a project manager. I heard he's bought a car and has a beautiful wife. The beauty in the class is so outrageous.
She can make at least $1 million a year as a host on Guya, right? The students were talking about it.
At this time, in a pretty good neighborhood, the class beauty Meng Shanshan was looking at the chat records, with the corners of her mouth raised in satisfaction.
Then he said, "No, how can there be so much? It's only about 800,000. Everyone in the group was suddenly surprised. "Class beauty, you are being so dishonest. What do you mean it's only over 800,000? How are you going to let us live?"
"That's right, you are already a big anchor, you have the brightest future.
Fortunately, you didn't follow that kid back then, otherwise how could you be here today?"
Many male classmates tried to curry favor with her, which made Meng Shanshan feel very comfortable. Looking at the familiar figure eating at the roadside stall, Meng Shanshan's eyes were calm.
"I am no longer someone you can reach. You are not worthy of me." She was very glad that she was not with Zhou Ling, otherwise how could she have her current situation?
Now, her goal is to become a big anchor, earning millions or tens of millions a year.
She wants to be the #1 girl on Guya.
Thinking of this, she immediately opened her mouth and continued to send friend requests to Master Ling.
"Mr. Ling is a wealthy man. If I can get his support, I will definitely soar to the sky. Even if he wants my body, it will be my honor.
Meng Shanshan is determined to be with Master Ling, and she is willing to give everything.
Chapter 21, Throwing out hundreds of thousands is no big deal. I don't know how that unknown little anchor got close to such a wealthy man, and her net worth has skyrocketed. If she can do it, so can I. And I'm prettier than her and have a better figure than her. Meng Shanshan is extremely confident about her figure.
In fact, she got her current position by relying on her impressive figure and sleeping with the union boss several times. Therefore, she had full confidence in hooking up with Master Ling. However, there are too many anchors on Guya who want to get in touch with Mr. Ling, so she feels a sense of crisis. She sent all the explicit photos she had taken and said a lot of suggestive words. I hope Mr. Ling will like her. After doing all this, she started live streaming. After breakfast, my parents said they couldn't adapt to the big city and wanted to go back. Helpless, Zhou Ling had to send the two elders back. Back in his car, Zhou Ling turned on the air conditioner and played with his phone out of boredom. I don't know what happened to that girl. After not watching the live broadcast for 2 days, Zhou Ling also wanted to know how Lu Mingxi was doing. Through previous chats, he knew that this fierce little girl was actually very filial. Moreover, her family background is not that good. As soon as you get on it, countless pieces of information appear. Zhou Ling ignored them all, but when he saw the large-scale photos of Meng Shanshan, he was stunned.
Meng Shanshan? She's also a host? This photo. Zhou Ling looked through a few of them intently. There were also many private messages from Meng Shanshan with profound implications. I haven't seen you for many years, how come you are like this? Although it was a feast for the eyes, he still felt a little regretful. She was pure and innocent when she was in high school. Now it is so vulgar. But considering that they were former classmates, he still added her as a friend and then entered her live broadcast room. During the live broadcast, Meng Shanshan was sitting and chatting with fans, but then a golden logo appeared. Master Ling is here. 666. The invincible rich man actually came to the live broadcast room? Is it finally our live broadcast room's turn? Hurry up and refresh it, Master Ling. The richest man in Guya, his appearance is really different. With his arrival, the entire live broadcast room was in an uproar. The popularity also increased from 2 million to 3 million, but Zhou Ling did nothing from beginning to end. Meng Shanshan was extremely excited. Did Master Ling really come to visit? Welcome, Master Ling. Please don't leave yet. I am proficient in all kinds of martial arts. I promise to serve you comfortably. Worried that Master Ling would leave, Meng Shanshan shouted impatiently, acting pitiful and charming. There was a burst of wailing in the live broadcast room, with people shouting that it was unfair, and they all started to ask if she was going to marry him. Meng Shanshan shyly explained that 18 martial arts refers to singing and dancing, not massage and oil application. Don't misunderstand others. The entire live broadcast room was noisy and lively. At this time, Master Ling said calmly, "Then let's dance." "Yes, sir." Meng Shanshan stuck out her tongue mischievously, immediately got up from her chair, turned on the music, and started twisting her waist. The charming movements and elusive spring scenery made the live broadcast room hall with wolves. Meng Shanshan has never danced like this before. This is specially danced for Master Ling. After a while of flirting, Master Ling casually threw out a few treasure maps. "Thank you for the tip, thank you," Meng Shanshan said in a delicate voice. "A few treasure maps are nothing, the key is that if there is one, there will be two. This is a good start. You'll eventually fall into my hands, humph." Meng Shanshan was secretly proud of herself. After sending Meng Shanshan away, he walked around again. Zhang Tank and Lu Mingxi were not broadcasting yet. They only broadcast in the evening. I felt bored and just drove back. On the way, he saw an old scavenger awkwardly picking up bottles scattered on the ground. In front of us, there were a few energetic young men running away with laughter. He turned off the engine and got out of the car. Looking at the energetic young men who had gone far away, he snorted silently, then squatted down to help the old man pick up the bottles. "Don't hit me, don't hit me." The old scavenger covered his head with his hands in panic. "Don't be afraid, I'm not a bad person, I'm here to help you." Zhou Ling swiftly put the bottle back into the torn sack. "Thank you. If the bottle is gone, the kids will have no books to read." The old man bowed in gratitude. However, his words surprised Zhou Ling. "Old man, you have a family? Then why do you still need to Hey, I'm a loner, how can I have a family? Come on, sit down, I'll tell you. The old man seemed to be in a good mood as well. He invited Zhou Ling to sit on the side of the road and told him about his past. It turned out that the old man was once an educated man and had a legitimate job. Many years ago, his partner died in a car accident. From then on, he became depressed and unable to recover, and could only make a living by picking up scraps. Don't underestimate him because of this. He has been able to sponsor 5 poor college students to study by picking up trash over the years. Hearing this, Zhou Ling was filled with awe. If it were him, he would never be able to do this. Have they ever come back to see you? Zhou Ling asked. The old man who was so smug just now suddenly seemed to lose his temper and said nothing. After a long while, he finally chuckled and said, "The kids have a lot of schoolwork to do." I understand. I understand. He said this in a casual tone, but Zhou Ling clenched his fists and his breathing became heavier after hearing it. He didn't know how to comment on this kind of thing. It doesn't matter. As long as the country can have more pillars, my contribution is nothing. The old man regained his proud look. Looking at the other person's face full of ugly wrinkles, Zhou Ling sighed helplessly and planned to use some money to help him. Just at this moment, a passing car stopped. Zhou Ling? It's really you? What are you doing? Picking up trash? A man rolled down his car window, stuck his head out, and looked at Zhou Ling curiously. There was a scantily clad female companion sitting in the passenger seat. This man was called Da Xiang. He contracted many engineering projects and made a lot of money. He was Zhou Ling's high school classmate. Da Chang? You're doing well, huh? Zhou Ling pointed at his BMW worth more than 500,000 yuan and said with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's nothing, it's just hard-earned money. I don't want you to be freelancers and do whatever you want. I have bought 2 houses with loans now. The monthly loan repayments are overwhelming me. Sigh. Da Xiang couldn't stop sighing, but there was an unconcealable sense of pride in his expression. Really? I probably can't relate to you. I don't have a mortgage, and I don't have a car worth $500,000. Zhou Ling spread his hands, seeming very helpless. He doesn't have to spend any money on the villa he lives in. The worst car he drives is a Bentley Mulsanne worth more than 5 million. Ha, it's okay, you're still young, keep working hard. By the way, don't forget the class reunion, as the class flower, you can't be absent. Da Xiang laughed, then reminded him about the class reunion and left. In the passenger seat, the woman asked curiously, "Who is that?" "He's quite handsome." "What? Are you horny?" Da Xiang glared at her fiercely. "How is that possible? She only has eyes for you." The woman acted coquettishly and aggrievedly, but she couldn't help but think of the handsome boy just now. Compared to him, Da Xiang is just a pig. If it wasn't for the money, I would never be with him. Humph, that idiot has actually fallen to the point of picking up trash. I must let the students in the group watch it, ha ha ha. Da Xiang smiled cunningly and sent the photos he had just taken to the group, which caused another round of laughter. Young man, why don't you tell the truth? The old man was a little surprised. Although he was a scavenger, he still had vision and knew that Zhou Ling came from an extraordinary family. Whether in terms of temperament, appearance, or the car he drives, he crushes the fat pig just now. Me? I always tell the truth. Zhou Ling smiled. After saying that, he threw a plastic bag, got in the car and left. When the old man opened it, he saw red banknotes inside, which looked like at least hundreds of thousands. Good man, good man. The old man was so excited that his hands were shaking. He quickly tied the plastic bag around his waist and went to the bank to transfer money to the poor students. For Zhou Ling, it was just a piece of cake. But for him, it was saving people from danger. As soon as he returned to the villa, he received several calls. It turned out that several senior members of the Anchors Union wanted to have dinner with him. After all, he is a new shareholder, and the union bosses all want to curry favor with him and establish good relations with him. The agreed time is the day after tomorrow, and the location is the Hyatt Hotel. He suddenly remembered that the class reunion would be held the day after tomorrow, also at the Hyatt Hotel. It saves a lot of trouble. On the day of the class reunion, he didn't drive a Bentley, but a Pagani. After all, for him, Bentley is mainly used for transportation. With a roar, Pagani transformed into a fiery red phoenix and rushed forward, leaving only a pile of dust. Soon, they arrived at the gate of Hyatt Hotel.
As soon as he parked the car, 5 or 6 fashionably dressed girls surrounded him.
Little brother, do you need someone on the co-pilot seat? Handsome, can you take me home? It might rain outside. Honey, can you add me on WeChat? Let's meet up for dinner when we're free. These girls were too proactive and Zhou Ling almost couldn't resist.
In the end, he took advantage of the chaos to escape.
Chapter 22, Surrounded.
After escaping from being surrounded by many girls with exposed white legs, Zhou Ling entered the Hyatt Hotel. At this time, other high school classmates had already arrived to reserve the private room.
Wow, Brotherly is doing well. This watch must be worth at least 30,000, right? You can do it too. I heard you've become a section chief?
You have a bright future.
Compared to Daxian, we are still a little behind.
He is now contracted to undertake several projects.
Everyone was enthusiastically praising each other.
The young boys back then were now greasy and fat.
It's not bad, it's only about 1.8 million a year. It's actually quite painful.
In addition to socializing with senior executives of major real estate companies, I also have to eat with leaders of relevant departments.
It's hard-earned money.
Daqiang waved his hands modestly, looking extremely miserable. I've been working for 2 years and have only bought a car worth 500,000 yuan and 2 houses. I still have to work hard.
Daqiang looked so miserable that people who didn't understand would think his family was destroyed. Damn, that's awesome.
We've been working for a few years and we both drive a $200,000 car.
We've just saved enough for the down payment. Others began to curry favor with Daqiang and toasted him continuously. Among all of them, the one with the strongest foundation is undoubtedly Daqiang.
1 month's income is probably equivalent to what they make in half a year.
Daqiang was treated like a star and felt very happy. When I was studying, he was not worth mentioning.
Now, he is the best student in the class, and only the class beauty Meng Shanshan is as good as him.
Shanshan is not bad either. She signed with a big guild and is a popular female anchor.
Huang Yanling, who was wearing heavy makeup, smiled and hugged Meng Shanshan's arm, trying her best to please her.
I have to say, it would be unfair if the class beauty wasn't popular.
I bet that the class beauty will definitely become the #1 girl in Guya.
I'm laying it on that.
I didn't expect that our class would have a big anchor.
I'll have something to brag about when I go out.
Everyone looked at the dignified and elegant Meng Shanshan again, their eyes shining. She was wearing a floral dress, which was fresh, natural, and sexy. Especially the deep white groove on top, which makes people want to drill into it. In the past, she was the unattainable beauty in class.
Now, she is a popular female anchor with a rising value and is an absolute goddess.
Meng Shanshan remained elegant, but her sense of superiority was overflowing. She sleeps with guild executives several times a week, so of course she is taken seriously.
Hee hee, luckily the class beauty didn't follow that stupid boy, otherwise how could she become a big anchor? Huang Yanling covered her mouth and let out a laugh. Zhou Ling is just a nerd. What's the point of studying? Money is king. That kid has fallen to the point of picking up bottles, how pitiful. Who does he think he is to be worthy of the office beauty?
When Zhou Ling was mentioned, everyone burst into laughter, as if this was the source of their happiness.
That kid picks up trash and eats at street stalls, what a loser, hee hee. Huang Yanling couldn't help laughing.
It was she who discovered Zhou Ling eating at a roadside stall the day before yesterday.
Don't say that, he is our classmate after all. Meng Shanshan reminded. Oh, could it be that the class beauty is still thinking about that silly boy? Huang Yanling seemed to have dug up some gossip. Don't talk nonsense. How can the class beauty like him? Who does he think he is? Daqiang couldn't help but sneer, his eyes were always fixed on Meng Shanshan's body, revealing his hunger.
Although I don't want to say this, he is no longer worthy of me now. Meng Shanshan took a sip of juice, her tone was calm and arrogant, like an inviolable goddess. And in her eyes, Zhou Ling is nothing more than the most humble reptile.
Not worth mentioning. Of course. I heard that you, Shanshan, have won the favor of Master Ling? Huang Yanling obviously knows a lot about the live streaming circle.
Meng Shanshan couldn't hide her pride and nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, he gave me a gift and will be my financial sponsor in the future.
Wow. I'm so envious. Huang Yanling's eyes lit up. Master Ling? What is that? Others are not aware of what is happening in the live streaming circle. Huan Yunling explained solemnly, Mr. Ling is an invincible rich man.
He gave away 50 million worth of gifts that day. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the private room stared in shock.
50 million? Damn, I can't make that much in my lifetime. Is this true? Is this guy so rich? You're such a spendthrift, you're just giving away 50 million?
Everyone couldn't help sighing and felt it was incredible.
50 million is an astronomical figure for them, which is simply unimaginable. But, in the hands of others, it is like a toy, which can be given away at any time. Does this world have to be so crazy? Even the arrogant Daxian couldn't help but smile bitterly.
Although he is a nouveau riche, he is far behind the real rich people. 50 million is enough to drive him crazy. It would be great if I could get to know such a great person. If I could establish a good relationship with him, wouldn't it be a great source of wealth?
Daxian was shocked and murmured softly.
Meng Shanshan lifted a strand of her hair and said happily, there really is such an opportunity.
My guild executives just told me that they will have dinner with Master Ling tonight. Then I can take everyone to meet Master Ling.
Tonight, her purpose was not the class reunion, but Master Ling. She must take this opportunity to get close to Master Ling. Hearing her say this, everyone laughed in surprise. They were lucky to meet such a rich man.
As expected of the class beauty, she is so resourceful, I am convinced.
There is no doubt that the class beauty will soar to the sky in the future. I heard that those super rankers earn at least tens of millions a year.
Class flower, don't forget us when you become rich.
Everyone started praising this future big anchor and flattered Meng Shanshan so much that she lost herself in it. Just when they were having a great time, Zhou Ling pushed the door open. Seeing him, everyone's interest waned a lot.
Hey, why are you so late? Can't get a taxi? Huan Yunling had a mocking look on her face and thought she was humorous.
No, I was driving myself, there was just a little traffic jam.
Zhou Ling smiled nonchalantly, showed the Pagani key, and then put it in his pocket. Driving? I'm afraid it's not a garbage truck? It's full of bottles that you just picked up? Oh, and you're not late because of picking up bottles, are you? Daxian laughed exaggeratedly, and everyone else laughed along.
Meng Shanshan also smiled modestly with her hands covering her mouth. The whole private room seemed to be filled with a happy atmosphere.
Say whatever you want. After all, there is a huge gap between you and me.
Zhou Ling sneered and shook his head. These people acted superior, but in his eyes, they were nothing but garbage.
You are so arrogant. Are you living in a dream? I want to ask you, do you have a house? Do you have a car? How much do you earn? That's right. I didn't want to say anything to you, but I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. I can't help my temper. What's so great about being able to study for a loser? I have no money and no women. What a failure.
These old classmates were angered by his words and all directed their anger at Zhou Ling. In their eyes, Zhou Ling was just a lowly creature who picked up garbage and ate at roadside stalls.
You dare to shout here? Don't overestimate your abilities. It's useless to just talk big. Money is the real power. Do you have it? Daxian couldn't help but sneer. Money is just an external thing, is it important?
Zhou Ling didn't care at all. To him, money was not a problem at all. But the others burst into laughter when they heard it, thinking he was just trying to be strong. Only people who have no money will say that money is not important. Even Meng Shanshan was very disappointed with him and taught him a lesson. Zhou Ling, you are a talented person, but you have become a nerd. No matter how good your academic performance is, it's useless without money. You've been in society for a few years, don't you know that? You deceive yourself with such words, you disappoint me so much. Meng Shanshan once again realized that there was a huge difference between Zhou Ling and her. Two people are not in the same world at all. Really? Do you understand me well? Zhou Ling just found it ridiculous. As the CEO of Marriott Group and a shareholder of Dogya, he was actually ridiculed as a pauper? If you tell this to others, people will laugh their heads off, right? Don't be so stubborn. I liked you before, but people change. You are not worthy of me. Meng Shanshan was worried that Zhou Ling would take the opportunity to pursue her, so she put an end to his fantasy. Just then, the door was pushed open. Several tall girls whose looks and temperament far surpassed Meng Shanshan stuck their heads in.
Ah! Handsome guy, you are really here? We had a hard time finding you.
They were sweating profusely and it seemed like they were having a really hard time searching.
Can we be friends?
Please. I haven't ridden a Pagani yet, take me for a spin. Several girls pulled Zhou Ling's arms and kept acting coquettishly, which stunned everyone.
What is going on?
There are many beautiful young ladies who are prettier than the class beauty.
But why are they all clinging to that dangling silk? And what about Pagani Wind God?
You know, the price of Pagani Wingo is tens of millions.
It is not like cabbage that can be found on the street easily. Little brother, promise me, okay? I want one too. Don't forget me, take me with you.
Before Zhou Ling even had a chance to speak, a few girls started to become jealous of each other, making everyone envious and jealous.
Nima.
They are all top-notch girls. They are all goddess level.
Why did you fall for this boy?
Meng Shanshan was also dumbfounded. She called herself a goddess, but compared with these girls, she was just a beautifully dressed up pheasant.
What's funny is that she just warned Zhou Ling to give up. Chapter 23, Is he Master Ling?
This scene made her heart explode.
It even has a strong sense of irony. What are you talking about? What Pagani Wind God? Daqian's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but ask.
When the girls saw the fat pig approaching, they all backed away in disgust.
Don't you know?
This guy came here in a Pagani Huayra. That car is worth tens of millions.
Yes. This is the first time I've seen him. He's so handsome.
I have to sit here once. The girls became excited again when talking about this super luxury car. Zhou Ling had no choice but to agree to add WeChat, and they left contentedly, even blowing kisses to each other.
He is so handsome and rich. It's really annoying.
Zhou Ling sighed to the sky. If he had known it would be so troublesome, he would not have gone out.
But the students in the private room all looked at him quietly, not knowing what they were thinking. Zhou Ling, do you really have a Pagani?
Huang Yanling stuck close to him with great anticipation, her eyes extremely fiery.
Well, I did come here in a Pagani.
Zhou Ling did not deny it.
Wow! Can you take me for a ride?
Huang Yanling screamed excitedly. She had already made up her mind that she must take photos and post them on WeChat Moments when the time comes.
Cannot.
Zhou Ling refused mercilessly.
Huang Yanling.
Others were hesitant and unwilling to believe this was true. Because they couldn't accept that a loser who was laughed at by them could break through and become a multi-millionaire. Especially Daqian, his face looked extremely bad at the moment, as if he had eaten shit. Just now, he was mocking Zhou Ling for having no money, no car, and no woman, but in the blink of an eye, several gift girls who made him drool appeared.
Moreover, Zhou Ling came here in a Pagani?
It totally beats his car worth $500,000. Meng Shanshan's expression changed rapidly, and finally, as if she had thought of something, she walked up to Zhou Ling arrogantly and accused him loudly.
Do you think I'll look at you more than once?
Wishful thinking.
Too naive. What's fake is fake. It can't come true.
Besides, you spent money on renting a car, hiring people, and renting clothes.
It probably cost you a year's salary, right? Is it worth it?
You are such a loser if you want to use this method to satisfy your vanity and gain our approval in my favor. Meng Shanshan spoke eloquently and cursed to her heart's content. Her eyes became brighter and brighter. She felt that she had found the truth and seen through Zhou Ling's tricks. After hearing this, the others suddenly realized what was going on and looked at Zhou Ling with contempt.
I see. This is disgusting. You faked it just to get our approval?
Ha, that's what I said.
How can a loser like him, a nerd, be rich?
Ha, I was scared by him just now, turns out it was all fake. Everyone laughed loudly, but they were actually relieved inwardly.
Huang Yanling gave him a vicious look and couldn't wait to stay away from him, as if he were a germ. Zhou Ling was confused and didn't know whether to praise them for their intelligence or laugh at them for their stupidity.
If this self-deception makes you feel better, then so be it. Then he laughed at himself and said no more. He never bothered to defend himself. Because, there is no need at all. Could it be that, just because he was misunderstood, he became so angry that he threw away all his assets and scared everyone?
No, he won't.
Because a true dragon would never explain his power to ants. And he is the real dragon looking down on all living beings. Soon, the dishes came up and everyone ate happily, toasting each other, as if they had forgotten what had just happened. Zhou Ling sat in the corner and was unsurprisingly ignored and isolated. Looking at the lively crowd, he felt it was extremely ironic. When they were in school, these people would fawn on him every day in order to copy their homework. Now that he has some money, he can't wait to step on him. This world is too realistic. Do you know? That Mr. Ling gave a small anchor a gift worth tens of millions, which made this small anchor famous. Huan Yanling's face turned red from drinking, and when she talked about Master Ling, she couldn't help fantasizing. Shan, you must seize the opportunity. Such a big sponsor has no shortage of money. Yes, even if we just throw away a little bit of profit, we will be exhausted. Wow, Master Ling, you are so mysterious. If I could meet him once, I would die with no regrets. The discussion was very lively and the topic was always about Master Ling. Master Ling has become a legend and a myth. No, he's not that simple. Meng Shanshan had just finished reading a message. She put down her phone with an expression of uncontrollable surprise and shock on her face. It turns out that he also bought 30% of Guya's shares, making him a shareholder worth tens of billions. Meng Shanshan almost shouted out. She had just received a message from a guild executive. This also means that Master Ling is not only a wealthy man, but can also control the entire Guya. If she is lucky, wouldn't she be the mistress of Guya? By then, not only will she be the #1 sister of Guya, but she will own the entire Guya. Thinking of this, she became so excited that her face flushed and her body trembled constantly. What? Damn, this is too much, right? He actually owns shares in Dogtooth? This is definitely the boss among the bosses. Even if I have to be a bootlicker, I will make sure he is satisfied. Everyone was so excited that they kept making strange noises, like they were crazy. But Zhou Ling, who was sitting in the corner, frowned in disdain. They still want to be his lickers? Dream on. Can you please stop being so disgusting? Meng Shanshan happened to see his expression, and she immediately scolded him fiercely. What does your expression mean? For a low-level reptile like you, the noble Master Ling won't even look at you. Just give up. Meng Shanshan cursed. Master Ling is the god in her heart, and no one is allowed to blaspheme. Especially trash like Zhou Ling. Just as she was cursing loudly, a man pushed the door open. He was Meng Shanshan's boss. Boss, you're here? Meng Shanshan screamed in surprise, as if she had become a different person. The boss is here, doesn't that mean Master Ling is here too? Well, come with me later and I'll introduce you to him. The union boss laughed. Aha! Meng Shanshan nodded vigorously, feeling it was very unreal. Was her fate going to change like this? From now on, she is the mistress of Dogtooth? Oh my god, this is so exciting. The guild boss was about to take her away, but when he turned around, he saw a slightly familiar figure. It's him? The guild boss was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his head. Isn't this Master Ling? Why is he here? Several of their big guilds had seen Zhou Ling's photos before, so they recognized him at a glance. He let go of Meng Shanshan and, in the incredulous gazes of everyone, respectfully came before Zhou Ling. Hello, so you are here. The guild boss didn't dare to speak too loudly, and his tone was extremely flattering. After all, the person in front of him is a wealthy man and a shareholder of Guya. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. Everyone was stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Why would the high and mighty guild boss be so respectful to a loser like Zhou Ling? Was there a misunderstanding somewhere? Zhou Ling remained calm and just nodded lightly. Well, we have already arranged it. When is it convenient for you to come over? The guild boss was smiling and as obedient as a pug. Everyone present was stunned and couldn't understand it at all. How dare Zhou Ling act so arrogantly in front of this big boss? The point is, this big boss doesn't even dare to fart? I already know the quality of your anchor, so there's no need to discuss the details. Putting down the bowl and chopsticks, wiping his mouth, Zhou Ling stood up and left without saying another word. His actions made the guild boss feel very uneasy. When he wanted to chase after her, he was stopped by Meng Shanshan. Boss, did you make a mistake? He is just my high school classmate. Meng Shanshan was confused, but she seemed to have some guesses in her mind that made her very uneasy. Classmate? That's great, you two know each other. I wanted to introduce you to Master Ling. The guild boss was very happy. Meng Shanshan and Mr. Ling were classmates, which made things easier. But he didn't expect that his words would completely change everyone's expression. What did you say? You said he was Mr. Ling? Meng Shanshan's hands and feet became weak and her head began to feel dizzy. You don't know? He is the lavishly wealthy Mr. Ling, and also a senior executive at Dogtooth. The guild boss threw out these words again, and their weight was no less than a cannonball, making everyone's scalp tingle. Zhou Ling is actually the young Master Ling they had been discussing the entire night? That invincible rich man? Meng Shanshan's eyes rolled back and she collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. What's going on? The guild boss has also realized some problems. Huang Yanling trembled as she recounted what had just happened. After hearing what happened, the guild boss flew into a rage. What a bunch of idiots! Don't you even understand what your classmates are doing? He was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Being a classmate, what a great value this can be utilized. In the end, these bunch of losers ended up like this? Boss, Meng Shanshan felt like crying but had no tears. Fuck off, you're fired. The guild boss was so angry that he cursed and kicked her away, then quickly chased after her. This bitch is going to kill the entire guild. Meng Shanshan was completely desperate. If she stopped being an anchor, she would be nothing worse than trash. Boss, don't abandon me. I promise to have group sex with you tonight. Don't give up on me. I want to be the #1 girl in Guya. She cried and sobbed, but it was of no use. Chapter 24, Sign in and get a piece of land for free. There was once an opportunity in front of her, but she did not cherish it, and only regretted it after she lost it. If God could give her another chance, she would. Meng Shanshan really regretted it so much. She placed all her hopes of soaring to the sky on Master Ling. Tonight, she planned to get Master Ling drunk, then force herself on him and kill him without asking for his permission later. But who would have known that the Mr. Ling she had been thinking about day and night was actually Zhou Ling? What is funny is that she discriminated against Zhou Ling from beginning to end and humiliated him more than once. And the problem is, as Zhou Ling's classmate, she already has a huge advantage. But she brought disaster upon herself and ruined the great opportunity. She was heartbroken and completely desperate, so she picked up her phone and called Zhou Ling, hoping to save some situation. I called 20 times before I finally got through. Zhou Ling, I was wrong. Please forgive me, okay? I want to be with you. Didn't you like me in high school? From now on, I am yours. Meng Shanshan cried like crazy, begging to reconcile with Zhou Ling. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Ling, who was already sitting in the Pagani Huayra, couldn't help but sneer. At this point, does she still think I like her? For the sake of our friendship, I have been ignoring you all this time. I miss our friendship. But you keep humiliating me. Do you really think I don't have a temper? Besides, don't you know what kind of person you are? Not every bitch can climb into my bed. After saying that, Zhou Ling hung up the phone and blocked her number. From now on, Meng Shanshan is completely banned and can no longer make money as a host. In the Hyatt Hotel, the high school classmates were so shocked that they couldn't contain themselves. The Master Ling whom they worship as a god is actually their old classmate Zhou Ling? Even now, they can't digest this shock. Daqian's face turned pale and he no longer had any sense of superiority. Thinking back to his ridicule of Zhou Ling, he just found it extremely ridiculous. A car worth $500,000? 2 houses bought with loans? In Master Ling's eyes, it's no better than a pile of shit, right? It turns out that in his eyes, we are just clowns, ha ha. Daqian leaned against the wall, laughed weakly, and slowly sat on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. All along, Zhou Ling had never bothered to defend himself, and just sat in the corner eating and drinking by himself. Now it seems that he didn't take it seriously at all. In terms of capital and pattern, no one present can compare to him even a little bit. The other students became irritable and angry while feeling regretful. They felt that they had a chance to curry favor with Zhou Ling, but were misled by Daqiang and Huang Yanling, and believed that Zhou Ling could only pick up garbage and eat at roadside stalls. Damn, if you two hadn't misled the group, would we have missed this opportunity? That's right, kill this guy. The old classmates who were originally toasting each other and having a good time, beat up the two men without any mercy, and the harmony of their previous fawning on each other was no longer seen. The scene was chaotic for a while, but fortunately the hotel dragged them all out before it ended, otherwise someone would have died. The guild boss chased out, leaned on the window of Pagani, and cried and begged Zhou Ling to give him another chance.
But what responded to him was a majestic beast-like engine sound and a fiery and gorgeous back. That night, all the Guya anchors belonging to this guild were restricted in their traffic, and there were not even many recommended spots. The worst off was Meng Shanshan, whose live broadcast room was even blocked without any explanation. This incident made the entire Guya anchor team panic, and they didn't know what was going on. From now on, this big guild has been reduced to a second-rate guild in Guya. Its popularity has declined significantly, and its anchors have also jumped ship one after another. Back at the villa, Zhou Ling took off his clothes, revealing his muscular body, and then soaked comfortably in the oversized bathtub. Ding sign in successfully, reward, 3 million square meters of land in LC district. At this time, the system automatically signs in successfully. A piece of land? Interesting. Zhou Ling's eyes lit up. It was too difficult to acquire 3 million square meters of land. And now, the system sign-in is his. It's such a breeze. The next day, all senior executives of Marriott Group held a meeting to discuss the next strategic plan. As a real estate company, Marriott has grown rapidly in recent years, making many of its peers wary. Likewise, Marriott's growth has slowed down. Now, they must formulate a new strategy to break the impasse. Now, the renovation of the LC area is a big project, so it's best to focus on the LC area. Someone suggested. Yes, this is what we wanted to do before, and once our layout is successful, the benefits will be unimaginable. If it succeeds, Marriott Group will definitely be able to reach a higher level. The senior executives were discussing the matter, and they all had one goal in mind, to lay out the LC area. When everyone was discussing heatedly, Luo Shuang, who had been frowning, suddenly interrupted them. But how do we solve the problem of those communities? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone seemed to be silent. The area of those old communities is as high as 3 million. If they can take it down, their previous layouts can be connected to create a huge commercial and residential circle. But that's the problem. They are not the only ones eyeing this piece of land. There are also several powerful groups that are eyeing the opportunity. For other groups, taking over this piece of land will not only be useful to themselves, but also deal a severe blow to Marriott. Kill two birds with one stone. Therefore, it is extremely difficult for Marriott to acquire this piece of land. It's possible to take it down, but the prerequisite is that we have to injure our limbs. Luo Shuang sighed. Other senior executives also shook their heads, because this would not be worth the cost. Later gains may not necessarily make up for current losses. A senior executive scratched his head anxiously. Is there no other way? This is our best chance to break through. Other competitors will not let us go easily. Damn, this is so annoying. Everyone was in a state of anxiety and worry, with the previous enthusiasm completely gone. Let's wait for the boss to come first. Luo Shuang reminded them, and everyone nodded. However, they don't think that the boss will be able to come up with any good solutions. Soon, Zhou Ling pushed the door open and walked in. He is tall and slender, wearing a well-ironed suit, with sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes, and has an outstanding temperament. It was so cold that even she couldn't help blushing. Many female executives were so nervous that their heartbeats accelerated, and they even dared not look him in the eye. The male executives felt even more ashamed of themselves. In terms of looks and figure, they couldn't even touch a hair of Zhou Ling. Why do you all look so bitter? Did you drink Xuan Guanglian? Zhou Ling loosened his tie and sat down, then joked. Boss, you don't know that our group is in trouble. A plump and sexy female executive said aggrievely. If there are any difficulties, just solve them. Why look so sad? Zhou Ling took a sip of tea. Everyone looked at each other, thinking that the boss still didn't understand the situation, otherwise how could he be so relaxed? It's like this. This sexy female executive came to the big screen and analyzed the problem in detail. After understanding it, Zhou Ling no longer took it to heart. I see. I thought it was a big deal. He smiled easily. Seeing that he was so nonchalant, everyone became even more nervous, worrying that Zhou Ling might have misunderstood something. It is extremely difficult to take over this piece of land. Many older executives secretly shook their heads, thinking that the boss was still too young and knew too little. Even Luo Shuang thought Zhou Ling was just joking. Boss, we may not be able to take this land. It's too difficult. Luo Shuang couldn't help but remind him, not wanting Zhou Ling to make a mistake. But Zhou Ling smiled nonchalantly. Is it difficult? This is our land. After these words were spoken, everyone was speechless. Is the boss really confused or just being extra confused? If this land is really ours, is there any need to discuss it now? Can't you just do it? Go check who owns that piece of land now, Zhou Ling said. Everyone looked at each other, but went to check anyway. Soon, the man started shouting excitedly, and everyone thought he was crazy. This is incredible. That piece of land belonged to Zhou Ling in the early hours of yesterday morning, and this Zhou Ling. As he said this, he looked at his boss. Everyone looked over in disbelief, thinking that this person was joking. But when they found the same result, the conference room exploded. How so? Unbelievable. This is incredible. Is this piece of land our boss's? Just now, everyone thought he was joking. Now, they have no choice but to believe it. However, this matter was too unbelievable and they had no idea how Zhou Ling did it. I can only say that he is worthy of being the boss and his methods are extraordinary. Okay, just do it as you planned. Go ahead. Looking at everyone who was extremely excited, Zhou Ling was very calm. Yes, sir. No problem. The century-old problem was suddenly solved, which made everyone more excited than ever and they rushed out of the conference hall excitedly. Boss, how did you do that? Luo Shuang's face was full of surprise. The noble goddess who was as cold as ice was like a curious kitten in front of him. Zhou Ling smiled mysteriously, keep it a secret. Luo Shuang felt that she had never met such a mysterious man. He was the first and only one. Chapter 25, Being Invited to Dinner by Lu Mingxi. She couldn't figure out how Zhou Ling got this land. But she understood that Qingdao would not be able to stop Marriott's development in the future. With such a young and promising boss, Marriott will have no worries about rising. Luo Shuang admired Zhou Ling very much. This was the first time in all these years that she admired a man. At Yuecheng Overseas Chinese Hospital, Lu Mingxi takes care of his mother with peace of mind. Yesterday, she received her share of the gift money, a full 26 million. This huge sum of money made her so excited that she felt dizzy and cried and laughed at the same time. This was the first time she had such a huge sum of money. The key is that the 1 million yuan for my mother's hospitalization and surgery has been settled. So she immediately transferred her mother to the best private hospital in Yuecheng for treatment. Sheer, that kind-hearted person helped us so much, you must thank him. Her mother lay on the hospital bed, weakly speaking. Yes. I will. Lu Mingxi nodded seriously. Master Ling is her savior, and she will repay him even if it means giving up everything. After his mother fell into a deep sleep, Lu Mingxi immediately contacted Zhou Ling and said that he wanted to treat him to a meal. Oh? The little boxer wants to treat me to a meal? Master Ling replied in a teasing tone. When he chatted with Lu Mingxi, he often called her little boxer. This little sister is too obsessed with boxing. Of course not. Yuecheng University's most beautiful girl invites you to dinner, so you won't refuse, right? Lu Mingxi replied playfully. Bah, I'm from Yuecheng University and I've seen a lot of beautiful women. Master Ling pretended not to care. Lu Mingxi blushed and felt a little jealous. She tapped the screen with her thumb and replied, in terms of beauty, I'm number one. When it comes to violence, you're number one, right? Zhou Ling couldn't help but joke. No way. I'm also very gentle, okay? Lu Mingxi pouted her lips, which was rare, and she was not convinced. Zhou Ling couldn't help laughing and replied, really? What if the guy who beat you shows up? Well, I will definitely kick his head and then grab his balls to make him realize how dangerous society is. Lu Mingxi clenched her fists, feeling extremely proud. Zhou Ling. He unconsciously clamped his legs together and felt a little cold in his crotch. She is indeed a violent woman. However, if a fight really breaks out, it's not certain who will crush whom, right? Do you think that my triple physical enhancement means I'm a vegetarian? Hee hee, don't be afraid, brother Ling. I'm only targeting those bad guys. I will definitely be gentle with you. Lu Mingxi smiled playfully. Zhou Ling, haha, I hope so. They agreed on a place, and Zhou Ling prepared to drive to Yuecheng University to pick her up. Boss, where are you going? Seeing that he was about to leave, Luo Shuang bit her red lips lightly and couldn't help but ask, with a hint of grievance in her expression. As a subordinate, she shouldn't have asked. But, she still asked. Just now, the boss was looking at his phone with a silly smile. He must be chatting with some girl, right? Are you going on a date now?
Thinking of this, she felt a little uncomfortable, but she couldn't tell why.
I have a private date, what's wrong?
Zhou Ling was a little confused.
No. It's okay.
Are you with the girls?
She emboldened herself to ask the question.
Yes, what's the matter?
Zhou Ling looked at her puzzledly. It's nothing. Boys have to protect themselves when they go out, okay?
Luo Shuang bit her red lips and felt a little heartbroken when she said this, but she still had to pretend to be joking and relaxed.
Yeah, okay.
Zhou Ling made a gesture and left. Looking at his back, she, who never asked about anything other than work, felt empty inside. He drove like a Pagani wind god and arrived at the gate of Yuacheng University without any obstruction. It was only the afternoon, but there were quite a few cars parked here, many of them luxury cars. In order to keep the appointment, Lu Mingxi went back to school and changed into a fresh dress.
Isn't this senior sister Mingxi? Why is she dressed like this? She's so beautiful. This is the first time I've seen her dressed like this. Is she going to meet her lover? My heart is broken. I want to see which boy is worthy of senior sister Mingxi.
At the school gate, many boys passing by were attracted by Lu Mingxi at first sight. She was like a fresh little flower under the bright sunshine, without a trace of her former domineering side, only gentleness.
She is so lethal. Mingxi, do you want to go shopping with me? I just bought a car that costs over 1 million yuan.
A man took off his sunglasses and looked at Lu Mingxi with fiery eyes, as if he wanted to swallow her in one bite.
No, I have an appointment. Lu Mingxi said coldly and refused without even thinking about it. Who did you make an appointment with?
The man pressed on.
What's it got to do with you?
Lu Mingxi gave him a look of disgust.
Her tenderness is not for people like this. You, okay. I want to see who you are waiting for. I don't believe he can be better than me.
The man was so angry that he stood in front of the luxury car defiantly, as if he was looking down on the world. $1 million luxury cars are rare here.
He didn't believe that the other party could be more powerful than him.
But just as he finished his words, a fiery red shadow, accompanied by a low engine sound, slowly approached.
Fuck, it's Pagani Wind God? Am I seeing right? Is it really this luxury car? The man's eyes were about to pop out. This is the Pagani Wind God.
A super luxury car worth more than 50 million. Compared with the other parties, his $1 million luxury car is nothing. Which big guy is here to pick up girls?
Isn't that too much? Don't let me get hurt, I can't afford to pay for it.
The man was very envious, but also very nervous, fearing any bumps or bruises. People at the school gate stretched their necks to admire the car like a pilgrim, and were very curious about who the owner was. Even Lu Mingxi was extremely surprised. How could he see such a luxury car here? When everyone's curiosity reached its peak, a slender figure stepped out of the car door and appeared in front of everyone. This man was only about 25 or 26 years old, but his eyes were firm and confident, and his every move and gesture showed an extraordinary demeanor. In front of him, all the men lowered their heads in inferiority. Every college girl seemed to fall in love instantly and looked at him with great obsession.
So handsome. Is this still a human? How can there be such a handsome man?
I want to chase him, I must chase him. The girls were almost going crazy and wanted to throw themselves on Zhou Ling. After her initial amazement, Lu Mingxi immediately recognized this guy. Wasn't he the lecher who spanked her?
Finally I get to meet you.
You're done for. Lu Mingxi gritted her teeth viciously and clenched her fists, like a ferocious little female dragon.
You're done, you idiot.
She screamed, her brows were as sharp as swords, and she was filled with murderous intent. I still haven't settled the score with you for spanking me at the stadium last time. Lu Mingxi locked his eyes on him, and this time he would not get away no matter what.
The boys immediately understood that this was the man who had set off the entire campus for him? And spanked their goddess?
Brothers, surround him and beat him up.
You deserve to be beaten for teasing senior sister Mingxi. Let's go together.
With a shout, at least 20 boys rushed forward and surrounded Zhou Ling. They thought that Zhou Ling would be so scared that he would piss himself and kneel down to beg for mercy. But unexpectedly, he put his hands in his pockets, smiled, and looked fearless. To put it bluntly, they didn't take the scene seriously at all. Little boxer, you promised to treat me to a meal, is this how you welcome me? Zhou Ling leaned against the Pagani and teased.
Dang Tuzi, when should I invite you to dinner?
Lu Mingxi shouted angrily, but as soon as she finished speaking, she was stunned.
Little boxer? Only Master Ling would call her like that. Could it be that this abominable guy is?
Lu Mingxi widened her eyes in shock. Yes, who else could this guy afford to drive a luxury car except Master Ling? At this time, the boys were very excited and couldn't wait to protect the goddess. Being able to show their faces in front of the goddess is what they dream of.
Maybe I can even be noticed by the goddess?
They wished they could step on Zhou Ling to win Lu Mingxi's favor.
Senior, I'm here to avenge you.
Just when they were about to take action, no one expected that Lu Mingxi actually stopped them.
Stop, no one is allowed to move. The little female dragon Lu Mingxi shocked everyone.
Senior, this guy is not a good person, let us do it, you just watch. The boys were full of righteousness, and each of them vowed to protect the goddess and wanted to show themselves well.
To their surprise, Lu Mingxi actually protected this guy? She said majestically, anyone who dares to touch him will have trouble with me.
Now everyone was dumbfounded and thought they had heard it wrong.
Senior, he. Shut up. I've got this man, no one is allowed to touch him.
Lu Mingxi has a small body but a strong deterrent power, which scares everyone. In the end, everyone watched with mixed emotions as the goddess got into the man's Pagani, leaving them with only her fiery back.
Did we lose? You would rather stop us than protect that man? This is so discouraging, woo-woo. By the way, that guy is so damn handsome and rich. I want to go to Siam for surgery and come back. Hello brother, I have a friend who wants to ask, which hospital in Siam is more reliable? Chapter 26, You're richer than me? What are you thinking?
After speeding all the way, the two arrived at a restaurant. Lu Mingxi had specially booked this high-end restaurant. The bill was very high and it was her first time here.
I'm sorry, so you are Master Ling?
Lu Mingxi stuck out her pink tongue awkwardly.
She was very surprised that the bad guy who spanked her turned out to be the benefactor who changed her destiny. It's okay. Oh, by the way, didn't you say before? What? You said you were going to kick my head and crush my balls? Maybe I remembered it wrong. Zhou Ling knocked his head and pretended to be distressed.
Lu Mingxi glanced down inconspicuously, her face flushed with embarrassment.
Brother Ling, let's sit here. I've booked a window seat.
She quickly changed the subject. It was her first time in such a high-end place and she felt a little reserved. Fortunately, Zhou Ling was there, otherwise she would not know what to do. Both of them are young people and are exposed to live streaming, so they can naturally talk about many topics. Zhou Ling cared about her mother's condition from time to time, which also touched her very much. Brother Ling, you are very different from the rich man I imagined.
You are much more handsome and have a very good personality. Lu Mingxi showed a lovely smile. Really?
I'm indeed more approachable.
As for whether I'm handsome or not, I don't know. I seldom look in the mirror and I don't care.
Zhou Ling shrugged indifferently. Some men sitting not far away heard this and almost couldn't resist the urge to beat him.
Do all the handsome people say they don't know how handsome they are? You really deserve a beating.
As they were chatting in a harmonious atmosphere, a surprised voice rang out.
Mingxi? Why are you here? A man came over.
He was about 1.85 meters tall, taller than Zhou Ling and more muscular. Although his appearance is average, he is better than ordinary people. But when Lu Mingxi saw this person, he immediately frowned. This man was called Yuan Shiqian. His family had some money and he was her number one suitor. This guy is like a dogskin plaster, always wanting to date her, and she can only find ways to refuse. However, Yuan Shiqian opened a martial arts school, and she often went there to practice boxing part-time. If you offend him, it would be like cutting off your own source of income. So, she usually had to avoid him.
But I didn't expect to meet you here. I'm having dinner with friends.
Lu Mingxi smiled politely, a smile that was completely different from the smile that came from the heart when she was chatting with Zhou Ling just now.
Ha, that's perfect, let's eat together. Having said that, Yuan Shiqian sat next to her without hesitation.
Lu Mingxi immediately stood up to make room for him, then sat naturally next to Zhou Ling.
Yuan Shiqian stood there in a daze, feeling embarrassed and angry. But he sat down anyway. Brother, where are you from? Yuan Shiqian looked at Zhou Ling with some ill intention and a tough tone. I don't hang out anywhere.
Zhou Ling didn't even look at him.
Being ignored, Yuan Shiqian became furious, and his eyes showed no sign of disguising his malice. For him, Lu Mingxi will be his sooner or later. But who would have known that Lu Mingxi would rather sit with this guy than with him, which he couldn't accept. What do you want to eat? Lu Mingxi took the initiative to ask Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling said that it was alright, since you are the one treating, of course you have the final say. Yuan Shiqian on the opposite side secretly felt disdainful after hearing this. It turned out that this guy, who was dressed like a decent man, was actually a gigolo. Dare to argue with me? I'll let you know what despair is. Yuan Shiqian put on a gentlemanly smile and said magnanimously, well, Mingxi and I are no different, so I'll treat you. He snapped his fingers coolly and called the waiter. After looking at the menu, he decided to embarrass Zhou Ling. Brother, have some. He said with a sarcastic smile. Zhou Ling took it without hesitation and pointed at a bottle of red wine, one bottle first. Okay sir, this bottle of Romane Conti is 9.9% off today, only 150,000. The waiter smiled. But Yuan Shiqian was shocked. He snatched the menu and yelled, this crap costs 150,000 yuan a bottle? Are you kidding me? Zhou Ling explained helplessly, Romano Conti is one of the oldest wineries in France, what do you think? The waiter nodded repeatedly and looked at Zhou Ling with admiration. Yuan Shiqian responded awkwardly, Of course I know, do you need me to tell you? It's nothing, I just want to try it, I believe you won't let me down, brother Yuan? Lu Mingxi smiled sweetly. Yuan Shiqian had no choice but to agree, but his heart was bleeding. 1 Wagyu sirloin, 1 Wagyu tomahawk, 1 beef Wellington. Zhou Ling skillfully ordered appetizers and main courses, each of which was shockingly expensive. This meal, including the bottle of wine, cost at least 300,000. Soon, the dishes came up one after another. Looking at the dazzling array of dishes, Lu Mingxi thanked Zhou Ling, Brother Ling, thank you. You're welcome, eat more. Zhou Ling smiled. The neglected Yuan Shiqian felt as if his heart had been cut open and blood was flowing madly. More than 300,000 yuan, which is just his pocket money for most of the year. Will today's meal turn him into a pauper? That would be fine, but Lu Mingxi didn't thank him, but that kid? Yuan Shiqian felt even more unbalanced. He was so angry that he drank a glass of red wine, but almost choked to death. The people around couldn't help but frown. Such expensive red wine was drunk like that. It showed that he had no taste at all. On the contrary, the other man, who was confident and calm, like a nobleman, obviously knew more about wine. With this comparison, the difference is obvious. Zhou Ling and Lu Mingxi were chatting among themselves, and Yuan Shiqian couldn't interrupt them at all. Now he is like a big light bulb between lovers, so bright that it is scary. As a result, the expensive red wine in your mouth has no taste, it is really bitter and astringent. Brother, you're pretending to be great. Have you never drunk in such a good bar before? It's okay, drink more. I don't mind this little money. Yuan Shiqian deliberately interrupted them, patted his chest and pretended to be magnanimous. Thank you very much. I really don't drink much wine that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Zhou Ling said. Indeed, none of the bottles in the villa's wine cellar are as cheap as hundreds of thousands. Ha ha ha. Yuan Shiqian thought Zhou Ling was really a country bumpkin, and he finally regained some sense of superiority. At this time, the waiter came in and asked, Excuse me, whose red car is parked at the door? Please move it first. Oh, it should be my Audi RS7 Sportback, which is only over 2 million yuan. It's not a good car. Yuan Shiqian was the first to stand up and laughed loudly. Many people looked at him in surprise. This was a car worth more than 2 million yuan, how could he not take it seriously? Yuan Shiqian felt very proud of receiving so much attention, and even deliberately glanced at Zhou Ling. Who knows, the waiter said, it's not an Audi, it's a Pagani function. When the waiter said this, his voice trembled a little. That was the Pagani wind god, and it was the first time he saw it. What? Really? That's the Pagani wind god, don't lie to us. Everyone in the restaurant screamed in shock, unable to believe it, and even suspected that the waiter had deliberately deceived them. Only Yuan Shiqian was standing. He could neither stand nor sit, and he wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. I wonder which rich guy can afford a Pagani. If I saw him, I would like to get an autographed photo. He made what he thought was a humorous joke, then sat down silently.
Zhou Ling smiled very friendly. I don't have an autographed photo, I'll bring it to you next time. As he spoke, he took out the key to the exquisite Pagani Huayra model car and asked the waiter to help move the car. The waiter's hands were shaking with excitement. He carefully took the car keys and asked in disbelief, "You really want me to drive? How could it be false?" Zhou Ling said. "Well." The waiter went out to move the car, holding the keys as if on a pilgrimage. This is the Pagani wind god. How could a small waiter like him actually sit in the driver's seat one day? The peak of life. It's definitely the peak of life. From now on, I'll have something to brag about. In the restaurant, everyone swallowed silently and looked at Zhou Ling with shock in their eyes. This young man has always been very low-key. But he actually owns a Pagani? No wonder he has such an outstanding temperament and is such a gentleman when tasting wine. So that's it. Yuan Shiqian's face felt like it was on fire and he really wanted to jump out of the window. Just now, he was showing off his Audi in public with great pride, thinking that he could defeat Zhou Ling badly. But who would have thought that the car he drives is actually a luxury car worth tens of millions? Instead, he was crushed to pieces. He felt embarrassed for himself, thinking that he had actually wanted to embarrass Zhou Ling just now. No wonder people order wine worth hundreds of thousands of dollars right away, because they don't need the money at all. My stomach hurts, I need to go to the bathroom first. Yuan Shiqian didn't even dare to raise his head. He covered his stomach and pretended to go to the toilet, but in fact he sneaked away. His sneaky behavior made Lu Mingxi burst out laughing. He is so stupid. Lu Mingxi covered her mouth and chuckled. Alas, it seems that our beautiful school beauty will have to treat us to this meal. Zhou Ling put down his napkin and couldn't help but joke. Please. It's not like I can't afford it. Lu Mingxi rolled her eyes at him, but felt a little sweet in her heart. Especially when she heard him bragging that she was the school belle, she felt a little proud. Chapter 27, It's not easy to take my money. Although there were some minor incidents during the meal, it was still a pleasant experience. When checking out, Lu Mingxi realized that Zhou Ling had actually paid in advance. Although she complained, she was very happy in her heart. She was happy not because she didn't have to spend money, but because she truly felt the tenderness of a man. There are usually a lot of people chasing after her, but they are all exaggerated and old-fashioned. No one has ever been so attentive. The two left the restaurant together and discussed where to go to kill time later. But Lu Mingxi suddenly received a phone call, and her face changed after the call. What happened? Zhou Ling realized that it might not be a good thing. My uncle was making a scene in the hospital demanding money, and he also stopped the doctor from treating my mother, threatening to pull out the 4-tube. Lu Mingxi was anxious and angry. Her mother has a heart disease. What if something goes wrong? Come on, I'll go with you. Zhou Ling pulled her into the car without saying a word and drove to the hospital. Because it was an urgent matter, he drove very fast, almost leaving everyone far behind. Don't worry, even though that kind of person is very ruthless, he may not dare to do anything out of line. And we will be able to reach the hospital soon. Zhou Ling comforted him while driving. Lu Mingxi's eyes were red with anxiety. How could she still look like a domineering senior sister? After all, she is just a little girl in her early 20s. Just as the car turned a corner, there was a sudden bang and a person fell to the ground. Ling. Brother Ling, did we run into someone? Lu Mingxi was frightened into a statue. Don't be afraid, I'll take care of it. Zhou Ling got out of the car with a gloomy look. He could see clearly that he definitely didn't hit anyone. In front of the car, there was a pool of blood, so red that it was blinding. In a pool of blood, an old man was groaning weakly. Oh. It's terrible. Call an ambulance. Lu Mingxi panicked and grabbed Zhou Ling's arm tightly. Only he can give her a sense of security. Someone's dead. Someone's been hit and killed. The person was driving a luxury car, everyone stop him, don't let him get away. Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. People gathered around and were full of hostility towards Zhou Ling. Recently, there have been too many news reports about people driving luxury cars and killing people, then fleeing and getting away with it. Everyone has a natural hatred for this kind of people. Everyone keep a close eye on him, don't let him escape. Once such rich people escape, they will feel comfortable. Money can settle everything. That's right, didn't you see any news about the Maserati female driver? The crowd was outraged and condemned Zhou Ling and Lu Mingxi, completely regarding them as murderers. Lu Mingxi is just a female college student. How could she have ever experienced such a scene? Plus, she thought she had hit someone to death, so she became even more panicked. Fuck, you two murderers, I'm going to kill you. A big man rushed over with a rage in his eyes, as if he wanted to strangle Zhou Ling to death. We didn't do it on purpose. This is a turn and we didn't see it clearly. Lu Mingxi cried anxiously. Something happened at the hospital and there was trouble here. She really couldn't take it anymore. Just when she was about to collapse, a broad, warm and strong hand held her hand. It made her calm down instantly. Lu Mingxi subconsciously turned her head and saw Zhou Ling's resolute profile, and quickly wiped away her tears. Do you think you can avoid paying with your life by apologizing? You are murderers. The big man roared angrily, and if someone hadn't held him back, he would have rushed forward. These people were all advising him not to be impulsive. It's useless for you to kill these two people. You will only hurt yourself. That's right, calm down. Look, the old man is still groaning, he's not dead yet. Everyone shouted, and the old man in the pool of blood did make a sound again, just loud enough for everyone to hear. Dad! I'm so glad you're not dead. The big man knelt in a pool of blood, shaking the old man excitedly, overjoyed. It's a pity. Although he didn't die, he is definitely disabled and will have to spend the rest of his life in bed. Just for daily expenses, it's impossible not to have 10,000. A man who knew a little about medicine sighed. The old man's condition was so bad that he would be disabled even if he was rescued. Everyone around felt compassion. The old man was fine, but he was hit by a car and became like this. He won't be able to enjoy the rest of his life. It's so miserable. I will kill you, I want revenge. The big man's eyes were wide open, filled with murderous intent. Don't be impulsive. If you kill them, who will compensate you? The medical expenses alone are several million. Add in the future nursing fees and living expenses, it will cost at least 10 million. Someone reminded loudly. Everyone agreed. That's right, compensation is important now. They have to pay the price, they deserve it. Don't even think about leaving today if you don't give me tens of millions. Several people shouted even louder, stirring up the emotions of the crowd and causing more people to join the team condemning Zhou Ling and Lu Mingxi. Hearing the voices shouting for compensation, Zhou Ling, who had remained calm until now, finally smiled. Are you starting to show your true colors? He muttered disdainfully. Most people would be scared and choose to pay compensation in order to keep the peace. But he is different. This kind of trick can't be hidden from him. It is obvious that this was a premeditated scam. Plasma is real, but it is definitely not human blood, it should be animal blood. In the crowd, there were a few people hiding at the back, deliberately stirring up the emotions of the crowd and setting the tone. As for the big man and the old man, they are also veteran actors with great acting skills. Compensation. I don't want more. 10 million is enough. The big man said angrily, looking Zhou Ling and the Pagani up and down with his thieving eyes. I thought, for a rich man like this, it should be easy to spend 10 million, right? After completing this order, they can live a carefree life for at least a few years. We don't have that much money. Lu Mingxi said weakly. Damn it, I'll make you pay with your life. The big man's voice suddenly rose, and he rushed over, wanting to take action directly. But at this moment, Zhou Ling stood in front of him and pushed him away with a casual poem. Hey, what's the big deal about bullying a girl? As for today's incident, I've already called the police. It's not up to you to decide how to judge it. Zhou Ling said coldly. What? You called the police? You want to use your connections to suppress us victims? Did everyone see that? These rich people don't take human life seriously. The big man shouted anxiously. Once the police arrive, their conspiracy will be exposed. His words immediately resonated with the masses. Using money and connections, aren't there many such things in the news? In an instant, Zhou Ling and Lu Mingxi became rats crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, the big man couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. He believed that he could definitely get the 10 million. By taking advantage of the ignorance of the masses, he can handle everything. Zhou Ling, who was being scolded, had a look as cold as a knife, as if he wanted to kill someone. This group of people really pissed him off. He ignored everyone and half knelt down, looking at the old man, and warned him coldly, "Old man, I will only give you one chance. If you don't get up, you're really done." The old man pretended not to hear anything and continued to groan, "Ouch, ouch. What do you mean, kid? You still dare to threaten us? Are you tired of living? Pay me now," the big man urged anxiously. Zhou Ling patted his clothes and laughed, but his smile was a little creepy. "You want money? Sure, 10 million is nothing to me. But you have to understand, my money is not that easy to take." As he said this, he got into the car. Amid the puzzled looks of the crowd, Pagani roared and retreated, then, suddenly rushed forward. Everyone was terrified and stepped back quickly as if they had seen a ghost. What is he going to do? Is he crazy? Is he really going to crash? It's a life-threatening situation. Run! The crowd dispersed and did not dare to approach here for fear of being implicated. Standing in front of the Pagani, the big man was so scared that his face turned pale and his legs were shaking. He never dared to imagine that the other party was even more ruthless than him and would hit him without any hesitation. If he gets hit, he will definitely die. So, without saying a word, he left the old man in a pool of blood and quickly ran away. The old man naturally understood what Zhou Ling was going to do, but he didn't care at all. Because he knew that there were so many people who acted pretentiously to scare people. The old man looked at him with great disdain, not taking Zhou Ling seriously at all. Instead, he lay down more comfortably. However, to his surprise, Pagani had no intention of slowing down, but instead went even faster. The old man finally got scared when the red beast rushed towards him. He jumped up from the pool of blood with skills comparable to Feng Xiu and fell to the side. The movements were so agile and powerful that even an ordinary young man couldn't match them. How could he look like he was seriously injured and dying? It was a good thing he escaped quickly, because the Pagani stopped only after it ran over a pool of blood. Everyone was still in shock, but Zhou Ling had already gotten out of the car. He stared at the old man and sneered, "Why, you are suddenly cured now? What kind of magic medicine did you take?" As soon as these words were spoken, all pairs of fiery eyes were focused on the intact old man. Chapter 28 What is a bitch? The old man at this moment is completely different from his miserable appearance just now. He is agile and quick in his movements. If he were a seriously injured patient or a terminally ill patient, he would probably go crazy. "Everyone, look, how come this old man is okay? Wasn't he hit? Really? With such serious injuries, it's impossible for him to move, right? Is it really fake? Is it a fraud?" If they still can't find anything unusual by now, they should really jump into the cesspool and commit suicide. How shameless. It turns out we have all been deceived. We were used. After realizing they had been cheated, everyone became furious and angry. When the old man and the big man saw that their true intentions were exposed, they simply stopped pretending and revealed their extremely arrogant faces. "We are just scamming you, what can you do? If we are caught, we will be released with a warning at most, and we will scam you again when we get out." The big man shouted recklessly, showing no fear at all. It's not like they haven't been caught before, they were just given verbal warnings. Sometimes, even if everyone knows that they are scamming, the police will persuade the car owner to pay money to avoid disaster because of their cheating. So, no matter what, this business is a sure win. I advise you to give us 10 million, otherwise we will hold you accountable. Think about the consequences yourself. The old man also sneered fearlessly. They were convinced that Zhou Ling couldn't do anything to them. The shamelessness of these two people also aroused public anger. This is so disgusting. Are you trying to turn the tables? It's true that the lowest people are invincible. I've finally opened my eyes. Two bastards. Everyone cursed and cursed, completely forgetting how they had supported these two people just a few minutes ago. Despite being scolded by everyone, the old man laughed triumphantly and raised the miniature camera in his hand. "Just now, this guy wanted to hit me to death. I recorded it. The evidence is solid. He can't get away. That's right, either give me 10 million or go to jail." The big man's ugly face was full of pride. "You are shameless." Lu Mingxi was almost furious. It was the first time she had seen such a shameless person. "Ha, you can curse as much as you want, but you will bear the consequences yourself." The old man raised his head, as if he had Zhou Ling in his grasp. However, his remarks naturally attracted a wave of crazy accusations and insults.
There are also some people who think they are broad-minded and have noble character, and they refute everyone. What's wrong with scamming? Isn't it also making money through labor? He's still making money at his age. Don't you think this is positive energy? Chinese people are really stupid. A well-dressed middle-aged man stands on the moral high ground and criticizes everyone. Bullshit, if you're such a saint, why don't you donate all your money? Some people couldn't help but retort. The middle-aged man immediately got anxious, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Why should I donate? That's my money, why should I care about other people's lives? Ha, then why are you talking so much nonsense? Holy mother of dogs. Die.
An older man couldn't stand it anymore, so he pinched the middle-aged man's neck like a chicken, forcing him to beg for mercy.
The big man and the old man looked at Zhou Ling with joking expressions, waiting for him to give them money. Everyone says I bumped into you. If I don't really do it, won't that disappoint you? Zhou Ling didn't care about that.
He got in the car again and crashed into it directly. This time, the big man and the old man were unable to dodge. One had both legs broken, and the other was knocked flying, his life or death unknown. After doing all this, Zhou Ling finally let out a sigh of relief, comfortable.
Everyone was stunned.
They didn't expect that this young man was so cruel that he could hit someone as soon as he said so.
This time, the two of them really got what they wanted. This is the first time I've seen such an excessive request. It really should be met. That's right, this guy really did a good thing. I support you.
The dog who scammed you should have died long ago. This time, no one sympathized with the old man. Instead, they all shouted that it was exciting and thought that Zhou Ling did a great job. There were also many middle-aged women who came back from shopping and screamed like young girls, attracted by his domineering and decisiveness.
Handsome boy, I have a sister who wants your number. Can you give it to me?
I swear it's my sister who wants it, not me. An old lady holding 2 cucumbers said with drooling.
It doesn't matter whether he's handsome or not, the main thing is that I like making friends, huh?
An auntie who bought 3 eggplants was grinning and drooling. Among the crowd, many people admired Zhou Ling's courage and were willing to testify for him and send these 2 people to jail. Zhou Ling came up to the old man and chuckled, remember, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Then, he took Lu Mingxi away. He has already notified someone to come and deal with the matter here. As for how the old man regrets at this moment, it has nothing to do with him. The 2 arrived at the hospital and hurried upstairs. Before I even arrived at the ward, I could hear a loud noise like a broken gong. That damn girl has so much money, shouldn't she share it with us? Why should she use it to treat illnesses? A fat middle-aged woman stood with her hands on her hips, cursing fiercely. All around were security guards and nurses who kept persuading them. However, the woman relied on her toughness and ignored it. Whenever someone touched her, she would lie on the ground and cry, saying that she was beaten. Due to various rules, the hospital couldn't force her. Doing so will only encourage women's arrogance. This person is Lu Mingxi's aunt. The man standing next to him was Lu Mingxi's uncle. You heartless little girl, you don't know how to spend your money properly. It costs thousands of dollars to stay in this crappy hospital for 1 day. Why waste the money? My uncle also shook his head in extreme disappointment. Lu Mingxi, who happened to see this scene at the stairs, was so angry that he couldn't speak. As relatives, how dare these 2 people say such things? It really refreshes one's worldview. Even Zhou Ling felt that these 2 people were the best of the best. You damn girl finally came? Tell me, what did you do with our money? Turning around and seeing Lu Mingxi, the aunt was overjoyed and came over to pull her while scolding her. It's good that you're here. It's not good for you to take too much money as a child. You should give it to us for safekeeping. My uncle also taught me a lesson as an elder. The 2 of them sang the same tune, and their purpose was very clear, which was to get Lu Mingxi's money. Shut up. This is my money, what does it have to do with you? Lu Mingxi couldn't help it anymore and shook her hand away. The money she earns from live streaming is hers. What does it have to do with these 2 people? Looking at their aggressive and self-righteous expressions, if you didn't know better you would think you had stolen their money. You stinky girl, you dare to talk back? What did your mother teach you? Your father died early so you have no family education, right? Why is your mouth so stinky? Seeing that Lu Mingxi dared to openly refute her, the aunt was stunned for a moment, and then became furious. Isn't this girl really uneducated? You even dare to talk back to your elders?
If we don't teach them a lesson, won't they become a scourge to society in the future? I'm warning you, don't curse my parents. Lu Mingxi was so angry that his eyes turned red and his whole body was shaking. Her father was a soldier. When she was young, he drowned while trying to save a child who fell into the water. From then on, her mother worked 2 jobs every day just to raise her. That's why she went to the boxing gym to work part-time and teach boxing live, just to do everything she could to save her mother. Anyone who slanders her parents is breaking her bottom line. What? You still want to hit me? Don't forget, you guys have eaten at my house before. Do you want to be an ungrateful dog? When my aunt saw that Lu Mingxi seemed to be about to take action, she was not afraid at all, but became even more arrogant. She put her hands on her hips and approached Lu Mingxi with an expression that said, "Hit me if you dare." Everyone in the corridor was extremely angry when they saw this. This bitch was clearly the one who started with her foul mouth, humiliating other people's parents and cursing the girl for having no manners. The girl just said something back, but he was so aggressive? Do you have any morals? How can you be an elder like this? You've been making a fuss here for so long, please stop now, the other patients still need to rest. That's right, shut up now. The other patients' families gathered around and blamed my aunt for her mistakes. Seeing that everyone was focusing their fire on her, my aunt also became excited. What's the point of scolding me? If this little girl hadn't robbed our money, would things have gotten to this point? Instead, my aunt pointed at Lu Mingxi's nose and cursed, as if everything was Lu Mingxi's fault. Lu Mingxi could no longer bear it and shouted angrily, "When did I rob you of your money? Do you have any evidence? How come there isn't any? You made tens of millions from live streaming, do you think I don't know? We took such good care of you in the past, shouldn't we get a share of the money?" My aunt refuted with reason and evidence. The uncle also stood up and tried to persuade Lu Mingxi earnestly, "Girl, it's not that we love money, but you should be more sensible and give us half of the money. It's fine if you don't want to share it, but you also changed your mother to such a good hospital. Isn't this a waste of money? Hurry up and give me the part of the money that belongs to me, and I won't pursue it." The two of them sang the same tune and their arguments were well reasoned. But this kind of perverse logic makes people who hear it so angry that they want to kill them. Chapter 29, Compare your background with mine? I earned all the money myself, and I only ate your meals a few times back then. I've already paid you back over the years. Lu Mingxi finally couldn't hold it back anymore and tears burst out like a dam breaking. She has suffered enough over the years, why do these relatives want to skin her alive? Besides, she never owed them anything. Zhou Ling was extremely angry when he saw a delicate girl being forced into this desperate situation. How can this be called relatives? It's clearly a hungry ghost demanding your life. You said you don't know it, so what? Who do you think you are? My aunt immediately sneered with disdain. When they learned that Lu Mingxi had become rich overnight, they were determined to take this huge sum of money. As for whether Lu Mingxi and her mother are dead or alive, it is none of their business. Girl, stop being stubborn and hand over the money quickly. It's not good to make a scene here. The uncle urged from the side, sounding as if it was all for her own good. But its sinister intentions are outrageous. Every word he said was just for her money. Even if I die today, I won't give you a penny. Lu Mingxi gritted his teeth and said viciously. In order to get her money, he would force her into a desperate situation. This kind of person is worse than a beast. What kind of relatives are they? Her tough attitude completely drove her aunt and uncle into a state of panic. The two men rushed over aggressively, ready to hit someone. But just as they were about to take action, a tall figure suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked them. Noticing the familiar figure, Lu Mingxi was slightly startled and recognized it was Zhou Ling. Let me sort out this farce. After all, I'm also very upset. Zhou Ling turned around and looked at her with a smile, then gently scratched her pretty nose with his index finger. This intimate action, as if treating a younger sister, made Lu Mingxi feel shy. Her little face flushed, she felt a sense of being protected and safe, and she said him obediently. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you fart here? The uncle looked at Zhou Ling sideways and spoke with disdain. Get out of here now, or I'll beat you up too. This aunt was even more ferocious. She didn't take Zhou Ling seriously at all and rolled up her sleeves. Zhou Ling's eyes were as cold as a knife. In his eyes, these two people were just two fleas. With his status, he could have ignored them. However, these two people made him angry. That would be fine, but now you are speaking rudely to him,
which is adding insult to injury. In any case, it is still unclear whether these two people can leave the hospital today.
Hit me?
I'm afraid there's no one in the whole Yuecheng who dares to hit me. Listening to the other party's fierce threats, Zhou Ling just felt it was very childish. He is the CEO of Marriott Group, owns 30% of the shares, and is worth tens of billions. To ordinary people, he is the lofty nine heavens true dragon. What are these two fleas?
My uncle and aunt were also frightened by his aura. Anyone who can say such things must be of some status, right?
But then they thought, how powerful could the people this dead girl associate with be? I guess he's just a pretentious young man.
Moreover, they do have background.
Young man, being too arrogant is not a good thing.
Get out of my way.
My aunt sneered viciously, raised her hand and swung it at Zhou Ling. This kind of shrew doesn't care about the consequences at all. She felt that since this guy was a man, he wouldn't have the guts to lay hands on a woman like her.
Otherwise, wouldn't this be a man beating a woman?
So, when she hit him, he should just stand there and take the beating.
For no other reason than that she is a woman.
But just when she thought Zhou Ling would not fight back, Zhou Ling slapped her directly to the ground. My aunt, who was lying on her back like a big turtle, was stunned. She covered her swollen face, still unable to believe that this was true. After 3 full seconds, she screamed like a pig being slaughtered and pointed at Zhou Ling. You hit me?
You, a man, hit a woman?
Zhou Ling put his hands in his pockets and shook his head slowly. I hit a beast, didn't I?
This sentence drew approval from everyone around.
How dare this bitch call herself a woman? Calling her a beast is an insult to beasts.
I don't want to live anymore.
I'm just here to collect a debt. Why should I be tortured like this? The woman knew that she could not get any benefits from Zhou Ling, so she immediately burst into tears and started to make a scene. Damn it, if I don't punish you today, I'm not a human being. The uncle was so angry that he rushed forward with his fists, but in Zhou Ling's eyes, his fighting power was like that of an ant.
With just a slap, my uncle was knocked to the ground.
The uncle was furious and wanted to turn over and fight back, but a big foot stepped on his face so hard that he screamed in pain and felt like his brain was about to explode.
Don't provoke my anger, you can't bear it.
Zhou Ling spoke proudly, with an aura that seemed to dominate everyone. The whole place was under his complete control. He was like an emperor standing in the middle of the place.
Everyone needs to look up to him.
In the hospital, everyone felt an invisible majesty pressing on their hearts and were speechless for a long time. The young nurses were so excited that they could hardly control themselves.
If the atmosphere wasn't wrong, they would have come up to chat with them. You will die a miserable death. Do you know our background? My son-in-law is a big shot. If he takes action, you will be dead.
The woman turned over and got up, hiding far away with a look of fear on her face.
Oh? What big shot? Zhou Ling became interested.
He really wanted to know whether this so-called big shot was worthy of his attention. Humph, my son-in-law is a senior executive of Marriott Group.
Do you know Marriott?
If you know what's best for you, kneel down and apologize, or you'll be in trouble. The woman thought Zhou Ling was afraid, and her tone became proud. Sure enough, as soon as she mentioned Marriott Group, people around her were immediately surprised.
She's actually a Marriott executive? No wonder this woman is so arrogant.
This is troublesome. If we offend Marriott's top management, it won't be easy to solve the problem. Everyone looked at the two ants differently, with some fear in their eyes. Noticing the change in everyone's gaze, the woman became complacent and regained her composure.
I'm telling you, if you offend us, you're done for. I can call my son-in-law over with just one phone call.
The woman started to make phone calls in a condescending manner.
Okay, I'll wait for you.
Better hurry up.
Zhou Ling almost laughed out loud. Marriott executives?
Ha, just let him come and let him know what a real senior executive is. As he said that, he loosened his feet, kicked his uncle aside, and returned to Lumingshi. The uncle who regained his freedom had an extremely ferocious look in his eyes.
He didn't dare to curse Zhou Ling, but that didn't mean he didn't want revenge.
Soon, they finished the call and said that their son-in-law would be here in 10 minutes at most. Everyone started to worry about Zhou Ling.
Young man, leave now, you can't handle this.
Yes, you can't afford to offend Marriott Group. They are high-ranking officials. Being too young and impetuous will only hurt yourself. Zhou Ling's integrity and courage made everyone admire and appreciate him. So, no one wants him to get into trouble. The other party has already called for help, but he is still waiting here without any fear.
Isn't that too frivolous?
It is a good thing for young people to be passionate, but blindly confident will only ruin themselves.
Brother Ling, I can't let you get into trouble. Please leave now.
Lu Mingxi didn't want to drag him into this, as it would only make her feel more guilty. She knew that Zhou Ling was not an ordinary person, but there was no need for him to confront Marriott's top management head-on for her.
Don't be afraid, the entire Marriott belongs to me, anyone who comes here today will die.
Zhou Ling smiled and comforted her. His smile was somewhat cold.
He really wanted to know which so-called senior executive was so bold? Okay, I owe you one more time. Lu Mingxi nodded seriously.
She understood that Zhou Ling would never run away from the battlefield given his character. As for him saying that the entire Marriott belonged to him, she just took it as a consolation. Time passed quickly, and after almost 10 minutes, a bald middle-aged man rushed up with a group of people.
He is exactly the son-in-law that my uncle mentioned. Who is bullying my father-in-law and mother-in-law? Are you tired of living? The man shouted fiercely, scaring everyone back.
Ah, Qin, my good son-in-law, you're finally here.
It was this bastard who beat me up. My aunt laughed excitedly, finally seeing her backer.
Especially when she saw the dozen people around her son-in-law Qin, she was extremely happy.
Moreover, I feel extremely proud inside.
After all, he could call more than a dozen people with just one phone call.
How could he not be complacent? What kind of rubbish is this? You even beat up my father-in-law and mother-in-law? Don't even think about leaving this house today.
Qin was extremely vicious, and he had the aura of a single man blocking the way for 10,000.
All the onlookers were trembling with fear. It was obvious at first glance that this group of people were evil. Who dares to provoke?
Lu Mingxi usually claims to be the nemesis of bad boys and has beaten up many boys. But in the face of such a situation, she was also worried. Only Zhou Ling looked at Qin carefully and then thought.
It seems like there is no such person among Marriott's senior management? Moreover, if he is really a senior executive, it is impossible that he would not recognize him. So, where did this thing come from? Chapter 30. Who in the entire Marriott dares not listen to me? Which department are you in at Marriott? Zhou Ling asked. What do you care which department I'm from?
You wouldn't understand even if I told you.
Don't put on airs in front of me. I'm telling you, it's useless.
Qin chuckled and didn't take Zhou Ling seriously at all.
Anyway, he has a backer, so what is there to be afraid of? He's just a pretty boy. What does he count for in front of him? Don't even think about going out today.
Qin was very majestic and felt like a mountain king.
Good son-in-law, this kid is too arrogant.
I want him to kneel down and apologize to me in person. Also, he must pay 10 million yuan for medical expenses.
The uncle came forward and took advantage of the situation to bully others.
That's right, including the money that girl owes, the total is 20 million, not a cent less.
Auntie shouted loudly, always thinking about Lu Mingxi's money. 20 million? Qin was shocked.
Such an astronomical figure was beyond the reach of a contractor like him.
And now, he is about to get 20 million?
The huge temptation made him swallow his saliva, and his eyes turned green. People around them were ashamed of their behavior.
20 million? It was just a simple proposition. You are committing robbery. When did these two young men owe you anything? How shameless. You're asking for 20 million right out of the blue? Even robbers wouldn't dare to rob like this. The crowd couldn't stand it anymore and started pointing fingers and condemning.
Qin bared his teeth and roared fiercely, "Shut up!
I said 20 million, so who would disagree?"
As he spoke, the brothers he brought with him began to rub their hands together, sending out danger signals. Seeing how ferocious they were, everyone could only be angry but not say anything.
Humph, a bunch of wimps.
Qin tilted his mouth in satisfaction, looking very majestic.
He squinted at Zhou Ling and said in a relaxed tone, "Boy, did you hear that? If you want to leave, you have to pay 20 million. Don't even think about it."
Lu Mingxi was so angry that she gritted her teeth.
"Little girl, you still dare to be so presumptuous? Do you believe that I will deal with you first?"
Qin threatened loudly. For him, he must get the 20 million today.
You'd better not offend some people, otherwise the consequences will be serious.
Zhou Ling stood up and warned calmly. Hearing him say this, Xinshu glanced at him, then couldn't help laughing. Who do you think you are? I can't afford to offend you? I have the Marriott Group as my backer. What do you have? Nothing. When it comes to Marriott Group, Xinshu becomes very proud and excited. It seemed that as long as he gave an order, the entire Marriott Group would obey him. Without my consent, Marriott will not support anyone. I believe that no one in the entire Marriott dares to resist me. Feeling the other person's passion, Zhou Ling didn't take it to heart at all. What others think is unattainable is just that to him. But everyone, led by Xinshu, let out a harsh laugh. Are you crazy? Do you still think you control the entire Marriott? If you were the big boss, I would be willing to eat shit right there, and with chopsticks. I'm dying of laughter. Why are you so funny? They were so happy that they bent over with laughter and tears came out of the corners of their eyes. This was the funniest joke they had ever heard. Someone is actually showing off in front of them? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Boy, you're quite funny. You succeeded in making me laugh, but you still have to pay the compensation. Xinshu wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and did not forget to ask for money. My money, I'm afraid you'll be alive to take it but not alive to spend it. Having said that, Zhou Ling made a brief phone call and then hung up. Xinshu made two tsk sounds and shook his head in disdain. Calling for help now? It's too late. You'll know whether it's useful or not in 5 minutes. Zhou Ling smiled and slightly tilted his body to protect Lu Mingxi intentionally or unintentionally. This thoughtful little gesture certainly didn't escape her notice. This guy, shouldn't he protect himself at this time? Why does he care so much about me? Lu Mingxi was slightly annoyed and felt that he shouldn't be distracted. But I have to admit that my heart is still warm. 5 minutes? Okay, I'm not a stingy person. I'll wait for you for 5 minutes, and then you're dead. Xinshu felt that he had the upper hand over these two people, so he didn't take them seriously at all. Don't even mention 5 minutes, 10 minutes will do. Young people are too impulsive. How could they anger these people? An old man kept shaking his head. You don't understand. The handsome boy is just stalling for time. He must have already figured out a way to get out of this. Really? It seems that he is quite smart. He knows that he can't afford to offend the other party, so he knows how to delay time and think of a solution. But what should we do when the 5 minutes are up? Everyone had different thoughts and felt that they understood Zhou Ling's strategy. But I still couldn't help but worry. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Looking at his watch, Xinshu let out a sinister grin. Boy, the time is up, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Just as he was about to take action, several exhausted figures rushed up from the stairs. Stop it, you bastard. The person in front shouted hurriedly. Xinshu took a look and was surprised. Boss? The person who came was his immediate superior and project manager. He glanced back and was so shocked that he was speechless. Because, following the project manager is the project director. This is his boss's boss, and he has only met him once. What's more terrifying is yet to come. Behind the project manager was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. His face was livid and he looked very imposing. Isn't this a real senior executive of the company? The appearance of these three people together left Xinshu at a loss. Given his status, it's already the best he can do to get in touch with the project manager. As for the two people behind, he couldn't see them at all. This is a real big shot. The appearance of these three people together made him suddenly feel uneasy. This was definitely not a coincidence. Are you looking for death? The project manager was extremely panicked, sweating, and panting. What's wrong with me? When death was approaching, Xinshu still didn't understand what was happening. The middle-aged executive didn't even look at him, but walked straight to Zhou Ling and asked with concern, Mr. Zhou, are you okay? Mr. Zhou? Xinshu's legs began to go weak. If you had come a step later, something might have really happened. Zhou Ling snorted coldly. Of course, it wasn't him who got into trouble, but Xinshu and the others. But when they heard this, their faces changed instantly, thinking that Zhou Ling was in danger. What the hell have you done? You even dare to mess with our Marriott CEO? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. The project manager kicked the panicked Xinshu to the ground and immediately distanced himself from the matter. This matter is too serious.
Once implicated, your future will be hopeless. No, Xinshuo's heart sank to the bottom. He couldn't believe it. Was Zhou Ling actually the boss of Marriott? You bastard, you deserve to die. The project manager said coldly. You are so blind. Why do you have to mess with the boss? Do you really think you are a cat with 9 lives? I was wrong. Xinshuo fell to his knees, trembling and in complete despair. How could this be false if it could make 3 senior executives rush here at all costs? What's funny is that he actually said that Marriott was his backer and ridiculed Zhou Ling for being stupid. Now it seems that he is the only one who is stupid and ridiculous. You just asked me for 20 million? Zhou Ling smiled, but as soon as he said this, Xinshuo instantly despaired. No, absolutely not. That was all a joke. Xinshuo shook his head violently, not daring to admit it at all. The man in front of me can decide life or death with just one word. All the arrogance and ferocity just now disappeared into thin air at this moment. This guy is worse than a turtle. Calling him a turtle is in humiliation to turtles. I told you, my money, I'm afraid you'll be alive to take it but not alive to spend it, so drag it on. Zhou Ling narrowed his eyes and his tone was terribly cold. No. The project manager and the project director forcibly dragged Xinshuo out. Downstairs, more than 50 brothers were rushing over. The remaining dozen or so people related to Xinshuo were already scared to death and all knelt down and begged for mercy. But they were also dragged down one by one. Moreover, with Zhou Ling's personal order, they will not be able to continue working at the construction site in Yuacheng. This is equivalent to cutting off their livelihood. Everyone regretted it, but it was too late to regret now. Once you offend someone you shouldn't, the consequences will be quite terrible. After dealing with Xinshuo, Zhou Ling glanced at the 2 people who were shivering in the corner. When they saw him like that, my uncle and aunt trembled violently and almost fell to the ground in fright. Chapter 31 I want to. Their biggest backer is Xinshuo. But now, even Xinshuo is useless, what use are they? The 2 of them were terrified and scared to the extreme. Even Xinshuo's boss's boss had to be respectful to Zhou Ling. So how terrifying is his identity? Is he really the CEO of Marriott? It's going to rain soon, let's go home and collect the clothes first. The 2 men looked shifty and wanted to take the opportunity to slip away. However, before they could make any move, someone stopped them. Seeing that there was no way out, the 2 finally gave up hope. This time, I hit a wall. But they were smart enough to know that Zhou Ling was the boss, so they rushed to Zhou Ling and begged for mercy. Get away from me! However, the middle-aged executive kicked them away with a look of disgust. These 2 bastards dared to approach President Zhou? What are you thinking about? Niece-in-law, we were wrong just now, don't take it to heart, we are worse than shit, hee. My aunt laughed shamelessly. Yes, we are just 2 flies, worthless, why not let us go? The uncle also bowed and begged for mercy, smiling apologetically. How can I let you go without compensating you? Zhou Ling said sarcastically. These 2 people are really obsessed with money. No, we don't want them anymore and we're in a hurry to go home and collect the clothes. My aunt stepped back quickly, how could she dare to ask for more money? If she continued to ask, I'm afraid she would lose her life. It's not that easy to get out of this door. How can you leave without leaving something behind? Zhou Ling chuckled disdainfully. He is not a saint and he doesn't know how to play the game of forgiving others when possible. He only knows that if someone makes you unhappy, you should make him even more unhappy. Hearing the danger, the 2 almost lost control of their bladder and quickly knelt in front of Lu Mingxi, crying and begging for mercy. They thought that as long as they could get Lu Mingxi's forgiveness, Zhou Ling might let them go. Niece, we are relatives, blood is thicker than water, are you so heartless? My uncle's cries were so loud that if you didn't know better you would think they had suffered a great injustice. Yes, we've been so good to you, you have to plead for us. My aunt also nodded continuously. However, their words only made Lu Mingxi feel sick. Treat her well? Relatives? Blood is thicker than water? If this was all true, then why did they come to the hospital to cause trouble and force her to give them money? Is this a good relative? Ridiculous. You are not worthy of being my relatives. We are no longer related to each other. Lu Mingxi clenched his fists and didn't want to fight at first, but he couldn't help it and kicked them half to death before stopping. Zhou Ling opened his mouth and ordered,
cut off their legs.
No. No. We know we were wrong. The two men begged for mercy frantically and finally became afraid. Isn't breaking their legs like asking them to die?
As they were being dragged away, Zhou Ling stopped them again and said, "By the way, as for the compensation, it's not impossible, I'll compensate you.
100 yuan each."
The first half of the sentence gave them some anticipation. Even if he lost his leg, it seems not bad to get tens of millions in compensation.
But the next sentence pushes them directly into hell. $100? 100 yuan for some wool?
Unfortunately, no matter how they shouted, it was of no avail.
What awaited them was a lifelong punishment. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking the wrong person. You go back first. Zhou Ling moved his fingers and asked the middle-aged executive to go back first. Qin Shou and that disgusting couple were punished, which made everyone feel happy. This kind of evil person deserves such a fate. What is even more shocking is that this young man turned out to be the CEO of Marriott, and he solved the problem with just one phone call. Who here has this kind of aura? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it was true.
No wonder he is so confident. It turns out he really has the confidence. That guy is so pitiful. He's just a contractor, but he dares to show off in front of the real boss?
Ha ha ha. This is the result of forcing yourself to be cool. You don't deserve any sympathy.
While everyone was laughing about the tragic ending of Qin Shou and his wife, they were also amazed at Zhou Ling's identity. It turns out that what he just said was true.
Who in Marriott dares not listen to his words?
Many people were still in shock, but some smart ones started to take action. An old man took out a photo of his granddaughter and handed it to Zhou Ling, and started to sell him. "Young man, do you want to get married?
I have a candidate here. My granddaughter is innocent and cute."
"Step aside, young man.
This is my daughter. Isn't she pretty? Her youth is invincible. What kind of ugliness are you all? Let me recommend you a top-notch one. Yes, it's me. I'm absolutely sexy."
An old lady pushed everyone aside, trying to attract Zhou Ling with her bucket-like waist.
"Zhou Ling, I'm determined." No, he doesn't need it, thank you."
Seeing this, Lu Mingxi quickly pulled him into her mother's ward and locked the door. The two men leaned against the door, as if they had survived a disaster. At this moment, on the hospital bed, Lu Mingxi's mother looked at them with a sly smile on her face, which seemed to imply some kind of meaning.
"Mom, it's not what you think."
Lu Mingxi blushed and quickly explained.
I didn't think about anything." "What do you mean?" Lu Mingxi's mother pretended to be innocent.
Lu Mingxi was speechless and her face turned even redder.
"I heard what happened outside just now. They are really not good enough."
"Young man, it's a good thing you are here, otherwise our family will never be able to get rid of such people in this life." Lu Mingxi's mother sighed. "No one wants to have such disgusting relatives."
"It's just a small favor. I hate people like that too." Zhou Ling smiled. Lu Mingxi's mother looks very much like Lu Mingxi, with delicate features and some masculine heroic spirit.
She was definitely a beauty when she was young. The three of them were chatting happily, and if you didn't know better you would think they were a family chatting about daily life. Soon, a young nurse came in and said she wanted to listen to the heartbeat and take the temperature.
"Hello, I need to do a physical examination, please cooperate," the young nurse said seriously. "Zhou Ling, I understand the reason, but why are you checking me?"
The young nurse held the stethoscope against his chest, shifting positions back and forth, seeming very serious.
Really? I was wrong."
After being exposed, the young nurse's ears turned red. She took the opportunity to touch his chest muscles twice before conducting a physical examination on Lu Mingxi's mother.
After some operations, the young nurse escaped.
After she went out, she was immediately surrounded by other young nurses.
"How does it feel? Is it big? It must feel nice to touch, right? I want to touch it too. If I had known I would have gone in."
The young nurses were both excited and nervous. The young nurse who took advantage of Zhou Ling was like a little fan who had successfully chased her idol. She was as excited as she could be.
"It feels so good. I want to touch it again."
In the ward, Zhou Ling also looked embarrassed. Lu Mingxi hurried over and locked the door, and this time she refused to open it no matter what.
My mother likes to be quiet, hee, do you mind? Why would I mind? Really? I see you seem to be looking forward to being touched by them a few more times. I hope I won't ruin your fun? Looming, she smiled so widely that her eyes almost curved into crescents. Do I look like that kind of person to you? Zhou Ling thought about it secretly while loudly defending himself. Your eyes suddenly widened, your voice rose, and you hurried to explain, because I was right. Looming, she smiled like a cunning little fox. Zhou Ling was a little surprised. Is this girl so strong? Do you also observe micro-expressions? Since you're enjoying it so much, why don't you give me some benefit? Looming, she suddenly pounced on her and wanted to touch her. Zhou Ling quickly blocked her way. The girl's mother was still watching her on the hospital bed. What was she doing? The two of them were twisting together and having a lot of fun. Lying on the hospital bed, the smile on Lu Mingxi's mother's face never disappeared. After a melee, Zhou Ling had to let her touch him a few times in order to get her to stop. The two chatted with her mother for a while and then left. The red Pagani roared again. Zhou Ling wanted to take her back to school, but she refused, saying she wanted to ride the Ferris wheel. So he drove to the casino and rode the Ferris wheel with her. It is now approaching evening and the afterglow of the sunset is almost gone. There were many young couples holding hands here, which made them feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, after getting on the Ferris wheel, the small space was finally isolated from the outside world. As the Ferris wheel turned, they slowly rose. This is my first time playing this. Zhou Ling was a little excited. Is this true? Is it because you rich people don't come to places like this? Lu Mingxi was a little surprised. Zhou Ling shook his head, his smile somewhat sad. No, sometimes, I dream of coming here. In the past, he never dared to spend money recklessly. I wish I could break $1 into two halves. For purely entertaining projects like this, it is best not to play them if possible, so as to save on living costs as much as possible. For him, having food, shelter and clothes is good enough. How could I dare to expect to spend money lavishly in an amusement park? Looking at his profile, Lu Mingxi felt a little distressed for some reason. Does this man also have a past that he doesn't want to talk about? Chapter 32: Luo Xuan's desire to win. The Ferris wheel can take people to another height and see the world from a different perspective. After a few turns, it was already dark. On the last lap, when they were brought to the highest point, there was a power outage. At this moment, they seemed to be able to touch the starry sky. This narrow space allows them to smell each other's scent. Quietly. In order to break the sudden awkwardness, Lu Mingxi opened the topic. Do you believe in love at first sight? Ah. I believe it. Zhou Ling was stunned for a moment, not understanding why she said that. Me too. Lu Mingxi was so excited as if he had found a kindred spirit. A long time ago, my father was a soldier. He contracted a respiratory infectious disease while on a mission. At that time, he was in bed for a whole month. He was taken care of by a young nurse. But because of the infectious disease, the young nurse had to wear thick protective clothing every day. So, he didn't get a chance to see her face. When he was discharged from the hospital, his only wish was to see what she looked like with his own eyes. Later, the disease was eradicated, and they met up for dinner for the first time. At that time, my mother wore a floral dress, stood in the breeze, and smiled softly in the warm sunshine. That look immediately bewitched my father, that fool. From that moment on, they never separated again. Lu Mingxi's face was filled with happiness. This was a story her mother once told her. That disease swept across China. The medical staff fighting on the front line can be said to be ready to sacrifice their lives. In the end, all of China worked together and, with a cohesion that shocked the world, they managed to kill the disease. This battle is legendary. Medical staff are also regarded as heroes by people all over the country. Her parents' beautiful love also began from then on. How romantic. Zhou Ling was deeply touched, both by the cohesion in fighting the disease and by the love of her parents. Well, I also hope to have such a romantic love in the future. Looking at the night sky so close at hand, Lu Mingxi held his chin with both hands, his mind full of endless reverie. What happened later? Where's your dad? Zhou Ling asked curiously. But Lu Mingxi's mood suddenly dropped. With sad tears in her eyes, she whispered, one winter, he was so cold that he couldn't get up while trying to save a child who fell into the water. Her tears suddenly fell down. Sorry. Zhou Ling panicked. It doesn't matter.
In my heart, he will always be a hero. Wiping away her tears, Lu Mingxi smiled proudly, her white teeth seemed brighter than the moonlight. Zhou Ling nodded heavily and said seriously, in my heart, your parents are heroes. In this special period, they are the first group of people to go against the current. He admired it sincerely. Thank you. Lu Mingxi pursed her lips. She felt like she had said everything she wanted to say in the past week tonight. The two chatted idly, and the Ferris wheel soon restored power, allowing them to return to the ground. It's too late. The dormitories are closed. Lu Mingxi frowned, and before he knew it, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Going back now will cause some trouble. Come to my place first. Zhou Ling suggested. Ah? Isn't it bad? Lu Mingxi was slightly startled, her face a little red. The place is big, there's enough for you. Zhou Ling pulled her into the car without saying a word and returned to the villa in Fulan Community. After getting out of the car, Lu Mingxi's face was filled with shock and astonishment. Is this your place? Do you live in Fulan Community? A single-family villa? Lu Mingxi was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She had always dreamed of living in a mansion, and now her dream was about to come true? Don't be stupid, come in. Zhou Ling just found it funny, this silly girl. After entering the villa, Lu Mingxi never closed her mouth. What an advanced intelligent robot. What an expensive sofa, so comfortable. Wow, is this a top-of-the-line projector? Basically, she screamed every time she saw something. It turns out that the life of rich people is really beyond her imagination, and her little doghouse can't compare at all. Have you had enough fun? Then go take a shower. Zhou Ling threw his pajamas to her. Lu Mingxi ran into the bathroom on the first floor with her pajamas and let out another earth-shaking scream. Wow! Such a huge bathtub. I want to soak in it. I want to soak in it forever. Seeing the bathing pool that was as big as a small swimming pool, Lu Mingxi was so excited that he was speechless. She quickly took off her clothes and walked carefully into the warm water. But she forgot one thing: close the door. Outside, Zhou Ling watched her take off all her clothes, her white and smooth back, and fortunately, she was so overwhelmed by the surprise that she didn't realize it at all. No, you can't peek. No, I'm looking openly, how can that be considered peeking? Zhou Ling, whose throat was dry, couldn't help but take another look. But this glance happened to meet Lu Mingxi looking back. At this moment, it seems as if time and space have frozen. It was a terrified scream that broke the silence. Ah! Pervert! Peeping! Bad guy! Damn it! Lu Mingxi was so scared that he stayed in the water and didn't dare to get up. Zhou Ling hurriedly ran upstairs and pretended nothing had happened. The next day, Zhou Ling got up early in the morning to run, and it was already 9 o'clock in the morning when he finished running. When I returned to the villa, I saw a tall figure busy in the kitchen. What are you doing? Zhou Ling put down the soy milk and fried dough sticks, and beef and egg drop porridge he had just bought. Make breakfast, what else? Lu Mingxi had short, messy hair and was wearing a loose men's shirt that just covered his hips. At first glance, I was immediately attracted by her slender white legs. You bought breakfast? Don't eat that, eat what I made. Lu Mingxi didn't notice that Zhou Ling's eyes were a little straight. She made simple egg pancakes and brewed 2 cups of milk. Zhou Ling tried it with half belief and half doubt. As soon as he put the omelet in his mouth, his frown immediately relaxed. How about it? Lu Mingxi held her little face with one hand and asked expectantly. Not bad, delicious. Zhou Ling couldn't help but praise. Although this thing looks simple, it tastes really good. He ate most of it by himself. After breakfast, Zhou Ling prepared to send her back to school. As soon as I went out, Luo Shuang came towards me. Boss. Luo Shuang spoke respectfully, but her eyes involuntarily fell on Lu Mingxi. In terms of appearance alone, Lu Mingxi is definitely not inferior to her. She is mature and sexy, while Lu Mingxi is pure and innocent. They both have the same characteristic, which is their naturally cool temperament. The first time she saw Lu Mingxi, Luo Shuang couldn't help but become nervous, as if she had met an enemy. She didn't even know why she felt this way. Oh, Luo Shuang, why are you here so early? Zhou Ling said with a smile. Well, there's a report that needs to be reviewed by the boss in person, so I sent it over early. Luo Shuang said this, but her eyes were always looking at Lu Mingxi intentionally or unintentionally. If her guess was correct, the boss and this girl must have lived together last night. Also, isn't the shirt the girl is wearing the one she bought last time she went to the mall with her boss? How so? What is their relationship? In an instant, Luo Shuang had already thought of countless possibilities in his mind, and he became even more nervous. Well, you are thoughtful. I can have fewer worries with you around. Zhou Ling praised. It is Luo Shuang's honor to work for the boss. Luo Shuang also hopes to become an indispensable part of the boss. Having said that, Luo Shuang straightened his chest, and there seemed to be a hint of declaration of war in his tone. As a girl, Lu Mingxi keenly felt the other party's hostility. Are you demonstrating to me? Lu Mingxi is the national Bajiquan champion and has a spirit of never giving up. She immediately shook Zhou Ling's arm and started to act coquettishly. Let's go, brother Ling. I was too tired last night. I want to go back to the dormitory to catch up on some sleep. Sure enough, her action made Luo Shuang open her eyes wide in shock. Okay, let's go, Luo Shuang. I'm sorry to bother you with the work. After bidding farewell to Luo Shuang, Zhou Ling drove a Pagani to send Lu Mingxi away. In the Fulan community, Luo Shuang felt very lost and unwilling. What does she mean? Too tired last night? Could it be that they have already? When she thought of that possibility, her heart suddenly skipped a beat and she felt a little painful. No, even so, I can't admit defeat. As a strong woman, she quickly cheered herself up and regained her confidence and fighting spirit. To be honest, she didn't understand why she cared so much about the relationship between her boss and that girl. But there are some emotions that you can't control. All in all, no matter what, she will not lose to anyone. Especially women. Chapter 33, Check-in on a bar street. At Lu Mingxi's request, Zhou Ling did not drive the car to the school gate to avoid causing a disturbance. After sending Lu Mingxi back, Zhou Ling came to a high-end coffee shop alone and sipped his coffee leisurely. Check-in location, Fonglin Bar Street. Check-in reward, Bar Street property rights. At this time, the system popped up the check-in task again. Maple Grove Bar Street? Zhou Ling had heard that the street was full of bars, hundreds of them from beginning to end. At night, the whole street starts to come alive with bright lights and people. Countless wealthy men and women like to go there to spend money, just for a night of madness. Wouldn't that make it my own? Zhou Ling was a little excited. The monthly rent of Fonglin Bar Street was an astronomical figure. The returns may not be worse than Marriott. This is good stuff. Putting down his coffee and ignoring the infatuated looks of several women, Zhou Ling left and prepared to head to Fonglin Bar Street. However, not long after he left, he received a call from Aunt Fong. It turned out that today was Sun Jie's birthday, and she wanted to invite him back for a get-together. Although he didn't like Sun Jie, since Aunt Fong asked, he naturally agreed. Start the Pagani and head straight to Aunt Fong's house. Soon, he arrived at Aunt Fong's house, where a lot of people had gathered early. All of them were Sun Jie's friends. Why is he here? Sun Jie murmured quietly, dissatisfied with Zhou Ling's arrival. Who is he? A tall boy asked. The boy's name is Zheng Zijie. His family runs a chain of supermarkets and has opened 6 stores in Yuchang. It is also being gradually deployed in surrounding cities. It can be said that his future is limitless. A friend. To be honest, my mother once wanted to match me up with him. Sun Jie whispered. Is this true? I think he's a good-looking guy, and he seems pretty good. Another girl couldn't help but joke. Her name was Wen Yi and she was Sun Jie's best friend. What nonsense! I don't like him at all. Sun Jie hurriedly explained and glanced at Zheng Zijie, as if she was afraid that he would be angry. Zheng Zijie smiled nonchalantly and said confidently, I am the only one here who is worthy of Jie. Hey, stop talking nonsense. Sun Jie's face turned red with embarrassment. Oh my god, so disgusting. Are you feeding dog food openly? Wen Yi made an exaggerated face and slipped away. Although Zheng Zijie pretended not to care on the surface, he remembered Zhou Ling in his heart. Soon, various dishes were served and everyone took their seats. Zijie, come on, let's have a toast. Sun Jie's father Sun Yan smiled and drank with Zheng Zijie. As for Zhou Ling, except for Aunt Fong talking to him, he basically stayed out of the circle. His presence is basically zero. But he didn't care, because he came here for Aunt Fong, not for anyone else. To him, other people are like air and worthless. Jie, are you doing well in your company? Zijie, you should teach her some tips on how to deal with people.
She won't listen to an old-fashioned person like me. Sun Yan complained.
Ah, don't worry uncle, leave it to me.
Zhang Zijie laughed happily.
Sun Jie was so embarrassed that she hardly dared to look up. Actually, Jer is already pretty good. It would be even better if she could grasp the policy changes in Yuecheng. Zhang Zijie put down his wine glass and smiled.
Oh? Policy changes? Hearing this, Sun Yan also became more serious. That's right.
Zhang Zijie began to speak eloquently and give advice on everything from policy changes to the general economic situation, and he was very clear and convincing from beginning to end.
Everyone present, except Zhou Ling, couldn't help but look at him in surprise.
I have to say that Zhang Zijie's vision has surpassed that of his peers, and he can definitely stand on his own.
The more Sun Yan listened, the brighter his eyes became, and the more satisfied he became with this designated son-in-law.
After listening to this, Sun Yan couldn't help but applaud. Well said, you have such insight at such a young age, you have a bright future. After receiving praise from Sun Yan, Zhang Zijie puffed out his chest slightly and smiled shyly. No, I was just talking nonsense.
Really? Your analysis is better than many veteran entrepreneurs. You are really good. Sun Yan laughed heartily with satisfaction.
He was very satisfied with Zhang Zijie and thought he was more than qualified to be his son-in-law.
In the future, Jer will be very happy with Zhang Zijie.
Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the unknown Zhou Ling, feeling extremely disappointed. Compared with Zhang Zijie, Zhou Ling has nothing good except being a little handsome. But, after all, they were relatives, so he still wanted to give Zhou Ling some hope, so he asked, Xiaoling, what do you think?
Zhou Ling put down the juice and said, I don't know.
After getting this answer, Sun Yan was extremely disappointed. This guy is so bad that it's impossible to help him. Zhang Zijie was even more proud and no longer took Zhou Ling seriously.
Uncle, Brother Ling is just an employee, so it's normal that he doesn't understand these trends.
Zhang Zijie spoke up to defend Zhou Ling, seemingly speaking for him.
But in fact, this sentence has invisibly elevated myself a lot.
For me, it was because my family wanted to open a few more chain supermarkets that I had to cram a lot of knowledge.
For example, the future transformation of the LC area is a big attraction. What do you mean? Sun Yan was full of anticipation, wanting to see what insights this young talent could come up with.
Others also focused their attention on him.
Receiving such attention, Zhang Zijie sat up straight and spoke seriously. Do you know Marriott? Marriott? That's the great real estate company?
Wen Yi screamed immediately.
That's right. Zhang Zijie snapped his fingers encouragingly and continued speaking.
We are fortunate to have achieved some cooperation with Marriott.
Speaking of this, we have to talk about Marriott's new CEO. When talking about this new boss, Zhang Zijie's face is full of admiration and yearning. New CEO?
Sun Jia was extremely curious, she never paid attention to these things. Yes, speaking of this new CEO, he is also amazing. Originally, the land in the LC area was a battleground, and it was extremely difficult to take it. However, the boss somehow managed to take it down. This basically means that the LC area will be owned by Marriott in the future. I have to say that this Marriott CEO is truly a man of great talent and strategy, and his methods are amazing. Zhang Zijie was very excited, as if he was mentioning his idol. Compared with Marriott, their supermarket chain is really a drop in the bucket. It is their great honor to be able to cooperate with Marriott.
After hearing Zhang Zijie's words, everyone was very surprised.
It seems that this Marriott CEO is really a talent. If nothing unexpected happens, Marriott will develop rapidly. It would be great if I could meet him in person, at least I could get some good luck from him. Seeing that everyone was attracted by his topic, Zhang Zijie smiled mysteriously again. It is said that the boss is about the same age as me, rich and handsome.
Is this true? It would be so great if I could hook up with him.
When he shouted with a crazy look on her face, totally ignoring the ugly expression on her boyfriend's face. Compared to him, I am far behind. Zhang Zijie shook his head and smiled bitterly in self-mockery, and deliberately glanced at Zhou Ling. It seems that I, Zhang Zijie, am not as good as the CEO of Marriott, let alone a scum like you. Sun Yan thought to himself, if only Sun Jie could marry the Marriott CEO, she would definitely have a better future than Zhang Zijie. Of course, this is just a thought. How could he have the chance to meet a high-ranking figure like the CEO of Marriott?
Zijie, don't be so modest. Your family's business is growing bigger and bigger. You may not be worse than Marriott's CEO in the future. Yuan flattered him. Ha ha, how can I compare to that kind of person?
Zhang Zijie laughed modestly, but he felt very happy in his heart. He is only 27 years old this year, only 2 years older than Sun Jia, and is in the prime of his youth. Young people, of course, have great ambitions. His goal is to one day have a drink with the CEO of Marriott and not go home until he is drunk. The meal was very enjoyable, and the person who stood out the most was undoubtedly Zhang Zijie.
After dinner, everyone suggested going out for a drive.
Aunt Fawn pulled her daughter aside in advance.
Mom, what's wrong?
Sun Jia was puzzled. Jer, you guys should bring Xiaoling with you, so he can get in touch with your friends more.
Aunt Fong warned. Zhou Ling's network of contacts is too poor.
If he could develop it a little, maybe he could shape it in the future.
Otherwise, will you be a low-level worker all your life, or just wait for death?
This okay?
Sun Jia was dissatisfied, but still agreed.
Although she didn't like Zhou Ling, they were childhood sweethearts after all, so naturally she hoped that Zhou Ling could be successful.
Although it's impossible. Soon, the group went out.
They drove 3 cars, with a total of about 10 people, and they were just full.
The most luxurious one is undoubtedly Zhang Zijie's domineering Land Rover Range Rover. The top configuration can't be purchased without 3 million. Everyone squeezed into the car, leaving Zhou Ling alone.
At this moment, Zhang Zijie seemed to suddenly remember something, slapped his head, and apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Ling, I forgot about you.
Chapter 34. You can't see through me.
The others also started laughing, in a teasing manner. Everyone understood that Zhang Zijie was clearly trying to embarrass Zhou Ling on purpose.
There's nothing we can do.
There are only a few cars and too many people.
A boy winked and spread his hands, pretending to be helpless.
His name is Yu Hai, his family is also in business, and he is Yuan's boyfriend. Yu Hai's car, worth about 1 million yuan, is also very good.
I'm sorry, little brother. We didn't arrange it because we were worried that you had never ridden in such an expensive car. Isn't it for your own good?
Yuan crossed her arms over her chest and explained in a gentle voice. But her words made Zhou Ling want to laugh.
It's so high-sounding and hypocritical. Moreover, these few junky cars are also called luxury cars? Not really? Brother Ling, why don't you take a taxi? It's on Fonlin Bar Street, not far away.
Zhang Zijie reminded kindly, as if he was considering Zhou Ling wholeheartedly. Everyone burst into laughter and the atmosphere was very cheerful. Zhou Ling stood alone on the roadside, as if he had been abandoned. In the eyes of others, he was pitiful and no one cared about him. But in fact, he is independent, aloof and arrogant, and just disdains to associate with them.
Maple Grove Bar Street?
Zhou Ling murmured softly, thinking what a coincidence, he just happened to be there to check in.
Yes, you probably haven't been there.
After all, the prices in that kind of place are too high. But if you take a taxi, the driver will know.
Zhang Zijie reminded.
In the car, Sun Jia felt sorry for Zhou Ling being teased by everyone.
How about, you get on the bus and squeeze in? If there's no traffic jam, we should be there in 20 minutes. Sun Jia said.
As soon as she spoke, everyone felt bored.
How could they tease this silly boy?
Zhang Zijie was also a little surprised, but didn't say anything. Everyone thought that this kid would be very grateful and would happily squeeze into the car. But to their surprise, Zhou Ling shook his head and refused.
No need, I drove myself.
Zhou Ling said. Everyone in the car was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help laughing.
Really? That's good. Although it's definitely not as good as our luxury cars, it's fine as long as it can run. Yuan's boyfriend, Yu Hai, couldn't help but tease her. Everyone was waiting to see the show.
They thought, what kind of good car could this kid drive?
It's nice to have a van, right? I don't know what is good for me.
Sun Jia was a little angry and felt that Zhou Ling was not giving her face. Let him drive himself.
It's good enough to have a car.
Zhang Zijie comforted Sun Jia, but there was also a hint of sarcasm on his lips.
In terms of economic strength, who here can compare with him?
As long as Zhou Ling drives the car out, he is destined to be inferior to everyone else.
There's no way, this is the gap. Zhou Ling was too lazy to pay attention to them.
He walked to a parking space in the distance and drove his car over.
Boom boom.
A few low roars froze everyone's smiles. When they saw the fiery red Pagani wind god slowly driving by, they were like sculptures, motionless. They couldn't believe their eyes. This is the Pagani wind god. You can't buy it without tens of millions. This kid, how could he get out? Is this his car? Yuhai felt like his throat was filled with shit and he felt nauseous and embarrassed. Just now, he deliberately teased Zhou Ling that he could only drive a broken car. But now, this is the Pagani wind god. More than 50 million, and these are all broken cars? Then isn't theirs even worse than a garbage truck? Wenyi was so shocked that she covered her mouth, but soon she became eager to jump out of the car and ride in the Pagani function. She might never get to ride in a car like this in her lifetime, and this chance will only come once. However, no matter how shameless she was too embarrassed to make the request. So, she regretted it very much. If she had not deliberately belittled Zhou Ling just now, would she still have the chance to ride in a Pagani? Sun Jia was also stunned with fear. The fiery red car gave her an unprecedented shock. This is his car? Really? But where does he get the money to buy such an expensive car? Sitting in the Land Rover Range Rover, Zhang Zijie could no longer laugh, and suddenly he felt that the Land Rover under him was not so attractive. Nonsense, compared with other people's Pagani, his 3 million Range Rover is nothing. Thinking that he had deliberately made things difficult for Zhou Ling, he was too embarrassed to face anyone. It was so embarrassing. What are you all standing there for? Let's go. Seeing that no one moved, Zhou Ling called out. Okay, I'll lead the way. Zhang Zijie took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, then started the Land Rover Range Rover and rushed forward. Yuhai and others followed behind. Zhou Ling was at the back. Along the way, they were all sad and unhappy, as if their mother had died. Wenyi was even losing her temper, saying that Yuhai's car worth over 1 million yuan was rubbish. Being despised by his girlfriend like this, Yuhai dared not say anything. There is no way, since the reference object is Pagani Huayra? Who dares to compare with this thing? On the road, these cars lined up to be a beautiful sight on normal days. But today, all the passers-by's attention was focused on the Pagani at the back. As for luxury cars worth millions or 3 million, they are automatically ignored. Soon, they arrived at Fenglin Bar Street. It was daytime and few bars were open. Zhang Zijie also greeted everyone in advance before entering a bar called Right. There weren't many people here, just a dozen or so regular customers drinking. Zhang Zijie and his friends planned to party till the evening and early morning. But now, they have no interest in it. There is no way, all the limelight has been stolen by Pagani. They began to inquire about Zhou Ling's identity, but Zhou Ling kept his mouth shut and was too lazy to pay attention to them, leaving them with a cold shoulder. Wenyi, on the other hand, ignored Yuhai's gloomy face and sat next to Zhou Ling to tease him. At one point, I even whispered to him that I wanted to ask him to go to the bathroom with me to do something secret. But he had no interest in this kind of nosy woman, which made Wenyi feel frustrated. In fact, when he arrived at Fenglin Bar Street, he received a call from a manager. The manager should be able to find his way here soon. As long as the handover is completed, he will leave immediately. As for how crazy these people want to act, that is their business. Come with me. For some reason, Sun Jia pulled Zhou Ling to a deserted corner. She folded her arms and asked coldly, "Tell me, how much did it cost?" "What do you mean?" Zhou Ling didn't understand. "I mean, how much did you spend on renting that car?" Sun Jia asked again. She didn't think Zhou Ling could afford that kind of car, so he either borrowed it or rented it. Where did he get the connections to borrow such a car? You can only rent it by paying. Rented? What makes you think I'm rented? Can't it be my own? Zhou Ling found it a little ridiculous. How could this woman be so self-righteous? Whatever she thought was the case, it was the case? Don't lie to me, you can't afford it. Today is my birthday, and you rented this car just to save face. But this kind of car rental costs at least several thousand a day, or even tens of thousands. Even though you've won the lottery, you can't squander it like this, right? Sun Jia became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and felt that Zhou Ling was completely immature. Can you waste money like this? After hearing her words, Zhou Ling was also stunned, and then he couldn't help laughing. Isn't this woman a bit narcissistic? Saying that he rented a car for her to save face? How big is her face? How funny. Who do you think you are? Do you know me well?
Is the me you see the real me? In fact, you know nothing.
Zhou Ling smiled and shook his head, too lazy to explain so much.
Whatever she wants to think, that's her business. Still being stubborn? Don't you know how to repent?
I said all this is for your own good, otherwise I wouldn't bother to pay attention to you.
What's your attitude?
Sun Jie was very angry. She felt that Zhou Ling shouldn't have refuted her.
You know what? My mom asked me to bring you here so that you can get in touch with my friends and make more connections.
You will toast everyone later.
Do you understand?
Although she knew that Zhou Ling was hopeless, she still didn't want to see him fall into depravity. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frug.
If he continues to spend money like this, he will be doomed. Zhou Ling couldn't help laughing out loud. Asking him to toast those little brats?
How could those people deserve to be toasted by him, the owner of Bar Street, the CEO of Marriott, and the shareholder of Goya?
Making connections? Are they worthy? I don't like this. Forget it. But for Aunt Fang's sake, he didn't say anything unpleasant in the end.
You are really hopeless.
I don't want to care about you anymore.
Sun Jie was so angry that she just walked away. Looking at her back, Zhou Ling couldn't express himself even if he had 1,000 words to say. Because in her eyes, he was never a promising talent.
But in fact, there are already several galaxies between the two of them.
You only saw the second level, and you thought of me as the first level.
In fact, I am the 5th level.
Zhou Ling murmured in a low voice, his eyes were so deep that it was impossible to see through them.
They are no longer on the same plane. Chapter 35, Trouble.
After returning to the booth, Sun Jie talked to Zheng Zijie and the others. They suddenly realized what was going on and immediately showed a look of disdain.
I knew it, he can drive a Pagani? So he rented it just to show off?
Yu Hai breathed a sigh of relief and burst into laughter. Just now, he was so depressed. After all, it doesn't feel good to be outdone by others.
Now the truth is out and there is nothing to say. The others also looked relaxed and obviously didn't take Zhou Ling seriously. The same went for Zheng Zijie, whose gloomy face finally regained a confident smile. He did not make sarcastic remarks like others did, but said with concern, "Brother Ling spent money like this, didn't you stop him?" When talking about this, Sun Jie gets angry.
I told him, but he still doesn't care. There's no hope for him.
Let him do whatever he wants. Sun Jie looked unhappy.
Zheng Zijie held her in his arms and comforted her. Don't be angry, you have done what you should do, it's already good, it's him who is stubborn. Sun Jie leaned in his arms like a well-behaved kitten. Only when she was with him did she feel at ease. Comparing Zhou Ling and Zheng Zijie again, she felt it was an insult to Zheng Zijie.
Zhou Ling came back soon.
Everyone looked at him with disdain and deliberately excluded him. After all, a fool who relies on renting a car to show off is not worthy of talking to them.
Everyone was drinking and laughing, as if they had completely forgotten about Zhou Ling.
Wen Yi, on the other hand, would steal a glance at Zhou Ling from time to time. While her boyfriend Yu Hai was drinking, she came over and deliberately rubbed Zhou Ling's arm with her body.
He said he wanted to take a ride in a Pagani Huayra.
It doesn't matter if you rent it, as long as you can ride it once.
Brother, how about we go to the bathroom and discuss this together? I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
Wen Yi's eyes were teasing and her expression was full of spring, her purpose was self-evident. However, Zhou Ling didn't even look at her, which made her angry and embarrassed, and she ran to the bathroom alone. After a while, a beautiful middle-aged woman in revealing clothes came over to toast Zheng Zijie. She is the manager of Right Bar and has some friendship with Zheng Zijie. The bar manager said that they can get a 50% discount on their consumption today.
I had a couple of drinks with them and then left.
To be honest, a 50% discount is actually nothing to Zheng Zijie and his friends.
They are not people who are short of money. But it makes them feel very proud.
After all, this is a treatment that no other consumers have. As expected of Brother Zhang, he has such a big face that even the manager has to come out to toast.
And they gave us a 50% discount.
Others started to flatter him, making Zheng Zijie very happy and comfortable. By the way, I heard that this light bar has a very strong background in the entire Bar Street. Yu Hai's face flushed from drinking, and he spoke mysteriously. His words immediately aroused everyone's curiosity, especially the girls, who stretched their necks to look at him. Yu Hai was secretly happy to have everyone's attention, and he didn't even notice that his girlfriend was missing. It is said that there are several big bosses in Fomlin Bar Street. One of them, called Boss Sun, controls several big bars. This right bar is one of them. Yu Hai has a lot of gossip and knows things that ordinary people don't know. So, everyone listened with great interest. Zhang Zijie was slightly startled and suddenly asked, Boss Sun? Could he be the ruthless man who made his fortune through some means? In Yuechang, there are many big guys who have become big by relying on some shady means. This Boss Sun is one of them. He had heard from his father before that Boss Sun was originally a small-time gangster who fought his way into the limelight because of his ruthlessness. He was put in jail for committing some crime later. I didn't expect that it would become one of the giants in Fomlin Bar Street? Yes, it's him. Yu Hai lowered his voice, as if he was worried about attracting that person. Hiss. Zhang Zijie was extremely surprised. Boss Sun had a profound background that his family could not compare to. But he didn't expect that Light Bar was also one of Boss Sun's businesses. He suddenly thought, if he used the right bar as a springboard, could he get in touch with that big shot? If this is true, he has a bright future. Zijie, your family is developing so well, why do you still need to be afraid of Boss Sun? A boy was joking. Zhang Zijie's expression immediately changed. Don't talk nonsense, I don't dare to compete with that kind of big guy. Zijie, don't say that. Aren't his men supposed to give you face? Sun Jie pushed him gently and said coquettishly. Zhang Zijie immediately smiled proudly. He felt very honored to be praised by his girlfriend like this. Zhou Ling didn't participate in their conversation at all, just sat alone in the corner. Zhang Zijie felt disdain for him but also felt sorry for him. After all, we are in different circles. How can he understand the topics we are talking about? Zhang Zijie thought to himself. A few people drank happily, and as time passed, more and more people came into the bar. At this point, they hadn't even noticed that Wen Yi had been missing for an hour. In the innermost cubicle of the men's restroom, there was a constant sound of some kind of collision. In the small toilet, Wen Yi was actually entangled with two big men, and it seemed that they had been doing it for a long time. Moreover, there was a big man outside the door waiting anxiously to see when it would be his turn. Are you done? It's been an hour and it's still not my turn? The big man outside the door urged. In the bathroom, as the exercise ended, Wen Yi finally took a breath. As a result, the big man outside the door was about to squeeze in, and she was so angry that she slapped him. Get lost, I'm already tired enough, how can it be your turn? Having said that, she lifted up her skirt and slipped away. The big man who was beaten was so angry and humiliated, and he had been holding it in for an hour, but he ended up getting a slap in the face. This feeling made him want to explode on the spot. Damn it, bitch, I'm going to kill you. The big man outside the door was so angry that he started calling for help. When Wen Yi returned to the booth, everyone greeted her with concern. She made the excuse that she had gone to the toilet to vomit, and pretended to be weak and uncomfortable. Are you okay, Xiaoyi? Drink some water first. Yu Hai lovingly fed her water, kissed her, and fed her dog food in public. Wen Yi's face was full of shyness and happiness. This time, they had not been drinking for long when several big men came over aggressively. Seeing this group of people, Wen Yi suddenly panicked. Two of the big guys had just finished fighting with her, and the other one had a fierce look on his face. Wasn't he the one who was slapped by her? Damn it, bitch, you still reject me? Let's see how you deal with it this time. The big man grinned, and then went up to grab the panicked Wen Yi away. When they were about to attack his girlfriend, Yu Hai immediately stood up and stopped them. Hey guys, what's going on? This is my girlfriend, what do you want? Yu Hai spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Oh, so this girl has a boyfriend? She really knows how to have fun. Let's continue having fun today. As they spoke, several big men pushed Yu Hai away. In front of them, Yu Hai was like a skinny chicken, without any ability to resist. Seeing that Wen Yi was about to be taken away, Zhang Zijie finally stood up and shouted coldly, Stop, who dares to touch my friend? He is about 1.8 meters tall and looks quite majestic when he stands up. Sun Jie was so moved by what she saw that she thought this was her boyfriend, a great hero. Looking at Zhou Ling again, he was still huddled on the other side. What a coward and not manly at all. You? What are you? The big man squinted his eyes and said coldly. Seeing Zhang Zijie's extraordinary demeanor, he did not dare to take action directly. Moreover, the person who dared to scold him directly might have some background. Although the big man is arrogant, he is not a complete fool. Me? Ever heard of Mavo Mart? That's where I live. Besides, the bar manager is my friend. Zheng Zijie is majestic and confident, and already has the aura to stand on his own. His courageous appearance has won the admiration of all his friends. I thought to myself, as expected of Zheng Zijie, he is truly incomparable to ordinary people. In an instant, Zheng Zijie has become everyone's hero. Oh? That's a bit troublesome. The big man frowned. He didn't expect that these young people actually had some background. But he was unwilling to just give up like this. He will definitely not let the chick who beat him go tonight. It's not that easy to get out of this door. Let's go see our boss first. Let's go. The big man ordered. Several people looked at each other, and finally looked at Zheng Zijie to see what he would say. After all, he had the final say here. Zheng Zijie hesitated for a moment and agreed, okay. I'll go with you. Brother Zhang. Yu Hai felt a little uneasy. It's okay. They will give me face no matter what. They won't dare to do anything to us. Zheng Zijie smiled easily, and it was impossible to leave directly now. What else can I do except go meet the other boss? With his words, everyone felt relieved. Anyway, with Zijie here, what is there to be afraid of? But Zhou Ling was a little unhappy. He didn't want to think about this trivial matter. He came here, firstly, because Aunt Fong had given him the order, and secondly, to wait for the person in charge of Fonglin Bar Street to contact him. According to his original plan, he would slip away after the meeting, too lazy to accompany these little brats. But now that this happened, he became a little impatient. After all, he couldn't just abandon Sun Jia, right? With no other choice, he followed. Chapter 36, How else do you want to play? I followed a few big men to a huge private room which was luxuriously decorated. The key point is, there is a man smoking a cigar on the leather sofa, and standing on both sides are a group of strong men. After learning what happened, the cigar-smoking man said indifferently, "You beat my people in my place? You want to leave without kneeling down to apologize and doing 10 days of labor? Isn't that too much? We are asked to kneel down and apologize? And we are still hired as laborers? You are dreaming." A group of young people suddenly became angry. They are young and energetic, and they all come from good families. They are used to living a carefree life. Now you ask them to work like slaves? How can I bear it? Zijie, please say something. Sun Jia was also very uneasy. Everyone placed all their hopes on Zheng Zijie. Here, he is the only one who has a say. Carrying everyone's expectations, Zheng Zijie also feels a lot of pressure. Because the man in front of me has such a strong aura. Brother, we were wrong in this matter, but your men arrested my friend just because of a disagreement. Isn't that inappropriate? Zheng Zijie said with gritted teeth. Who do you think you are? The man held a cigar in his hand and looked at him nonchalantly. Zheng Zijie raised his head and chest. My father, Zheng Sanha, is the chairman of Mavo Supermarket. He felt that since he had brought up his father's identity, the other party should give him some face, right? Unexpectedly, the man suddenly burst into laughter. Zheng Sanha? Ha, even if your dad comes, he has to call me Brother Hai. A mere son of Zheng Sanha wants to scare me, Xian Hai? Go back and ask him if he has the guts to do that. Xian Hai threw the cigar at Zheng Zijie and laughed disdainfully. What? Xian Hai? Upon hearing the name, Yu Hai's expression changed immediately. Are you the cousin of Boss Sun? The Qian Hai who is also known as Brother Hai? Yu Hai's legs felt weak and he regretted coming here. This is Brother Hai, Boss Sun's cousin. He is ruthless and unscrupulous. Who dares to provoke him? Moreover, with Boss Sun as his backer, he is even more lawless. Hey, have you heard of me? Qian Hai said with a smile. My dad had a drink with you before, and I was standing next to you as a bartender. I'm sorry, Brother Hai, I only recognized you now. Yu Hai immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. Although his father had drunk with Qian Hai, he was actually just a foil and insignificant. It's really troublesome. They are just some juniors with some connections. It's not fun. Forget it, just go. Qian Hai was not interested and waved his hand to signal them to leave.
Hearing his words, several people were overjoyed and immediately ran away in panic. But before they took 2 steps, they heard Qianhai's voice from behind. I said to let the men go, when did I let the women go? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt a chill down their spine. The girls, in particular, had trembling legs and were filled with despair. If they really stay, the consequences will be disastrous. No one here is a good person. Qianhai and the others had wicked smiles on their faces, as if they were looking at prey at their fingertips. In fact, he had no intention of letting the girls leave. Among them, Wen Yi and Sun Jia are the best looking. Wen Yi has a sexy body and most importantly, she likes to have fun. It must be nice to be served by a woman like this. And there is Sun Jia, her pair of snow-white, straight long legs are simply irresistible. Although the others are a little worse, they are still considered top-notch. Brother Hai, this is my girlfriend, can you let her come with me? Zhang Zijie swallowed his saliva, pulled Sun Jia, and asked bravely. You are shameless. If you don't leave now, you will all stay here. Qianhai had a fierce look on his face, and with a roar he almost made the group of young people kneel down. Even Zhang Zijie was shaking and felt extremely panicked. Normally they are so majestic outside, but when they come here, they are like little lambs. Zhou Ling was behind everyone and couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this scene. It seemed that things were becoming more and more troublesome. And he hates trouble. Think it through and get out of here. Qianhai was too lazy to waste his time on these young people. Now he can't wait to taste a few little sisters. The girls cried out of fear, while the boys remained silent. Zijie, you need to think of a solution. Sun Jie's eyes were red and she kept begging her boyfriend. Zhang Zijie was upset and wavering. If he doesn't leave, he will definitely suffer. If he left, abandoning Sun Jia, how would he face Sun Jia in the future? How would he survive? Seeing that Zhang Zijie didn't dare to look her in the eyes, Sun Jia seemed to understand something, and her pleading eyes turned into deep disappointment. Yu Hai, take me away. Now. Wen Yi also ordered Yu Hai to take her away. But where did Yu Hai get the courage from? Wen Yi, I can't do anything. I believe Brother Hai won't treat you unfairly. Enduring the humiliation, Yu Hai shook off her hand and ran to the door. The other boys looked at each other and planned to slip away. Zhang Zijie was wavering, but he had wanted to leave a long time ago. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. Besides, he and Sun Jia are not husband and wife yet. At this time, is it wrong to protect yourself? The girls also felt their attitude and burst into tears in despair. Just when they were isolated and helpless, a single figure came to the front and stood beside Sun Jia. It doesn't matter who you keep, but I must take her away. Zhou Ling spoke indifferently. If you listen carefully, his tone sounds commanding. Everyone was stunned and stared at Zhou Ling blankly, thinking that they were hallucinating. This kid is actually giving orders to Brother Hai? Girls like Wen Yi and Sun Jia were also shocked. Zhou Ling's action was simply suicidal. But his appearance gave them spiritual support. Although they knew they might not be able to change the outcome, Zhou Ling gave them hope. In their hearts, Zhou Ling's image instantly became taller. Which bug are you? Qianhai slapped his forehead and roared impatiently. How come these young fools are so stubborn? Do they really think Qianhai is a vegetarian? Don't ask, you can't afford it. Zhou Ling didn't even raise his eyelids. Hiss. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. They stared at him with wide eyes as if he were a monster. Does this kid know the consequences? It would be fine if you just gave orders to Brother Hai, but now you are talking big like this? Do you really think you can't die? Zhang Zijie was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. His face turned pale and his back was covered in cold sweat. Because he felt that Zhou Ling's action would only kill everyone. This is terrible. This kid is so stupid. Even if my dad comes, it will be useless now. Zhang Zijie was instantly in despair. If Qianhai is completely enraged, no one will survive. Yu Hai leaned against the door tightly, constantly pulling at the crack, wishing he could squeeze his body into a piece of paper and get out. This guy is stupid. Obviously, any man can walk away. What should we do after he does this? Yu Hai and the other boys had nothing to say. In their view, it is okay if they want to leave. At most we won't be friends anymore. But at least I saved a life. What about now? I am trapped by this stupid boy and can't even leave. Everyone was in tears and completely desperate. Ah, kid, you succeeded in making me laugh. As a reward, go to hell. Qianhai laughed like crazy.
At his command, all the big bodyguards rushed forward. When Zhang Zijie and the others saw the scene, they were so scared that they ran away as soon as they could, fearing that they would be implicated. The girls also stepped back, screaming in fear. Zhou Ling, be careful. Sun Jia kept shouting. When everyone was panicking, Zhou Ling remained calm, as if he was unaware of the danger. Bang! Suddenly there was a dull thud, and a big man was hit by a punch and knocked away immediately. Too weak. Zhou Ling shook his head in disappointment. These people looked big and strong, and he thought they had brute force, but it turned out they were just empty talk. The other bodyguards were shocked. This news is too strong, isn't it? Knock a companion away with one punch? He is obviously very thin, why is he so powerful? But this did not stop them. All the bodyguards rushed towards Zhou Ling, wanting to tear him to pieces alive. Team battle? Isn't that too shameless? Being surrounded by so many people, Zhou Ling couldn't help but complain, but he remained relaxed and didn't look nervous at all. With his powerful explosive power and agility, he shuttled through the crowd like a deadly fish. No one could reach him, but anyone who was touched by him would almost scream and fall to the ground. Within 3 minutes, all the big men were lying down. Everyone was stunned. I have no idea how he did it. With so many strong men, he managed to deal with them all by himself? And, still unscathed? Is this a human? Is this a monster? No one expected that Zhou Ling, who was inconspicuous from beginning to end, could be so powerful. Zhang Zijie, Yu Hai and others kept swallowing their saliva and were so scared that they couldn't move. When I thought about how I had tried every way to cause trouble for him before, I felt scared. With his strength, if they really fight, these small fry are no match for him at all. Sun Jie and other girls were even more shocked. Looking at his back, they almost thought he was a god descending to earth. After stepping on a big man's head with one foot, Zhou Ling calmed his breathing and stared at the frightened Qianhai with a playful face. Tell me, how else do you want to play? Chapter 37, so what even if it's you? Zhou Ling stepped on the big man, like an emperor descending to the earth. You. Qianhai was shocked. He felt that no one could resist him in his territory. But who knew that this kid was so good at fighting and could defeat everyone by himself? None of the people he picked are weaklings. This boy is very strong. However, he was not too scared. This is his territory, and he has Boss Sun as his backer. No matter how good this kid is at fighting, he can't go head-on with a big force. On the contrary, he wanted to recruit Zhou Ling. With such a master as his younger brother, who would dare to mess with him in the future? My friend, I admit that you are very strong, but you have to understand that there are some people you are not qualified to touch. Now I'll give you a chance. If you follow me, I'll give you a good meal and a good drink, and you can earn 8 million a year. Qianhai spoke in an extremely arrogant tone, and put forward a condition that he thought was extremely tempting. Being able to work with Qianhai is an offer that cannot be refused. If it were someone else, they would definitely agree without hesitation. Not to mention that he raised his salary to 8 million a year. No one would not be tempted by this salary. So, after he finished speaking, he waited leisurely for Zhou Ling to hug him happily. 8 million a year? Zhang Zijie was also shocked when he heard this number. However, he is a rich second generation after all, and 8 million is not enough to make him drop his jaw. Zhou Ling, agree to it. This is your only chance to change your fate. Sun Jia quickly shouted. If Zhou Ling was Qianhai's younger brother, wouldn't they be safe today? Besides, an annual salary of 8 million, where can you find such a good thing? She felt that for Zhou Ling, this was already the peak of his life, so what reason was there to not agree? Everyone thought that Zhou Ling must agree and would definitely agree. However, he just smiled and asked, "What car do you drive?" Qianhai was stunned. He didn't understand why he asked that, but he still answered subconsciously, Rolls-Royce Phantom. Well, that means it's less than 10 million. Zhou Ling commented softly, seeming to have some disdain. This made Qianhai extremely unhappy. What did he mean by that? Was he looking down on his Phantom, who was worth more than 6 million? However, before he could scold him, Zhou Ling asked again, compared to the CEO of Marriott, how is your status? Hearing this question, Qianhai's expression darkened slightly.
Marriott's CEO is a man above all others, how can I compare? Although he is arrogant, he is not stupid enough to think he is better than Marriott's CEO. What about the shareholders of Guya Live? Zhou Ling asked again. Qianhai's face turned even darker. He didn't know why Zhou Ling asked him, but he felt that this guy was deliberately humiliating him. What do you want to do? Qianhai asked angrily. He didn't answer, but this sentence was already an answer. No matter how great he is just a bar manager. How can he compare to the shareholders of Guya? Guya is a listed company. Okay, do you think you can control the entire Maple Grove Bar Street? Zhou Ling nodded and asked the last question. But it was this problem that almost made Qianhai explode with anger. Damn it, I think you are looking for death. Qianhai was furious. He makes a living by working in the bar, and his backer is Boss Sunday. But even Boss Sun can never control the bar street. This kid asked this on purpose, doesn't he just look down on him? Facing his anger, Zhou Ling didn't care, he just shrugged and said, since you are worthless, how dare you let me follow you? Where do you get the courage? Fuck, you're dead. This time, Qianhai couldn't help it anymore. He pulled out a knife from his waist and rushed towards Zhou Ling. Ah! Be careful! Sun Jie screamed in fear. Qianhai looked ferocious, but Zhou Ling just twisted his hand slightly and snatched the knife away. His skills were like those of a child in front of Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling kicked him away, causing Qianhai's teeth to fly out and his mouth to be full of blood. He looked extremely miserable. Looking at Qianhai lying on the ground like a dead dog, everyone was stunned at first, and then trembled all over as if they were electrocuted. They all opened their eyes wide and breathed rapidly, as if they were almost suffocating. No wonder they reacted so strongly. You have to know, this is Qianhai, Boss Sun's cousin. With such a background, there shouldn't be many people who dare to mess with him in Fenglin Bar Street. However, Zhou Ling kicked him away without hesitation. Both Zheng Zijie and Sun Jie's minds were blank at this moment. After a moment, Zheng Zijie came back to his senses and yelled, do you know who you hit? He simply couldn't imagine that Zhou Ling dared to fight with Qianhai. Zhou Ling arranged his clothes casually and said nonchalantly, it's just a dog. Why are you in such a hurry? Hearing this, everyone almost choked to death on their own saliva. What are you talking about? It's just beating a dog? If it were someone else, who would dare to be so arrogant? Zheng Zijie was in mixed feelings. Zhou Ling beat Qianhai, and he was both scared and excited. Because if Qianhai wants to take revenge, Zhou Ling will definitely die. However, in front of Zhou Ling, he always felt that he was inferior to him. He even had to admit that the other party's aura was simply too strong. He controlled the rhythm of the whole situation as soon as he appeared. You're done. You're done. My cousin will be here soon, you're dead. Not even the gods can save you. Qianhai cried and cursed, blood spurted everywhere, it was as ugly as it could be. He seldom comes to the bar, but today, his cousin Boss Sun is coming over, so he came early to wait. According to the agreed time, Boss Sun will arrive in 5 minutes at most. Boss Sun is coming over? Several young people turned pale. To them, the sea of money is already a huge monster. Now, even Boss Sun is going to show up? That's a real big crocodile. Huh, are you scared? Seeing their bodies shaking like sieves, Qianhai sneered grimly. However, just when he thought he had regained control of the situation, a size 42 foot stepped heavily on his back. The weight made his throat feel sweet and he almost vomited blood. Zhou Ling stepped on the sea of money and smiled with great interest, really? Then I will wait for him here and see if this Boss Sun can eat people or has 3 heads and 6 arms? His tone was relaxed, as if he had no idea how terrifying Boss Sun was. But Zheng Zijie and the others were obviously scared to death. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Why don't you leave? Seeing that they all looked like they had lost their souls, Zhou Ling couldn't help but remind them. A word can wake a dreamer up. Yes, it was Zhou Ling who committed the crime, not them. Why are they staying here? With this thought in mind, several boys ran away quickly. Although Zheng Zijie paused for 3 seconds, he also slipped away. The girls were very worried, but they knew it was useless for them to stay, so they left as well. You, be careful, I'll go get some help. Sun Jie gritted her teeth and turned away. She understood that it was pointless for her to stay and try to show off her ability. The most important thing was to get help. So, as soon as she went out, she immediately ran to the corner and played 1100. Less than 5 minutes after they left, several cars arrived at Wright's bar. When the car door opened, the most eye-catching person was the middle-aged man who was about 1.6 meters tall but was surrounded by people. Although this man is short in stature, his eyes are as vicious as a vulture's, which makes people shudder. Who else except Boss Son can use such momentum? In a way, he is also inspirational. Fighting his way from a small-time gangster to the current status is not something that ordinary people can do. When he arrived at the most luxurious box, he saw a big man lying on the ground as soon as he entered. At this time, Zhou Ling was sitting on the leather sofa, and under his right feet was Qian Hai, who had a bruised face and nose. "Cousin, save my cousin. How dare this kid hit me?" When Qian Hai saw Boss Son, he felt like he had found his savior and shouted excitedly. The people behind Boss Son were ready to take action, but were stopped by him. "Young man, do you know whose territory this is?" His tone was extremely sinister, and his sharp eyes swept over Zhou Ling, as if he wanted to see through everything about him. From the moment he came in until now, the young man has always looked relaxed. He even had a half-full bottle of red wine in his hand, as if he was lying in his own backyard. This is the first time I've seen someone so arrogant in front of him. "You are Boss Son?" That's all. However, Zhou Ling seemed not to hear the threat in the other party's tone. He took a sip of red wine and made a casual comment. If this were said outside, it would definitely scare a lot of people to death. "Dare you say Boss Son is nothing but this? Are you tired of living?" Hearing this, Boss Son narrowed his eyes, emitting 2 dangerous rays of light. "This boy is so crazy. I don't care who you are, but you dare to touch my people? Aren't you afraid of dying in vain?" Boss Son threatened sinisterly. He has been struggling for so many years, who is he afraid of? How could a yellow-haired boy scare him? Unexpectedly, Zhou Ling didn't care how fierce he was, but lay down as comfortably as he could. "Who do you think you are? What if I touch you?" Zhou Ling turned his head, revealing his white and neat teeth. With his handsome appearance and charming smile, I wonder how many young girls would be charmed by him if he were to show up in public. "You're looking for death. Damn, are you disrespecting the boss? Kill him." All of Boss Son's men were filled with murderous intent, glaring at him angrily, as if they wished they could skin him alive. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense. Although Qian Hai, who was stepped on by Zhou Ling, was in pain, he also laughed resentfully. "No matter how good you are at fighting, you are nothing in front of my cousin. You are done. I want you to die. I want you to die." Qian Hai shouted wildly, and his excited and crazy look made people shudder. He could already imagine how miserably Zhou Ling would die. Boss Son's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In his eyes, Zhou Ling was already a corpse. "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too arrogant." Boss Son spoke coldly, as if giving Zhou Ling a death order. However, just when the atmosphere was solemn and extremely grim, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie appeared outside the door. "Boss Son, what are you busy with?" The man in the suit was not intimidated by Boss Son's identity, and there was no fear or respect in his tone. On the contrary, there are some jokes. Seeing this person coming, Boss Son felt apprehensive, because this person was the agent of the entire Maple Forest Bar Street. Chapter 38 Made Style Falling Frost. So, even he would not dare to provoke the other party. "Mr. He, why are you here so early?" Boss Son asked curiously. He knew that the owner of Fonglin Bar Street had changed and Mr. He was busy with the handover. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be here, right? "Me? I'm here to invite someone," Mr. He said with a smile. Boss Son was confused. "Who? Me?" Here, he is indeed the only one who can be invited by Mr. He personally. However, Mr. He shook his head and sneered disdainfully. "Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself with that person?" This blatant contempt angered all of Boss Son's men. But Mr. He put his hands in his pockets, looking fearless. "You have to give me an explanation." Boss Son's face was as gloomy as water and his mood was extremely bad. First, he was looked down upon by this kid, and then he was rejected by Mr. He in public. If this gets out, how can he survive? Explanation? I think you'd better ask the new owner of Maple Street. Mr. He sneered mischievously. Hearing his words, Boss Son wanted to get angry, but the words the new owner of Fonglin Street made him stop immediately. Looking at the other person's expression, Boss Son felt something was wrong, and even his heartbeat quickened. New owner of Maple Street? That's the real boss.
No matter how successful he is, he still has to rely on business on Maple Street to make a living. If he pissed off the new owner of Maple Street, he might just be kicked out.
What are you talking about? I don't understand. Boss Son suppressed his inner anxiety and let out a low growl. Humph, you don't understand? You're calling for war and killing the new owner of Maple Street, and you still say you don't understand? Don't you think that's ridiculous?
Mr. He said this, looking at Zhou Ling respectfully. At this point, if Boss Son still doesn't understand what it means, then he has lived in vain.
Could it be?
His whole body went cold, and his face was filled with shock.
All the ferocity and arrogance just now disappeared. That's right. No wonder he is so fearless and arrogant. It turns out, he is the new owner of Maple Grove Bar Street? I'm actually threatening him here? Boss Son felt a surge of fear and regret. This is said to be his territory, but to be frank, it is still Zhou Ling's territory.
He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known it earlier, he would never dare to do this. The atmosphere changed instantly, and Qian Hai, who was full of hatred, didn't know what was happening. He urged anxiously, "Cousin, kill him. Kill him quickly. Cut him into 5 pieces and sink him to the bottom of the river."
Qian Hai yelled like crazy.
Boss Son was annoyed by Qian Hai's yelling, so he kicked him repeatedly, until Qian Hai's face was crooked.
Cousin, are you crazy? You hit the wrong person. Qian Hai was stunned. Fuck, I'm going to hit you. Don't you know that this young master is the new owner of Fonglin Bar Street? How dare you mess with him?
Boss Son was so furious that he really wanted to kill this guy.
If this kid hadn't caused trouble, he wouldn't have been implicated. What? He is.
This one sentence made Qian Hai stunned instantly. Unknowingly, a heart fell into the endless abyss of despair.
This young man is actually the new owner of Fonglin Bar Street?
Qian Hai broke out in cold sweat and shivered, his body temperature dropped by 2 degrees. Compared with the master of Maple Street, he is just a bug, a fly, an ant.
He is nothing. But what he could never have imagined was that the young man he wanted to kill was actually the big boss. It's over. I'm done, I'm dead. Qian Hai lost his mind for a moment and began to talk to himself in panic.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were.
Boss Son no longer had any momentum at all.
When he came in front of Zhou Ling, he turned into a docile little lamb. Zhou Ling sat up straight, looked at him with a teasing look in his eyes, and said, "Don't you want me to die?"
I dare not. I dare not. I absolutely dare not.
Hearing this, Boss Son was so frightened that he trembled and broke out in a cold sweat.
Even if he had a million guts, he would never dare to kill the master of Maple Street. Don't dare? I see you don't dare, but you really want to kill me, right?
Zhou Ling's eyes gradually turned cold.
That's not what he said just now. Boss Son was speechless and didn't even dare to look Zhou Ling in the eye.
He felt as if he had fallen into an ice storage. In panic, he saw Qian Hai with empty and confused eyes, and anger rose in his heart, and he was ready to do evil. He simply ordered people to tie up Qian Hai, preparing to abandon him as a pawn.
Cousin, what are you doing? Let me go.
Qian Hai struggled hard in fear, but to no avail.
Boss Son said viciously, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, you bastard, would there be trouble today? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself."
After saying that, Boss Son ordered his men to drag Qian Hai out and deal with him.
This action is simply cruel and ruthless.
In order to save himself, he could even lose his cousin's life. After doing all this, Boss Son carefully apologized to Zhou Ling and begged for his forgiveness. In the end, in order to survive, he had to cripple one of his arms before Zhou Ling reluctantly let him go. Tonight was like a near-death experience for him. If he wasn't ruthless enough, he might not be able to walk out of this door alive. After letting Boss Son step down, Zhou Ling completed the handover procedures with Mr. He. From now on, the ownership of the entire Maple Forest Bar Street belongs to him alone. Oh, it's so annoying to have money. After finishing everything, Zhou Ling left under the leadership of Mr. He. At this time, Sun Jiat and several other girls who were secretly waiting not far from the right bar had no idea that the person in the car that drove away in front of them was Zhou Ling. They were still waiting nervously.
Soon, Yaoling came, walked around and left. Several girls were confused. Is that it? Can you at least go in and take a look? Do you think something has happened to the handsome boy?
A girl was worried. He hasn't come out for such a long time, and he might be in danger.
Bah, crow mouth. How can I die when I haven't even tasted him yet? When E turned around and cursed. This time, she was disappointed with her boyfriend Yu Hai. What kind of man is he with just one ball?
In comparison, Zhou Ling is much tougher. At least, for one person to block all the people in the sea of money, this kind of courage is not something that ordinary people can have.
Don't say anything about life or death, it's too ugly.
Sun Jie was also upset when she heard them quarreling.
Although she didn't like Zhou Ling, she had to admit that he was extremely manly just now. Even Zhang Zijie can't reach 1% of his level.
Thinking of this, she felt very sorry.
How great would it be if you were an ambitious person?
Sun Jie thought, no matter how manly one is, it will be useless if he has no future. It sounds cheesy to say this, but we have to admit that if you have money you really can have everything. For example, not long ago, a married woman was made pregnant by a senior executive of a certain group for a few bucks. Not only was the woman shameless, she was also complacent and smug.
Why? Isn't it because she feels that she is following a rich old man and has a bright future? This is a typical case of love being defeated by money.
With all sorts of thoughts in their minds, Sun Jie and the others waited for another hour and then simply went home. On the way home, she felt more and more guilty and regretful, thinking that she had harmed him.
Mom!
When Sun Jie got home and saw Aunt Fawn, her eyes suddenly became red.
Aunt Fawn looked at her strangely and said, "Why did you come back just now?"
"Xiao Ling told me he went back an hour ago. I thought you would be back soon too." Hearing this, Sun Jie, filled with regret, immediately froze in place.
"Mom, what did you say? You said he left an hour ago?" Sun Jie was stunned. "Yeah, aren't you guys together? Don't you know? He called me and told me."
Aunt Fawn felt that her daughter was in a strange state.
Is that so? That's good. I'm glad you're okay."
Hearing this, Sun Jie finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the huge stone pressing on her chest was put down.
"I hope the kid is okay. But why didn't that boy tell her when he went back?"
"He made her stay outside in fear for so long, and I don't know how many mosquitoes he fed. Next time I see him, I must question him." At this time, Zhou Ling had already returned to Fulan community. When he reached the gate, he stopped. Because, in front of the gate, stood a tall and domineering woman, Luo Shuang. Today, Luo Shuang, contrary to her usual style, did not wear a professional suit, but a casual outfit that looked a bit like a maid. The overbearing white color appears unusually bright under the streetlights.
"Boss, you're back?" Finally seeing Zhou Ling, Luo Shuang shouted happily like a little girl.
"This." Zhou Ling was a little stunned.
"Isn't Luo Shuang's style always that of a cool and sexy goddess? Why did you become the lively schoolgirl type today? Have you been waiting for me for a long time?" Zhou Ling asked curiously.
"No, not for long. I just waited for a short while." Luo Shuang has a sweet smile.
"Come in first."
Zhou Ling looked at her legs, which were covered with red mosquito bites, and knew she was lying.
Chapter 39, I'll protect you.
After entering the villa, Zhou Ling asked her to lie down on the sofa and then went back to the room to get something.
"Boss, what are we doing?"
Lying on the sofa with her legs crossed, Luo Shuang became nervous for no reason and twisted her legs back and forth. She felt like a captured kitten, waiting for her owner's disposal.
While feeling nervous, I was also a little looking forward to it.
Soon, Zhou Ling came out with something.
"Don't move, I'll help you."
He sat on the edge and unceremoniously grabbed one of her legs and placed it in front of him.
"Boss."
Luo Shuang felt as if she had been hit hard and cried out in shame.
Wasn't this action too intimate?
But Zhou Ling grabbed her legs and wouldn't let her take them back.
Faced with Zhou Ling's domineering attitude, she had no way to deal with it.
In the end, she bit her red lips slightly, leaned back on the sofa, and closed her eyes.
It's like accepting your fate.
In front of Zhou Ling, she was like a little kitten, completely powerless to resist.
In that case, accept everything.
However, the cool feeling on her legs made her open her eyes in confusion. Zhou Ling was seen holding something and applying it to the mosquito bites on her legs. Longhu brand cooling oil, a time-honored Chinese brand, works really well. Zhou Ling scraped off a little light yellow paste with his fingers. Since mosquito bites appeared in many places, including all over the thighs, Zhou Ling was not in a position to help and had to let her do it herself. Realizing that she had misunderstood her boss, Luo Shuang's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. What a pity. She felt a little sorry, if. Thinking of this, she immediately stopped thinking. How could she think about such messy things? Why are you here so late at night? And dressed like this? Zhou Ling asked as he poured the red wine. I came here because I was worried that no one would take care of you, boss. I can do everything. I can wash clothes, cook, and warm the bed. Oh no, I can't warm the bed. Luo Shuang blushed and explained quickly. Zhou Ling couldn't help but laugh. He was used to living alone, so why would he need anyone to take care of him? I just cook a meal on a daily basis, is that difficult? You are busy with work during the day, so you don't have to take care of me. Zhou Ling said. Ah, okay. Although she knew that her boss cared about her, Luo Shuang still felt a little disappointed. Does this mean rejecting her? But didn't that girl also stay here for a night a few days ago? She bit her red lips slightly, somewhat unwillingly. Was it because of that girl that the boss rejected me? I'll go find you some clothes. Go take a shower. You can stay here today. Having said that, Zhou Ling got up and went to find some clean clothes for her. At night, after taking a bath, Luo Shuang lay on the big round bed by herself, feeling a little excited and a little lost. Excited because she stayed in the villa overnight. She felt lost because she knew this might be the only time she would stay overnight, right? Just when she was feeling irritable and tossing and turning, a message was sent to her mobile phone. Luo Shuang took a look and immediately sat up excitedly. Worried that it was an illusion, she looked at it over and over again. Not until she was completely sure that she was not mistaken did she scream in surprise. Yeah. This message was sent to her by Zhou Ling. The key to the villa is on the coffee table in the living room. Don't go outside to feed mosquitoes anymore. Luo Shuang held the phone in her hand and rolled back and forth on the soft bed excitedly several times. Such slender and white legs are so attractive that one can't take their eyes off them. Does Zhou Ling's text message mean that she can come to the villa at any time in the future? Great! With such joy in her heart, she was so excited that she couldn't fall asleep and lay in bed with her eyes open all night. Humph, I have the key to the villa, and you don't. When she thought of the girl that day, Luo Shuang felt very proud, like a victorious hostess. The next day, she went out to work early. Zhou Ling didn't get up early to run today, but slept in. When he got up, he saw a rich breakfast on the table with a note written by Luo Shuang on it. Boss, please eat your meal well. Zhou Ling shook his head and chuckled, then sat down and slowly tasted the food. He sent a message to Luo Shuang, breakfast tastes good. While eating breakfast, he recalled what happened at Wright's bar yesterday. With his physical fitness, dealing with so many big men seems easy, but it is actually very difficult. He had to use all his strength to achieve that. I have speed, agility, and strength, but no skill. He knew exactly where the problem lay. If he had advanced skills and 100% strength, he might be able to achieve 300% effect. The first person he thought of was Lu Mingxi. Lu Mingxi is proficient in Bajiquan, which is known for its fierceness and is very suitable for him to practice. So he called Lu Mingxi and made an appointment with her to meet at the boxing gym at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He wants to learn Bajiquan. In the company, Luo Shuang was holding a meeting with her subordinates in the office. Standing in front of the projection screen, she is tall, with slender legs and black stockings and a fitted top that outlines her beautiful curves. Such beauty is enough to drive people crazy. But no one dared to approach her. Because she is a well-known ice goddess in the company and she is never enthusiastic towards men. Therefore, although everyone admires it, they can only keep their distance from it. While she was in a serious meeting, she received a message on her mobile phone, which made her very unhappy. She hates it when someone interrupts her rhythm. Seeing her pick up her phone to check, her subordinates began to feel uneasy. Those who knew her knew that Luo Shuang was on the verge of anger at this moment. However, just when everyone was prepared to be scolded, they were surprised to see that she, who had originally had a stern face, actually smiled shyly. Everyone was stunned. Luo Shuang was holding the phone, and that shy girlish smile on her face was definitely not fake. While being shocked, everyone was curious about what the message said. How could the ice goddess become a campus girl? Also, who sent the message? Could it be Luo Shuang's sweetheart? Thinking of this, the dozen or so people below showed expressions of shock almost at the same time. It is very likely to be true. Oh my god, the ice goddess is in love? Who dares to believe it?
What kind of outstanding person could make her behave like a teenage girl in love?
This gossip quickly spread throughout the Marriott group.
In the afternoon, Zhou Ling drove to the boxing gym.
He drives a Bentley Mulsanne, which is not as eye-catching as the Pagani, but is also eye-catching enough to make people turn their heads. Especially many girls, although they don't know much about cars, they also know that this car is definitely not cheap.
What a cool car! I wish we had one too. A girl stared at this side with shining eyes and almost couldn't walk. Her boyfriend looked very unhappy and couldn't help but complain, "It's just a broken car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. What's the point of pretending to be cool?"
Although he said this, he was unable to conceal his deep envy and jealousy.
Bentley Mulsanne. How can you possibly win without several million?
Looking at the car owner again, his face became even darker. Zhou Ling was seen wearing casual clothes and a pair of sunglasses, leaning against the side of the car, like a Prince Charming from a comic book. Not only that, his slender figure and handsome face with a hint of toughness can definitely kill countless women in seconds. As he watched with increasing jealousy, his girlfriend opened her mouth as if she had lost her soul. He quickly covered her eyes and pulled her away.
Don't look at it. What's so good about a junky car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? The man cursed.
Hearing his words, a passerby snorted coldly, and then spoke in a rather mysterious tone.
A broken car? That's a luxury car worth more than 5 million. If you don't understand, stop talking nonsense. The key point is, isn't the owner too young?
A passerby commented with great interest, dreaming that he could also own such a luxury car.
Honey, is what he said true? That car is worth more than 5 million?
The girl was stunned for a moment.
More than 5 million. It was hard to say whether she could earn that much money in her lifetime.
No, don't listen to his nonsense. The man was so scared that he quickly pulled her into a shabby taxi and kept his distance from her. If he didn't leave now, he was worried that his girlfriend would throw herself into the arms of someone else.
Zhou Ling didn't know that just parking the car could cost so many things. After waiting for about 10 minutes, I finally saw a tall and pretty figure.
Looming, she wore brown tight sweatpants and a body-shaping top, which showed off her perfect figure. Zhou Ling's eyes lit up slightly and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously.
You're here so early?
Seeing Zhou Ling, Looming, she was also delighted, and then took him into the boxing gym to prepare for training. This boxing gym only teaches traditional boxing, such as Tai Chi, Baji, Xingyi, etc., and does not teach Western boxing.
Surprisingly, there are quite a few young coaches here.
This also shows that there are still people who learn the increasingly declining Chinese martial arts. The two of them walked in side by side, talking and laughing, causing many young people to look at them in surprise. Looming, she is the secret crush of many people, but she never takes the initiative to approach men.
What happened today? Being so intimate with a man? What is their relationship? I won't be in trouble, will I?
Sensing the hostile gazes, Zhou Ling leaned close to her ear and complained quietly. But he didn't know that this intimate action made people want to beat him to death. Looming, she smiled confidently, hooked her arm around his shoulders, and acted like a big sister. I'll protect you, who dares to cause trouble to you?
Zhou Ling was very skeptical. Are you sure you can cover it? Nonsense. How can it not be covered?
Looming, she stood with his towering peak. Zhou Ling looked down, secretly swallowed his saliva, and immediately agreed with her. I can definitely cover it.
Chapter 40. That Bentley is really mine. As a professional athlete, Looming Shi's teaching is also very professional.
She knew that Zhou Ling had extraordinary physical fitness, so she started with high-intensity training. When the coaches around saw this, they couldn't help but want to watch the show. This level of training was difficult even for them, let alone a pretty boy. However, the strength displayed by Zhou Ling made them exclaim that it was impossible. No matter how difficult the movements were, he could actually complete them. This alone makes him better than many coaches. Some people who originally wanted to laugh at the joke turned around silently, not daring to say a word. Although the others were unhappy, they could only watch the two of them train closely. With Tai Chi and literature, the world will be at peace. With Baji and martial arts, the universe will be stable. Baji means that the power can reach far away places in all directions. Its movements are simple and concise, fierce and crisp, and mostly involve shaking the feet to generate power. Once he started teaching boxing, Looming Shi seemed like a different person, extremely serious. She taught step by step to ensure that every movement of Zhou Ling was correct. But to others, the two of them were just flirting. We're just practicing boxing, is it necessary to get so close? All the murderous eyes were focused on Zhou Ling.
How can this be possible?
A student who had just come in saw the scene and became furious. This is a bald fat man, and his beer belly shakes every time he walks. The fat guy is a regular at the boxing gym, and every time he comes he always asks Lu Mingxi for teaching. But his attitude towards studying is very bad, and he always takes advantage of others under the pretext of practicing.
Given Lu Mingxi's temper, it was good enough that he didn't beat him up. This fat guy has amazing perseverance.
No matter how Lu Mingxi refused, he just followed her.
Xiaoxi, you are mine, how can you teach another man? The fat man interrupted them angrily.
Seeing that it was this fat man, Lu Mingxi was very unhappy.
Why did this sticky candy come again? He is my student.
Since he has paid, I have the responsibility to teach him.
Is there a problem?
Lu Mingxi said coldly.
Isn't it just money? I have plenty of it.
If you only teach me, I'll give you 30,000 a month. The fat man shouted with great pride. The price of 30,000 was enough to make the coaches present envious.
However, Lu Mingxi showed a mocking look. Only 30,000?
The amount of money Zhou Ling gave out as gifts in just one night was 50 million.
He is my man, I will teach him if I say so.
Not only did Lu Mingxi not agree, but she also held Zhou Ling in her arms with a tough attitude, like a real big sister.
Well.
Suddenly, his face was pressed by two soft lumps, and Zhou Ling didn't know what to say.
At this moment, everyone's eyes turned red.
Normally, they would be excited for a long time just to talk to Lu Mingxi.
Not to mention physical contact with her. But, this boy actually touched such a precious place of hers in public? Moreover, it was Lu Mingxi who took the initiative?
Endless flames of jealousy burned in their stomachs, and they wanted to pull Zhou Ling over and give him a good beating.
It's so infuriating.
The fat guy's eyes almost popped out of his head. He had been pestering her for so long, but he had never even touched her little hand.
This kid is so good, he took such a big advantage as soon as he came?
Seeing that everyone's eyes were instantly as fiery as wolves, Lu Mingxi also realized that this action was inappropriate and blushed. Her blushing face made her look shy in the eyes of everyone. In an instant, Zhou Ling seemed to hear countless heartbreaking sounds.
30,000 isn't enough? Then 50,000. Is that enough?
The fat man was so angry that his eyes turned red. Even if he had to spend a lot of money today, he would get Lu Mingxi.
Isn't it just money? He has plenty.
However, his entanglement did not win the girl's favor, but made Lu Mingxi even more disgusted. She put her hand on Zhou Ling's shoulder and declared loudly, "Even if I don't want a penny, I will only teach him."
This sentence was a heavy blow to the fat man. She would rather teach this kid without any money? What's so good about this boy that makes her like this? Isn't he just a little better looking, taller, and more handsome? In what other ways is he better than me?
The fat man didn't give up, he felt that he would not lose.
Everyone is ashamed. You yourself said that he is tall, handsome, and has a good figure. Is there any need to compare? Could he be richer than me?
When it comes to money, the fat guy's beer belly becomes much bigger. This is the part he is most confident in. No matter how young, beautiful, and arrogant a girl is, she will open her legs obediently under his financial offensive.
Isn't the current popular story on Weibo about a real estate executive committing adultery with a married woman a good example?
But he didn't know that he had actually dug a big hole for himself. Even Zhou Ling held his forehead with his hands and couldn't help feeling sorry for him.
Then richer? Are you sure you want to compete with me?
Brother, listen to my advice and go home to take a shower and go to bed, so as not to embarrass yourself further.
Zhou Ling persuaded him seriously. He really didn't want to show off.
However, his words not only failed to dissuade the other party, but instead made the fat man burst into laughter.
Are you out of your mind? You said I'm embarrassing myself? Do you dare to say that the Bentley outside is yours? If so, get out of here right now.
The fat man laughed exaggeratedly, as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century.
Unfortunately, he didn't realize that when he said this, everyone's eyes became meaningful. Zhou Ling didn't say anything, but silently took out the car key and pressed the button.
The Bentley outside rang in a very cooperative manner.
Sorry, Bentley, it's really mine.
Zhou Ling felt apologetic, even a little shy, because pretending to be cool was really not his intention. Alas, it's so difficult to be a low-key rich person.
Well.
When the sound of the car sounded, the fat man's laughter stopped abruptly. His mouth was wide open, but no sound came out. He looked like Donald Duck, full of irony. After half a minute, he said with sweat on his forehead, "My mother asked me to come out to play, I should go back." After saying that, he ran away as if running for his life. He slipped to the gate and fell down, and his fat body rolled out like a restless beef ball. Zhou Ling was quite touched. "Just go, are you really going to leave? Aren't you giving me too much face? You are so poor. You are so ungrateful. Hurry up and practice your boxing." Lu Mingxi couldn't help laughing, but still kept a straight face, acted like a little master, and scolded him harshly. "Got it, little boxer." Zhou Ling patted her little head and she obediently practiced boxing as instructed. However, they did not realize that this kind of flirting behavior once again deeply hurt everyone's hearts. "I have to eat dog food like this? It's so hard for me. It was okay before, I just tortured the dog, but now it's not okay, I just killed the dog. Damn it, I quit. I'm going home to cry." All the coaches who secretly admired Lu Mingxi were heartbroken, and many of them hid in the toilet and cried. Chapter 41, Protected by a Woman? However, there were also some people who just couldn't stand it anymore and came over with bad intentions. "Mingxi, do you think this is appropriate?" A burly man asked coldly, with a condescending attitude as soon as he opened his mouth. This man's name is Meng Wei. He is best at Xingyiquan and is the big brother of the boxing gym. Many coaches listened to him. So, as soon as he showed up, he was followed by a dozen young coaches. More than a dozen of them are martial artists, and when they work together, their momentum is unmatched by ordinary people. In an instant, Zhou Ling and Lu Mingxi were in trouble like little white rabbits surrounded by hunters. What's wrong with that? Lu Mingxi did not give in, and his eyes met Meng Wei's without any hesitation. There seemed to be an invisible collision of momentum between the two of them. Zhou Ling on the side looked at Lu Mingxi with interest. It was really rare to find a girl as tough as her. You should know what Brother Qian thinks of you. Don't you feel sorry for him by doing this? Meng Wei was extremely unhappy with her behavior and thought she had betrayed Yuan Shiqian. Yuan Shiqian? How he treated me is his business. Why would I feel sorry for him? Lu Mingxi laughed immediately. Just because Yuan Shiqian likes her, she has to take care of his feelings? What are you thinking about, little brother? Besides, even Yuan Shiqian had to run away in shame in front of Zhou Ling, so who does he think he is? How dare you disrespect Brother Qian? You are so brave. Aren't you afraid of being kicked out by Brother Qian? Several young coaches shouted angrily, believing that Lu Mingxi would have to pay the price. Yuan Shiqian is the owner of a boxing gym, who dares to slander him? This group of people were like loyal dogs protecting their masters, which made Lu Mingxi laugh out of anger. Threatening her with dismissal? How ignorant. She hasn't spent all the tens of millions she earned as a host, and she is now quietly the top female anchor in Guya. The money she earns from gifts in one day is several times her salary at the boxing gym. Does she still care about this little money now? The reason I came to teach boxing, besides really liking it, is just to pass on the cultural heritage. Although you are very loyal, Yuan Shiqian may not be grateful to you. Zhou Ling laughed mischievously. If they saw Yuan Shiqian running away in disgrace, would they still say so? You're looking for death. I don't need numbers to bully you. If you have the guts, come out and fight me. Meng Wei roared, pointing at Zhou Ling and specifically challenging him. The others also laughed. In the boxing gym, Meng Wei is definitely the strongest. No matter who fights him, he will only be abused. If this kid really dares to accept the challenge, then there will be something good to watch. I don't think you dare, because no one dares to challenge Brother Wei. If you're scared, just surrender. With your strength, you're going to lose anyway. You rubbish, if you want to surrender, just do it now and don't embarrass yourself here. Everyone started to sneer, their eyes full of mockery and contempt. Shameless. Lu Mingxi stood in front of Zhou Ling and glared at them unhappily. This group of people actually used provocation to provoke Zhou Ling to fight? How abominable. They clearly knew that Zhou Ling was no match for Meng Wei. Boy, all you can do is hide behind a woman? What kind of man are you? What a wimp you are. You still need a woman to protect you? Don't you dare to have a fight between men? You coward, you will be protected by a woman for the rest of your life. This is so funny. Everyone started to speak in a loud and sarcastic voice, using words as harsh as they could. They have only one goal, and that is to force Zhou Ling to come out and get beaten. Seeing that everyone was trying to provoke him, Zhou Ling was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Being protected by a woman is not a sign of strength, is it? You." With just one sentence, everyone was speechless. Even though they curse harshly, they actually long for a woman to stand up for them in their hearts. Zhou Ling's words were like a needle, piercing their deepest thoughts. "Humph, you're talking nonsense. To put it bluntly, you still don't dare to accept the challenge. You disappoint me so much." Meng Wei couldn't help but sneer, and look down upon Zhou Ling in his heart. He felt that as a man, he should stand tall and take responsibility for everything, instead of hiding behind a woman and acting like a coward with a clear conscience. Based on this alone, he no longer took Zhou Ling seriously. He felt that a weak person did not deserve his respect. "Come at me if you have anything." Lu Mingxi was as fierce as a little tigress and would not let anyone hurt Zhou Ling in the slightest. With her blocking the way, this challenge was doomed to fail. Everyone gave up, and before leaving, they glared at Zhou Ling coldly. The warning was self-evident. After forcing them away, Lu Mingxi patted Zhou Ling on the chest and comforted him. "Don't worry, I won't let them bully you. Actually, I can handle it myself." Zhou Ling shrugged. Although the opponent is strong, he is just so-so. You are no match for him. Don't even think about it. Lu Mingxi stretched out her white jade fingers and blocked his mouth, her eyes full of warning. She naturally understood how powerful Zhou Ling was, but that didn't mean he could defeat Meng Wei. Only those who have seen his strength know how terrifying he is. All right. Helpless, Zhou Ling had to give up. Anyway, he is a peace-loving person and hates violence the most. After the incident was settled, the boxing gym returned to normal and everyone was practicing as usual. But at this time, Yuan Shiqian came back with a gloomy face. Seeing him, Meng Wei and the others couldn't help but feel happy, thinking that with Brother Qian around, there was no way that kid would have the chance to steal the spotlight. I guess that kid is going to be abused soon. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. But after seeing Zhou Ling, Yuan Shiqian was just a little surprised and didn't express anything. This left everyone a little confused. Everyone knows what Brother Qian thinks of Lu Mingxi. With his personality, he would never let another man get so close to her. But now, he just ignored it and pretended he didn't see it? Meng Wei frowned. He had clearly seen that in addition to surprise, Yuan Shiqian also had a deep-seated fear and dread. What's going on? Is Brother Qian afraid of him? He wouldn't believe such words even if they were spoken. But he would not doubt his eyes. I have something to tell you. The people from Wuwei Boxing Gym are coming to challenge us. Let's get ready. Yuan Shiqian warned seriously. Wuwei Boxing Gym? Didn't it just open? Damn, how dare you be so arrogant? I guess he wants to use our fame to get ahead. I've seen this happen a lot. It doesn't matter. We'll fight no matter how many come. We'll destroy them today. When they heard that Wuwei Boxing Gym was coming to challenge them, everyone laughed in a relaxed manner. It's just a small boxing gym, what kind of masters can it have? You say you're here to challenge me, but I'm afraid you're here to get killed, right? No matter who comes, just be sure to take 10 of my moves. Meng Wei spoke with great confidence. With him around, the boxing gym was like a mountain that would never collapse. Chapter 42 Lost. There have been people who came to challenge us before, but as long as Meng Wei takes action, everyone will be defeated. Okay. I feel relieved with your words. Yuan Shiqian patted his shoulder, as if he had taken a reassurance pill. He was indeed not very worried about being challenged. Because Meng Wei has never lost. About half an hour later, more than 20 people came over here in a majestic manner. They are the people from Wuwei Boxing Gym. In addition to the people from the boxing gym, they actually called a lot of media to come over with their equipment. Seeing this situation, Yuan Shiqian and others cursed the other side for being shameless. You're here to challenge someone, but you're doing this? Do you really think this place is made of mud? Everyone, our Wuwei Boxing Gym has admired you for a long time. Today, we are here to spar with you and exchange some feelings. I think you will not refuse, right? At the Wuwei Boxing Gym, the leader is a thin man. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and his arms and legs were muscular. This person's name is Sun Hao, a professional Muay Thai athlete. Wuwei Boxing Gym specializes in Muay Thai. Sun Hao smiled provocatively and glanced at Meng Wei, Yuan Shiqian and others. His martial arts school had just opened, and in order to quickly gain fame, he decided to find a stepping stone.
Yuan Shichen's boxing gym is exactly his goal.
By the way, in order to pursue fairness, justice, and openness, I have also specially invited a media team to broadcast the event live, so that it can be seen on all major live broadcast platforms. Sun Hao said loudly, and it seemed fair, but in fact his intentions were sinister.
Because he wanted to present the opponent's defeat to thousands of people. He wants to completely crush this boxing gym.
He even wants to use this opportunity to tell the world that only Muay Thai is the strongest, and the so-called Chinese martial arts are nothing but garbage.
Yuan Shichen's face turned a little dark.
It seemed that the other party was determined to eat him.
"What do you think?" he asked. Meng Wei and others could no longer suppress their anger and could not wait to go into battle. "If you want to fight, just fight. Why waste time talking?"
Meng Wei shouted loudly, his words full of sarcasm.
"Ha ha ha, okay, then who among you wants to be the first to die?"
Sun Hao laughed out loud, took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles, and stood on the ring. His eyes were full of aggression, like a tiger ready to devour a living being.
"Look how I kill you." On Yuan Shichen's side, a young Bagwazang coach immediately jumped onto the stage.
On the ring, Sun Hao didn't take him seriously at all.
He just showed a mocking look and hooked his finger at him nonchalantly. "Don't be so arrogant."
The Bagwazang coach was furious and felt humiliated. He immediately took a step forward, got into a stance, and moved his palms to strike at the opponent with tremendous force.
This palm strike could definitely knock an ordinary person to the ground. But in Sun Hao's eyes, he looked so weak. Fancy moves, useless.
He exerted force on his feet and rushed out like a tiger. His right leg swung hard on the opponent with the force of tearing the air.
Bang!
With a dull thud, the opponent flew out like a broken sack.
Vulnerable.
Sun Hao sneered and shook his head in disappointment. The other party was too weak, so weak that he didn't even have the qualifications to arouse his interest.
Below the stage, Yuan Shichen and others looked extremely ugly. That coach was considered quite capable, but he couldn't even withstand a single attack from the opponent? Such strength is too strong, isn't it? Even the confident Meng Wei felt the tremendous pressure.
It is not difficult to see that Sun Hao's strength is no less than his.
Even more than that.
On the other hand, at the Wuwei boxing gym, there was a cheer, and pairs of contemptuous eyes swept over Lu Mingxi and others.
His disdain and provocation are self-evident. Can you send someone who can fight? Are you all useless?
Sun Hao spoke in a sarcastic tone, totally disregarding anyone.
His humiliation angered Lu Mingxi and everyone else. "Let me go."
Lu Mingxi said coldly, she really wanted to beat this guy up. But Meng Wei stopped her.
"You are no match for him, let me do it." As he spoke, Meng Wei walked onto the stage amid everyone's worried gazes. "Your opponent is me."
Meng Wei's voice was low, his eyes full of fighting spirit and anger. As inheritors of Chinese martial arts, they have always been very particular about etiquette.
Even if you are challenging someone, you still have to respect the other party.
Sun Hao had a look of contempt on his face from the beginning, and after winning easily, he even humiliated people with words without restraint.
This kind of person must be knocked down on the ring. "You? That's fine too." Sun Hao looked at Meng Wei nonchalantly, as if he was not very satisfied with this opponent. "Let's fight first and see if it works."
A fierceness flashed in Meng Wei's eyes, and he immediately assumed a Xingyiquan stance. You can tell whether someone is a master just by looking at his opening moves. Sun Hao put away his contemptuous look and became more serious. He could feel that this person's strength was far superior to that waste just now.
"Interesting, if that's the case, then come on."
Amidst everyone's tense mood, the two men collided with each other, punching and kicking each other. They are all masters, and their strength and skills are unmatched by ordinary people. Although the two have different boxing styles, it is precisely because of this that the confrontation between them is particularly attractive. As the two of them fought, the heat in those media live broadcast rooms also increased. The audience in the live broadcast room were discussing enthusiastically to see who would be the winner in the end. Some say that Muay Thai is very lethal, while others say that Xingyiquan is unfathomable. In short, everyone has his own opinion.
On Yuan Shichen's side, many coaches began to cheer for Meng Wei.
Wuwei Boxing Gym is extremely disdainful of such behavior, believing that it is entirely the act of the weak.
Why are you shouting so loudly?
If we can win, we can just compete to see who can shout louder. Hey, we should always give people hope, right? But when their hope is dashed, will they cry? Maybe they will. Anyway, they are bound to lose, so we just have to wait and see. The people at the Wuwei boxing gym laughed loudly, deliberately raising their voices to humiliate Lu Mingxi and the others. Everyone was furious at being looked down upon by them. Just wait and see, brother Meng Wei can definitely beat that kid down. Muay Thai is tough, but brother Meng Wei's Xingyiquan is already perfect, with a myriad of skills, so it's possible to suppress the opponent. Humph, is there any need to explain this? He is the strongest. Everyone was discussing the matter and had 100% confidence in Meng Wei. Because, if even Meng Wei can't beat Sun Hao, then who else can? Lu Mingxi watched nervously. In her opinion, Meng Wei and Sun Hao were equally matched, and it was hard to tell who would win or lose. At this time, she saw Zhou Ling shook his head slightly. What's wrong? She asked. Zhou Ling said softly, within 10 moves, Meng Wei will lose. How could it be? Lu Mingxi couldn't believe it. When the others heard what he said, they glared at him and told him to stop talking nonsense. Brother Meng is clearly in the upper hand now, and you say he will lose? Do you understand? Oh, I forgot, you are just a newbie, it's normal that you don't have good taste. Just wait and see, brother Meng will definitely pin that guy to the ground and rub him. They stared at Zhou Ling with disdain, thinking he was talking nonsense. Although Lu Mingxi did not blame him, he also felt that his words were somewhat inappropriate. Because, no matter how you look at it, Meng Wei is at his most powerful. After being refuted by everyone, Zhou Ling was too lazy to explain because there was no need. Others only saw the surface, but he observed that although Sun Hao seemed to be suppressed, he was actually looking for an opportunity. As long as the opportunity arises, Meng Wei will definitely lose. On the ring, the fight between Meng Wei and Sun Hao became more and more intense. After forcing Sun Hao into a corner, Meng Wei suddenly burst out with all his strength, imitating a tiger descending from the mountain, and pounced directly on Sun Hao. His move was so sudden and fierce that most people would be scared silly just by seeing it. Not to mention the distance is so close now. But, it was at this moment that Sun Hao finally revealed a triumphant smile. Instead of retreating, he advanced and raised his leg to do a sweeping kick. Lift your right foot and twist your body to the left. Use the forefoot of your left supporting leg as the axis, rub the ground with your heel and rotate inward to coordinate with the left twist of your body. Hit the target in an arc with your right leg, with force reaching the instep and tibia. This angle is just right and tricky. Boom! This kick swept hard on Meng Wei's chest. The huge force made Meng Wei's eyes go dark and he almost fainted. He was also kicked to the ground. After defeating his opponent, Sun Hao did not stop. Instead, he smiled viciously and kept kicking Meng Wei with his right calf. Bang, bang, bang. The series of hitting sounds made one's scalp tingle. You know, a good Muay Thai fighter can train his calf bones to be extremely hard. It can even break a piece of bamboo with one kick. Nowadays, if a person is kicked continuously for more than a dozen times, in serious cases, he can be kicked to death. Stop it. Damn it, stop it now. Why fight when you've already won? How shameless. The people in the boxing gym rushed over to rescue the half-dead Meng Wei, and they all wanted to attack Sun Hao. All the people from Wuwei boxing gym also jumped onto the ring. The two sides confront each other. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chapter 43. Is he looking for death? The popularity of the live broadcast room has risen again. This scene is so hot. It is very likely to turn into a large-scale chaotic scene. In the end, it was Yuan Shiqian who intervened and thus avoided a fight. Brother Yuan, why don't you let us do it? Yes, that kid did it on purpose. Brother Meng had already fallen down, but he still beat him. Isn't this intentional murder? Brother Yuan, just say the word and I will kill them. The coaches at the boxing gym all shouted in indignation, wishing they could strangle the people from the Wuwei boxing gym to death. Yuan Shiqian's face turned black and he felt even more unhappy, but he knew that if he took action, he would be the one who would suffer. You are no match for them. Yuan Shiqian endured the humiliation in anger, and his voice was terribly low. Everyone was gasping in anger, but no one spoke. Because they understood that what Yuan Shiqian said was true. The opponent's strength is stronger. After winning the victory, the people at the Wuwei boxing gym cheered like crazy, clearly trying to humiliate Yuan Shiqian and the others on purpose. Although Zhou Ling felt that it had nothing to do with him, the other party's shamelessness also made him very unhappy.
Hey, do you have anything else you can show off? It's not like it's gone just like that, is it?
Sun Hao asked with a very relaxed smile, clearly intending to expose someone's shortcomings. Everyone was furious, but no one dared to go up.
Even Meng Wei lost, what use are they? How about this, let that girl come up and play with us.
Sun Hao looked around and finally fixed his eyes on Lu Mingxi. She is tall, with outstanding temperament, and her cold eyes reveal a strong sense of indomitable spirit that is hard to ignore.
The point is, she has unparalleled beauty, which man wouldn't have dirty thoughts about her. The people at the Wuwei boxing gym also noticed Lu Mingxi's presence and started to make a fuss. If such a pretty girl gets on the ring, it might not be easy for her to get down, right? Ha ha ha.
Each of them had an extremely obscene smile on their face. You don't need to ask to know that what they think in their hearts must be extremely dirty.
Lu Mingxi's face turned pale.
She was a very strong girl.
Now that she is being provoked like this by the other party, how can she possibly stay?
However, just as she was about to make a move, a figure walked in from outside. Young man, being too arrogant is not a good thing. The man who came in was in his 60s.
He walked with steady steps and full of energy.
It was obvious at first glance that he was not an ordinary person.
Is it Uncle Lin?
He's here.
When the people in the boxing gym saw this man, they were stunned for a moment, and then they were overjoyed. Even Yuan Shiqian showed a surprised smile.
This Uncle Lin is none other than Meng Wei's master. Meng Wei learned all his skills from him. Even Meng Wei himself has said more than once that his strength is only 80% of Uncle Lin's at most.
The appearance of Uncle Lin brought them hope.
Uncle Lin nodded in greeting, then walked onto the stage with cold eyes. Those who practice martial arts should be less aggressive, otherwise someone will teach you how to do things.
Uncle Lin's tone was cold. His apprentice was beaten half to death. How could he swallow this? After beating the younger one, the older one comes? Okay, let's touch each other.
Seeing that the person who came was a middle-aged or elderly person, Sun Hao looked relaxed and didn't take Uncle Lin seriously at all.
Uncle, you are not here to scam me, are you?
I'm afraid you will just lie on the ground. Sun Hao started to joke, causing the people in the Wuwei boxing gym to laugh.
I hope you can still smile so happily then.
Facing their ridicule, Uncle Lin remained unmoved, like a green pine.
You are so shameless, old man.
Just wait and see how I break your legs. Sun Hao stopped smiling, his face turned stern, and he rushed out with his knees raised high.
Muay Thai is very good at attacking the joints.
Once you are hit, the mildest case is excruciating pain, while the worst is falling to the ground with a broken sternum.
He attacked so fiercely as soon as he arrived, one can imagine what he was thinking.
Facing his fierce attack, Uncle Lin did not confront him head-on.
Instead, he used sophisticated techniques to continuously reduce his force, fighting and retreating.
This made Sun Hao, who was attacking forcefully, feel very uncomfortable.
It's like hitting cotton every time.
Everyone in the boxing gym was watching with trepidation, fearing that Uncle Lin would also lose. Fortunately, Uncle Lin's strength far exceeds Meng Wei's, and he can handle both attacking and retreating with ease. In this situation, Sun Hao also started to get impatient and his boxing skills started to become chaotic. While he was about to kneel, Uncle Lin suddenly pulled him forward, causing him to lose his balance instantly.
For Sun Hao, this is a fatal flaw.
Uncle Lin naturally would not miss this opportunity, and he unceremoniously unleashed a full set of punches on Sun Hao.
Even Sun Hao, who is strong and healthy, can't bear such a heavy blow. He was knocked down immediately. At this point, the winner is decided.
Uncle Lin put his hands behind his back and taught in the tone of a senior, remember, always leave a way out. His actions make people admire him. Just now, Sun Hao took advantage of someone's misfortune, but Uncle Lin stopped at that moment.
This contrast is too ironic.
Since he has already won, Uncle Lin will naturally not kill them all and just turn around and leave. But just when he let his guard down, a boxer suddenly jumped onto the ring and hit him hard with his elbow. Sun Hao, who had been lying on the ground, seemed to have a last burst of energy. He took advantage of Uncle Lin being attacked and punched him hard from behind.
Uncle Lin was suddenly ambushed by two people, and they attacked his weak points.
He had no time to react. He was beaten by these two men and fell off the ring.
Puff!
He had originally won, but now he was beaten to the point of spitting blood.
Uncle Lin!
At the boxing gym, everyone was enraged by this sudden situation, their eyes red with anger.
The outcome was clearly decided, but the opponent launched a sneak attack? So shameless. Damn it, do you still have any shame? Are you trying to be shady? We'll play along with you. Everyone in the boxing gym couldn't bear it any longer. Everyone was so angry that they had to fight this time no matter what.
Seeing the angry crowd, the Wuwei boxing gym not only did not feel ashamed, but instead laughed smugly.
All is fair in war, haven't you heard of that?
Just admit it if you are not as skilled as others. The so-called national martial arts are useless in front of Muay Thai. Sun Hao smiled grimly. The boxer who attacked with him also took off his shirt, his eyes full of provocative panic, and was extremely aggressive. At this time, everyone recognized him and couldn't help but scream.
It's Baekyu. He's here too? What? It's him? Isn't he here to bully the weak? It's actually him.
The appearance of this person stunned everyone in the audience, because Baekyu was extremely powerful, had participated in too many international competitions, and had achieved outstanding results.
How can anyone here compare to him?
Seeing Baekyu appear, all the people in Yuan Shiqian almost couldn't breathe.
This person is too powerful. He is like a mountain, weighing heavily on everyone's heart. At the Wuwei boxing gym, everyone was so happy.
But they spent a lot of money to hire Baekyu as a secret weapon. Now it seems that his appearance has shocked everyone.
Because, who dares to fight Bachio? That's seeking death.
Likewise, the popularity of the live broadcast room soared again, and Baekyu's appearance shocked all the viewers.
Why is he here? This time it's over, Guoshu is doomed to fail. Although it's frustrating, I have to admit that we really can't win. Damn it, is there anyone who can beat up these shameless guys? It's so annoying.
In the live broadcast room, almost everyone was scratching their heads anxiously.
The joint sneak attack by Sun Hao and Bachio just now was so shameless. Moreover, this group of people desperately humiliated Chinese martial arts, which made them even more furious. It is not your turn to judge whether Chinese martial arts are effective or not. But the truth is cold and cruel.
When Baekyu showed up, it was destined that this challenge match would be a complete failure for Guoshu. In addition to being angry, everyone was lamenting that there was really nothing that could be done to save the situation. At this time, in the boxing gym, everyone in the Wuwei boxing gym had a winner's smile on their face, which was really annoying.
What? Is there no one left? Have you all given up? How boring. The best fighter is actually an old man? Ha ha ha.
Sun Hao did not hide his contempt and laughed out loud in public. He seemed not to care at all whether his victory was glorious or not. Below, Lu Mingxi and others were holding back their anger, but they never stepped out.
Zhou Ling asked in a low voice, "Is this person very strong?" Lu Mingxi nodded solemnly, "Very strong." "What are you going to do?" Zhou Ling asked.
Lu Mingxi clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and prepared to step forward without hesitation. But just as she was about to make a move, a large hand gently pushed him back.
Zhou Ling walked out of the crowd and laughed loudly, "You seem quite impressive? How about I play with you?" His appearance stunned everyone. Then, there was a panic. Because, this guy is simply a newbie. Wouldn't it be simply seeking death if he went up there?
Lu Mingxi was also stunned.
She couldn't believe how Zhou Ling could just go out so foolishly. This idiot is finished this time. Chapter 44, let us finish the work quickly. Zhou Ling went up to the ring like a fool, leaving Yuan Shiqian and others stunned. What on earth is he doing? Doesn't he know he's courting death? What the hell is this kid doing? It's totally incomprehensible. Did he go up there on purpose to be beaten to death?
At the boxing gym, everyone was anxious and angry, thinking that Zhou Ling was simply going to die. The one on the ring is Baekyu, who is known as the king of Muay Thai. He can break a thick bamboo with one kick. With his strength, he probably isn't even strong enough to withstand a single kick from others.
Baffling. Yuan Shiqian couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse. He was angry at Zhou Ling's ignorance and worried that he would die on the stage. Mingxi, get him down quickly. Don't go up there and embarrass yourself. Yuan Shiqian said anxiously, he didn't want Zhou Ling to die here.
Lu Mingxi bit her lips tightly but did not move, because she knew that once Zhou Ling made a decision, he would not change it at will.
What's this guy capable of? Why doesn't he think about himself?
Lu Mingxi was extremely resentful. She knew that Zhou Ling was very strong, but he was far from being a match for Xiu. If he meets such a real master, he will not be able to fight back. At the Wu Wei boxing gym, everyone was confused when they saw a stranger walking onto the ring. I thought, could this be a hidden master? However, after seeing the anxiety and anger of Yuan Shiqian and others, they understood instantly. So this is just a young and inexperienced person? Going on stage without knowing anything, isn't that a waste of time? So this is their trump card. It should be very powerful, right? Ha ha ha. I guess he probably has some internal energy, and wants to use it to shock people to death. Of course, anyone who is hit by his inner strength will be dead within 100 years. The people in the Wu Wei boxing gym burst into laughter and spoke in a sarcastic tone, treating Zhou Ling as a clown. In their eyes, Zhou Ling was just giving away his life, so they just had to watch how Xiu tortured him. Humph, it seems like you guys are really out of people. You actually sent out a pretty boy? I'm really disappointed. Sun Hao knew at first glance that Zhou Ling was a newbie in the ring, let alone a master. I don't know what Yuan Shiqian was thinking when he let this kind of rookie come out. Being ridiculed by him like this, Yuan Shiqian and others all looked unhappy. At this point, they no longer expect Zhou Ling to win, as long as he doesn't die on the stage. Being looked down upon like this, Zhou Ling scratched his ears and was speechless. Do I really look that weak? Not really? Two fleas, have you finished your nonsense? Can you please stop interrupting my boxing practice? Zhou Ling urged impatiently. He originally came here to practice boxing, but inexplicably ran into a challenge and ended up on the ring in a daze. Now, he just wanted to get rid of these two guys as soon as possible. His nonchalant attitude made many people laugh. Listen quickly, I can't wait any longer, ha ha. Ha, I don't know whether to call you ignorant or naive. You are the first one who dares to say this to Xiu and Sun Hao. I think he wants to go to the hospital earlier? Everyone at the Wu Wei boxing gym burst into laughter, and they all thought that Zhou Ling was so naive and cute. You actually said you wanted to resolve Baiqiu as soon as possible? That is so much fun. They couldn't wait to see the scene of Zhou Ling being pressed to the ground and rubbed by Xiu. Not only them, but even the audience in the live broadcast room were speechless. It is certainly a good thing that some people stand up to the pressure. But, this kid is so arrogant, it's obvious that he is a newcomer who knows nothing. Are you sure that if this kind of person goes up there, he won't bring discredit to Chinese martial arts? Forget it, even though he's a little stupid, I still hope he can create a miracle. What do you mean by creating a miracle? Do you think it's that easy to create a miracle? I don't want to watch it anymore. I know what's going to happen next, so why should I watch it? There are all kinds of comments in the live broadcast room. There were some who mocked him, but there were more who admired Zhou Ling's courage and were worried about him. The rest of the people thought it was boring and exited the live broadcast room. Listening to Zhou Ling's words, Sun Hao also suppressed his laughter and said immediately, "You want to end it early? Okay. I'll help you." As he said that, he retreated to the edge of the ring, giving space to Zhou Ling and Xiu. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on these two people. Facing Zhou Ling, Xiu looked relaxed and didn't even bother to put on the most basic posture. He is the king of Muay Thai, known as iron fists and iron knees. Even when facing other strong people, he is not afraid at all. How could he take Zhou Ling seriously? You, Huaxia, are garbage. Xiu stroked his thumb across his neck and made a gesture to Zhou Ling, the humiliation implication of which was self-evident. This action caused the entire live broadcast room to explode. Damn it, I'm your fan after all, and you told me that China is rubbish? I'm no longer your fan. The Chinese people will boycott his games from now on. Let's see if he dares to be so arrogant again. I really want to beat this bastard up with my own hands. Everyone was filled with indignation and furious. This guy came to China to make money, but he also deliberately humiliated China? He really thought that wherever he went, there would be crazy fans who would buy into his business? Zhou Ling also narrowed his eyes and his expression gradually became colder. I wanted to let you go, but it's a pity you didn't cherish it. Zhou Ling spoke coldly, no longer as casual as before. Nowadays there are too many two-faced people who come to China to make money but despise China. This kind of person is inconsistent in what he says and what he does, and is extremely hypocritical. Yet there are still people who are willing to defend him, as if they want to worship him like a god. It is precisely because of these fools without bottom line that these hypocritical people can live a life of luxury and prosperity in China.
And today, Zhou Ling wants to tell everyone China cannot be humiliated. However, facing Zhou Ling's anger, Ba Qiu laughed disdainfully.
Because he knows that the Chinese people are like the memory of fish.
They boycott it today and continue to pursue it tomorrow. Therefore, he can humiliate people at will without worrying about not making any money. Come. Ba Qiu hooked his palm at Zhou Ling, signaling him to make the first move. But Zhou Ling just smiled indifferently and didn't bother to take advantage of it at all. You are a guest, I will give you 2 moves.
Zhou Ling laughed contemptuously. In the eyes of others, this man is an invincible boxing champion. But in his eyes, they were nothing more than beasts that were about to be abused, not worth mentioning.
Good.
Baiqiu's words were awkward, but one could still hear his anger. He thought that this Chinese rookie was looking down on him.
Ba Qiu didn't waste any words.
He pushed his legs forward and rushed towards Zhou Ling with a powerful momentum. Muay Thai is known for its ferocity, strength, and thrills. This style of boxing has no routines and focuses entirely on the combined use of practical techniques, especially kicks, elbows and knees. Once you get close to them, you will be subjected to a massive attack.
Ordinary people can't resist it at all. Everyone was terrified as Baiqiu was obviously planning to defeat the enemy with 1 move.
Just when they all thought that Zhou Ling was bound to lose, they saw him evade flexibly, causing Ba Qiu's attack to miss.
But Jiquan is actually a very powerful form of boxing.
In boxing, body joints are also used, such as elbows, shoulders, etc. When the opponent came to attack, Zhou Ling dodged first, and then, amid the exclamations of everyone, he advanced. He pressed down with both palms to block the opponent's kick, then used his shoulders to slam into Baiqiu's chest. Baiqiu was slightly surprised to see that Zhou Ling had some skills, but he didn't take it seriously. However, when he was hit by this backer sticker, his face suddenly changed. This was because, although this force seemed ordinary at first, it had great staying power and lasted for a long time, knocking him away. Zhou Ling took advantage of the victory and launched 2 more powerful punches, hitting the opponent's weak points, directly beating Baiqiu, who was known as the invincible Muay Thai, until he vomited blood. In terms of character, he is not a villain, but he is definitely not a true gentleman. He remembered clearly the shady tricks played by Baiqiu and Sun Hao just now. Why bother with so much etiquette when dealing with such a sinister villain? Therefore, Zhou Ling followed and performed a set of boxing skills, beating the defeated Ba Qiu so hard that he saw stars and had a swollen face. On the ring, the victory was decided so quickly that no one could react. By the time they reacted, Baiqiu had been beaten half to death. Lu Mingxi and the others couldn't help but look stunned and horrified in their hearts. They didn't think highly of Zhou Ling at all, and even thought that Zhou Ling was just a young man who delivered food. But the situation changed too quickly. Baiqiu was defeated on the spot and was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Who could have predicted this outcome? The key point is that although Zhou Ling's Bajiquan is simple, he is very skillful and even the subtle strength is controlled just right. This kind of skill is difficult to master without more than 10 years of practice. So, how did he do it? While they were looking at each other in shock, Zhou Ling had already raised his right foot, aimed at Baiqiu's right leg, and was ready to step down hard. Chapter 45, Tooth for Tooth. Seeing his extremely ferocious action, everyone's eyes widened in shock and they simply couldn't believe it. How could he do something so bold? With this kick, Baiqiu will definitely be crippled. Stop! Sun Hao was furious and rushed over to stop it. He had spent a huge sum of money to hire Baiqiu. If he was deposed, how much would he lose? Moreover, the medical expenses will definitely be a huge sum. He can't bear such a huge loss. Unfortunately, he is too slow. In front of everyone, Zhou Ling stepped down, and the sound of broken bones made people's scalps numb. Ba Qiu screamed, his face turned pale and he almost fainted. Even if he didn't faint, he felt hopeless. For a boxer like him, such a serious injury could definitely destroy his entire sports career. Even if he is cured, he won't be able to recover to his peak and won't be able to go on the ring. This kick undoubtedly ruined his entire life. You're looking for death. Since you won, why did you kick me again? Sun Hao's eyes were red and he wished he could kill Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling looked innocent and spread his hands, saying, "What can I do? This guy was so fierce, I was so scared, so of course I trampled on him." Hearing his words, everyone almost fainted. The people at Wu Wei Boxing Gym were even more gritting their teeth. Damn, who can be as fierce as you? It was you who was beating him up. Moreover, that kick didn't look like a random stomping at all. Is it necessary to make yourself so wronged?
Bullshit. You obviously did it on purpose. How shameless.
Sun Hao was so angry that he started cursing and madly denouncing Zhou Ling's shamelessness.
But as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ling smiled strangely and said, "You taught me well." You.
Sun Hao was speechless. Just now, after he defeated Meng Wei, he still tried to kill him. Now, Zhou Ling has returned fire. Logically speaking, he really has no right to speak. If you lose, just get out of here, so as to avoid embarrassment. Zhou Ling chuckled and then walked off the stage. Sun Hao's eyes were filled with resentment and extreme cruelty. He stared at Zhou Ling's back with murderous intent. Anyway, this is the time when Zhou Ling is least prepared, and there is a chance to kill him directly. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate at all. He immediately raised his knee and pushed it hard towards Zhou Ling's heart. "Be careful!" Lu Mingxi screamed in fright. The opponent was obviously furious. This knee strike would have been enough to cripple him if not kill him. So insidious. At the critical moment, Zhou Ling suddenly turned around, dodged sideways, and punched Sun Hao's temple. Bang! After one punch, Sun Hao was unable to react at all, and fell heavily on the ring as if he was hit by a truck. This punch made him faint. "Hey! Man, why did you fall down? It shouldn't be that serious, right? Were you too excited?" Zhou Ling cried out in mock surprise, scratching his head with an innocent look on his face. "It's none of my business." He fell down by himself. In order to distance himself from the matter, Zhou Ling spread his hands and quickly slipped down. The people in Wu Wei Boxing Gym were in tears and had no place to vent their resentment and anger. Sun Hao is their leader and Ba Qiu is their secret weapon. They came here just to crush this boxing gym. But now, Sun Hao was beaten half to death, and Ba Qiu was directly disabled. What use are these remaining rotten fish and shrimp? Sun Hao and Ba Qiu were dragged away, and everyone looked extremely ugly. It's all that boy's fault. If it weren't for him, how could things have turned out like this? Everyone secretly hated him in their hearts and blamed everything on Zhou Ling. Who is that kid? At the same time, they were full of doubts. They have never heard of any strong people in this area. Where did this guy come from? Not only did he beat up Ba Qiu, he also almost blew Sun Hao's head off with one punch. With this kind of strength, he can definitely step onto the international stage. Full of doubts and deep fear, they carried the two half-dead men and fled. However, the media they invited stayed. Now, the key person is Zhou Ling, he is the core. Hence, all cameras, big and small, were aimed at him. This game subverted everyone's cognition and was truly eye-opening. Zhou Ling's victory was so quick and decisive that it left people speechless. In fact, when he defeated Baekje, the live broadcast room was boiling. You know, no one was optimistic about him at first, and everyone thought he would lose. I was even prepared to watch him being tortured. But who would have thought that not only did he not lose, but he actually suppressed his opponent from the very beginning. In the end, Baekje was severely defeated and one of his legs was crippled. For some, this last move may be too cruel. But for more people, this is an extremely satisfying move. Who made that bastard speak so arrogantly? Now he is finally being sanctioned by the Chinese, right? Cool. A big heart. In the end, Sun Hao's sneak attack was resolved by Zhou Ling's punch. This is also a classic scene that people talk about and savor over and over again. Although the game was over, the popularity of the live broadcast room continued to rise, attracting back people who had originally left the room. Seeing the whole screen full of comments discussing the ending, the audience who had just entered were confused. Can anyone tell me what happened? Is there a recording? I want to watch the recording. They already regretted leaving the live broadcast room, which also resulted in them not knowing what was going on at all. Even if you know the result, what about the process in between? That is the most essential thing. Therefore, the entire live broadcast room was calling for the recorded broadcast to be released as soon as possible. They wanted to watch it from beginning to end. The media wanted to take more photos but were driven away by the gym staff. After the door was closed, everyone burst into earth-shaking cheers. It's so cool. Seeing those guys running away in disgrace is so cool. Damn it, you're still trying to challenge me? You're playing dirty tricks? Do you know you're wrong now? Hee hee, those two sports careers are ruined. Let's see if they can change their careers and move bricks in the future. Everyone laughed happily. Zhou Ling's move helped them to relieve their stress. Otherwise, no one would feel comfortable being suppressed by those shameless bastards.
You deserve it. Did you let them do this to you? No one sympathized with Sun Hao and Ba Qiu at all. Instead, they gloated over their misfortune.
If it was just a normal game, there would be nothing they could do if they lost.
But those two were so vicious and cunning that they even resorted to sneak attacks?
They simply deserved death.
Brother, thanks to you. If it weren't for you, today would really be over.
They only had admiration for Zhou Ling, because it was Zhou Ling who saved them. However, when they thought about how they had provoked and mocked him before, they felt ashamed.
How could they have the right to mock Zhou Ling? Didn't he say he only knew how to rely on women? What about now?
Lu Mingxi folded his arms across his chest, half leaning on Zhou Ling, staring at them smugly. Seeing their faces full of shame, she felt very comfortable.
It's all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding.
This brother's strength is really hidden.
Everyone laughed awkwardly. Who would dare to look down on him now? Tyrannizing Baiqiu and Sun Hao, with this level of strength, isn't it as easy to bully them as to bully weaklings? It doesn't matter.
Zhou Ling shrugged, indicating that he didn't care at all.
But Lu Mingxi was unwilling to do so. She kept pestering them and insisted that they apologize to Zhou Ling before the matter would be over. Thank you this time.
Yuan Shiqian was very grateful, but also a little embarrassed. He and Zhou Ling were love rivals, but now he has to thank him.
It's just a small favor. I won't stand idly by when people like that insult China at will.
Zhou Ling sneered.
This is the biggest reason why he took action.
Nowadays, Chinese martial arts have indeed declined, and there are deceptive masters everywhere.
But that doesn't mean that foreign barbarians can be humiliated at will. Do you want to treat the Chinese as fools and ATMs?
Sorry, Zhou Ling, am the first one who does not allow it.
Well said. Yuan Shiqian's face turned red with excitement. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is a rich second generation and acts lazy all day long.
In fact, the reason he opened this boxing gym is to pass on Chinese martial arts. Zhou Ling's words touched the heart of his heart.
Well, don't say anything, let's go drink first, Brother Yuan will treat you.
A young coach hid in the crowd and shouted loudly, then hid again.
Who said I wanted to treat you? Can you please stop talking nonsense?
Yuan Shiqian was so angry that he looked for it later, but found nothing.
Forget it, just invite me, now get off work and go drink.
Yuan Shiqian waved his hand with great pride, causing everyone to scream with excitement, and they all claimed that they would kill him tonight. A group of people walked out of the door, talking and laughing, arm in arm.
However, when they just opened the door, the scene before them made them dumbfounded. Chapter 46, 1 kin per person.
I saw at least 50 people gathered outside the gate. Yuan Shiqian and others became alert at the first moment, thinking that it was the other party's helpers. But when they saw it clearly, they were stunned. Because most of these are young and beautiful girls. Some of them are boys, but who cares? Appreciate the girl's youthful and energetic bodies, isn't she attractive?
Something's wrong. What's going on? They didn't understand what was happening. Brother Yuan, you are not the one who has been promiscuous everywhere. Are they all coming to you to take responsibility? Meng Wei asked secretly after he had recovered his breath. Get lost, am I that kind of person? As he said this, he looked at Lu Mingxi guiltily, and actually began to wonder in his heart whether he had left a romantic debt somewhere?
Only Zhou Ling seemed to understand something and sighed helplessly. While they were still confused about the situation, the girls who had been waiting anxiously looked over at them with anticipation. Their eyes quickly searched among Yuan Shiqian and others. Being looked at like this, everyone unconsciously straightened their chests and tried hard to show their handsome side. But what is frustrating is that the girls basically treat them as air. Just glance over it and don't care about it anymore. It was not until they discovered Zhou Ling that they screamed in surprise. It's him! It's him! That's him! Our handsome idol! A girl pointed at Zhou Ling and subconsciously started singing. Wow! That's him! Come on! Handsome guy! My idol! Please sign an autograph for us. He's even more handsome in person than in the live show. The girls all rushed over to him, wanting to get close to him. After hearing what they said, everyone suddenly realized that they had watched the live broadcast. Didn't they come too quickly? Moreover, why are they all here for Zhou Ling? Don't they have any charm?
Is it necessary to be so hurtful?
In an instant, all the coaches were squeezed out by the girls, who surrounded Zhou Ling enthusiastically. Some people pulled him to take pictures, some wanted his number, and some even wanted to take him out to dinner. In short, he now has a beautiful woman in his arms, a warm and tender girl.
Fuck, this kid. He's a winner in life. Meng Wei was so envious that he gnashed his teeth.
The thought of being pursued by so many pretty girls made him feel a little excited. They have never been treated like this in their lives.
Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry.
Others were also envious. Meng Wei really couldn't help it. He wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, shamelessly pulled a girl, and laughed.
Little sister, I'm also on the live broadcast. Do you want my contact information?
Ah. Pervert, sisters, beat him. The girl was frightened by his obscene appearance and screamed, and called a few of her girlfriends to beat him up.
Although the little pink fist didn't have much power, Meng Wei felt aggrieved. Why is he the male god and I am a pervert? It's not fair. Meng Wei wanted to cry but had no tears.
Fortunately, when he was mistaken for a pervert and was besieged, a boy recognized him and saved him.
Stop hitting him.
He really did appear in the live broadcast room. He was just a big idiot who got beaten down. Hearing this, the girls stopped. However, Meng Wei did not feel happy at all. My fame throughout my life has been reduced to that of a fool who got beaten down in your mouths? Fuck. Today, he has suffered both mental and physical blows. If you can't hold it back, just cry. It will feel better once you cry. Yuan Shiqian patted his shoulder sympathetically and comforted him. Others also sympathized with him and tried to persuade him, it doesn't matter if you suffer now.
As long as you are alive, good things will happen to others.
Yes, in the face of difficulties, as long as you are willing to persevere, you will get used to it.
Not all efforts are useful.
No matter how good $50 looks, it's not as pleasing as $100. They kindly comforted Meng Wei, hoping that he would not be too sad, but they did not notice that Meng Wei was almost rolling his eyes. Never mind, at least I still have $50. Meng Wei pounded his chest hard, forcing himself to digest it. As a result, a big brother next to him said shyly, "Brother Meng, you are just a $5 guy."
I was just giving you a false compliment just now.
Puff. This time, Meng Wei was really about to vomit blood. What kind of brothers are these? I'm going to order a plate of garlic pork for each of you later, and you have to eat it all.
Meng Wei warned fiercely. These people really kill without blinking an eye.
On this side, Zhou Ling was surrounded by girls, feeling both pain and happiness. But he didn't realize that Lu Mingxi had already become as aggressive as a little Tyrannosaurus Rex. Seeing Zhou Ling being tormented by so many girls, she really couldn't bear it anymore.
What kind of thing is this, pulling and tugging in broad daylight?
She pouted angrily, took off her jacket, rushed in, and pulled Zhou Ling out.
Then he was taken to the car. Finally escaping death, Zhou Ling was still in shock. It was too horrible.
Those pairs of soft little hands, those white thighs.
Ouch. So cool. Didn't you have enough fun? There was a hint of murderous intent on Lu Mingxi's face.
While Zhou Ling was savoring the feeling of warmth and tenderness, he explained earnestly, "How is that possible?
I am a gentleman."
Lu Mingxi looked at him suspiciously, and only let him go when she saw that he didn't seem to be lying.
The two got on the Bentley and headed straight for Maple Forest Bar Street. In addition to the bars that are open at night, there are also other restaurants here.
Lu Mingxi sent a message to Yuan Shiqian and the others, and made an appointment with them for dinner.
Zhou Ling was driving, and seemed to be thinking about something, then asked casually, "Are you girls all wearing safety pants?"
Lu Mingxi felt very puzzled.
What did it mean to suddenly ask this question? Of course I wear it. There are wretched villains everywhere now. How can I not be on guard?
Oh, I see. I didn't expect that they would guard against villains, not just villains, but also a gentleman like me?
How unkind.
Zhou Ling was dejected and felt extremely regretful. Lu Mingxi nodded blankly, but she soon tasted the flavor.
If she wasn't driving, she would probably have beaten Zhou Ling, the gentleman, to death. The most famous restaurant on Fenglin Bar Street is called Qingxiu Jiangnan. Consumption here is also extremely expensive. 10,000 per person. Moreover, it would easily cost 50 or 60,000.
If there are a lot of people, spending hundreds of thousands on a meal is not a problem at all. After coming here, Lu Mingxi felt a little insecure even though she was already a multi-millionaire.
Should we go somewhere else? Isn't this place too expensive? Lu Mingxi muttered. Zhou Ling smiled nonchalantly and said, "What are you afraid of? At worst, I'll treat you. Besides, this meal might even be free." Bragging. It's free? I don't believe you.
Lu Mingxi rolled her eyes at him and didn't believe him at all. Soon, Yuan Shiqian and his group also arrived. When he saw that it was Qingxiu Jiangnan, Yuan Shiqian's facial muscles twitched a little.
This is indeed a way to rip him off. You actually came to Qingxiu Jiangnan? Are you worried that he has too much money?
But he had said it, and it was impossible to take it back now, so he had no choice but to go in. What made him even more upset was that Zhou Ling actually chose the most expensive private room.
The room fee alone is 30,000.
Hiding behind the crowd, he shivered and held his wallet, unable to move his legs to walk in. In the end, it was Meng Wei and others who carried him in.
Yuan Shiqian was in tears.
I am a second-generation rich, but not a second-generation rich person.
Is it necessary to kill me like this?
After everyone was seated, Zhou Ling started ordering food.
Premium Australian dragons? Give me a few. Matsutake? Not bad, give me some.
Zhou Ling nodded casually, but Yuan Shiqian was already sweating profusely.
Is it necessary to order so many servings of one dish?
He asked with trembling lips.
Of course, we are all martial artists, and we have big appetites. Right?
Zhou Ling said.
Yes. That's it. Make a few more copies.
Meng Wei and others also greeted him, completely unaware of Yuan Shiqian's ugly expression.
By the time Zhou Ling finished ordering the food, Yuan Shiqian was already trying to crawl under the table. Zhou Ling couldn't help but joked, after all, he is a rich second generation, is he really that stingy? It was the same last time, this guy slipped away under the pretext of going to the bathroom. To be honest, this is the stingiest rich second generation he has ever seen. Other rich second generations are so awesome that they want to buy the whole world, but why does he become a miser? Alas, it's not easy to make money.
I spend all the money I earn. Yuan Shiqian felt a little heartbroken, but also a little proud and complacent. Soon, the waiter brought up a small jar of caviar as an appetizer and a small scale. Seeing this scale, Zhou Ling suddenly felt a little displeased.
What do you mean? He asked coldly. The waiter responded, we charge by weight. Before he could finish, Zhou Ling's face turned cold. Are you kidding me? If other foreigners see us, they will think we can't afford it. No, they are all the same.
The waiter quickly explained.
Zhou Ling snorted coldly. What do you mean they are all the same? How can this little bit be enough for everyone? Bring another can. No, 1 can per person. Chapter 47. Do you know who he is? Part 1.
At Zhou Ling's request, the waiter had to bring a dozen cans of caviar. A can is about the size of a fist, but the price is not cheap, the unit price is at least 30,000. A dozen cans of caviar cost more than 400,000. Looking at the caviar in front of them, everyone was so shocked that their mouths went dry. On weekdays, when they go out to eat, they spend only a few thousand yuan at most. Now a small jar of caviar is worth 2 months' salary. They have never enjoyed such treatment before.
Thank you, Brother Zhou.
Ha ha ha.
Brother Zhou, this is a good thing, thank you. Meng Wei and the others drooled as they scooped out a spoonful of caviar and put it into their mouths.
Everyone was so moved that they wanted to cry as they felt the delicious flavor burst out from the caviar. Take a sip of champagne and the taste is so wonderful that it is indescribable. Yuan Shiqian was also crying, touching his wallet and crying, damn, it was clearly me who treated us, why are you thanking that guy? Zhou Ling ate a small spoonful of caviar, but didn't like the taste very much. Others think it is the ultimate delicious taste, but he just thinks it is a bit fishy. Rinse your lips with champagne and you will feel much better. After tasting the caviar, other dishes were served one after another. Several huge Australian lobsters, exquisite and precious truffles, and top-quality Wagyu beef flown in from Japan. These ingredients are all top-notch and very expensive. What a big deal. Meng Wei and the others couldn't help sighing. Any dish here can make them feel painful for half a month. I only eat it once in a while when I want to indulge myself. Today's expenses are probably going to go through the roof. Everyone was drooling, but at the same time they were also silently mourning for Yuan Shiqian. Seeing the sadness on his face, everyone secretly made up their minds that they must eat all the dishes today, so that they would be justified in spending the money he had spent. Come, let me toast to Brother Zhou. If you weren't here today, our boxing gym would have closed down. Although he felt bad for his wallet, Yuan Shiqian was not an unreasonable person. This meal gave the boxing gym a chance to survive, it was worth it. Yes. I want to toast him too. Let's toast together. Everyone stood up, raised their glasses, and toasted Zhou Ling solemnly. If he hadn't helped today, the boxing gym would have been in danger. The people in Wu Wei boxing gym are too insidious. If anything really happens, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhou Ling smiled and raised his glass. It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. By the way, Brother Zhou, you are too awesome, aren't you? With your skills, you can beat the professional players, and you still come here to act like a rookie? Meng Wei sighed deeply, his eyes moving ambiguously between him and Lu Mingxi. He felt that Zhou Ling pretended to be a newcomer just to pick up girls. Apart from this reason, he couldn't think of any other reason. That's right. We were forced to speak rudely to you. It's really embarrassing to think about it now. Ha ha ha. Everyone scratched their heads and laughed sheepishly. At first they thought Zhou Ling was just a pretty boy who was easy to bully. But who could have thought that he actually possessed such special skills? Lu Mingxi was also surprised. As a professional Bajiquan athlete, she could see that Zhou Ling's boxing skills were unfathomable. She has been training since she was young and has achieved what she has today. What about him? When did he start practicing? Being stared at with such admiring eyes by everyone, Zhou Ling felt a little embarrassed. To be honest, today is my first time practicing boxing. As soon as he said this, everyone said it was impossible. It's your first time to learn Bajiquan and you're so good at it? Isn't this genius? But, how is this possible? There is no such martial arts genius in the world, and this is not a plot in a martial arts novel. Brother Zhou, stop kidding me. Do you think I'm a fool? Meng Wei tried hard to smile foolishly. The people around him didn't say anything, turned their heads to look at him, and nodded silently. Meng Wei. I'm not kidding, I'm just a beginner, maybe I'm a quick learner. Zhou Ling said that he really did not lie. At first everyone thought he was just joking, but looking at his serious expression, he didn't seem to be lying. After realizing this, everyone was shocked. Come to think of it, when I was teaching you, you really didn't understand a lot of things. Lu Mingxi recalled. If he is really an expert, how could he not understand some basics? The more she thought about it, the more shocked she became. In the end, she couldn't help but cover her rosy little mouth, feeling incredible. Could it be that, in just 1 hour of practice, he went from a rookie to an expert? What a genius! Even Meng Wei's master, Uncle Lin, couldn't help but sigh. Speaking of which, although you won, in fact, many of your moves were rather stiff, and you really don't look like a master. Here, Uncle Lin's gaze is the most vicious. Now thinking back carefully, it is not difficult for him to find that Zhou Ling's speed, strength and reaction are all top-notch. But the trick is single, and the most commonly used one is the backer sticker. As expected of an old hand, I used only the moves that Xiaoxi taught me. Zhou Ling couldn't help but nod in approval. After hearing this, no matter how much everyone couldn't believe it, they had to believe it now. Oh my god, you're that strong after just 1 hour of training? I really want to just hit my head against a wall and die. I've bought the tofu, let's go together. Is this a genius? Isn't this too depressing? Everyone sighed and cursed the unfairness of God. When they were thirsty, they drank some champagne and continued to curse. When you get tired of scolding, eat some lobster and then continue scolding. Zhou Ling. Young man, are you interested in becoming my successor? If you learn my Xingyiquan, I guarantee you will reach the pinnacle of your life. Driving a luxury car and chasing after young models will no longer be a dream. Uncle Lin took a big sip of champagne, leaned close to her face, and his tone was full of temptation. If it were someone else, they might have agreed on impulse. But when Zhou Ling looked at Meng Wei, who was chewing lobster foolishly, he couldn't imagine the scene of driving a luxury car and chasing after young models. No, I'm just a hobbyist, I don't dare to talk about inheritance. Zhou Ling laughed dryly. With his status, would he be short of luxury cars and young models? With just one word from him, countless women would be willing to throw themselves into his bed. Alas, what a pity. I was also a romantic man back then, charming thousands of girls. I was known as the modern Chu Liuxiang. Those girls. Uncle Lin sighed, his eyes filled with reminiscence, and he began to reminisce about the past.
But no matter how Zhou Ling listened, he felt that this old guy was like a gangster when he was young. He asked Meng Wei cautiously, "Does your master often do this?" "I'm used to it. Every time he gets drunk, he tells a different version of the story. Last time he said there was a girl named Xiao Chui who was obsessed with him, but this time I don't know." Meng Wei's mouth was full and he spoke incoherently. Uncle Lin was already reminiscing about the past as if no one was around. "Xiaomei was obsessed with me back then, but I didn't know how to cherish her. I only regretted it when I lost her. Look, it's Xiaomei's turn this time." Meng Wei was laughing secretly on the side. Everyone. This meal of delicious food and wine was a real feast for the men. Except for Yuan Shiqian, who couldn't laugh, everyone had a great time. Seeing Yuan Shiqian gritting his teeth in hatred, Zhou Ling couldn't help but find it funny. This guy is so stingy. He sat down next to Yuan Shiqian, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, you don't have to spend a penny on this meal." "Bullshit. You can't leave without 800,000. Yuan Shiqian was in tears. "A mere 800,000, is it necessary?" Zhou Ling said with a look of disdain. Yuan Shiqian was speechless, but then he thought, in addition to this Bentley Mulsanne, Zhou Ling also had a Pagani Huayra. With such a fortune, 800,000 is nothing. Damn it, this is what a real rich person is like. Who am I? Yuan Shiqian was devastated. They are all of similar age, but Zhou Ling has already reached a height that he will never be able to reach in his entire life. This is the difference. While they were enjoying their meal in the private room, outside in the corridor, the waiter who had just been responsible for delivering the caviar was complaining to his companions. "A bunch of people who have never seen the world, just because they have a little money they act like big shots? What nouveau riche?" The waiter cursed with disdain, but in fact he was extremely jealous. Some people are like this. Even though they are extremely jealous in their hearts, they still pretend to be indifferent. The other companion didn't dare to talk. He is just an ordinary person, unlike the other party, who has connections in Qingshou Jiangnan. He has money but only knows how to spend it recklessly. He has no brains at all. He is a typical bachelor. I really don't understand how such a person can be so rich. The waiter gnashed his teeth and wondered why he wasn't the one with the money. Just as he was cursing Zhou Ling, the supervisor came over, heard what he said, and quickly slapped him in the face. "Brother-in-law, why did you hit me?" The waiter touched his face and shouted in surprise. His backer is his brother-in-law. He has a brother-in-law who is a manager, so he lives a pretty comfortable life. Among all the waiters, he even has the vague idea of being the boss. The supervisor was so angry that his face turned blue, and he was even more scared. "You little brat, you dare to scold that person inside? Don't you want to do this job anymore?" Seeing his terrible expression, the waiter realized that something was wrong, but still said nonchalantly, "Isn't he just a nouveau riche? What's the big deal?" The supervisor was so angry that he kicked him again. "Nouveau riche? The manager just called me and said he was on his way to toast this guy. What do you think?" After hearing this, the waiter finally became scared. His face turned pale and he was at a loss. He never expected that the person inside was such a person that even the manager had to come over in person to toast him. If the other party heard what I just said, the consequences would be. Chapter 48, Dottie Real Estate CEO Part 2. The waiter was completely horrified. Then what should I do? He didn't hear it, so he should be okay, right? I can't save you. With your personality, even if you're fine today, you'll cause big trouble in the future. Just quit your job. The supervisor ordered without question. No. The waiter was instantly in despair. Although it is just a small service station, he lives a very comfortable life because he has a backer. Once you lose your job, it will definitely not be comfortable to go out. You must complete the formalities today and don't show up here again. The supervisor was ruthless and issued an ultimatum. Even if this person was his brother-in-law, he didn't dare to keep him. Otherwise, what if something big happens and you get implicated in the future? In the end, the waiter had no choice but to pack up and leave. He never thought that his casual complaint would cause such a disaster. If he could, he would choose to keep his mouth shut. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Even if he regrets it now, it will be of no use.
Moreover, from the beginning to the end, he had no idea about the identity of the young man who spent money like water. After dealing with his brother-in-law's matter, the supervisor quickly put on a smiling face and entered Zhou Ling's private room. But they were drinking so happily that they didn't notice him coming in. The helpless supervisor had no choice but to wait aside with a smile on his face. It was unknown how long it had been before Zhou Ling realized that he was already waiting there. "Who are you?" Zhou Ling asked casually. Hey, I'm the supervisor here, you can just call me Xiao Jun." The supervisor smiled respectfully. When they heard his words, Yuan Shiqian and the others were all surprised. This man was actually the supervisor of Qingxiu Jiangnan? Yuan Shiqian claims to be a rich second generation, but he has to treat the supervisor of Qingxiu Jiangnan seriously. The others also became serious and prepared to raise their glasses to toast. However, Zhou Ling waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "Okay, I see." "What's the matter?" His attitude frightened Yuan Shiqian and others. "This guy is too arrogant, isn't he? The supervisor is here, and he dares to be so disrespectful? Could you at least stand up and signal? And you just asked this casually? Are you kidding?" Just when they all thought that the supervisor might get angry, they saw that not only was he not angry, but he smiled even more happily. "No matter how you look at it, it seems like a flattering idea? What is going on?" "Sir, I came here specially to toast you. Our manager said he is coming as soon as possible," the supervisor said cautiously. Zhou Ling nodded to show that he understood, but didn't take it to heart. If he had to deal with every toast from anyone, wouldn't he be exhausted to death? "Oh, then you toast." Zhou Ling didn't even raise his eyelids, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. His nonchalant attitude made everyone's pupils tremble again. Isn't this too calm? Even not worth mentioning? What surprised them even more was that the supervisor just said that their manager was also coming. You know, the position of manager is higher than that of supervisor. If it was just the supervisor being respectful to Zhou Ling, then it would be fine. But now even the manager is trying so hard to come here, which is really surprising. The supervisor toasted Zhou Ling with a glass of wine, chatted enthusiastically with Yuan Shiqian and the others, and then tactfully left. After he left, Yuan Shiqian and others asked curiously, wanting to know what the relationship between him and Qingxiu Jiangnan was. Zhou Ling spread his hands innocently, "I just came here to eat, how would I know what they want to do?" Everyone was speechless. So why were they so respectful, even fearful, of him? Seeing that he didn't say much, everyone didn't ask too many questions, but they were more curious and had more questions in their hearts. While they were happily eating, drinking and indulging themselves, outside, a bald man was rushing towards them, ignoring the waiter's dissuasion. "Humph, I usually come here and I have to book the most expensive private room. Why are you telling me today that it's been booked? I want to see which bastard dares to steal my things." The bald man is named Qin Jun, and he is the president of Dottie Real Estate. Although Dottie Real Estate is not as good as Marriott, it is also a good group. And this Qin Jun, as the president, is naturally wealthy and high up. Although Qin Jun is a middle-aged bald man, the girl following him is only about 25 years old. The girl's name is Zhang Yuding. She just returned from studying abroad and has been working at Dottie Real Estate for only 2 months, but she has already been highly valued by Qin Jun. "Brother Jun, those shameless people actually dared to rob the private room? Do they really think that anyone can afford to spend money there?" Zhang Yuding held Qin Jun's arm intimately, and their bodies were almost pressed together. She is covered with all kinds of luxury goods. All of these were bought for her by Qin Jun. "Sister Ting, just watch and see how your brother Jun kills those people." Qin Jun's vanity was greatly satisfied by Zhang Yuding's admiration. Zhang Yuding heard the other meaning in his words, and a shy blush immediately appeared on her delicate face. "Hate you, Jun brother. I know how powerful you are. Whether I'm powerful or not, we'll tell you tonight." Qin Jun looked at the tender and attractive Zhang Yuding and really wanted to eat this little goblin right now. "Tonight? Not tonight, I have to video chat with my husband, let's do it tomorrow night." Zhang Yuding was so embarrassed that she pushed him lightly and rejected him. She has a husband. Her husband is currently studying in Australia. That incompetent loser? "Humph, you didn't even know I had taken your wife away from you, what the hell do you think you are?" Qin Jun snorted disdainfully, "So what if Zhang Yuding is married? Wasn't she still tricked into bed by him? This is the charm of luxury goods and the charm of money. Of course he can't compare to you." Zhang Yuding smiled sweetly.
Even if he returns to China, he can only make a few 100,000 yuan a year at most, but if you follow me, I can give you 30 million yuan in the future. Chen Jun spoke with great pride. As a real estate president, what does a mere 30 million mean? Besides, he said he would give 30 million, but in the end, whether to give it or not is still up to him, right? Anyway, this woman is so stupid, just cheat her. Of course I'll go with you. I'm already pregnant with your child. When the time comes, we'll register the child with that green-haired turtle and let him help us raise the child, hee hee. When she heard the number of 30 million, Zhang Yuding's eyes lit up. She stroked her belly and felt extremely sweet. Okay. Haha, let's talk about the future later. Now let's see which fool dares to steal our private room. Chen Jun laughed loudly and rushed into Zhou Ling's private room with Zhang Yuding, who had a proud face. It was too late for the waiter to stop him. Both sides were big shots and he couldn't afford to offend either of them, so he had to run to find his supervisor. Bang! Chen Jun kicked the door open with an extremely arrogant look on his face and looked at Zhou Ling and the others fiercely. You are the ones who stole my private room? Do you know who I am? Chen Jun spoke arrogantly. No one would feel good if someone kicked the door suddenly. Moreover, he was so arrogant as soon as he arrived, which made Yuan Shiqian and others even more unhappy. They are all martial artists and are naturally fierce, so how could they be afraid of each other? Who are you? Yuan Shiqian asked with a frown. I'm Chen Jun from Dotty Real Estate, have you heard of him? Chen Jun spoke arrogantly with a smug smile on his face. Hearing his words, everyone couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Chen Jun from Dotty Real Estate? Could it be that CEO? Everyone calmed down and behaved more honestly. Seeing that everyone was really scared, Chen Jun was extremely proud and looked down on Zhou Ling and others even more. You know it's me, why don't you just get out of here? Are you staying here expecting me to treat you personally? Chen Jun spoke slowly, but his tone was cold, which made people feel very pressured. As a person who has been in a high position for a long time, he has this kind of majesty. Zhang Yuding was deeply attracted by his dominance. Why? Yes, we have already booked it. Meng Wei and others were dissatisfied. Although the other party was in a high position and had great power, he couldn't be so unreasonable, right? Yuan Shiqian was also very unhappy. There's always a first-come first-served rule when doing things, right? Chen Jun picked up an empty wine bottle and smashed it to pieces, saying coldly, Young man, you dare to tell me, Chen Jun, that first come first served? Do you have the guts to do that? Being humiliated in such a way, Yuan Shiqian was so angry that his face turned red. However, facing Chen Jun, he couldn't lose his temper on the spot. Great! Brother Jun is so awesome. Zhang Yuding cheered quietly, which made Chen Jun even more proud and arrogant. Okay, I won't waste my time talking to you guys. Get out of here and don't delay my meal, or else 10 lives won't be enough to pay for your loss. Chen Jun spoke coldly and issued an ultimatum, as if giving the greatest face. Yuan Shiqian and others were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. It was clearly they who arrived here first. Not only did this guy take over their place, but he also pretended to be generous and drove them away? What does this mean? It is impossible to let them leave directly, but in this case, both sides can only remain in a stalemate. Just when both sides refused to give in, a lazy voice suddenly floated out. Where did you come from, you bastard, to disturb my drinking pleasure? Are you going to get lost or not? Zhou Ling cursed nonchalantly while holding a glass of red wine in his hand and chewing a lobster in his mouth. Chapter 49, A Dark Move. 3 updates. In Chen Jun's eyes, these were just a bunch of little brats and were not worth mentioning at all. As a result, someone actually cursed at him? Chen Jun looked at Zhou Ling with a gloomy face. His first reaction was that this young man had a handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament, and he should not be an ordinary person. However, who has Chen Jun ever been afraid of? No matter how powerful this guy is, if he dares to scold him in front of his woman, he is seeking death. Brother Jun, this kid is so crazy. Zhang Yuding pulled Chen Jun's arm unhappily and pouted like a spoiled child. However, when she saw Zhou Ling's appearance, her eyes immediately froze. In terms of appearance, Zhou Ling's face is definitely enough to charm thousands of girls. Having said that, he is not as effeminate and weak as the young handsome guys. He always exudes a strong sense of self-confidence and aura. Just one look made her fall in love with him. So handsome. Zhang Yuding stood still, not blinking, completely immersed in her fantasy of Zhou Ling.
Before, she was attracted by Chen Jun's maturity and dominance, but now, in front of this young man, Chen Jun is nothing? Chen Jun had no idea that just one look at her made his woman want to surrender to the enemy. Young man, are you so arrogant? Whose child is this? Do you want me to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents? Staring at Zhou Ling with a gloomy look, Chen Jun spoke in a threatening tone. To him, how could a junior dare to speak disrespectfully to him? How audacious! Unexpectedly, Zhou Ling raised his eyelids, looked at him with contempt, and said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you can be compared with my parents? You." Chen Jun was extremely angry. No junior had ever dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. Today was the first time. Yuan Shiqian and others were greatly shocked, and all felt incredible about Zhou Ling's arrogance. Knowing that the other party is the president of Dotty Real Estate, how dare you speak in this tone? It's really worthy of being Zhou Ling. Although Lu Mingxi didn't say anything, her beautiful eyes were bright. As a young girl in her 20s, how could I not fantasize about a domineering, perfect man protecting me? But now, she doesn't have to fantasize at all, because there is one by her side. Zhang Yuding clamped her legs tightly together, not daring to reveal her true thoughts. She put her legs together and rubbed them gently back and forth. Her heart had been captured by this domineering young man. Haha, interesting. You dare to be so arrogant? I guess you don't know who I am. I advise you to check the net worth of Chen Jun, the president of Dotty Real Estate, before you talk to me again. Chen Jun, who was so angry, finally laughed. He understood that this kid must be too ignorant to behave like this. They say a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Isn't that the truth? So, he calmly reiterated his identity, just wanting to see Zhou Ling being scared to death. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Zhou Ling thought for a moment and asked tentatively, Dotty Real Estate? Is it the real estate that ranks among the top 10 in Yuecheng? That's right. Chen Jun was very proud and raised his neck proudly. I thought, you finally got it, kid? Now that you know my identity, why don't you just get out of here? Do you want me to take action myself? Chen Jun sneered. He thought that the boy would be so scared that he would give up his seat immediately. But to his surprise, Zhou Ling laughed at him instead. You have the nerve to show off in front of me with such a shabby company? No way? These words instantly turned the smugness on Chen Jun's face into a dark and terrifying look. Are you looking for death? Chen Jun approached Zhou Ling, his words filled with warnings. Broken company? Someone actually called his company a broken company? Is it a brain seizure? Or is it just a brainless thing? Even Yuan Shiqian and the others shut their mouths obediently. In their hearts, they had nothing but admiration for Zhou Ling. In his mouth, the huge Dotty Real Estate has become a broken company? They couldn't even imagine such an arrogant tone. Zhou Ling glanced at him and said with a half smile, Is there something wrong with what I said? You ignorant brat. It seems you don't know how powerful I am. Tell me who I am and I'll kill you. Chen Jun narrowed his eyes, his look extremely fierce. How could he be a fool if he could reach this position? He must have many means at his disposal. Moreover, if he really wants to deal with someone, it's just a matter of talking. Once the other party really reveals his identity, he will face a devastating blow. Hearing his threat, Zhou Ling also smiled, but his smile was already filled with coldness. A clown dares to threaten me. How interesting. Dotty Real Estate? I'll remember it. Zhou Ling chuckled. They are all real estate companies in Yuecheng, so there will be plenty of time to have fun in the future. Ha ha, who do you think you are? Do you still want to take revenge on me? Chen Jun also heard the murderous intent in Zhou Ling's voice, but he didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, he laughed mockingly. He's just a little brat. What power do you have to take revenge on him? It's so ridiculous. Seeing the two people confronting each other, Yuan Shiqian and the others were still very worried. No matter what, Dotty Real Estate is really not someone you can mess with. It is really unwise to offend him just for the sake of gaining a momentary advantage through words. Only Lu Mingxi knew very well that Zhou Ling was the CEO of Marriott. So, I wasn't worried at all, but instead I laughed secretly. Chen Jun wants to take action against Zhou Ling? You can tell with your knees that you are not qualified at all. Just when the atmosphere between the two of them became tense and there were even signs of a fight, a panting fat man finally arrived. Following behind was the supervisor who had just appeared.
This fat man is the manager.
Seeing the manager appear, Chen Jun smiled proudly, showing a victorious attitude. He knew that the manager must have known about his arrival, so he came to greet him in person.
Manager, we are old acquaintances, why are you so polite?
Chen Jun spoke familiarly, wanting to show off his abilities in front of Zhang Yuding, and even went over to shake hands with the manager. However, the manager just nodded to him casually and passed him by. The manager simply ignored the other party and walked straight to Zhou Ling. He wiped his hands on his pants before carefully reaching them out.
Hello, Mr. Zhou. I'm the manager here. I rushed here as soon as I knew you were coming. I'm really sorry for not welcoming you in person.
The manager gave an ingratiating smile. Others may not know, but he knows very well that this young man is the owner of Maple Forest Bar Street. For someone of such status to come here to eat is to give him face.
How dare he neglect it?
Zhou Ling shook hands with him casually and just nodded slightly without saying anything else.
But even so, the manager felt at ease.
As early as when the supervisor came, Yuan Shiqian and others knew that the manager would come. So, now they are not too surprised. On the contrary, Chen Jun still kept his hand stretched out, his whole body frozen there, feeling extremely embarrassed.
Who would have thought that the manager would ignore him? That would have been fine, but he actually stepped over him and shook hands with the young man? And showing a flattering expression?
This kind of differential treatment made Chen Jun furious.
Manager, what do you mean?
This guy occupied my private room.
Not only did you not help me, but you also tried to get close to him? Chen Jun questioned loudly, venting his inner dissatisfaction frantically. The manager looked back at him and couldn't help but sneer. Boss Chen, when did this become your exclusive room?
Usually it's because there's no one here, so you get some every time you come, but no matter what, this store has a first come, first served rule. The manager retorted bluntly.
You.
These words left Chen Jun speechless. He thought the manager would help him, but that was not the case at all.
Okay, you guys are colluding to bully me? I'll remember that.
Knowing that he could not gain any advantage, Chen Jun pulled Zhang Yuding, who was already obsessed with Zhou Ling, and turned to leave. However, just when he turned his back to everyone, someone punched him hard on the back of the head.
Ah! Who is it?
Chen Jun covered his head and turned around to look for the murderer. But each of them stood still and looked very innocent, and it was impossible to tell who had done it. Chen Jun was helpless and just wanted to leave quickly. But just as he turned around, a kick to the crotch almost burst his balls. This heavy blow almost crippled him.
You are so cruel.
Chen Jun put his legs together, unable to walk, his face pale with pain, and he crawled out using his hands and feet. However, he didn't dare to turn his back on Zhou Ling and the others anymore. Until he left, everyone silently looked at Uncle Lin, who was sipping his wine slowly. The two sneak attacks just now were both carried out by him. For the first time, everyone realized that this old guy was really ruthless. If I use a little more force, that guy's balls will probably be broken, right? Even Zhou Ling couldn't help but clamp his legs together and stay away from the old guy.
What are you looking at? I usually don't do anything dirty.
Uncle Lin rolled his eyes at everyone with disdain, took a sip of his wine, and added, unless you can't help it.
Chapter 50, Showdown, I am the master of Maple Street, Update 1.
Hey, everyone, I'm really sorry, sometimes there are idiots like this who come to cause trouble. The manager smiled awkwardly.
Everyone was speechless.
After all, the other party is the president of Dottie Real Estate and his net worth may be tens of billions.
How come I become stupid in your mouth?
Everyone present was not stupid, and they all knew that the manager had this attitude entirely because of Zhou Ling. In order to please Zhou Ling, he even did not hesitate to offend Chen Jun.
Thinking of this, they were shocked. Who is Zhou Ling? What is his identity? Well, you did a good job.
Zhou Ling praised. After receiving his approval, the manager's face immediately lit up, as if he had received great encouragement. Although I offended Chen Jun, it was worth it to get a word of recognition from this gentleman. Mr. Zhou, to show my sincerity, I will treat you to this meal in my personal capacity. The manager smirked happily. These words made Yuan Shiqian so excited that he almost crushed the wine bottle.
This manager actually offered to treat us?
You know, this meal costs hundreds of thousands, which is already a lot.
If that's true, then I don't have to spend any money? I feel a little excited just thinking about it.
But before he could express his gratitude, Zhou Ling directly refused. Ask you to treat us?
Isn't that bad? Hearing this, Yuan Shiqian almost fainted from anger. They have offered to treat you, so why are you not responding? This involves hundreds of thousands of dollars. I feel wronged and want to cry. Ha, it's my honor to treat Mr. Zhou to a meal. I couldn't ask for more. The manager quickly said that he knew Zhou Ling's identity very well, so he was so generous. It's really a big profit to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to make friends with such a big shot. In terms of status, Zhou Ling, as the owner of Fenglin Bar Street, is the boss of his boss. This kind of good opportunity to make friends is simply priceless. It's just a few $100,000. It's not like I can't afford it. Do you think I can't afford the bill?
Zhou Ling raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke in a playful tone.
No one knew whether he was happy or angry.
Hearing this, the manager was horrified.
I quickly explained, no, of course not.
With your status, there is no difference between hundreds of thousands and tens of dollars.
Just give me the chance to treat me.
The manager bowed and pleaded.
Everyone was stunned.
I've seen people rushing to pay the bill, but I've never seen anyone begging to pay.
If it was just a few $1,000, that would be fine. But the problem is, the manager actually begged to pay for this order worth hundreds of thousands?
This was the first time they had seen such an eye-catching thing. While everyone was surprised, they were even more curious about how high Zhou Ling's status was.
How could you scare the manager like this?
Zhou Ling did not embarrass the other party anymore and agreed with a smile. Okay, I'll give you this chance.
I'll remember you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhou, thank you, Mr. Zhou. A big stone in the manager's heart finally fell to the ground.
Especially Zhou Ling's last sentence, which made him overjoyed. Worth it. These hundreds of thousands were worth it. I'll go get 2 more bottles of good wine.
The manager ran out happily.
Outside, several waiters were waiting at any time.
They were all shocked to see that the manager, who was usually so arrogant and serious, was so humble at this moment. Several people looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes.
Is this still the manager who was so intimidating without getting angry?
It feels like he is no different from our waiter. It can only mean that the identity of the young man inside is so terrifying that we cannot guess it.
Besides being shocked, they were more afraid.
Everyone is more cautious, fearing that something might go wrong.
Zhou Ling, who are you? Why is even the manager here so afraid of you? Yuan Shiqian put down his wine glass and couldn't help asking.
The others immediately shut up and craned their necks to wait for his answer. Seeing how curious everyone was, Zhou Ling had no choice but to say, okay, I'll be honest.
I'm actually the owner of this street. Silence.
Everyone looked at him stupidly, without saying a word.
After a long time, Yuan Shiqian was the first to laugh out loud. Stop kidding, okay? The owner of Maple Street? He's a big shot worth tens of billions. Brother Zhou just loves to joke. It's okay if Brother Zhou doesn't want to talk about it. We won't ask anymore. Let's just drink. They burst into laughter and no one believed it. Everyone thought Zhou Ling was just joking.
Zhou Ling had already laid his cards on the table, and seeing that they didn't believe him, he didn't bother to explain anymore.
Alas, it's so difficult to be a real boss. If you tell lies, you will be criticized, and if you tell the truth, no one will believe you.
The manager served them a lot of good wine. Since all the people present were men, they naturally drank it in big gulps.
Brother Zhou, you are great at fighting, but not so great at drinking. Do you dare to compete with me? Meng Wei blushed and challenged Zhou Ling under the influence of alcohol.
Okay, but I'm afraid you can't bear it.
Zhou Ling grinned. Since his body was strengthened, all functions have been greatly improved. The same is true for the liver's ability to detoxify alcohol.
In other words, with his current alcohol tolerance, it is not an exaggeration to call him a god of wine.
Okay. Rock, paper, scissors is too boring. Let's not play that.
Let's just drink directly from each other, 1 cup each, and see who falls down first.
Meng Wei burst into laughter. If you have the guts, come on.
Zhou Ling didn't hesitate and drank the glass immediately.
The same is true for Meng Wei. But before 10 cups, Meng Wei was completely defeated and fell asleep under the table.
On the other hand, Zhou Ling still had a rosy complexion and looked energetic, and it was obvious that he had not yet reached the required amount. Seeing his men fall, Yuan Shiqian naturally stepped forward. You're quite impressive, drink with me if you dare. Seeing that these men were so ignorant, Lu Mingxi became anxious.
No, drinking like this will cause problems. She stopped Zhou Ling and warned him with concern. Zhou Ling patted the back of her hand and reassured her, when it comes to drinking, I've never been afraid of anyone. They're all just throwing themselves at me. You, okay. Seeing this, Lu Mingxi didn't know what to say. The two of them seemed very close, and people who didn't know them would have thought they were a real couple. Yuan Shiqian was even more jealous. Shaoxi, I have been pursuing you for so long but you didn't agree. It makes me so sad. Hey, what are you talking about? Brother Ling and I are just ordinary friends. Lu Mingxi became anxious and her face turned red. Everyone's eyes became ambiguous. Oh? Really? Just ordinary friends? Nonsense. Lu Mingxi was both ashamed and annoyed, and she wished she could sew these guys' mouths shut. Yuan Shiqian shook his head helplessly. No matter what, I'm going to get Zhou Ling drunk today to relieve my hatred. Ah, come on if you're not afraid of death. Zhou Ling laughed loudly, full of domineering attitude, and immediately raised his head to drink. The wine spilled and soaked all the clothes. What a nuisance! Zhou Ling simply tore off his clothes, revealing his muscular body. He is not very strong, but every muscle is clearly defined. Whether it's the thick pectoral muscles, full shoulders, or well-defined abdominal muscles, they are all perfect. What a strong physique! Everyone present was a martial artist, and they could tell at a glance that Zhou Ling's muscles contained extremely strong explosive power. With a body like this, she is better than anyone else here. No wonder he is a martial arts genius, that's why. Everyone couldn't help but sigh that with such physical fitness, even a simple long fist could deliver explosive power. They felt ashamed in front of Zhou Ling's muscles. Lu Mingxi quickly turned her head away, thinking to herself, how shameless is this guy? He is so shameless. Although I thought so in my heart, my eyes still drifted over uncontrollably. Wow, what handsome abs! Lu Mingxi opened her mouth slightly in surprise, her red lips moist. She had seen many bodies, some of which were almost perfect. However, those are nothing but scum in front of Zhou Ling. This body of muscles alone is enough to charm thousands of girls. Zhou Ling and Yuan Shiqian drank at each other, and Yuan Shiqian ended up losing. On the other hand, although Zhou Ling's face was also flushed, his eyes were firm and it was obvious that it was not over yet. Who else? Holding a wine bottle, Zhou Ling laughed loudly, domineering and arrogant. Everyone looked at each other, and no one dared to drink with him anymore. Nonsense, even Meng Wei and Yuan Shiqian were drunk. Wouldn't they be asking for trouble if they went up there? Is this drinking wine or water? Everyone remember, don't drink with him in the future, or you'll end up in the hospital. Thanks to brother Yuan and brother Meng for blocking the bullet. I wanted to drink with him too. The remaining few people were trembling in fear, and no one dared to fight. Some even secretly felt fortunate that if Meng Wei and Yuan Shiqian had not taken the lead, they might have been the ones who died of drunkenness. The waiters outside were also stunned, and gasps could be heard one after another. They were shocked and could hardly believe what they saw. Looking at the wine bottles all over the floor and Zhou Ling who was like a king, they could do nothing but stare in amazement. This is the first time they have seen someone drinking like this. Chapter 51, Jealousy, Second Update. The only one who didn't drink much during the whole process was Lu Mingxi. So, she was responsible for calling a designated driver for these people to avoid accidents. Several waiters carried the drunk Zhou Ling to the roadside, where a designated driver was already waiting. Hello, I'm the designated driver. Where is the car? The driver smiled politely. That's the one, drive it over here. Lu Mingxi threw the key to him. The designated driver took the key, and when he looked in the direction Lu Mingxi pointed, he was stunned on the spot. This car is full of power with its relatively long hood, short front overhang and protruding muscular lines above the rear wheels. The Mulsanne exudes elegance, confidence and luxury, while reflecting Bentley's racing heritage. Is this a Bentley Mulsanne? The driver's voice was trembling. He has been in this business for a year and has driven cars worth hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars. The most expensive one is the top-of-the-line BMW 7 Series, which costs more than $2 million. I remember that he was completely stunned when he saw the BMW 7 Series. I even wondered if I was dreaming. How could I drive a BMW 7 Series? He even felt that this must be the peak of his life? However, when he saw this Bentley Mulsanne, he truly understood what it meant to be shocked to the soul. More than $5 million. I've never driven such a luxurious car in my life. The designated driver was so excited that he almost cried. Are you really going to let me drive? Are you kidding? Are you really going to let me drive?
He asked this question several times, fearing that it was an illusion.
Zhou Ling, who was still drunk, smiled and said, "Open it. Just open it if I tell you to. But aren't you afraid that I might scratch or bump into you?"
The designated driver was excited but also nervous. If a luxury car of this level had problems in his hands, he wouldn't be able to afford the compensation even if he sold everything he had.
Unexpectedly, Zhou Ling said disdainfully, "It's just 5 million, so what if I touch it?"
This sentence almost knocked the designated driver unconscious. He swallowed hard and could only sigh that he didn't understand the world of rich people. To him, the astronomical figure of 5 million was nothing in the other party's mouth.
This gap is too big. Okay. I'll be right over. The designated driver didn't dare to say any more nonsense and drove the car over quickly and carefully.
Sitting in the driver's seat, he was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have become the superior.
Is this what it's like to be rich?
Along the way, the designated driver drove very carefully, so it took more than half an hour to return to Fulan Community.
When the car stopped at the gate of the community, a security guard opened the door and let the car in.
Seeing the grand community gate and the extremely professional security team, the designated driver broke out in sweat.
Shit, this is Fulan Community? The most expensive villa area? I actually drove a Bentley into Fulan Community?
The designated driver felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest with excitement. Finally, following the instructions, he parked the car in front of a villa. Looking at the luxurious villa, the designated driver once again doubted his life. Today, he finally knows what the life of a rich person is like. I took a few photos around me before leaving with a sense of unfulfilled desire. They all have groups for designated drivers, where they usually chat and some people will post some interesting stories to share.
But more of the time, it's just showing off. For example, now someone posted a few pictures of Mercedes-Benz S500L to show off. Many people in the group were immediately amazed and expressed envy and jealousy. The person who posted the picture felt extremely happy to receive so much praise, and even boasted that no one had driven such a good car in the past 6 months. Although others were unhappy with his arrogance, they could only hold it in. Indeed, the prices usually range from hundreds of thousands to several million. There are really not many cars of the same level as the Mercedes-Benz S500L. Looking at the chat history in the group, the designated driver sneered disdainfully and sent a message. "What's a Mercedes? Compared to the car I just drove, it's garbage." His remarks were immediately met with overwhelming ridicule and attacks.
Everyone was laughing at him, saying he was crazy and had wild ideas.
The designated driver did not refute, but just posted pictures one by one. Bentley Mulsanne.
Looking at the smooth body of the car in the picture, all the ridicule stopped immediately and no one dared to speak anymore.
Bentley Mulsanne, compared with it, what is the Mercedes-Benz S500L? For a moment, everyone in the group was speechless. After a long while, the driver of the Mercedes-Benz said sourly, "You just use a few pictures from the internet to deceive us? Do you think we are fools?" He absolutely did not believe this was true.
As soon as these words were spoken, the others suddenly realized what was going on and thought, so that's what it was.
In order to satisfy your vanity, you actually use pictures from the internet to deceive people? Isn't that too shameless?
The designated driver had already anticipated their actions, so he calmly posted a selfie of himself inside the car.
Moreover, there is more than one.
This time, everyone deleted the messages that had not yet been sent.
They couldn't help but feel lucky that they didn't send it out, otherwise it would have been so embarrassing. Fuck, it really is. Bentley Mulsanne. How does it drive? It must be awesome, right? Damn it, if I could come across this kind of order, I would be willing to die.
All the group members were excited and were full of envy. As for the person who delivered the Mercedes just now, they had long forgotten about him. Seeing that the entire group had been detonated by him, the designated driver felt secretly happy, thinking, "It's finally my turn to show off today."
Not only that, guess where else I went? The designated driver asked mysteriously. Where? Hurry up and tell me, don't keep me in suspense. Stop hiding it, just speak up. Everyone was pressing hard, eager to know. Seeing that everyone was swiping the screen, the designated driver didn't say anything.
He just moved his thumb and sent out the picture of Fulan Community.
The group fell silent again. The huge and luxurious villa in the picture left them speechless. Such a luxurious villa must be the best in the entire Yuan, right? Can you stop bragging? You're pretending to be cool just by posting some pictures of your villa? Said the man who posted the picture of the Mercedes-Benz sarcastically. This time, people in the group criticized him. What do you know? If I'm not mistaken, this is the Fulan residential area, right? And it's the innermost location, and it's also one of the most expensive buildings. As soon as these words came out, everyone quickly enlarged the picture and admired it with great attraction. Is this the Fulan residential area? Oh my god, so this is what the villas inside look like? Let alone the deepest ones, even the cheapest ones are beyond our reach. Which rich guy did you take the order from? Please introduce him to someone else. Everyone was amazed and even asked for more details. As for the person who posted the Mercedes-Benz just now, he has quietly left the group without attracting anyone's attention. Zhou Ling didn't expect that just calling a designated driver would cause such a commotion. However, even if he knew, he would not care. He can hardly protect himself now. Because Luo Xuan was actually waiting in the villa early, she had the key. Lu Mingxi and Luo Xuan, these two beauties, meet again. Why is the boss so drunk? Let me help him to bed. Seeing that it was Lu Mingxi who was helping Zhou Ling in, Luo Xuan's eyes flashed and she hurried over to take over her. But Lu Mingxi was not willing to be outdone and refused to give up his seat. Ha, no need, I'll take care of Brother Ling, you just stay here. Lu Mingxi hugged Zhou Ling tightly and walked towards the room. She was quite proud of herself and wanted to snatch it from her. Ha, you are too naive. No, I am the boss's employee, I should be the one helping. You are the guest, please sit down. How can I let you do such rough work? Luo Xuan also grabbed Zhou Ling's other arm and started competing with Lu Mingxi. The two girls looked quite thin, but I didn't expect them to be so strong. Being pulled back and forth by the two of them, Zhou Ling secretly groaned inwardly. I'm a human being, not a toy. If you want to hit me, just do it now. Can you please put me down? He was drunk and dizzy and just wanted to have a good sleep. I'll do it. I'll do it. Get out of the way. You should get out of the way. You have nothing to do here. The two girls were originally fighting for Zhou Ling, but in the end, they ended up pushing each other. As for Zhou Ling, no one knew when he fell to the ground. In short, no one cared about him. Didn't we agree to take care of me? What's the big deal? Zhou Ling, who was drunk, felt like crying but had no tears. He had to endure the headache and go back to his room to lie down. Sleeping on the comfortable and soft big bed, Zhou Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief and fell into a deep sleep. That night, he had a dream. In the dream, the two girls fought each other for him, and even threatened to split him in half and share it equally. When the ferocious chainsaw was about to fall on him, he suddenly woke up. Chapter 52 picked up a silly girl, 3 more chapters. Zhou Ling sat up from the bed suddenly, with cold sweat on his back, but found that he was safe and sound. It was just a dream. He rubbed his swollen temples and walked out. In the living room, 2 beautiful figures were busy making breakfast. Let me take the eggs. Lu Mingxi spoke bluntly. Heh, you're the one who should move aside? You're blocking me from getting the plate. Luo Xuan did not give in. 2 extremely beautiful girls, each holding a spoon, confronted each other in the living room. For a moment, the atmosphere was filled with gunpowder. Zhou Ling, who had just walked out of the bedroom, stood at the door in a daze, not daring to say a word, for fear of attracting the attention of the 2 women. Last night's nightmare of being cut in half by a chainsaw is still vivid in my mind. He tiptoed back like a thief and hid back in the room. It's terrible, so terrible. Zhou Ling lay on the bed, took out his cell phone and started playing King of Glory. Seeing that the anchor Zhang Tank was also online in the friend list, I invited him to form a team and started a sweet duo row. After playing 2 games and gaining points with Zhang Tank, Lu Mingxi and Luo Xuan finally prepared breakfast. Being pulled into the living room by them, Zhou Ling looked at the various breakfasts placed in front of him, and then looked at their sweet smiles, and had a bad feeling. Boss, try this fried egg. I fried it myself. Luo Xuan picked up a poached egg with chopsticks and brought it to Zhou Ling's mouth. Helplessly, Zhou Ling had to open his mouth obediently and let the fried egg fill his mouth. Seeing Zhou Ling eating with relish, Luo Xuan smiled so happily. Lu Mingxi, who was standing by, had a slightly cold face.
She quickly took the freshly brewed milk and poured it into his mouth.
Brother Ling, the milk I made myself tastes good, right? Ahem, so delicious. So delicious that I want to die.
Zhou Ling stared and coughed.
Hee hee, if it tastes good, just drink more. We have more here. Oh, and try the sandwich I made.
Receiving Zhou Ling's praise, Lu Mingxi felt so happy, like a little kid who had been encouraged. She immediately took a sandwich and put it to Zhou Ling's mouth, wanting to feed him with her own hands. But this time, Luo Xuan couldn't bear it anymore, so she brought the freshly fried dough sticks to Zhou Ling's mouth. Looking at the two little beauties on his left and right, and then at the sandwiches and fried dough sticks, Zhou Ling felt like crying but had no tears.
It seems like no matter which one I eat first, it doesn't seem right.
Women are such terrible creatures.
Well, I'm full. Zhou Ling rubbed his stomach and pretended to be full. What? You're full after eating so little? Did you drink too much milk and can't digest it? It's all your fault. Why did you get so much milk?
Luo Shuang raised her eyebrows, turned around and started to blame Lu Mingxi.
I made so many delicious food, but the boss didn't eat any of it. Who else should I blame but Lu Mingxi?
Lu Mingxi was not someone to be trifled with. She raised her delicate chin and responded coldly, I think your fried egg is too salty.
Let me try it. She took the fried egg, took a bite, and immediately spit it out with a wink, complaining, what the hell is this? It's so disgusting.
Luo Xuan was so angry that she gritted her teeth.
Such a young girl actually dares to compete with her? You really don't know your place.
In retaliation, she took a bite of the sandwich and spit it out, saying, that's disgusting.
Is it expired? What are you talking about?
Lu Mingxi straightened his towering peak, looking aggressive. Luo Xuan put her hands on her hips, and the mountain peak was still extremely tall and straight.
I'm telling the truth, isn't it?
The two women began to argue with each other, and Zhou Ling, who was caught in the middle, was speechless.
What the hell have I done wrong?
He quietly exited and returned to his room to continue looking for a tank for a sweet duo. Fortunately, they also knew they were tired and stopped arguing after a while. Luo Shuang has to go back to the company to handle matters, and Lu Mingxi also has to go back to prepare his graduation thesis.
As soon as they left, Zhou Ling was finally liberated. The world is pure. He couldn't help but smile happily. Check-in location, Akina Mountain.
Check-in reward, perfect driving skills. At this time, the system has another punch-in reminder.
Akina Mountain? Isn't that a place for car racing? The reward this time is actually perfect driving skills? Interesting.
He was very interested in this reward. I believe that all boys have fantasized about the scene of drifting a car. But only a very small number of professional drivers can do this. Although he drives a sports car, his driving skills are just average and he doesn't dare to drift at high speed. As far as he knew, Akina Mountain was most lively at night, so it would be boring for him to go there now. At night, Zhou Ling drove his Pagani to Akina Mountain.
Akina Mountain is far away from the city, and it takes at least 40 minutes to drive there.
However, there are fewer cars in the suburbs at night, so driving is smooth. While driving, two beams of high beams suddenly appeared from behind. Before Zhou Ling could react, he heard a loud crash from behind. He quickly looked in the rearview mirror and saw that a car had hit a large rock on the side of the road.
The front of the car is deformed?
He didn't care about anything else and quickly pulled over and got out to check. Although this accident had nothing to do with him, he couldn't just stand by and watch someone die.
This is a car worth tens of thousands of yuan.
There seems to be a woman in the car, and there is no movement. Zhou Ling quickly opened the car door, and the girl suddenly woke up as if from a dream. She screamed in fear and rolled out of the car.
It's over, I was in a car accident. I was in a car accident.
The girl was stunned and started crying. Seeing that she was not seriously injured, Zhou Ling was relieved. It's okay, as long as you're okay, get up quickly. Zhou Ling grabbed her slender white arm and helped her stand up. It seemed that she was really frightened. Although the girl was frightened, she was still very alert. It was late at night, the suburban roads were pitch black, and there was only her and a strange man.
How could she not be alert? What if I get pulled into the bushes?
However, when she looked up and saw a handsome face and a tall and stylish body, all her vigilance turned into fascination.
What a handsome little brother! With this look and this figure, I would have no regrets even if I were to do that to her. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?
Seeing her acting stupid, Zhou Ling thought she had had an accident.
It's okay, just pull me into the bushes. Oh, no, I mean I'm safe, hee.
Zhou Ling was confused by the girl's nonsense.
Could this be a fool?
But, this fool is quite good looking. Only then did Zhou Ling look at the other person carefully. She should be only 18 or 19 years old, with skin as smooth as cream and as delicate as a baby's, and eyes as clear as mountain spring water. Although she is wearing long pants, you can imagine how straight and slender the legs underneath must be.
However, looking at the girl who was drooling, Zhou Ling doubted for a moment, could he really have met a fool? Where are you going so late? Zhou Ling asked.
The girl came back to her senses from his stunning appearance, looked at the dented front of the car, and started to cry.
I have to go to Akina Mountain urgently, but my car.
The more she spoke, the sadder she became, her tears streaming down her face, almost like snow in June.
Zhou Ling couldn't stand it anymore, so he pulled her into his car. Going to Akina Mountain, right?
I'll take you there. The girl wanted to pretend to refuse, but when she saw the door of the Pagani open like a phoenix's wing, she was so shocked that she was speechless.
This is a sports car? It must be very expensive, right?
Sitting in the car is a completely different feeling from sitting in an ordinary car.
The smell of money is all around.
It was her first time to ride in such a high-end car.
It's not expensive, only 50 million.
Zhou Ling answered nonchalantly, then started the car and drove towards Akina Mountain. The girl was shocked by his words.
50 million? That's all?
She even wondered if she had heard it wrongly.
50 million.
She could never earn 50 million in her entire life.
But in the mouth of this handsome guy, it seems not worth mentioning? Is this the life of rich people?
It's okay that this handsome guy is good looking, but how come he is also so rich?
Is it really intentional to induce someone to commit a crime?
Seeing that she was acting silly, Zhou Ling chatted with her for a few words and understood what had just happened.
Her name is Lin Xin. She was driving too fast just now and almost hit the Pagani.
Then she hurriedly turned the steering wheel, which led to the car accident. Until now, she still feels scared.
I was scared to death. Lin Xin looked pitiful.
Zhou Ling glanced at her and couldn't help laughing. I can see that you should change your pants.
After he reminded her of this, Lin Xin realized that she had actually wet her pants out of fright.
Her face turned red, and her snow-white and delicate neck seemed to be stained with a layer of pink.
No. Don't look. I didn't mean to do that. Lin Xin was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole and jump into it.
This was the first time in her life that she wet her pants in front of a strange man. The key point is that this man is so handsome, so embarrassing. She squeezed her legs together shyly, not daring to look up, let alone turn her head to look at him. Just when she didn't know what to do, Zhou Ling stopped the car, took something out of the trunk and threw it to her.
Hey, these are my clothes and pants, they're all brand new, wear them as is.
Holding the new clothes, I wanted to refuse, but then I thought, if I didn't change, I would have to spend the night in wet pants. Thinking of this, she was so nervous that she almost buried her head in her chest, pouted her lips, and whispered, "Then I'll go to the back to change, you are not allowed to watch."
Chapter 53 Twins. Who do you take me for? I'll get in the car and wait for you.
Zhou Ling shook his head helplessly and simply got in the car. But Lin Xin got scared again and quickly stopped him. "Don't go.
I'm afraid of the dark alone."
Seeing her pitiful appearance, Zhou Ling felt a headache.
What happened?
Forget it, I'll take a loss and protect you from the side. Zhou Ling stood aside, with his back to her, like a sculpture. You change. Lin Xin was less than 2 meters away from him, and this distance made her face turn red with embarrassment. She had never tried changing pants around another man, even if the man has his back to her. After checking several times, she found that Zhou Ling was indeed a gentleman. She took off her wet pants with relief but regret. Listening to the rustling sounds behind him, Zhou Ling felt a little itchy. But as a gentleman, he would never take advantage of someone in distress. This is a principle. Lin Xin changed her pants quickly, but she was not wearing anything underneath, which felt weird. Just as she was about to get into the car, she suddenly found a snake crawling towards her.
Ah! Snake!
Lin Xin screamed in fear, turned around and jumped onto Zhou Ling like a koala. Zhou Ling quickly grabbed her lower body with both hands and moved his head away from her chest. When he saw what she called snake, he was so angry that he rolled his eyes.
Sister, that's a hemp rope, not a snake. Could you please respect the dignity of the hemp rope? Ah. Really? Sorry. After seeing clearly, Lin Xian got off Zhou Ling with an embarrassed look on his face. Zhou Ling looked at the small pair of pants next to the hemp rope with great interest, and asked with a smile, "Do you like Ultraman Tiga?" "Ha? How did you know?" Lin Xian asked in surprise. Zhou Ling pointed at the wet pants on the ground and couldn't help laughing. "This is the first time I've seen a girl wearing Ultraman pants, ha ha. You shut up. Don't laugh at me." Lin Xian's face flushed red, and she was so angry that her teeth itched. She wanted to beat him so hard that his head was covered with bruises. "I was just busy taking off my clothes and should have thrown my underwear farther away. This damn guy was actually seen by him." Looking at Lin Xian, who was gritting his teeth, Zhou Ling jokingly asked, "Why? You don't want to kill me to silence me, do you?" Lin Xian rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "I'm ignoring you." "It doesn't matter." Zhou Ling shrugged. I really don't want to pay attention to you now." Lin Xian became even angrier and got into the car. "Zhou Ling? Did I do something wrong? Didn't you say you would ignore me? This is so weird."
In the dark night, Pagani once again transformed into an awakened fire phoenix and drove towards Akina Mountain.
Soon, they arrived at Akina Mountain.
It was already bustling here, and many rich second generations and young masters liked to come here to play with cars. As soon as he arrived at the mountain, Zhou Ling's system prompted that he had successfully checked in.
Successfully check in and get perfect driving skills.
There was no change in his body, but his control over the car increased countless times.
Holding the steering wheel, it feels like you are one with the car and you can perform all kinds of stunts at will. Is this the perfect driving skill? It's really good. Zhou Ling couldn't help but grin.
Their arrival immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the mountain.
"Ha! It looks like a big car is coming up. From the sound of this, it sounds like Pagani Wind God?"
Everyone here knows cars. Although they couldn't see clearly due to the bright headlights, the sound of the engine still allowed them to guess the model of the car.
However, some people expressed disbelief. "Did you hear me wrong? Pagani Wind God? That thing is very expensive. Besides, you may not be able to buy it even if you have money. Many people don't think it's Pagani Wind God."
They all stared at the slowly approaching car. When Zhou Ling turned off the headlights, the fiery red streamlined body of the car finally appeared in front of everyone.
The dazzling colors, charming shapes, and noble temperament all shock everyone's hearts. This is truly the Pagani Wind God. Who is this great man who actually drove this car here? He won't have to run 2 laps too, will he? Awesome. This is the first time I've seen it. Everyone gathered around, all in amazement.
There are many top luxury cars in this world, and Pagani Huayra is one of them.
Cars like this are limited worldwide and sometimes you can't buy them just because you have money. However, they actually came across one here tonight, which was definitely enough for them to brag about.
Just as they were watching with shining eyes, the car door opened like wings.
A man and a woman got out of the car.
The girl is fair and tender, delicate and cute, making people want to hold her in their arms.
The key is still this man.
The man was only about 20 years old and looked even younger than them.
However, his aura overwhelmed the entire place.
In front of him, everyone felt breathless.
Everyone was shocked. Who is this person?
When did Yuecheng produce such a gifted child? Zhou Ling looked around and found that there were all kinds of luxury cars around him. The most common ones are those ranging from 2 to 3 million.
There are even some that are close to 10 million.
I have to say, a car show can definitely be held on Akina Mountain.
However, it is still far behind his Pagani. "Wenwen, where are you?" Lin Xian shouted anxiously around.
She came here tonight to look for her sister. Soon, several men dressed in shabby clothes came over. These people were chewing gum, had messy tattoos on their faces, and their hair was all colorful.
"You really dare to come here? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to go back?" A woman with dreadlocks sneered disdainfully. Seeing this woman, Lin Xian gnashed her teeth in anger and asked loudly, "Ma Rong, what did you do to Wenwen? If she makes any mistakes, I will never forgive you."
Ma Rong didn't take her threats seriously at all. Instead, she laughed it off and asked her men to bring a girl out. This girl looks almost exactly like Lin Xian, and at first glance, it is difficult to find the difference.
She is Lin Xin's twin sister Linwen.
Linwen hung her head in shame, not daring to even look at her sister.
She's right here with me. If you want to take her away, it depends on whether you have the ability to do it. Ma Rong snorted coldly with a playful smile.
Sister, don't listen to her, otherwise you will definitely lose. Linwen was worried that her sister would also be tricked, so she hurriedly warned her loudly.
Lin Xin gritted her teeth. How could she not know that there must be a trap?
But what else can she do to save her sister?
Does she have any choice?
She lost $1 million in a car race.
If you can't afford it, don't leave tonight. I believe my friends will be happy to entertain you.
Her friends looked at the twin sisters greedily, and they couldn't wait to taste their wonderful taste. Being stared at by those hungry eyes, the sisters Linwen and Lin Xin felt uncomfortable all over. They understood that something really bad might happen tonight.
Lin Xin's face looked extremely ugly. 1 million. This is an astronomical figure for her. Where can she find so much money? So, she simply issued a challenge. Isn't it just a competition? I can do it too. If I win, it'll be a tie. As soon as these words came out, Linwen immediately shouted anxiously, Sister, are you stupid? Why are you giving away your life? We are definitely going to lose the game with them. Lin Xin glared at her angrily, thinking, if it weren't for your silly sister, would she have been forced to this point?
When they heard there was a competition, everyone immediately became excited.
Who among those who come here is not a thrill seeker?
Now that I see a gambling game has emerged, of course I am full of energy. However, they were not optimistic about the Lin Xin sisters at all. Ma Rong's team is also somewhat famous in Aquina Mountain, and many members have good driving skills.
Isn't it like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth when this little girl took the initiative to propose a competition?
From the very beginning, this was destined to be a crushing game with no suspense at all.
It's a pity that such beautiful twin sisters are ruined like this.
If you have the courage, then be prepared to serve all my friends.
Ma Rong smiled sinisterly, as if her plan had succeeded.
As soon as she finished speaking, a man walked out from behind her and appeared in front of everyone.
Little sister, let me accompany you to have some fun.
This man has a face full of tattoos.
When I saw him late at night, I thought he was the incarnation of a snake spirit.
His eyes were full of mockery, as if he was sizing up the prey that was already at his mouth.
Many people recognized him and cried out in shock, Black Snake? It's him? He's going to do it himself? Someone asked in confusion, who is Black Snake? Is he famous?
This person's speech immediately brought him overwhelming contempt.
You don't even recognize Black Snake? Are you new here?
This is a veteran, his driving skills are quite impressive, and he is very capable among all the drivers in Aquina Mountain. He held the title of the Chariot King of Aquina Mountain for half a year. During that half a year, he was invincible and no one could defeat him. After hearing so many introductions, some people who didn't know the Black Snake looked serious. Who would have thought that such a spirited young man would be the feared racing king? No wonder everyone was shocked. With him taking action, what was the outcome? There was no suspense at all. Chapter 54. It's time to show real skills. The appearance of the Black Snake undoubtedly surprised everyone present. Hearing everyone praising Black Snake so much, Lin Xin, who had originally still had some fighting spirit, now turned even paler. Although she doesn't understand racing, she knows that it is extremely difficult to retain the title of the best driver in Aquina Mountain. However, this Black Snake actually dominated for half a year? With such strength, let alone defeating her, I'm afraid few people present dared to challenge him. But she wanted to win the game from him? Wasn't that a bit wishful thinking? Leaning against the side of Pagani, Zhou Ling was speechless when he saw Lin Xin was forced into a dead end. This female driver can even have an accident on a straight road, so how can you expect her to be able to race a car? Let us just hope that Master Lu can return to live streaming. When Lin Xin was almost in despair, a tall figure appeared beside her, like a mountain, giving her endless sense of security. Isn't it inappropriate to bully a little girl? Zhou Ling smiled playfully. Everyone saw him step forward, obviously wanting to be a hero and save the beauty. The Black Snake also looked at him with hostility. Zhou Ling's appearance made him extremely unhappy. Before this, he always thought he was the most handsome man in Aquina Mountain. But after seeing Zhou Ling, he immediately felt that his position was threatened like never before. After seeing Zhou Ling's face clearly, Ma Rong was also deeply attracted by his appearance. She had seen too many men who thought they were handsome, but this was the first one who was so handsome that it was breathtaking. So handsome. I must find a way to get him into my bed so we can have some family fun together. Ma Rong instantly thought of what to name her future child. If it was a boy, she would name him Baoqiang. If the second child was also a boy, he would be named Songjia. Wow, I'm so good at naming. Black Snake naturally didn't understand that Ma Rong had completely fallen for Zhou Ling's peerless beauty, otherwise he would have been so angry that he would have vomited blood. Who are you? Want to stand up for her? Black Snake's face was full of dissatisfaction. Zhou Ling shook his head and said, "Don't worry about who I am. I'm just a gentleman who helps others when he sees injustice. You don't have to be jealous of me because of my handsomeness." These words made Black Snake's face even darker, and he even wanted to hit someone. Who would boast of being a gentleman? Besides, who is jealous of you? Bah, shameless. Really? But I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, otherwise the consequences will be something you cannot afford. The Black Snake gritted his teeth and warned viciously. Hearing this, Zhou Ling couldn't help but laugh. There are always such naive people in this world. They think that they are great just because they have some ability. Little did he know that there are always people better than him. He now has perfect driving skills, and he has only been the car king for half a year, so what's the point? It seems that you are determined to do what you want? Forget it. I am a kind person. I will give you another chance to think about it and advise you to be more reasonable. There was a cold and arrogant light in Zhou Ling's eyes. In his eyes, the other party was vulnerable. But the opportunity has been given. Whether the other party can seize it depends on his brain. But after hearing his words, everyone present was stunned. They couldn't help but look at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. What? This guy is actually threatening Black Snake? Where does he get the confidence from? Is our introduction to Black Snake not clear enough? Who does he think he is? With his wheelbarrow skills, I'm afraid he can't even touch the Black Snake's tail. Where does he get the courage to warn the Black Snake? I think he is just pretending to be great. He wants people to think he is very good. If you believe him, you will be fooled. After the initial surprise, everyone started to laugh at him. Many people felt that they had seen through Zhou Ling's tricks and started to make sarcastic remarks. Even the sisters Lin Xin and Lin Wen had strange looks on their faces. They don't know whether this incredibly handsome man is absolutely confident or just talking nonsense. Hearing Zhou Ling's words, Black Snake was stunned for a moment, then burst into exaggerated laughter. Ha ha ha, threatening me? You actually threaten me? Okay, if you have the guts, I'll show you what real strength is. Black Snake, who was pissed off by Zhou Ling, got into a car nearby. Ma Rong also got into the car. She wanted to see Zhou Ling's defeat with her own eyes so that she could blackmail him into having a one-night stand. Their cars are worth no less than 3 million. Including the entire car modification, the value is definitely more than 6 million. You know, for those who play racing like them, the modification fee is much higher than the original car cost. The performance of the modified car is also much stronger and more adaptable to one's own skills. Zhou Ling also got on the Pagani. Lin Xin thought about it and followed him. After all, it was she who initiated this competition, and it would be awkward for her not to get in the car herself. There are 2 luxury cars, one with high-end configuration and the other a top luxury car. This scene is very eye-catching. Especially Pagani, everyone wants to know what the effect will be when it actually runs. Although Pagani is impressive, the technology of the Black Snake is not to be underestimated. Racing still values technology more. That's for sure. Besides, Sea Snake has run through Akina Mountain countless times, so he's very familiar with the route. This is a natural advantage. But seeing Pagani lose is enough to brag about for half a year. No one is optimistic about Zhou Ling because a good car is only one of the factors. More importantly, it's the skills. Knowing that you have good skills, A86 is still the king of cars. Next, the 2 cars were ready. Black Snake began to step on the accelerator, and the huge engine sound tore through the night sky, as if announcing the arrival of the king. So people cheered and made strange noises, and just when they thought Pagani had started to fire, they found that there was no movement at all. Everyone was very confused, wondering if this was some new tactic? A new way of dealing with war? Interesting, it seems this kid has some ideas, no wonder he dares to challenge Black Snake.
Thinking of this, everyone was looking forward to the next game even more. But what they didn't know was that Lin Xin in the car was almost crying with anxiety. What are you doing? Why don't you light the fire? Hasn't it started yet? Why are you in such a hurry? Zhou Ling rolled his eyes at her, as if she was being extremely unreasonable. Lin Xin was completely convinced. It seemed like he really didn't understand anything. Stepping on the gas before the game was not only a show of morale, but also a way to take the initiative. How come he doesn't even understand this? How dare he play in the game? It's over, it's completely over. Finally, the countdown ended, Black Snake released the clutch and brake, and the whole car instantly turned into a ghost in the dark night, rushing out at an incredible speed. Black Snake is skilled in driving and is very familiar with Akina Mountain. He knows exactly how to pass every bend. In the blink of an eye, we were far ahead. On the contrary, Zhou Ling's Pagani was still standing there, not even catching fire. It was quiet and very weird. At first, everyone thought it was a tactical arrangement, but after 5 minutes, they had to admit that this was not a tactic at all. It's obvious that the engine is stalled and can't be started, right? Thinking of this, everyone's faces became very strange. In such a tense race, the Pagani actually stalled? Isn't this too funny? Is this really a joke? Brother, what are you waiting for? We can't even eat other people's ashes now. Lin Xin's anxious eyes were filled with tears. She was really going crazy and even pulled her hair out. Racing is all about racing against time, but you not only don't drive, but you don't even start the car. What do you want? Lin Xin urged desperately. Zhou Ling turned his head and said seriously, I suddenly thought of something. Tell me what's going on. I don't have a map. I don't even know the route. How should I run? Zhou Ling scratched his head, a little distressed. Lin Xin was really about to vomit blood. Zhou Ling opened the window and called out to a man, Hey, brother, do you have a map of Akina Mountain? Lend it to me. Puff. This sentence made everyone fall to the ground instantly. Could it be that he didn't drive for a long time because he didn't have a map? But isn't it too late to look at the map now? The other person's car has disappeared. What good is it even if you know the map well? Are you still thinking of a comeback? Isn't that too unrealistic? Take it. It's for you. The elder brother didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. It was the first time in his life that he encountered such a ridiculous thing. Thank you. If I win, I'll give you 100,000 as a reward. Zhou Ling took the map, closed the car window and began to study it immediately. When the elder brother heard his words, he was so angry that he laughed. Screw you, you still want to win like this? Dream on. Everyone burst into laughter, and the entire Akina Mountain was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Inside the Pagani, Zhou Ling memorized the route, then gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands and stepped hard on the accelerator. The low roar of the engine instantly resounded through the sky, and a fierce aura slowly emerged. Come on, it's time to show your real skills. Zhou Ling's eyes were bright and a confident smile hung on the corners of his mouth. Then, the whole car turned into red lightning and sped away like an arrow. Chapter 55 The King Returns. The car accelerated instantly, and the huge push on Lin Xin's back made his back stick tightly to the chair. The towering chest is trying to push forward. Too fast. Slow down. Lin Xin's lips turned pale. This was her first time experiencing driving at this speed. Compared with her nervousness and discomfort, Zhou Ling seemed much more relaxed. He has perfect driving skills, and when he holds the steering wheel, he feels as if he is one with the car. As long as he wants, he can do all kinds of cool things at any time. She makes me fast, and then she makes me slow. Women are really hard to please. Zhou Ling couldn't help but mutter. His tone was relaxed, but his feet were not relaxed at all. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and the car sped away like a ground plane. Each car is equipped with the best 360-degree camera. Therefore, everyone can see the current condition of the car clearly through the big screen. Damn, what a fast speed. Pagani is indeed Pagani, and it deserves the price. Pagani's extreme speed caused bursts of exclamations. However, everyone knew that no matter how fast it accelerated in a straight line, it could never beat the Black Snake. Not to mention that Black Snake is already leading by nearly half a lap. The route of Akina Mountain is mostly winding. Where does he get his cornering skills?
So, there is a reason why everyone doesn't think highly of him. Looking at another large screen, the black snake was already halfway there.
It looks like the game should be over in about 20 minutes.
Oh, you really don't know what you are capable of.
You dare to compete with me with just this little ability? How ridiculous. The black snake's face was full of pride and complacency.
He was not as good looking as Zhou Ling, and his car and temperament were not as good as hers, which made him extremely unhappy. However, what he is most confident in is racing, and he can definitely beat his opponents.
Now it seems to be true. That guy can't even get a taste of his car's exhaust, so how can he have a chance of winning? Yeah, beat him.
Ma Rong was so excited that she couldn't control herself. Only if she wins beautifully, she will be more qualified to make big demands. I feel a little excited when I think about it, so shy. However, they didn't know that the sports car that looked like a phoenix of fire was slowly closing in at an incredible speed. Sitting in the Pagani, Lin Xin finally managed to adapt to the speed. However, she was still frightened, and her chest rose and fell with her breathing.
At this speed, are you still human? Lin Xin complained in a trembling voice. Zhou Ling couldn't help laughing. You can't stand this? What should I do next? What do you mean? Lin Xin felt a little uneasy after hearing his words.
Zhou Ling gestured with his chin to tell her to look ahead. Lin Xin subconsciously looked forward and was so frightened that her eyes almost popped out.
Ah! Slow down. Slow down. Quick! Lin Xin desperately grasped the seatbelt, and in a trance, it seemed as if he saw the god of death waving at him. Because there is a sharp bend ahead. However, he didn't even have the intention of slowing down. Did he want to run off the road and die in a car crash?
Naturally, the people on Akina Mountain also saw this scene. Just by looking at the screen, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale.
Damn it, why isn't he slowing down even after all this? Does he want to drink mangpa soup while it's still hot? It's over, he's definitely dead. Call an ambulance to collect the body.
It's too late to slow down now, which means they are dead.
Everyone's scalp was tingling.
It went without saying that this Pagani was destined to be destroyed and everyone on board would die. Because of this speed and distance, it is absolutely impossible to make a safe turn unless there is help from the gods. When the people on the mountain felt a chill run down their spines, Lin Xin in the car almost fainted. She even closed her eyes tightly, waiting for the moment of death. However, she did not wait for death. Lin Xin only felt his body suddenly thrown to the right, as if he was thrown out of the car. If she hadn't been wearing the seatbelt, she would have broken the glass and flown out. Even so, she was still choking from the seatbelt. What happened? She quickly opened her eyes, trying to see the situation clearly. As soon as I opened my eyes, I was surprised to find that the car did not fly off the cliff, but was driving on a stable straight line. What is going on? Why aren't we dying? Why? Lin Xin was completely dumbfounded. She held her head, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. She had no idea what had happened the moment she closed her eyes. Listening to her words, Zhou Ling was speechless. What do you mean, why didn't you die? Do you really want to die? Zhou Ling complained. While she was still confused, the crowd on the mountain was in an uproar. Oh my god, what did I see? I saw a perfect turn. An absolutely perfect turn. Oh my god, am I seeing things? Does this kind of turn really exist? Damn, if anyone else drove at this speed, they would probably die, right? That guy is too fierce. Scary. Everyone grabbed their hair tightly, looking so shocked, as if they wanted to strip all their hair off. The driving skills displayed by Zhou Ling are really terrifying. Now, they fully realized that Zhou Ling's warning to the Black Snake was not false. If he really comes to this, Black Snake might really lose. In the crowd, Lin Wen, who looked almost exactly like Lin Xin, was also worried. Just now, she had already firmly believed that the handsome guy and her sister were definitely dead. However, a perfect drift around the corner made her scream with excitement. If we keep going like this, maybe we really will have a chance. Lin Wen clenched her fists and cheered them on in her heart. The Black Snake, who was leading the way, naturally didn't know that his advantage was disappearing little by little. The guys on the top of the mountain are probably cheering for me, ha ha. The Black Snake laughed triumphantly. This time, he also tried his best and performed at his best. Therefore, this result is the best among all previous results. He deserves all the excitement and cheers.
Hee hee, of course. Even if we tie that handsome boy to a plane, he will never win.
Marone smiled sweetly, and no one knew what she was thinking. However, just when they thought they had victory in their grasp, a terrible roar of an engine was approaching.
What the hell?
Looking through the rearview mirror, Black Snake was extremely shocked to see the fiery red figure following him closely.
How is this possible?
He was clearly ahead by a huge margin, and his technique and familiarity with the route meant he had all the advantages. It was only natural that he won this round.
But why was that guy able to catch up and get right next to his car?
Marone, who thought she could have some tender grass, began to breathe quickly in anxiety. Impossible.
Did they really catch up with us by plane?
Worried that she had seen it wrong, she looked at it several more times. Every time she looked at it, her heartbeat slowed down.
Because, it's true.
Don't worry, there are 18 bends ahead, which is also the most dangerous and the most technically demanding section.
Let me show him how I can perform.
Black Snake gritted his teeth. He couldn't bear the fact that he was caught up by someone. However, he also has the confidence. The 18 turns ahead can be called a luxury car harvesting section, and it is also a devilish racing section. Not many people can pass through safely, and he is the only one who has such confidence. So, even though we don't know what accidents may have happened in the middle, the final result will not change.
Here it comes. Soon, we arrived at the first bend.
Black Snake skillfully controlled the car, made a beautiful drift and turned at a very fast speed. Humph, forget about overtaking with my drift. He is quite conceited about his skills. However, he didn't feel happy for long, as a fiery red shadow overtook him with smoother drifting skills.
Boom!
After easily passing the curve, Pagani straightened the parking position and opened up a distance at a faster speed.
What?
The Black Snake's voice was shrill with shock, as if someone was strangling him by the neck, and his eyeballs were about to fall out of his sockets.
The drifting skills that he was so proud of were actually overtaken by someone else?
Moreover, the opponent's drift is obviously more advanced than his.
Soon, after the second bend, he couldn't even see the shadow of Pagani. He was completely left behind.
At the top of the mountain, countless people were looking at the dark mountain road, all excitedly waiting for something. Soon, the sound of an engine came from afar, and bright headlights appeared.
The familiar Pagani appeared in front of everyone.
Seeing the car return, everyone burst into unprecedented cheers, as if they were welcoming the only king in the world.
Humble author, asking for votes online. Chapter 56, What is the King of Cars? Wow! So handsome, so handsome. Awesome bro, that's awesome. It's simply invincible. Pagani's return was greeted with overwhelming cheers, and everyone was excited about its victory. Pagani moved forward slowly and then stopped in front of everyone.
Zhou Ling got out of the car first, followed by Lin Xian, whose legs were so weak that he couldn't move at all.
I can't take it anymore, it's too fast, I really can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore. Lin Xian was not in the mood to be excited about the victory at the moment.
She had just been speeding all the way and had almost cost her half her life. Especially at the last 18 turns, she felt like her soul was being thrown out.
Sister!
Lin Wen hurried over to support her.
Brother, you are so handsome, aren't you? You acted really well before, didn't you? We really thought you were teasing us.
The first bend scared me to death.
I've never seen such a domineering bend.
I almost thought the car was destroyed and everyone was killed, but I didn't expect to see a god-level drift. Everyone's eyes were like those of hungry wolves with green light.
They surrounded Zhou Ling and exclaimed in amazement. At the beginning, he deliberately took his time and even memorized the map temporarily. It made everyone angry and amused.
No one was optimistic about him and everyone thought he was bound to lose. But after seeing that perfect drift from the first corner, they never dared to question his skills again. However, because Black Snake was leading by too much, everyone still didn't think he had a chance of turning the tables.
But precisely because of this, Zhou Ling overturned their cognition time and time again, leaving them completely stunned.
His sprinting in a straight line and drifting in a curve completely broke everyone's impression of him. In the end, he overtook the Black Snake on the curve and was far ahead of it.
My dear, can I be your car?
I also want to experience the perfect drift.
I want one too. Driving a Pagani and feeling the drift is such a unique experience.
All of you get out of the way, only I can get in the man's car. The girls went completely crazy.
Zhou Ling's performance completely conquered them. A tall, handsome, wealthy and skilled driving man is simply perfect for them. If you can be the lover of such a man, even if you are a mistress or a concubine, you will be happy.
Zhou Ling was not surprised by the madness and chaos he caused. With perfect driving skills, he is not afraid of anyone when it comes to racing.
I just did a simple little thing, it's not worth mentioning.
Looking at the extremely excited crowd, Zhou Ling spoke truthfully. To him, winning a game really means nothing.
This kind of game is just like playing house. Oh my god, what did I hear? This brother said he just did a simple little thing? It's so painful.
This little thing you mentioned is as difficult as climbing to heaven for us.
The gap is too big. I won't live anymore. How can this be a small matter? It is definitely a huge matter.
After hearing what Zhou Ling said, they almost went crazy and started to protest loudly, feeling that Zhou Ling had dealt them too great a blow. There was a lot of noise here, and Black Snake had already driven back on the other side.
But no one noticed him at all. Everyone's focus is Zhou Ling. Looking at the admired Zhou Ling, Black Snake felt extremely hateful. He felt that all this should have belonged to him. But now, he is like a stray dog that no one cares about, worthless. The king of cars who once dominated Akina Mountain for half a year is really no better than a dog at this moment. I don't accept it. He clenched his teeth so hard that he seemed to want to break them.
Ma Rong appeared beside him and looked at Zhou Ling.
The infatuation in her eyes turned into endless regret and loss. He's too strong. No one can beat him, especially you.
She spoke lightly. The man's driving skills were so superb that they surpassed everyone present.
He is the well-deserved king.
So, no matter how unwilling you are, you have to admit that he is really strong.
No.
He just won because of the car, I didn't lose. The Black Snake screamed viciously, as if it was crazy.
Ma Rong shook her head and said nothing. It was really stupid to attribute the loss entirely to the problem with the car. Seeing the two of them, Zhou Ling turned around and asked with a smile, I won, is it okay for you to let him go? Ma Rong nodded disappointedly, indicating that it was okay. But Black Snake was obviously not convinced.
He glared at Zhou Ling fiercely and shouted, your car is good, so it's normal for you to win. If the cars were the same, I would have beaten you to a pulp long ago. Hearing this, Zhou Ling smiled without saying anything. He is not in the habit of arguing with losers. However, his words caused dissatisfaction among the crowd. Black Snake, you said it yourself, technique is the most important.
Now that you've lost, you're blaming the car? If you lose, you have to be able to afford it. Isn't it cheap to say that? Even if the car is the same, you will still be abused, believe it or not? Everyone looks down on his behavior of shifting the blame. Do you think you are Trump Changwo? Are you imitating others to shift the blame?
People like them who play racing hate this kind of remarks the most. All of a sudden, Black Snake became the target of public criticism and was scolded.
You.
He gritted his teeth and hated Zhou Ling to the extreme. Before, he was a respected racing king. Now, he is the blame shifter that everyone wants to punish. He felt that this change was all caused by Zhou Ling.
If he had won, would it have been so bad? It's all his fault.
If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this situation. Black Snake hated Zhou Ling to the core and wished he could crush him with his superior skills. However, when he thought of the other car's perfect drift when he was overtaken, he felt powerless.
He even couldn't figure out who else could beat Zhou Ling? Yeah. I won. Sis, is this your new boyfriend? Isn't that awesome?
Lin Wen hugged Lin Xin excitedly, and their towering peaks were pressed tightly together.
Lin Xin was embarrassed by her and quickly denied, he is not my boyfriend. Oh? Is that true? If not, then I have a chance. Hearing Lin Xin's denial, Lin Wen's eyes immediately lit up and she looked at Zhou Ling with great joy.
She had seen many outstanding men, but this was the first time she had seen someone like him who was an excellent driver, rich, and handsome. It's so hard to meet such an outstanding man, of course I can't let him go.
Handsome boy, shall we exchange contact information?
Lin Wen jumped in front of Zhou Ling, her eyes almost smiling into crescents. Zhou Ling exchanged numbers with her, and then warned her seriously, you can say I'm handsome, but you can't say I'm small.
What?
Lin Wen was confused.
You'll understand when you grow up.
Seeing her confused look, Zhou Ling had to answer perfunctorily.
No, explain to me, why can't I say you are young? What does that mean?
Although she is as stupid as her sister, she has a strong thirst for knowledge and keeps asking questions. Say it, say it. Her big eyes were full of doubts, and she shook Zhou Ling's arm. Now it was his turn to be speechless. This. I can't show it to you, right? What? What show? What are you talking about? I just can't understand you. Lin Wen was even more confused. Now Zhou Ling was completely convinced and regretted it deeply. Why did he bring up this topic? Lin Xin, who was standing by, saw that the two of them were chatting animatedly even though they didn't really know each other. Although she didn't say it, she still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart for some reason. But with her personality, she wouldn't say it directly, she just kept it to herself. Too lazy to argue with Lin Wen, Zhou Ling went to the man who gave him the map and transferred him 100,000 yuan on the spot. I mean what I say. Just treat it as pocket money, just a mere 100,000 yuan. Zhou Ling looked indifferent. Everyone was a little surprised. Although they had some money, it was impossible for them to just give away 100,000 yuan. But to him, 100,000 is just pocket money? Is this a case of having money but nowhere to spend it? The man who received the 100,000 yuan was also very confused. 100,000 yuan was not a small amount of money for him. But he never thought that he would earn 100,000 yuan just by giving away a map? How rich is this guy? What evil rich people? Just when Zhou Ling was about to leave, a person who had been hiding in the darkness for a long time walked out. Ha, a master like you is leaving like this. Don't you think it's a pity? Do you have the courage to run with me? The man was wearing a hooded sweatshirt that was oversized and had the hood deeply covering his features. The only impression it gives people is mystery. Moreover, his tone was relaxed, revealing strong confidence. It was as if even after seeing Zhou Ling's driving skills with his own eyes, he still didn't take it seriously. His frivolous and arrogant words also attracted the dissatisfied looks of the crowd. Who is this stranger? How dare he speak in such a tone in front of the god of cars? How could he be qualified to challenge the god of cars? Under the hostile gazes of many people, the man came to the middle and exposed himself to the crowd. Then he slowly took off his hat, revealing a thin face. He had a pair of narrow and cold eyes, and there was always a scornful smile on the corners of his mouth, which made people extremely uncomfortable. However, the moment it saw him, the black snake was struck by lightning and its eyes widened in shock. He screamed, "It's you? It's actually you?" Chapter 57, No one in the world can humiliate me. This man's appearance shocked Black Snake. His exaggerated reaction made everyone curious and confused, and all eyes were focused on this man. Feeling countless gazes converging on him, this person remained calm, with a scornful smile on his lips. It seemed as if all reactions from the outside world could not affect him. Who is he? Is he famous? Can he make Black Snake so exaggerated? Although Black Snake's character is a bit bad, he is very powerful. Even he can't believe it. Could this person really be a big shot? No way. I've been hanging around in Akina Mountain for almost a year, and I've never seen this person before? Everyone started talking about it. Logically speaking, if it was someone of great importance, they should know the truth. But the person in front of me is really a stranger. As everyone's doubts grew, finally, someone suddenly thought of something and was so shocked that his face turned pale. He can't be the driving king of Guangxi province? He shouted in surprise, attracting everyone's attention. When this was said, many experienced people immediately thought of something. A look of shock quickly appeared on his face. It's actually him? Is this true? That should be it. The senior people all muttered to themselves, as if they had lost their souls, with blank eyes. Seeing how exaggerated they were, some people who didn't understand much became extremely anxious and started asking around. What do you mean? Who is he? Do you have to be so exaggerated? If you know, just tell me. Why are you being so secretive? I might chop your head off. Everyone was somewhat dissatisfied. At this time, someone took a deep breath and said solemnly, the driving king of Guangxi province, he always wears a hat and a mask, no one knows what he looks like. So, everyone is used to calling him the king of cars. As for why he is the king of cars, it's very simple. In the past 2 years, he not only dominated Akina Mountain, but all the top players in Guangxi province lost to him. It can be said that wherever he is, everyone else will be eclipsed. He is the only star. It was also him who rudely interrupted Black Snake's winning streak and beat Black Snake into dust with a big score. It is said that after that match, Black Snake was depressed for half a year, and then he slowly recovered. This knowledgeable man told everything he knew in one breath. After hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. It turns out that this person is the famous driving king of Guangxi province? In an instant, everyone looked at him differently. Awe, worship, fear. In front of the Real driving king of Guangxi province, they didn't even dare to breathe. Black Snake took a deep breath, as if recalling the blow he had suffered. He almost gave up racing because he lost to this guy. In front of the king of driving in Guangxi province, he felt like a child, really not worth mentioning. Yes, it's him. This man made me question my life. He's so strong. Black Snake's tone was filled with deep fear. He was still very afraid of this man. The driving king of Guangxi province remained calm and composed as he listened to everyone's exclamations of admiration, and just stared at Zhou Ling. Let me introduce myself first. My last name is Peng. When I was a child, my family made a living by fishing. I was born at a fish feast. To commemorate that fish feast, the king of driving in Guangxi province spoke slowly. Someone immediately responded, "Your name is Peng Yuyan?" Idiot, my name is Peng Fishing. The driving king of Guangxi province couldn't help but curse. Everyone was shocked. Peng Fishing? Is this the real name of the driving king of Guangxi province? What a powerful name, not something most people would choose. Peng Yuyu looked at Zhou Ling and smiled. You are the only one in Guangxi province who is qualified for me to tell you my real name. You are very good. There was always a sense of superiority in his words. It seemed as if Zhou Ling's revealing his real name was a gift to him. So, he was waiting confidently. After receiving praise and recognition from the driving king of Guangxi province, this kid must be very excited, right? However, Zhou Ling did not react at all, even a little cold. Oh, is there something wrong? Seeing this reaction, Peng Yuyu frowned. This was totally different from what he expected. This boy is a bit arrogant. You are quite capable, so I will give you a chance to compete with me. I advise you to cherish this opportunity. Peng Yuyu reminded proudly. Racing against the racing king of Guangxi province is an opportunity not everyone can have. I believe that no matter who you are, you will be excited when you encounter this supreme honor. However, Zhou Ling's eyes became more and more strange, and he even suspected that this guy was crazy. What's the point of I advise you to cherish the opportunity? Is this thing valuable? In his eyes, everything Peng Yuyu said and did was ridiculous. Who do you think you are? You dare to say you'll give me a chance? Is that the chance you can give me? Zhou Ling teased with disdain. Doesn't this person have a very good opinion of himself? Still the driving king of Guangxi province? So what? In his eyes, am I not just one of the millions of ants? But his words, like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, struck everyone's heart hard. What the hell, what did I hear? He actually called Peng Yuyu a nobody? As expected of a male god, he is so fierce. He can even fight against the driving king of Guangxi province. 666, the male god is so handsome. If it were someone else, they would definitely not be able to remain so calm when facing the racing king of Guangxi province. I don't even have the guts to talk to him in that tone. But the male god is an exception, but only the male god has such confidence. This sentence made Peng Yuyu completely unhappy. He is the racing king of Guangxi province. He has a high status and is full of mystery in the racing circle of Guangxi province. As long as he is mentioned, who dares to disrespect him? But this kid was so bold as to openly despise and humiliate him? How could he swallow this? Good. Not bad, he is worthy of being the man I like, but he has a temper. Peng Yuyu laughed grimly, clenched his fists, and was filled with ruthlessness. Zhou Ling is the first one who dares to offend him like this. If you showed up just to tell me this crap, then you can go away. Zhou Ling felt bored and prepared to get in the car and leave. Perhaps, the driving king of Guangxi province is very famous to others. But Zhou Ling has such a big vision. How could a mere racing driver be worthy of his attention? So handsome. My idol is so handsome. I like this kind of domineering guy. What do you mean your idol? He's obviously mine. Hatuwei. You have no shame. Several girls almost got into a fight because of Zhou Ling's turned back. If the person next to me hadn't pulled me back, I would have probably scratched myself with my fingernails.
Pang Yuyu's face turned completely pale. He had never met anyone who dared to disrespect him like this. This person is too arrogant. If I don't punish him, I will never be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Are you scared? You good-looking but useless dog, if you're scared, just get out of here. You're nothing in front of me. Pang Yuyu pointed at Zhou Ling's back, laughed wildly and arrogantly, and mocked him unscrupulously. Finally, after hearing his words, Zhou Ling stopped immediately. Seeing this, Pang Yuyu showed joy. The smile contained 3 parts of disdain, 3 parts of contempt, 2 parts of arrogance, 1 part of secret joy, and 1 part of cunning. As expected, no matter how arrogant a person is, he still can't resist being provoked. However, he was so busy enjoying himself that he didn't notice that Zhou Ling's gaze had become extremely dangerous. How dare you, an ant-like thing, speak disrespectfully to me? Zhou Ling's tone was grim, and then his figure flashed and appeared in front of Pang Yuyu very abruptly. Pang Yuyu was still feeling smug, but before he could say anything, a large hand like a clamp had already gripped his neck tightly and lifted his body up. This scene scared everyone. Zhou Ling actually attacked Pang Yuyu? He did it without hesitation. Isn't this too cruel? That murderous look, like that of a ferocious beast that wants to eat people, makes people tremble. The most important thing is that he actually lifted up an adult man with one hand. And looking at him, he seems very relaxed. Everyone was horrified. What kind of strange power was this? This person is too terrifying. In addition to possessing superb driving skills and abundant assets, he also has an extremely strong body? Ahem, I. Pang Yuyu's face was blue and purple, and his whole body was swaying in the air, as if he would die at any time. He felt as if he was bitten on the neck by a prehistoric beast. Just a casual move could cost you your life. This is a real death crisis. He could never have imagined that he just wanted to use provocation to get the other party to agree to race. Now it brings disaster upon himself? He had no doubt that this man, who was younger than him, really had the ability to kill him. Chapter 58 Raising the Stakes. At this moment, the status of the so-called driving king of Guangxi province has disappeared. The man in front of him is in control of his life. He suddenly felt infinitely regretful. Why should I be so clever and use provocation to provoke this terrible man? No one around dared to speak. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the entire top of Akina Mountain. Under Zhou Ling's powerful aura, no matter who it was, they could only hold their breath and concentrate. What a horrible person! Every man looking at Zhou Ling felt a fierce murderous aura. They couldn't help but imagine that if they met this man, they would probably be unable to fight back, right? Although the girls didn't say a word, their eyes were full of admiration for Zhou Ling. There is no girl who doesn't like such a domineering and handsome man. He's so strong. It must be very safe to be his girlfriend, right? This is what all the girls think, surprisingly consistent. Zhou Ling's eyes were cold, like an emotionless beast. Those who insult me will never have a good ending, including you. However, you won't accept it if I just crush you to death, right? Having said that, he let go of his hand, and Pang Yuyu fell to the ground, gasping for breath. He lay on the ground and raised his head in confusion, not understanding why the man let him go. Zhou Ling looked down at him and said indifferently, "Want to race with me? Are you ready for despair?" He could have solved the problem violently, but he didn't. This is because he can completely defeat his opponent in the area where he excels. So, you want to race? Then just lie back and wait for death. Hearing his words, Pang Yuyu's eyes lit up and he quickly got up. Okay, you said it. Don't say I bullied you. Pang Yuyu was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that Zhou Ling fell into the trap in the end. When it comes to racing, he is the best in Guangxi province. This is beyond doubt. Especially on Akina Mountain, who has he ever been afraid of? Make me despair? I'm afraid that you will be the one who despairs in the end. You don't understand how strong I am. Pang Yuyu laughed grimly. Just now, Zhou Ling made him lose face in the face, and now, he wants to save face by racing. There has to be some stakes in the competition. If I lose, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you. If you lose, you kneel down and kowtow to you. Pang Yuyu was extremely confident and imposing, and did not look at all like he did just now when he was almost crushed to death by Zhou Ling. When they heard the bet, everyone's heartbeat slowed down. Although it wasn't a monetary bet, both men were well-known figures with a lot of pride in their hearts. Make them kneel down and kowtow in public? Isn't this more painful than killing them? How cruel. Pan Yu clearly wants to make the male god kneel down. How sinister. This is his strongest area, of course he won't let go of this opportunity. The male god is in danger. Pan Yu is the driving king of Guangxi province. His skills are superb. No one knows how strong he is now. Everyone knew the purpose of his making this bet, so they couldn't help but worry about Zhou Ling. Compared with everyone's anxious faces, Zhou Ling was much calmer. That's all? How about adding a little more? Let's bet on our respective cars. Zhou Ling added the bet nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. They all thought they had heard it wrong and looked at each other in confusion. Are you kidding? The man's car is a Pagani. Even though it has never been modified, the market price is still extremely scary. Pan Yu's car is probably worth 8 or 9 million, and it has been carefully modified. The total price is at least 15 million. What a big gamble. This time I'm in for a treat. Everyone was talking about it at once. The stakes were so high that it was rare. Moreover, the two competitors in the competition are, one is a male god who can drift perfectly, and the other is the invincible car king who dominates Guangxi province. Both of them are top masters, it's hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker. It goes without saying that this will definitely be an unprecedented decisive battle. Ha, since you are so anxious to give me your beloved car, I will be disrespectful to refuse. Pan Yu's eyes lit up, he had been eyeing this Pagani for a long time. But he couldn't afford it. Now, he felt that Zhou Ling had come to him on his own initiative, so how could he refuse? As he said this, he couldn't wait to get in the car and devote his full attention to the race. On the other hand, Zhou Ling looked relaxed, as if he was just shopping, and he didn't seem to be planning to drive the Pagani. Brother, can you lend me your car? He came to the person who had given him the map before. Ah. My car is an Audi A8, not a sports car at all. How can an ordinary car be compared with a modified professional sports car? You don't even have to think about it to know that you're going to lose. Audi? It's okay. It's easy to beat him. Zhou Ling didn't think there was any problem. Helpless, the man had to throw away the car keys. Zhou Ling got in the car, and Linwen couldn't wait to get in. What are you doing here? Zhou Ling glanced at her. Linwen was stunned for a moment, and then she made up a story. I'm here to cheer you up. Encouragement from twins will bring you great luck. She waved her little pink fist exaggeratedly, as if she was afraid that Zhou Ling wouldn't believe her. It's up to you. Zhou Ling was too lazy to care about her and reminded her to fasten her seatbelt. There are thousands of roads, but safety comes first. Don't wear a seatbelt, Suona will accompany you. At the top of Akina Mountain, two cars stood side by side. One is the Audi A8, which is a luxury car and is very expensive. However, compared with the dark gray Lamborghini S next to it, it is far inferior. The overall dark gray Lamborghini Bulls S is tightly attached to the ground, like a ferocious beast that will pounce at any time. After the transformation, the sound is even more domineering. Boom boom. The sound tore through the silence, and after the countdown ended, the Lamborghini suddenly flew out. Everyone cheered excitedly, looking forward to how this wonderful game would be presented. However, they immediately noticed something was wrong. Because. How can an Audi be so quiet? Does this scene seem familiar? I'm speechless. It hasn't even started yet? Isn't that too exaggerated? Is the classic scene just now going to happen again? Let him run again? The male god is too confident. But this time his opponent is the driving king of Guangxi province, Pan Yu. Looking at the extremely quiet Audi car, everyone's hearts were filled with shock. It was like this when we fought Black Snake just now, and is it the same when we fight Pink Fishing now? In the crowd, Black Snake saw this scene and felt extremely hateful. Just now, he was reversed and killed under such circumstances. I feel humiliated when I think about it now. But this time, you are facing the invincible racing king of Guangxi province. Don't even think about letting him run away. Even if you run together, you will definitely lose. Besides, you drive an Audi and he drives a Lamborghini, so you were doomed to lose from the start. Black Snake's face was distorted and his heart was extremely excited. He wished he could see Zhou Ling being tortured right now. Only in this way can he relieve the hatred in his heart. You're doomed to fail. The black snake in the darkness seemed to be crazy, roaring wildly in its heart,
and its eyes were as ferocious as a wild beast. While they were all shocked by Zhou Ling's actions, two people on a hill in the distance were observing every move here. They are two girls, wearing little leather jackets, looking very cool. If anyone is here, they will definitely recognize that the girl with dreadlocks is the world-famous driving king of Yun Province, Jiang Qingru. That's right, the driving king of Yunnan Province is a weak woman.
Qingru, what's that Audi doing? Is it stalled? Next to Jiang Qingru, the driving king of Yunnan Province, this girl with a gentle appearance but a somewhat arrogant temperament couldn't help but sneer.
Although she doesn't know how to race, she has been following Jiang Qingru for a long time and will learn from her. At least this is the first time I've seen an Audi car stall due to shock. Jiang Qingru adjusted the telescope and felt something was wrong. If it's just stalled, this long time is enough to start it. She shook her head lightly, her eyes full of confusion. They had just arrived and didn't know what had happened before. So I can't understand it at all. Xiaoyan, I suspect he did it on purpose. Jiang Qingru's tone became a little serious. The girl named Xiaoyan was startled and cried out in disbelief. You mean, he let her run away on purpose? Jiang Qingru nodded, but then shook her head. Because she also didn't understand the situation. But no matter what, Audi is bound to lose. Pang Yuyu is top-notch in both cars and technology. He will not lose. Jiang Qingru said seriously. Although she didn't like people like Pang Yuyu who had a gloomy temperament. But we have to admit that as the driving king of Guangxi Province, Pang Yuyu is really strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't have run from Yunnan Province to Guangxi Province to look for someone. Thinking of the reason why she came here, Jiang Qingru frowned. I hope Pang Yuyu's driving skills will not disappoint me. Chapter 59, I will still torture you. They kept watching, but after 10 minutes, the Audi didn't move. This made them more and more suspicious. Could the car really have broken down? It's been so long, Pang Yuyu has already been far ahead. Even if the world champion comes, he can't win back. Jiang Qingru kept shaking her head and was not optimistic about the Audi car at all. She is a very professional, so she will definitely not make mistakes. Not to mention that the Lamborghini that Pang Yuyu drives is a carefully modified one. Xiaoyan next to her couldn't help but sneer. She crossed her arms over her chest, revealing deep wrinkles that were so white. What on earth is he trying to do? Is it because he knows he can't outrun the opponent and is just trying to act mysterious to attract attention? Jiang Qingru couldn't figure it out. She rubbed her temples. She would feel very uncomfortable if she didn't find the truth. Xiaoyan, however, looked nonchalant. Hey, why do you care about him? We are only here to observe Pang Yuyu's driving skills. Hearing her say this, Jiang Qingru nodded and simply didn't bother to pay attention to the Audi car. On the big screen, you can see Pang Yuyu's Lamborghini speeding on the road to Aquina Mountain. It is like the king of the dark night, declaring that the entire Aquina Mountain belongs to it. Wow! This drift is pretty cool. I have to say, although Pang Yuyu's character is average, his driving skills are unmatched. This car is going terribly fast. Watching Lamborghini's performance on the big screen, everyone exclaimed from time to time. Gradually, they only paid attention to Lamborghini and no longer cared about Audi cars. At this time, Linwen in the car also experienced the same mood as her sister just now. What are you waiting for? Drive quickly. You are doomed to fail. Linwen was extremely impatient, but Zhou Ling refused to take any action. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. I'm not in a hurry, why are you in a hurry? Zhou Ling said with a smile. Linwen felt that she was really defeated by this man. At this time, he was still so relaxed. Otherwise, let's change to Pagani? She already used a pleading tone. If you drive an Audi, you are doomed to fail, but if you drive a Pagani, you might still have a chance. After all, the scene where Zhou Ling turned the tide just now was really a classic. But who would have thought that Zhou Ling would just shake his head and smile, saying nonchalantly, does it take so much trouble to beat that rubbish? Hearing this, Linwen almost fainted from anger. It's already this time, and you're still talking big like this? You haven't completely given up, have you? Hey, there are spicy strips? Would you like one? Zhou Ling found an unopened spicy strip in the car. No, huh? Linwen was so angry that she crossed her arms over her chest and didn't even look at him. Even if the taste of spicy strips makes her drool, she will never give in. Oh, my dear brother, please hurry up. If you keep dragging it out like this, it would be better for you to give me a quick shot.
Lin Wen has completely lost her patience. If he wasn't handsome, I would have beaten him up long ago. After eating the spicy noodles, Zhou Ling started the car, put his hands on the steering wheel, and then sizzle, boom boom boom. The next moment, an Audi car flew out. The sudden loud noise scared everyone, but everyone was very excited to see Zhou Ling finally take action. What a pity, no matter what, I can't catch up with Lamborghini. If it's Pagani, there's still a chance. Don't forget, the opponent is from the Gui province, and once swept through Yuecheng, Guicheng, and Lucheng without a rival. Even if the male god drives a Pagani, he is no match for him, right? Everyone fell silent. Emotionally, they support Zhou Ling. But the reality is cold. It's impossible to win this game. Alas, it's all my fault, my male god. He's too arrogant and insisted on letting me run first. He is too confident. This will only hurt himself. TSK, if he loses, not only will he have to kneel down and kowtow, he will also have to pay with a car. Thinking about the huge price to pay, everyone felt it was not worth it. He clearly had a chance to win, but unfortunately he gave up. In another pavilion on the top of a mountain, Jiang Qingru perked up. Huh? That Audi has started. Come on Qingru, you are still paying attention to that broken car? What on earth attracted you to it? Xiaoyan found it hard to understand. Jiang Qingru couldn't explain why, she just instinctively felt that the car should be extraordinary. Especially when she saw the Audi's straight-line speed, even she was surprised. So fast. Jiang Qingru opened her moist and tender red lips slightly and let out a cry of surprise. This kind of straight-line acceleration is hard to achieve even if she drives this Audi. Could it be that the person driving the Audi is really a mysterious master? So what if it's faster? Still want to turn the tables? Is it possible? Xiaoyan sneered at the side, as if she saw through everything. Soon, the car came to the first big turn. Seeing this, all the people who were originally only watching pink fishing looked over here. Just now, Zhou Ling demonstrated perfect drifting here for the first time. In the crowd, Lin Xian also stared carefully with her eyes wide open. She had closed her eyes in the car just now, but this time she was determined to see clearly. In the Audi, Zhou Ling said with a sly smile, "Are you ready?" What do you mean? Lin Wen felt a little uneasy. Hey, from now on, open your throat and scream loudly. Zhou Ling whispered something, then immediately controlled the car and drifted around the corner. The car body almost turned sideways, and the sound of the tires rubbing against the ground was deafening. It seems like it will break through the fence at the next moment. But this is where the thrill lies. No matter how the car drifts, it will never exceed that distance. The distance between the rear of the car and the fence is almost precisely controlled at 1 meter. Ah! Before Lin Wen understood what it meant, the huge centrifugal force made her scream in horror. If it weren't for the seatbelt, she wondered if she would have been hit to death by the windshield. Perfect drift. Another perfect drift. In front of the big screen, everyone's blood was boiling and they screamed in surprise. Even if you have seen it once, you still can't help but scream when you watch it a second time. It's so wonderful, the arc and speed of the drift are controlled with incredible precision. It is indeed a perfect drift. Even Jiang Qingru, the driving king of Yun province, couldn't help but scream. Ah! This drift is too perfect. I have never seen such a perfect drift. How did he do it? In Yun province, she is the king of cars. But she asked herself, she really couldn't be so precise. The driver's control over the car is so precise that it is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. Xiaoyan also saw it and was shocked, but her expression did not look good. Because the better Audi performed, the more it proved that her previous judgment was wrong. She hated the feeling of being denied. So, she has no good feelings towards Audi. Humph, it's just luck. I don't believe anyone can really do this. Xiaoyan snorted unconvincedly, her eyes full of coldness. Don't jump to conclusions, just keep watching. Jiang Qingru said lightly. She was now attracted by the Audi car. The Audi was running wildly on the mountain road, and it didn't slow down at all whether it was a straight line or a curve. It seemed like this was child's play for him. Ah! Good brother. Good father. Stop it now. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. You're too fast. The force is too terrible. No, it's going to be lost.
But Lin Wen on the side looked like she was about to die and kept screaming strangely, which made Zhou Ling quite helpless. Why are you just like your sister? You urge me to move, but then you ask me to stop. What do you need to do to feel comfortable? Zhou Ling sighed, gripped the steering wheel with his right hand, and supported his head with his left hand against the car window, looking extremely casual. This is only a part of his strength. If he uses his full strength, wouldn't he scare you to death? Under his control, the car caught up with the Lamborghini at an unimaginable speed. At this time, Peng Yuyu was leading the way. He was extremely confident that he was the champion. Stupid thing, you could drive a Pagani, but you insisted on driving an Audi. You could compete fairly, but you insisted on giving in to me. Now, are you going to kill yourself? Peng Yuyu laughed triumphantly. He is not stupid and he will not let Zhou Ling win just because he is asked to do so. On the contrary, he would not miss any opportunity. Even if the victory is unfair, it is still a victory. The Pagani is mine. And you have to kneel down and apologize to me too. Peng Yuyu's look became more ferocious and sinister, and he wanted to humiliate Zhou Ling severely. He wants revenge. Just as he was imagining how to step on Zhou Ling under his feet, he vaguely heard some sound from behind. Like, a car is overtaking us? Impossible? He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw that the mountain road behind was still pitch black. Haha, I must have been hallucinating. I was the only car on the road, and the Audi couldn't possibly catch up with me, so how could another car appear? Peng Yuyu smiled easily. However, just as he finished his words, two strong lights tore through the darkness behind, and an Audi car caught up. What? How is that possible? At this moment, Peng Yuyu was so frightened that he almost slammed on the brakes, as if he had seen a ghost. Weather Vane remarks, update notification. Starting today, there will be 3 updates a day for a week. I'll try my best. I'm going to vomit blood. The editor notified me that my book was recommended on Weather Vane. I would like to thank the editor for his appreciation and for recommending many new books. This let me know that many book lovers still like to read my books. Of course, there are also many friends who criticize me. But it doesn't matter, this is normal. After all, even someone as handsome, beautiful, cool and hardworking as me is not absolutely perfect. Also, this book has started to compete, to put it bluntly, it has started to fight with other books, and I don't want to lose. Therefore, I hope you can lend me some vitality, and condense the vitality bomb to clear the obstacles. Please. If you have recommendation votes, please vote for it. Thank you. Chapter 60, Superb, Update 1. What is that? Peng Yuyu screamed in extreme fear. Originally, there was only one car on this quiet mountain road, but now there was suddenly one more. How could this scene not be weird? When he saw the car clearly, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. Impossible. How did he do that? He was clearly driving an Audi. Peng Yuyu's face was extremely distorted due to anger and fear. He would never believe it, that the Audi that was far behind him actually caught up with him? But he was driving a Lamborghini. Moreover, he has top-notch skills. Leading by more than 10 minutes again. With all the advantages he has, shouldn't he be caught up? However, the scene before him was obviously not an illusion. In the back, in the Audi, Lin Wen was so excited that she could hardly control herself. I really caught up with you, you are such a great man. Awesome. Sitting in the car and witnessing a miracle happen with your own eyes, the impact and shock of this kind of impact cannot be compared to watching it on a big screen. She thought there was no hope, but he actually caught up? It's just a small thing, what's there to be happy about? In response to this, Zhou Ling was very calm. It was just catching up. Was it that difficult? Lin Wen had nothing to say, but was still excited. No wonder her idol was so arrogant and confident. It turns out that he is really amazing. No wonder my legs went weak when I got out of your car. You're so awesome, I'd probably feel weak too. Experiencing this extreme speed, Lin Wen felt nervous and excited. But to Zhou Ling, why did her words sound a little weird? When the Audi caught up with the Lamborghini, deafening cheers immediately broke out on the top of Akina Mountain. They had been holding their breath and concentrating their energy just now, and at this moment, they can finally shout. Oh my god, you can catch up with me like this? It's a miracle, right? I can't imagine that there are people in the world who can do such a thing. I've decided. I'm going to recognize him as the boss. If anyone tries to stop me, I'll break his legs. Everyone was noisy and all immersed in the shock brought by Zhou Ling. Everything along the way was recorded clearly by the 360-degree camera. Every move of the Audi car is so thrilling that it can scare people to the point of heart-stopping.
But it is safe and sound. What does this mean?
It means that the driver's driving skills have reached perfection.
With this kind of technology, why worry about not being able to dominate the country?
However, some are happy while others are sad. In the dark corner, the black snake, who thought he had won, gnashed his teeth in hatred when he saw Zhou Ling catching up with Pang Yuyu.
Why is this happening again? How on earth did he do it? Die, die, die. Black Snake has gone crazy.
He has only one thought in his mind, which is to use Pang Yuyu to avenge himself.
So, he didn't want to see Zhou Ling win. It's okay, it's okay. There's still a chance.
He's not called the driving king of Guangxi for nothing. Besides, that guy hasn't used his best skills yet. After growling for a long time, he nervously comforted himself. Among the people present, he was the only one who had fought with Pang Yuyu. Therefore, he knew very well that Pang Yuyu had not yet used his full strength.
It is still unknown who will win.
Zhang Qingru also saw this scene in the pavilion on another mountain.
Oh my god. I really caught up. It's a miracle. It's definitely a miracle.
Zhang Qingru's face was filled with shock. Although she couldn't see clearly on the big screen through the telescope, she was still concentrating.
That's impossible. Wasn't he so far behind? Did he cheat?
Xiaoyan jumped over in surprise, and she also opened the telescope and started looking around. When she saw the two cars were already one in front and one behind, she could hardly breathe.
Something that seemed impossible to her actually happened?
Zhang Qingru shook her head seriously and said, "I've been watching, he can't be cheating. Every acceleration and cornering he makes is perfect, and his control is so precise it's terrifying. He has the best of the best." She was so shocked that her heart was pounding and she regretted not going to watch it in person.
Xiaoyan looked at it for a while, then immediately frowned, very unconvinced. So what? Pang Yuyu is still suppressing him.
Hearing her words, Zhang Qingru shook her head helplessly, but didn't say anything more. Xiaoyan became even angrier when she saw that Zhang Qingru seemed disappointed in her, but she blamed all the faults on Zhou Ling. If the Audi owner hadn't performed so well, Qingru wouldn't have been disappointed in her.
The two cars, one in front and one behind, immediately entered the area of 18 turns.
Pang Yuyu realized the seriousness of the situation, so he did not give Zhou Ling any chance to overtake, and he kept ahead every time he drifted.
Let's see what you can do.
Once we pass the 18 turns, you won't be able to catch up with my straight-line acceleration. That's his tactic. The performance of the cars is so far behind.
In terms of straight-line acceleration, Audi can't catch up with Lamborghini even if it tries hard. So, he still wins.
Seeing that Audi was unable to surpass its predecessor, everyone was very anxious. I have to say that Pang is so experienced in fishing that he doesn't give Zhou Ling any chance. Of course, Audi is also exceptionally good. Although it was impossible to overtake, every time Lamborghini turned a corner, it became nervous and almost made a mistake. In a blink of an eye, 10 of the 18 bends had been passed. There are 8 turns left. If Zhou Ling still can't overtake, then he will have no chance at all.
Success or failure depends on the next turn.
Zhang Qingru stared at it without blinking, and didn't care even though her eyes were dry. As a professional driver, her analysis is so accurate. She could see at a glance that if Audi wanted to win, it could only rely on the corners.
Once you reach the straight line, you're done.
After all, no matter how good your driving skills are, it still depends on the performance of the car. Here it comes. Her pupils shrank and she watched attentively again.
The 11th turn is about to appear.
Inside the Lamborghini, Pang Yuyu also knew what to do, so he was not panicked at all. Looking at the Audi in the rearview mirror, Pang Yuyu began to show his true strength. Under his control, the car drifted closely along the inner circle at a very fast speed. Seeing the scene, everyone hugged their heads in shock.
Am I seeing this correctly? Is this the legendary drainage ditch bend?
This is the specialty of the Guangxi provincial car king. I didn't expect that the male god would push Pang Yuyu to this point.
Using the drainage canal can greatly improve efficiency, this is his special skill. Everyone exclaimed in amazement at Pang's superb fishing skills.
This technology is so much better than Black Snake.
The male god is in danger.
Under this circumstance, it is absolutely impossible to surpass it. Everyone also understood that Pang Yuyu had used his special skills, so Zhou Ling should have no chance. This kind of cornering technique was highly praised by Jiang Qingru, the driving champion of Lianyun province. When it comes to cornering, she may not be as good as Pang Yuyu. However, she still kept her eyes on the Audi. Because she always felt that something very interesting might happen next. In the Lamborghini, Pang Yuyu was extremely proud. This was his specialty. How could the car behind him catch up? However, just when he was feeling proud of himself, the Audi suddenly accelerated. Hiss. The sound of tires rubbing against the ground is endless. At this extreme speed, Audi not only did not slow down, but instead raised the speed to the limit. If an ordinary person drives the car will definitely be destroyed and people will die because of the lack of control. However, the Audi car displayed perfect drift and overtook from the outside at a faster speed. Impossible. Pang Yuyu's face was distorted with anger and he immediately lost his composure. He stepped on the accelerator and wanted to catch up. But he couldn't control this speed at all. The Lamborghini collided violently with the mountain, and if one was not careful, the car could be destroyed and people could die. Audi took advantage of this opportunity and disappeared into the darkness ahead. At the top of Akina Mountain, everyone was staring at the mountain road. Soon, an Audi with smoke coming out of its wheels appeared and slowly stopped. It appeared. It was indeed Audi. The male god has returned victoriously again. It's like a dream. I fell behind so much, but I still caught up. Is this still a car? It's clearly a plane. Everyone was stunned with shock. Tonight, Zhou Ling brought them too many shocks, miracles happened one after another, and their hearts could hardly bear it. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhou Ling slowly got off the bike. However, he looked calm. To him, it was just a small task and not worth mentioning. Lin Wen's legs were weak when she got off the car, but it was worth it because she had experienced Zhou Ling's power. She looked at her sister Lin Xin excitedly with a look that said, "I understand you." This man is so powerful that he made them unable to stand straight when they got off the bus. You really know how to drive. They waited for nearly 3 minutes, and the Lamborghini, which was covered with traces of collisions and scratches, finally staggered back to the top of the mountain. Chapter 61 No One Can Fool Me. Second update. The Lamborghini just now was full of vigor and vitality. Today's Lamborghini is as dilapidated as an old dog. Everyone was silent, but the awe in their eyes was clearly gone. No matter how arrogant and majestic you were before, people will only remember that you are a loser now. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. No one cares about a miserable loser. After getting out of the Lamborghini, Pang Yuyu looked as pale as death. The drainage ditch bend that he was proud of was invincible. Once used in a bend, you can basically dominate the road. So, he has always been very confident. Even after seeing the Audi car catching up with them, they were only shocked and panicked for a short while. Still don't take Zhou Ling seriously. However, facing the curve, Zhou Ling not only did not slow down, but stepped on the accelerator and overtook it with a perfect drift. He was so panicked that he finally lost control of the Lamborghini and almost died in the car crash. This time, even though he was extremely unwilling, he had to admit that this man's driving skills were far beyond his own. Who are you? Are you from abroad? Pang Yuyu had disheveled hair and looked extremely depressed. He knew all the famous domestic drivers, but the man in front of him was very unfamiliar. With such superb driving skills, he can only be a driving god-level person who returned from abroad. Zhou Ling shook his head and denied this statement. I am a nobody when it comes to racing. In fact, today is my first time racing. He didn't lie about that. He was indeed unfamiliar with the racing circle and this was his first time racing officially. In fact, he wouldn't have come here if the system didn't require him to sign in. Upon hearing his words, Pang Yuyu's face turned pale immediately, and he lost all his strength, as if he was in utter despair. No, you're lying to me. With your skills, you definitely can't be a novice. You're deliberately provoking me. Pang Yuyu roared in despair. If he loses to a big shot in the circle, he will have nothing to say. But Zhou Ling said that he was just a newcomer and it was his first time racing, which broke his heart. I fought so hard, but in the end I lost to a newcomer? You're lying to me. I'm the driving champion of Guangxi province. There's no way a mere newcomer can beat me. Pang Yuyu talked to himself like a madman, sitting on the ground and pulling his hair.
Zhou Ling was too lazy to explain because he didn't want to explain. The people around were also stunned, and then there was an uproar. They also felt unbelievable, and were so stimulated that their breathing fluctuated violently. Some people almost lost their minds because this was completely beyond their understanding. They all stared at Zhou Ling in horror, not daring to believe that what he said was true. The one who defeated the racing king of Guangxi province with perfect drift was actually a newbie in the circle? If Zhou Ling's expression didn't look like he was lying, they would have even had the urge to hit him. Angry. So angry. The key is that it is too discouraging. Wow, Mom, I want to go home. A big man knelt on the ground and cried sadly. We all feel the same way and can relate to the situation. Don't act crazy in front of me, kneel down and kowtow. Zhou Ling ordered coldly. He said that he would crush his opponent in the area where he excelled. Moreover, the bet was proposed by the other party. In this case, we cannot break the contract. Make me kneel down? No way. No one can make me kneel down. Pang Yuyu's eyes were bloodshot, and it seemed that he had suffered a great blow. He held his head high, like an unyielding beast, making his final dying struggle. Hearing this, Zhou Ling's eyes suddenly turned cold. No one dares to play tricks in front of me, Master Ling. I'll give you one last chance, do you want to kneel or not? He roared, and his majestic aura shocked the whole audience, making everyone silent. Hearing the growl, Pang Yuyu almost knelt down, but his anger and resentment did not allow him to kneel down. Hey, I lost, but I won't kneel. What can you do to me? His face was ferocious and he laughed fearlessly. He was sure that Zhou Ling couldn't do anything to him. But he didn't know that he had provoked a ferocious beast that could devour people at any time. Looking at the other party's smug face, Zhou Ling's eyes became colder. He has already given the other party the opportunity. If the other party does not cherish it, then it is not his fault. How dare a mere ant challenge a real dragon? He let out a light sigh, exerted force on his feet, and rushed out like a leopard. Bang! He punched Peng Yuyu in the chest with such a huge force that he flew 3 meters away. This action was so fast that no one could react. Peng Yuyu only felt a pain in his chest, his eyes went dark, and he almost fainted. Today I will take away your legs as a punishment. Zhou Ling's voice was very distant, like a soul-snatching demon from hell. He raised his right foot and swept towards Peng Yuyu's legs without blinking. No! I'll kneel down right now. Peng Yuyu was so frightened that his heart and liver were broken, and his screams were as miserable as they could be. He begged for mercy frantically, begging Zhou Ling to give him a chance to kneel down and apologize. Unfortunately, it's too late. Zhou Ling kicked out with his leg, and the terrifying force contained in it unceremoniously crippled the opponent's legs. With his current strength, it is easy to do this. Accompanied by the tooth-grinding sound of broken bones, Peng Yuyu's tragic screams instantly pierced the sky, making people's scalps numb. After doing all this, Zhou Ling looked relaxed, as if it had nothing to do with him. He took the key of the Lamborghini and threw it to the sisters Lin Xin and Lin Wen. He got into the Pagani alone and drove away. What was left behind was Peng Yuyu, who was screaming madly. There were also horrified onlookers. They would never believe it, Zhou Ling actually killed Peng Yuyu? This man who is like a god or devil is so scary. If heaven had not given birth to Master Ling, the world would have been dark forever. No one can match this kind of courage. Everyone was filled with shock, and Zhou Ling's back seemed to be deeply imprinted in their hearts. Such a domineering, powerful and intimidating man is probably the only one in the world? When everyone was deeply immersed in the shock brought by Zhou Ling, in the corner, the black snake, seeing the situation was not good, quietly slipped away. He looked panic-stricken and extremely scared. Nonsense, even Peng Yuyu was destroyed by that man, so what is he? Even though Zhou Ling had left, he still didn't dare to show up again because he was so scared. The sisters Lin Xin and Lin Wen got Peng Yuyu's Lamborghini. Such a valuable trophy, and he didn't even take a look at it? Lin Xin covered her cherry lips, feeling incredible and a little doubtful whether this was true. Even though this Lamborghini has a lot of scratches, it can still be sold for millions. Peng Yuyu used the best parts to modify it, so it is still very valuable. But the man threw the key to her without even looking at it. That disdainful attitude made it seem like he looked down upon the car at all. Sister, we made a lot of money. Lin Wen's hands were shaking with excitement. Such an expensive car is something they will never be able to buy in their lifetime. In fact,
They didn't know that Zhou Ling just threw the keys to them because he was worried that they didn't have a car to go home. As for whether the car is valuable or not, does it matter? No matter how much money you have, can it be as much as him? Jiang Qingru and Xiaoyan came here in a hurry, and their eyes lit up when they saw the Audi car. Who owns this car? Jiang Qingru asked anxiously. Beauty, this is my car, is there anything wrong? The original owner of the Audi came out, and the two girls with unique dress styles drooled. Is it you? Jiang Qingru couldn't quite believe it. This drooling fool was the god of cars? Yes, it's genuine. The Audi owner nodded happily. Well, okay, come with us right now. I have something to ask of you. Jiang Qingru didn't care anymore and just pulled him away. The Audi owner was so happy that he couldn't speak. Such a beautiful girl actually took the initiative to sign his hand? Woo, Mom, did you see that? I, your son, have made it. A girl is holding my hand. The Audi owner was so moved that he even had a name for his future child in mind. Jiang Qingru didn't know that her unintentional action would cause such a huge impact. All she was thinking about was how to learn to drift perfectly. God of driving, can I learn your driving skills? Jiang Qingru asked expectantly. The Audi owner was stunned. Huh? What? What did you say? His reaction made Jiang Qingru feel a little strange, but she still asked, Drift, your previous drift was perfect. Only then did he realize that there was a misunderstanding. The Audi owner scratched his head embarrassedly and said, Beauty, you misunderstood, I wasn't the one driving just now. Who is that? Jiang Qingru raised her eyebrows slightly. It's the idol. He seems to call himself Mr. Ling? But he has left. The Audi owner answered honestly, but he didn't notice that Jiang Qingru's eyes were becoming more dangerous. In other words, you are not the person I'm looking for? Jiang Qingru was a little angry. Yes, I. The Audi owner wanted to say more, but was knocked to the ground by Jiang Qingru's crotch-kicking kick. You're not the god of cars, but you still want to take advantage of me? You're dreaming. After saying that, Jiang Qingru and Xiaoyan drove away. The Audi owner was left holding his hands in pain, wanting to cry but unable to do so. You didn't tell me earlier. Chapter 62, Strange Falling Frost. Driving down from Makina Mountain, Jiang Qingru wanted to find the driving god, but how could she find him? Mr. Ling, right? Even if I have to search the entire Yuecheng, I will find you. Jiang Qingru gritted her teeth, feeling very unwilling. The purpose of her trip was to find Peng to fish. However, he unexpectedly met a master who was stronger than Peng Yuyu. She was instantly attracted to the master. With such superb driving skills, he is definitely qualified to be the national driving god. Therefore, even if she exhausted all her energy, she had to find the driving god. Tonight's battle at Akina Mountain is destined to be a classic that people will reminisce about for many years. In just 2 games, an unknown newcomer rose rapidly to unprecedented heights. Someone edited the game video and uploaded the most exciting parts to the TikTok short video platform. This platform is the most popular platform at present. If you are not careful, you can create an internet celebrity in an instant. Therefore, countless people here make jokes, do food broadcasts, and make earthy videos, just dreaming of achieving success overnight. However, it is not easy to become an internet celebrity. Countless people have beautiful dreams but can only live in a cruel reality. However, in the early hours of this morning, 2 videos completely detonated the entire platform. Here are 2 videos about racing. The first one is the most popular because it is a competition between a modified car and a fiery red Pagani. In fact, many people don't understand racing, but Pagani can still attract a lot of likes. In the video, the Pagani is extremely agile. Whether it is the domineering straight-line acceleration or the smooth drifting through corners, it makes people feel like appreciating a work of art. Every operation caused exclamations. What a cool car, what great driving skills. It would be great if I could meet the owner. Just think about it. What kind of status does he have? Are you qualified to approach him? The sensible girl has sent a private message. The number of comments soared, and everyone was immersed in Pagani's performance. In the end, Pagani overtook the modified car, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This ending was within their expectations. However, there are some other comments in the comments. These comments all say that Pagani actually started more than 10 minutes after the modified car. In other words, although Pagani was behind by more than 10 minutes, it still won the final victory. Of course, this kind of comment immediately attracted countless ridicules. Everyone was sneering. You're already more than 10 minutes behind and you still want to catch up? What are you bragging about? Do you think we haven't watched the game? That's right, on TV, if you fall behind by just 1 second in those games, you might never catch up. You're pretending to know something and talking nonsense here. These people seem to be omnipotent prophets, criticizing those remarks with a condescending attitude. There is no way, who can blame such remarks for being so brainless? It's even more stupid than those stupid articles on QQ reading. Besides the book sign in to the $1 billion group at the start, it's pretty good. Compared with this video, the second video is not that popular. In this video, there is an Audi and a modified Lamborghini. Lamborghini is very good, but it is far inferior to the first Pagani. Of course, the Audi car's perfect operations also won a lot of praise from the onlookers. I noticed that the styles of the Audi and Pagani are the same. Could they be driven by the same person? It's possible. How about the view downstairs? I guess you are lying on your side on the bed now, with your left foot pressing on your right foot, and your left hand holding your phone. There are all kinds of messed up comments. But what really ignited the hype was a message from a racing professional. The person driving the Lamborghini is the racing king of Guangxi province Peng Fishing. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Compared to the Black Snake, Peng Fishing, the king of cars in Guangxi province, is much more famous. What? That means the car king of Guangxi province drove a Lamborghini and still lost to an Audi? But the problem is, this Audi is too different from the Lamborghini, right? Who is in the Audi? Why is he so awesome? This comment from an industry insider made everyone curious. Who is driving the Audi? He actually has the skills to crush the car king of Guangxi province? As everyone's curiosity grew, this industry insider made another comment. In fact, the person driving the Pagani and the person driving the Audi are the same person. Besides, he started running more than 10 minutes behind. I was there at the time, don't argue, just look at my homepage if you don't believe me. Seeing the message from this industry insider, everyone was ready to criticize him, but they immediately clicked on his homepage. On the homepage is the video shot that night. Although it's blurry, you can still get a rough idea of it. What is recorded here are the behind the scenes that the camera did not record. Including the Audi car pretending to stall, to the excitement of the crowd when the Audi overtook the Lamborghini, to the final victory. These fragmentary videos have basically pieced together a complete story. Everyone gasped. It turns out, it's true. Did the Audi really deliberately hold back for more than 10 minutes before running away? Even so, it still caught up with Lamborghini and won? It's incredible, like a dream. No, even dreams are more real than this. The racing king of Guangxi province lost despite having all the advantages? I guess the other party is not a human, but a god, an absolute driving god. Brother driving god, are you looking for a girlfriend? I'm 1.5 meters tall and I drink drugs very fast. The guy above, I see from your profile that you are a male? Ha, if necessary, I can also be a woman, do you want to try? In a short period of time, the number of comments increased from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, and then to 1 million. Such popular videos are extremely rare in the entire TikTok. Therefore, these two popular videos have become the subject of much discussion. Pagani, Audi, the god of cars. These words have become hot search terms. As for Zhou Ling himself, he had no idea that he had suddenly become an internet sensation. Everyone is guessing his true identity. Unfortunately, no one captured his face because everyone was excitedly surrounding him at that time. Who has time to shoot a video? The next day, he slept in. When I woke up, I saw Luoshuang making breakfast in a maid outfit. Seeing this, Zhou Ling felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. He breathed a sigh of relief after noticing that Lu Mingxi was gone. These two women are very good individually. But once they meet, there's an inexplicable sense of tension, which is really strange. Master, are you awake? The maid Luo Shuang happily came to Zhou Ling and helped him sit down. She is very different today. In addition to not having any airs, this maid outfit is also very eye-catching. The white bib, the short skirt that reaches her thighs, and the tight little dress all show off her perfect figure to the fullest. Luo Shuang, you are very different today. Zhou Ling smiled. Really? As long as the master likes it. Luo Shuang was flattered. However, Zhou Ling immediately shook his head, but you are my employee, not my maid. You don't have to take care of me like this. Besides, I don't like you deliberately pretending to be something else. This is not you. Zhou Ling's tone was flat. The Luo Shuang he knew was stunning and arrogant. She would never deliberately lower herself to please someone. Admittedly, he liked her in a maid outfit, but this was not the original Luo Shuang. Hearing his words, Luo Shuang trembled and her smile became a little bitter. Yes, she was willing to do these things for her boss. However, forcing yourself to pretend to be someone else is really tiring. Zhou Ling's words touched her heart. How attentive, considerate, and gentle does the boss have to be to say this to me? Luo Shuang was so moved that tears were already welling up in her eyes. So, take off your maid outfit and become your true self. That's the most charming you. Zhou Ling smiled with relief. Take it off? Luo Shuang blushed all of a sudden, all the way behind her ears. Yes, be more confident. I like the confident you. Zhou Ling encouraged softly. After hesitating for a while, Luo Shuang thought, since it's the boss's request, then, just do it. Then, she unbuttoned her clothes and unzipped her skirt, and took off her maid outfit in front of Zhou Ling. Chapter 63, Interview with the Female Anchor Update 1. The cute maid outfit quickly slipped off her body. This sudden beauty caught Zhou Ling off guard. He quickly turned his head away, feeling extremely embarrassed. Luo Shuang, why, did you take it off directly? Luo Shuang's face turned red and she crossed her hands in front of her to block it, but she couldn't do anything. Boss, you asked me to take it off. Her tone was somewhat complaining, somewhat joyful, and even somewhat shy. Zhou Ling couldn't help but hold his forehead, feeling helpless. Oh, that's not what I meant. Besides, how can you be empty inside? It's because the maid outfit is too small. If I put on more clothes underneath, I won't be able to fit into it. Luo Shuang was also helpless, as this was not her original intention. It was because there was nothing inside that she blushed when Zhou Ling asked her to take it off. Forget it, put on my clothes first. Zhou Ling hurried back to find his clothes. He also found it funny looking at the few clothes left in the closet. Lu Mingxi wore one, and now Luo Shuang wants to wear another one, so what else should he wear? It's time to go shopping for clothes again. Zhou Ling smiled and shook his head, then stepped back and asked Luo Shuang to put on her clothes before he turned around. However, as soon as I saw her, the snow-white scene just now immediately appeared in my mind. He couldn't help but restore her appearance just now in his mind. Ahem, well, come with me to buy some clothes later. Zhou Ling said. Didn't I just buy it last time? Luo Shuang blinked her big eyes. In front of others, she is a cold and aloof ice goddess, but in front of Zhou Ling, she is more like a little girl. Zhou Ling rolled his eyes at her and complained, You put on my clothes, so I'm gone, right? He. Okay, let's go buy it together. Luo Shuang stuck out her soft pink tongue and smiled mischievously. Somehow, she liked the feeling right now. Maybe it's because, it's a bit like, a young couple living together? I got in my Pagani, went out, had something to eat at the restaurant, and then came to the mall. With Luo Shuang around, he doesn't need to worry about matching clothes. He really believed in her vision. In a short while, they swept through the entire floor and bought nearly 5 million worth of goods. Boss, I'm hungry again. Luo Shuang touched his flat belly, feeling a little embarrassed. Zhou Ling burst out laughing. He had just eaten before going shopping, so why was he hungry again? Okay, let's go to the top floor. There's a nice open-air revolving restaurant there. Luo Shuang nodded happily, then handed the packaging bags in her hand to the accompanying assistant. They were about to go to the top floor, but they didn't know that they were being watched. At this time, a female anchor was doing a live broadcast selling goods. The company she is working with is a well-known luxury watch brand for women. The lowest price of watches of this brand is just over 10,000 yuan. The expensive ones even cost close to 1 million. Ordinary people simply can't afford it. This female anchor's way of selling products is also very direct, which is to interview passers-by. Of course, she wouldn't look for those who look ordinary, she usually looks for those who are richer. Then she chases after the boy and forcibly asks him if he is willing to spend a lot of money to buy a gift for his girlfriend. Generally everyone would say no, and then it's her turn to perform. The female anchor will start to promote arguments such as if he doesn't buy, he doesn't love you, between money and you, he chose money, and in the end, scumbags love money more. Under her attack, no matter how embarrassed a boy is, he has to pay for gifts for his girlfriend. This trick really works every time. Today, she sold hundreds of thousands of items. Now, she has set her sights on the golden boy and girl, Zhou Ling and Luo Shuang. So handsome. Seeing Zhou Ling, the female anchor couldn't help but reveal a crazy look on her face. He was wearing a well-tailored suit with his jacket unbuttoned, which made him look less stiff and more casual. Every move he makes exudes a confident and generous temperament. The key point is, he actually has an accompanying assistant? This kind of person is definitely a rich man. Also, the girl standing next to him is sometimes aloof and sometimes well-behaved. These two completely different styles are perfectly combined in her. After interviewing this couple, the popularity of her live broadcast room definitely increased. Without saying a word, she quickly ran to Zhou Ling and pointed the camera at him. "Handsome boy, I'm the anchor of Guya. My live broadcast room has hundreds of thousands of viewers. Can I interview you?" The female anchor tried hard not to drool, but still showed a crazy face. Zhou Ling didn't like the camera being pointed at him, but when he heard that it was the host of Guya, he naturally didn't care. "Wow! What a handsome guy! The anchor, please get his number and announce it. It would be a shame not to use such excellent genes to sow seeds. I would like to be the first one to be sown by him. Ha-tu-way. He's mine, don't take him away." As the female anchor expected, when a handsome guy appeared, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately went crazy. The popularity skyrocketed, breaking through the 2 million mark. The female anchor cleared her throat and asked, "Handsome guy, are you willing to spend a month's salary to buy a watch for your girlfriend?" "I don't want to." Zhou Ling denied it without even thinking about it. Such a quick answer even made the female anchor dumbfounded. "Can you please think about it? None of the people I interviewed before were like you." In fact, no matter whether Zhou Ling said he was willing or not, she had a way to make him buy it. For example, now, she can interrogate Zhou Ling and use moral blackmail to force him to buy it. After hearing his answer, the comments in the live broadcast room suddenly disappeared for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, even more explosive comments began to appear. "So he's such a rotten man that he's not even willing to pay this little money? Isn't that too unfair to his girlfriend? I unilaterally announced that I have blocked him. How can someone who is reluctant to spend money be qualified to talk about love? What a rubbish! Stingy! Petty! Humph!" Zhou Ling didn't expect that just one sentence from him would attract so much hatred. It's like becoming the public enemy of women. The female anchor also began to secretly show disdain, then organized her words and prepared to interrogate Zhou Ling. "Why? Don't you love her that much? You're not willing to spend even this little money?" The female anchor's tone was aggressive, not giving people a chance to think or breathe. "To put it bluntly, you just don't love her." The female anchor was passionate and righteous, as if she had grasped the ultimate justice. Hearing this, Zhou Ling naturally understood the other party's routine and felt a little unhappy. What kind of watch costs hundreds of millions? Hundreds of millions? Hearing this, the female anchor was stunned. Why is this different from what I thought? Holy shit, how many hundreds of millions does he earn a month? How is that possible? Isn't this too scary? The women in the live broadcast room were stunned for a moment and then started to refresh the screen again. I would like to call him the king of force. This handsome boy is even better than Shen Beixian. Is he going to surpass Li Qiye? But why don't I believe it? Hundreds of millions a month? Do you think it's possible? Anchor, don't be stunned, hurry up and catch up and take a look. The comments from the audience in the live broadcast room were a mess, with all kinds of comments. The female anchor suddenly realized what was going on and found that Zhou Ling had left, so she quickly followed him. At this time, Zhou Ling had already arrived at the Hentaying restaurant. Here, on the top floor of the building, is a well-designed open-air restaurant, which is very unique. It's still afternoon and there's almost no one around. "Sir, how many people are there?" The waitress came over and asked. Her smile was stiff, which was the result of her training. However, when she saw Zhou Ling's face, her stiff smile suddenly turned into one of surprise and obsession. "What a handsome man!" The waitress unconsciously clamped her legs together. Zhou Ling snapped his fingers and said, "This place is mine." "Ah? What?" The waitress didn't quite understand. "I said, I'll book the place tonight, no one is allowed to come in, understand?" Zhou Ling repeated patiently. The waitress was a little panicked because she had never met anyone who wanted to book the entire place. The prices at Hentaying restaurant are very high, and if you want to book the whole place, it would cost at least $1 million.
I can't decide this. Please wait a moment. I'll go find the manager.
As she spoke, the waitress reluctantly turned her eyes away from Zhou Ling and called the manager over.
Hello, sir. May I ask what you would like to see? The fat manager asked respectfully.
But before he could finish, Zhou Ling threw out a card and said, $1 million, is that enough to book the whole place?
Ah.
The manager was confused.
What was going on? He just arrived and this gentleman paid $1 million to book the entire theater?
Seeing that the other party did not move, Zhou Ling said indifferently, $2 million, I'll pay for it, clear the place. After a few seconds, the manager woke up from his dream.
After Zhou Ling paid $2 million, he no longer had any doubts. This is definitely a big deal. $1 million right out of the box? How rich is he?
Thinking of this, the manager regretted it deeply. Oh, if I had known I would have stayed a little longer, maybe he would have added a few million more.
Chapter 64, Being Too Handsome is Really Annoying Part 2.
Since this wealthy man had booked the entire place, the manager instructed the waiters to explain to other customers and give them some compensation if necessary. Some customers expressed their disapproval and joined other customers in hoping that the restaurant could give a reasonable explanation. Everyone, I'm really sorry today, a customer has reserved the entire place, so I'm really sorry. The manager came out in person and continued to explain.
Things like this are indeed troublesome.
Some customers will take the opportunity to make a scene, or deliberately ask for too much in order to extort more compensation. Normally, the manager rarely deals with such matters.
Because, who would be so extravagant as to book the entire restaurant by themselves? Today is different.
That young gentleman not only booked the restaurant, but also spent $2 million.
You know, this is not a month-long package, it's just one night. $2 million a night, how can he solve this problem?
Therefore, no matter how troublesome it is to persuade other customers to leave, he will do it anyway. However, these customers seemed very unconvinced.
We have already booked it, why are you kicking us out?
That's right. We made the reservation 2 days in advance.
How can you kick us out all of a sudden?
They were noisy and refused to leave no matter how the manager tried to persuade them.
It seems like he's staying here and won't leave.
Anyway, even if they stayed, no one could force them to leave.
It seems a bit fearless.
Humph, I want to see which rich man has booked the place. A woman with an elegant posture and a plump figure snorted coldly. A few of these rich ladies and girlfriends made an appointment to get together here today, but they encountered this kind of thing. They simply ignored the compensation offered by the restaurant.
Isn't it just money? Will they be short of money?
The manager looked embarrassed and had no choice but to signal to them with his eyes that the man sitting next to them, drinking tea leisurely, was the rich man.
Sister, I will greet him personally.
The woman snorted arrogantly, twisted her snake-like waist, and walked towards Zhou Ling. She looked to be about 35 years old and was in excellent condition. The skin is moist and smooth without a single wrinkle. Although her figure is not skinny, she has no excess fat and instead has a soft, fleshy feel.
Including some of her girlfriends, they all have such awesome figures.
Some men looked at their backs with fiery eyes.
Hey, are you the little man who threatened to book the entire place? The beautiful woman came up to Zhou Ling and asked him arrogantly.
Several of her rich girlfriends were also furious.
What kind of scenes haven't they seen? Want to get rid of them with money? How ridiculous.
So, they secretly agreed that no matter what Zhou Ling said later, they would just confront him. Zhou Ling calmly took a sip of tea, turned to look at them, and said, "It is indeed me who booked the whole place, but I am not small." The beautiful woman was about to explode, but when she saw Zhou Ling's face clearly, she immediately forgot what she was going to say. There was only amazement and admiration in her eyes. What a handsome little brother. He has three-dimensional facial features, handsome looks, and a confident and generous temperament. Although he is a young man, he does not have any effeminate airs. As a rich man, he is not greasy or frivolous like the rich. Even though she has been in the love field for so many years, this is the first time she has met such a handsome man. What's up?
Seeing that she didn't speak, Zhou Ling asked back. Nothing, I just wanted you to come over and chat, that's all. The weather is really nice today, haha.
When the beautiful woman was looked at by Zhou Ling, she nervously clamped her legs together.
Several girlfriends were stunned and thought that this was not the original plan. What was she doing? When they saw Zhou Ling's face, all their dissatisfaction disappeared. Even started to feel shy and nervous. Hey, little brother, can you add me as a friend? Let's make an appointment when we're free. Get out of the way. I'll add first. Why would it be your turn? What do you mean? Is the sisterhood of many years so unreliable? Don't you know how many years I haven't been moisturized? A few good girlfriends started arguing over who should get Zhou Ling's contact information first. This unexpected turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. Didn't we agree to come and confront people? Didn't we agree to teach this man a lesson? How did it become like this? Later, several men who were seeking justice together completely lost their balance. Why? Just because this guy is handsome, should we let him go? Can being handsome be used to make a living? Ladies, what exactly do you want to do? Zhou Ling frowned impatiently. He wanted to enjoy some peace and quiet, not waste time arguing with them. We want to sleep with you. No, we just want to make friends, is that okay? We sisters love making friends. By the way, you have such a good figure, handsome boy. Do you exercise regularly? We can work out together when we are free. They looked at Zhou Ling with fascination, nervous and shy. I haven't had this kind of girlish mentality for many years. Seeing that they were incomparable, Zhou Ling had no choice but to give a number. After getting the number, the beautiful women were as excited as if they had found a treasure. But they didn't notice that the personal assistant standing not far from Zhou Ling was very surprised. Because, the number the boss reported is his. Could it be that the boss wants him to take the blame? He thought about it awkwardly, then looked at the sisters with sexy bodies, then smiled with relief and happiness. The boss is a nice guy. Hey, didn't you agree to scold this guy to death? What's wrong with you? Do you still have a stand? The men behind were both angry and anxious. They were very unhappy to see that the beauties were fascinated by Zhou Ling's appearance. Shut up, what are you yelling about? The handsome boy has said he wants to book the whole place, why don't you just go away? Get lost, don't even think about causing trouble while we are here. Why don't you just listen to the handsome boy? Why do you have to make yourself uncomfortable? There was no need for Zhou Ling to take action personally, as several beautiful women had already demonstrated their strong fighting ability and left the men speechless. The men looked confused. What was going on? Why are the same people fighting each other? They wanted to say a few more words, but under the kicking and beating of several beautiful sisters, they could only flee in embarrassment. When they left, they turned around and blew Zhou Ling a kiss, and told him not to forget to pass it on to their friends. Zhou Ling had a blank expression on his face, but the personal assistant behind him nodded excitedly. You are really charming, boss. Luo Shuang joked from the side. It was originally a farce, but it turned into a plot of a young woman eating young grass? The manager was also a little dumbfounded. He thought this matter would continue to cause more trouble, but he didn't expect it to be resolved so quickly. He couldn't help scratching his head, thinking, is appearance really that useful? Why is it that no one sees me when I'm so handsome? Zhou Ling glared at her helplessly and said with emotion, sometimes, being too beautiful can also be a kind of trouble. If possible, he would rather not be so handsome and charming. It's good to be low-key. All the uncooperative customers were cleared away, but there were still two men in the corner. The manager was about to go over to persuade them, but Zhou Ling stopped him and wanted to go and see for himself. These two men are not ugly, but of course, they are nothing compared to Zhou Ling. One of them drank heavily, as if he had encountered something sad and wanted to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Friend, what happened to him? Zhou Ling asked. Another man sighed and said, this is my brother. He didn't cry when he broke up with his girlfriend, and he didn't cry when he lost his job. Then what happened to him? Luo Shuang was full of confusion. Technician number 83 has resigned. The man shook his head and whispered to comfort his friend who continued to drink. Zhou Ling understood immediately, and just as Luo Shuang looked at him, he felt a little guilty. Let's go, you're also a sad person. Zhou Ling pulled Luo Shuang away, leaving this man alone to immerse himself in the ocean of sadness. At this time, the female anchor finally caught up. But before she could come in, she was stopped by waiters on both sides. Why won't you let me in? The female anchor was stunned. The waiter smiled and said, this place has been reserved by a gentleman. The rest of the customers can make reservations for another date. What? A private room? A tall, handsome man in a suit? With a beautiful woman beside him? Yes, it's him. The waiter nodded. Hearing this, the female anchor was stunned for a moment. That man booked the entire place?
Although she didn't know how much it would cost, she knew it was definitely not a small amount.
But he said he would book the whole place? Isn't that too extravagant? Could it be what he said about a monthly salary of several hundred million? Is this true? The female anchor's head was buzzing and she felt dizzy. The live broadcast room also exploded. All the women began to wail again. Fuck, is this handsome guy really that rich? Give me his contact information, I want to date him. Ah, anchor, do you know what a great opportunity you've lost? If you could hook up with this super rich guy, you would definitely have a great life. Where is the handsome boy? I want to make an appointment with him, don't stop me. Countless women regret it.
Just now they mocked Zhou Ling for being stingy and miserly, and also questioned whether he was joking.
But now I realize that they were not joking. They are really rich. I want to go in. I'm a live streamer with hundreds of thousands of fans. Who dares to stop me?
The female anchor woke up as if from a dream, pushed away the waiter's obstruction and rushed in like crazy.
But the waiter was quick to grab her and drag her out.
She kept crying and shouting, "I'm an internet celebrity, with hundreds of thousands of fans and over 1 million fans, don't stop me." However, no matter how she howled like a pig being slaughtered, it was of no use.
The waiters here will definitely not allow such strangers to disturb the gentleman's meal. Chapter 65, Helping You Quit the Internet Part 3. The female anchor who was thrown out had disheveled hair and looked disheveled. She felt unwilling and angry. I won't let it go like this, I must get you. She felt that she had already lost an opportunity and could not lose it again. Therefore, she must think of a plan to have an accidental encounter with that handsome and rich young man. Soon, she formulated a plan for hunting the rich. No matter what, he will leave eventually, right? I'll just wait outside. I don't believe he won't come out.
The female anchor simply sat in a milk tea shop outside the restaurant waiting for her prey to appear. After learning about her plan, the audience in the live broadcast room also offered suggestions and participated in this hunting plan. Anchor, you can loosen your shoelaces, wait for him to come out, then run up to him and pretend to fall down.
He will definitely save the girl.
No, I think you should make up a story, saying that both your parents are dead and your background is miserable, but you still have the dream of music.
You're sick. This isn't like you're participating in The Voice of China.
There were a lot of random suggestions in the barrage, and finally she thought that pretending to fall was a good idea.
The boy is so handsome and has such a good temperament, I believe he will not stand by and watch someone die, right? Soon, the complete God of Wealth hunting plan was finalized.
At Hentaying Restaurant, the big brother who was immersed in the sorrow of technician number 83's resignation has left, so only Zhou Ling and Luo Shuang are left here. They sat in the seats closest to the edge, next to a protective railing made of solid transparent glass.
While ensuring safety, it will not affect the viewing of the scenery.
After drinking tea for a while, the restaurant waiters began to serve the dishes one after another. Zhou Ling had learned before that there are many delicious foods here, especially Cantonese cuisine is the most famous.
Boss, this boiled chicken looks so bland, is it really delicious?
Luo Xuan looked at a plate of neatly arranged chicken with golden skin and questioned its taste.
She usually eats more Western food and doesn't know much about traditional Cantonese cuisine. Zhou Ling couldn't help but explain with a smile, this is not boiled chicken, it's Dongjiang salt-baked chicken. Although it looks golden, it's completely different from boiled chicken. Hearing his explanation, Luo Shuang's eyes lit up slightly. Could it be that the boss also knows something about Cantonese cuisine? Boss, tell me about it so I can learn more.
Luo Shuang smiled sweetly like a little girl. It is said that this method was first invented in some salt fields along the coast of Dongjiang River more than 300 years ago, when people wrapped cooked chickens in gauze paper and put them in salt piles for pickling. The salt-baked chicken is made in a unique way, with a rich flavor, crisp skin, and smooth meat. It is served with ginger oil and salt, and has an excellent flavor. Zhou Ling spoke very logically and put a piece of chicken leg into her bowl, asking her to try it.
After hearing his introduction, Luo Shuang couldn't wait any longer.
She opened her rosy little mouth and put the chicken into her mouth. When the taste spread in her mouth, her eyes suddenly lit up.
It's delicious. She didn't expect that ordinary-looking chicken nuggets could be so flavorful.
The color is slightly yellow, the skin is crispy and the meat is tender, the bones and meat are fresh and fragrant, the flavor is tempting, and it has a very unique taste. Luo Shuang couldn't help but eat a few more pieces, and her originally clean little mouth became smooth and shiny.
Excuse me, boss. Do I look ugly when I eat?
When Luo Shuang realized Zhou Ling was looking at her, she smiled embarrassedly. Seeing that she, who was originally noble and cold, had now become cute and naughty, Zhou Ling joked, "If you are considered ugly, all Chinese people will commit suicide."
It's not that exaggerated.
Luo Shuang pouted and complained, but she was actually very happy in her heart.
Boss, what is this? She quickly looked at a dish of steamed fish. This is steamed grouper, a traditional Cantonese dish.
Grouper meat is white, and steaming can preserve the nutrition of grouper to the maximum extent. Zhou Ling introduced it slowly and leisurely, which surprised Luo Shuang a little.
The boss knows a lot.
Luo Shuang quickly tasted it and found that the grouper meat was tender and melted in the mouth.
Moreover, it is full of freshness and fragrance, leaving you with an endless aftertaste.
Boss, I heard that Cantonese cuisine is very light, is that right? While eating, Luo Shuang asked curiously. Zhou Ling nodded, but then shook his head. The essence of Cantonese cuisine is the precise inspection, research and matching of ingredients, using the least amount of condiments to create the richest and most authentic flavor. Although the taste of Cantonese cuisine is relatively light, it is light but not bland. In order to bring out the original flavor of the ingredients during the cooking process, extremely high requirements are placed on the freshness of the ingredients. The two chatted and ate, and before they knew it, the night sky was filled with stars. The night wind made Luo Shuang feel a little chilly. Seeing this, Zhou Ling considerately put his coat on her.
I'm so full.
Caressing her round little belly, Luo Shuang smiled happily. She felt as if she had never been so satisfied.
It's so fun to have dinner with the boss.
The night in Yuechang is dazzling.
Although the location of Hentang restaurant is not the highest point in the city, it offers a panoramic view of the surrounding areas.
Putting my hands on the edge of the glass fence and looking out, it seems as if the entire city is in my sight. This kind of beautiful scenery cannot be felt during the day.
What a nice view.
Standing beside Zhou Ling and looking at the colorful street scenes, Luo Shuang sighed sincerely.
Zhou Ling nodded, feeling quite emotional.
Not long ago, he was just a star among thousands of stars in the office building. At this point, he should be working overtime just for the 3,000 yuan salary. That would be fine, but the boss doesn't even pay the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund. But now, he can stand here and look down at the earth like a king. I have to say, life is really unpredictable. At this moment, there are still countless people in this city struggling to survive. We can see such a beautiful night view thanks to ordinary people.
Do you know when the sanitation workers go to work?
Zhou Ling suddenly asked. Luo Shuang shook her head blankly. As a senior executive of a large company, she had never paid attention to these things.
For in the morning. Zhou Ling said immediately without any hesitation. Luo Shuang was very surprised and wondered how the boss knew all this. Does he even care about when the sanitation workers go to work?
This is so different from her impression of those high-ranking rich people.
In fact, she didn't know that Zhou Ling used to work overtime until midnight.
Due to mental stress, I couldn't sleep until 4 in the morning. Every time at this time, he could hear the sound of sweeping the floor on the quiet street outside. Swish. 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 Exceptionally clear. For a long time, he had to rely on this sound to fall asleep peacefully.
I get up again at 8 o'clock and start a new day.
Although he no longer has to live a hard life, those experiences are still extremely clear and are his precious memories. Luo Shuang stared at his profile for a long time without saying anything. The two of them just stood by, quietly watching the bustling night scene and enjoying the tranquility of the moment.
Outside the Hentang restaurant, the female anchor has already drunk 3 cups of milk tea and now she feels like vomiting. Why don't you come out? If you don't come out, I will die. The female anchor seemed a little distracted and couldn't even hold the milk tea in her hand steadily.
She couldn't remember how long she had been waiting. If she hadn't been thinking about that rich and handsome guy, she would have left long ago. When she thought of the handsome and overweight boy, she finally perked up. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait too long because Zhou Ling and Luo Shuang had come out.
It's coming out. It's coming out. The female anchor was so excited that she was about to cry.
The hunting for the rich man plan was immediately launched, and she was going to use her skills to seduce men. As planned, she loosened her shoelaces and quickly walked to Zhou Ling.
However, she was a little dazed and accidentally dropped the cup of milk tea, spilling the milk tea all over the floor.
Before she reached Zhou Ling, she fell flat on her face, 2 of her front teeth fell out, and her nose kept bleeding.
Brother, are you in an online relationship? My voice is lowly.
She hurriedly got up, but scared Zhou Ling.
What the hell is this?
Looking at the woman with blood all over her face, bruised nose and disheveled hair, Zhou Ling instinctively took 2 steps back.
It's me. I'm a celebrity on Guya Live. A female anchor. A Lolita voice. Let's go out.
The female anchor had loose teeth and was dancing with her hands and laughing foolishly. Little did she know that she looked almost crazy at this moment.
Zhou Ling frowned immediately. Someone like you who is not mentally normal is not suitable for live streaming.
You will only teach children bad things.
I will contact the platform to help you quit the internet.
Having said that, he took Luo Shuang away without even looking at her.
The female anchor was stunned on the spot. Zhou Ling's rejection made her angry and embarrassed. You said I'm not suitable for live streaming? And you want the platform to ban me? Who do you think you are? If I can't have you, I will destroy you.
She chased after him, ready to expose the scumbag and make him be cursed by thousands of girls. The audience in the live broadcast room were also filled with indignation. They were all speaking up for the anchor and mocking Zhou Ling for bragging.
TSK, isn't it just 2 stinky coins? What's that? A stinky man. Does this stinky man think that having a few stinky bucks is so great? Who cares? You're talking about banning our anchor's account? Who dares to do that? Will our women's army destroy him?
The live broadcast room was in turmoil, with everyone denouncing Zhou Ling. However, they seemed to have forgotten how much they wanted to get Zhou Ling's contact information a few hours ago. Under the fierce criticism, the popularity of the live broadcast room is approaching that of Zhang Tank and Lu Mingxi, and it seems to be creating a new wave of popularity. However, just when the popularity reached its peak, the live broadcast room turned black with only one sentence: "The live broadcast has ended, please watch other live broadcasts."
When I exited and re-entered, it said, "This anchor is suspected of violating regulations and is undergoing rectification." For a moment, the world was quiet. Chapter 66. It's really my car. Part 1. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless.
Hundreds of thousands of viewers were standing in front of the live broadcast room with a black screen, stunned and with a look of disbelief on their faces. When I thought about what Zhou Ling said before he left, I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. What he said really happened. The live broadcast room was blocked.
He clearly didn't do anything illegal. How could this happen? Could he have contacted the top executives of Guya? Isn't it too fantastic? How can it be so accurate? Was it him who made it?
Although the live broadcast room has been blocked, countless comments are still being posted below.
You can see that everyone was shocked. Because the live broadcast room was closed not long after Zhou Ling finished speaking, this is definitely not a coincidence. Everyone was shocked and curious about his identity. A super administrator who can actually control Dogfang? Countless people speculated, but they didn't know that the young man just now was a shareholder of Goya. Controlling 30% of the shares, wanting to shut down a female anchor's live broadcast room is as easy as playing a game, right?
The female anchor sat down on the spilled milk tea in a daze, looking completely stupid.
Without the live broadcast room, how will she survive in the future? How can you enjoy the vanity of being praised by countless fans? How can you use moral kidnapping to force men to buy gifts for women?
The live broadcast room is gone, and she has lost everything.
Unwilling to believe the truth, she immediately contacted Guya's supervisor to ask what was going on. Guya's super administrator said that he didn't know either, and that the live broadcast room was closed on the order of his boss's boss.
After receiving this reply, her whole body tensed up, her expression was stunned, and she was dumbfounded. She felt as if she had been hit hard, and her breathing fluctuated violently. She felt a surge of fear.
The boss of the boss of the boss? Who is he? With such a status, he must be an important figure with great say in the entire Goya. And today, she unexpectedly provoked such a rebellious person? She almost vomited blood and fainted on the spot.
At this time, Zhou Ling naturally didn't understand why a random action of his could make hundreds of thousands of people suspicious. He and Luo Shuan walked towards the underground garage together.
Boss, I won't dare go out with you anymore.
Luo Shuang pursed her red lips and tried to hold back a smile.
Why?
Zhou Ling was a little surprised.
Who made you so charming that you always get into so much trouble? Luo Xuan laughed. Zhou Ling also smiled helplessly. He also wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength did not allow it. If possible, I would also like to experience the life of ordinary people, at least without causing a riot. I really want to keep a low profile. He was extremely serious and spoke from the heart. Not far away, several men heard his words and suffered trauma in their hearts. The purchased items had already been taken back by the assistant, so they were very relaxed. The assistant was also running very fast, impatiently, because his phone kept vibrating, as if there were many new text messages. When Zhou Ling arrived at the underground garage and was about to drive over, he happened to see a little yellow-haired boy there. The little yellow-haired boy leaned against the Pagani wind god and boasted to a girl with a proud face, "This is my new car. Is it okay?" The girl has heavy makeup on, but she looks okay. It's just that her dress seems to be an attempt to look younger. Wow! Really? When did you buy it? The girl covered her mouth and screamed in surprise, her eyes full of shock and anticipation. She doesn't know much about cars, but she can see that this car is very cool. It's much more handsome than Bao Jun and Wuling Hongguang. Her cousin drives a Honda Civic in the village, so he has the initiative in mating. If you drive this car, not only will the kids next door cry with envy, but even Uncle Wang from the next village will have to undergo a sex change, right? Seeing the girl's eyes shining and admiring him, the yellow-haired man became more and more proud. I just bought a Ferrari yesterday, it cost over 5 million. He didn't know much about cars, so he just made one up. Sure enough, the girl's face flushed, she put her legs together, and took the initiative to go into his arms and act coquettishly. Hate it, why didn't you tell me earlier that you have a car? Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to the group sex with Lao Wang from the next village yesterday. The girl said shyly. The little yellow-haired boy stared at her and couldn't help but raise his voice. What? You went to have group sex? Huh? No, I mean to go play ball. Just push the cart occasionally. The girl explained in panic. Oh, that's fine. Okay, shall we go to the movies together tonight? I've bought a ticket for the midnight show, shall we go for a drive after the movie? The little yellow-haired boy finally couldn't wait to reveal his true face. Yeah, sure. I'm going to eat Ruggiamo in my Ferrari then. The girl smiled sweetly, and when she found that the powder on her face had accidentally stained the little yellow-haired boy's clothes, she secretly wiped it off. The little yellow-haired boy waved his hand proudly. Why eat Ruggiamo? If you want to eat spicy hot pot with a braised egg. The two of them were having a very pleasant discussion, and when they were getting ready to go watch the midnight show, they happened to see Zhou Ling and Luo Xuan coming over. What a nice view! The little yellow-haired boy fell in love with Luo Xuan at the first sight. Compared to her, the girls around her are not even vulgar. I must find a way to get such a wonderful woman. The little yellow-haired boy was almost drooling, but Zhou Ling next to him gave him a great sense of crisis. In terms of height, appearance, temperament, and clothing, he is completely defeated. He understood that he had to step on this handsome guy in order to have a chance to get that stunning beauty. The girl was deeply attracted to Zhou Ling the first time she saw him. So handsome. The girl's legs were a little weak and she walked towards Zhou Ling involuntarily, but she controlled herself. Because compared to being handsome, Ferrari is more important. Brother, I advise you to stop right away and don't come any closer. Huang Mao stopped him seriously. Give me a reason. Zhou Ling said coldly. Oh, didn't you see? My Ferrari is worth millions. If you accidentally damage it, you can't afford to pay for it. The yellow-haired man was very proud and looked like he had completely reached the pinnacle of beauty. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ling and Luo Xuan looked strange. Your car? Luo Xuan asked, trying not to laugh. Of course. Just bought it. Ferrari. Huang Mao thought Luo Xuan was frightened by his tone, and immediately puffed out his chest with pride. He knew that when a woman became curious about a man, she was in danger. Ferrari? Luo Xuan laughed out loud. Yeah, that's it. The little yellow-haired boy became more and more proud, and even cast a provocative look at Zhou Ling, meaning that your woman is ready to throw herself into my arms. I don't think this logo looks like a Ferrari. Zhou Ling touched his chin and pretended to be confused. The little yellow-haired boy sneered, how can you recognize Ferrari? That's right, don't think about secretly taking photos and posting them on social media while we're watching a movie. The girl also reminded seriously. Zhou Ling and Luo Xuan were both amused by these two people, but they took it seriously? Is this the highest level of self-deception?
To tell you the truth, this is called Pagani Wind God, and you can't get it without 50 million.
Zhou Ling kindly explained to them.
The yellow-haired boy got angry when he heard this, and pointed at Zhou Ling and yelled, "Who knows, me or you?
Do you need to point fingers at my car? Do you think this is your car? That's right, if you don't know him, stop bragging, it's really funny. Get out of the way, don't block us from watching the movie," the girl ordered arrogantly.
Seeing that they were so immersed in the play, Zhou Ling was too lazy to play with them anymore. He took out his car keys and said, "Sorry, it's really my car." As he spoke, he opened the car door, and the two doors slowly opened to the sides like the wings of a fire phoenix, as if a divine beast had awakened. Under the dull gazes of the little yellow-haired boy and the girl, Zhou Ling and Luo Xuan got into the car and drove away.
How so? Huang Mao was completely speechless and held his hair in confusion. It turns out that I have been acting here for a long time and the owner of the car is right in front of me?
If he had known this would happen, he would not have stayed to show off and would have directly taken the girl to the midnight show. What shocked him even more was that Zhou Ling was almost the same age as him. Others drive luxury cars, but he can only steal and cheat.
Isn't the gap too big? That car isn't yours? You told me it was a Ferrari? It's obviously a Pagani. You lied to me. The girl secretly searched it on her mobile phone and found that it was indeed Pagani. Moreover, it's not 5 million, but more than 50 million. It turns out that I was cheated. I just wanted to joke with you, Huang Mao explained quickly.
The girl was so angry that she picked up her $50 bag as a brick and swung it directly at the yellow-haired guy, making him scream in pain.
I do have a car, really?
The yellow-haired man shouted while dodging.
The girl then stopped and asked angrily, "Where is it? Show me." "Here it is." Huang Mao hurriedly pushed out an Emma electric car from the corner. The girl was so angry that she almost vomited blood.
She took off her shoes and threw them at him, then ran away without looking back.
"Don't go. The midnight show is about to start." Huang Mao didn't want to waste time, so he got on his electric bike and prepared to catch up.
As a result, no matter how he twisted it, the car wouldn't move.
What the hell?
He came down to check, and when he opened the base, he found that the batteries were empty.
There is only one note left, Che Guevara, I was here. Chapter 67, Brother, Here I Come Part 2.
The fiery red Pagani drove out of the underground garage and slowly drove on the road.
It's not the peak hour with the most traffic, so the road is still easy to drive on.
The main thing is that when it appears, the cars on the road will consciously avoid it. Especially the car owners behind, they increased the distance between them and the car for fear of accidentally damaging it. A Mercedes worth $400,000 yuan behind was dissatisfied with the car in front because it was driving too slowly, so it was eager to overtake. The driver stepped on the accelerator and the Mercedes accelerated and overtook two cars in succession. Just as he was about to overtake the third car, the passenger in the passenger seat was so shocked that he almost jumped out of his seat. "Brake! Brake quickly!" The driver also braked in a hurry, and the tires made an unpleasant friction sound against the ground.
"What kind of car is this?"
The driver looked at the fiery red sports car in front of him and broke out in a cold sweat.
"This is a Pagani Huayra, worth tens of millions."
No wonder none of these veteran drivers dared to overtake.
That's why.
The passenger in the passenger seat seemed to know a lot, and he was also still in shock.
"Luckily, I braked. If I had been hit, we wouldn't have been able to pay for it even if we had to work as prostitutes."
The driver felt like he had survived a disaster and was filled with fear. On the street, everyone was attracted by the sound of Pagani. The noble appearance and fiery red color made everyone look at it with envy and exclaim in amazement.
"What kind of car is this? So cool." "I checked, it seems to be Pagani Wind God, the price is more than 50 million? Oh my god, is it true? I can actually see such a luxury car while shopping? Am I too lucky? I'll go back and buy 2 more lottery tickets right away. I really want to know who's sitting inside. He must be a handsome guy, right? Nonsense, how can a man driving a Pagani Wind God not be handsome?"
Many people couldn't help but take pictures of the Pagani with their phones and posted them on their moments, exclaiming that they had encountered an amazing luxury car.
For a time, all the news in Yuechang was related to this Pagani. Countless people are posting pictures on their moments. Some people were even more surprised because they recognized it. Isn't this the car in the racing video that went viral on the internet before? Yes, it is this Pagani. Is this true? Does that mean the person sitting inside is the god of cars? So exciting! Where is he now? I want to run into him. The god of cars. I heard she went for a health treatment. She ordered technician number 83 to give her a full set of essential oil massage. Which healthcare? I'm going to ask for a photo right away. Oil massage, huh? I want to do it too. Many people who regard the god of cars as their idols are extremely excited and just want to meet him. It would be great if we could shake hands. However, there are different stories about the whereabouts of the god of cars, and no one knows which one is true. The most credible one at the moment is to go to a healthcare provider. In a luxurious hotel, Jung Chingru was eating a lollipop and playing with her mobile phone. After seeing the information about the god of cars, she who was originally lying down suddenly sat up. She had just come out of the shower and hadn't put on any clothes yet, she was just wrapped in a bath towel. If I move a little too violently, the bath towel will not be able to wrap around me and it will slide directly onto the bed. But she was completely attracted by the car god's message and didn't care about it at all. The god of cars went for a health check? As expected of a god of cars, he even ordered an essential oil massage? How classy! She quickly got up, dressed, and drove to each healthcare store, determined to find the god of driving. Tonight, Yuecheng is swept by a healthcare craze. Countless people specifically look for technician number 83, which confuses the staff of the healthcare center. The full service of essential oil massage is also very popular. Unfortunately, they searched all the health stores in the city but couldn't find the god of cars. Because Zhou Ling had already returned to his villa in Fulan community. After taking a shower and lying on the soft big bed, he also saw those nonsensical rumors. When he saw people going to Dabaojin just to see him, he almost laughed like a pig. These people probably want to go to the healthcare center themselves, right? What does it have to do with me? After browsing the news for a while, I felt really bored, so I opened Guya Live to watch Zheng Tank's live broadcast. Zheng Tank, who is currently live streaming, is playing a platinum game in a duo with a newbie. I'm telling you, you must train Luban well. This hero is too strong. If you train him well, you will be able to become a king in no time. Zheng Tank patiently persuaded the newbie to play Luban. Just at this time, Master Ling came in, and the audience in the live broadcast room filled the screen with messages to welcome him. Welcome Mr. Ling, the rich man. The big boss has appeared again. Don't give Zheng Tank any gifts. Don't let this shameless guy get away with it. Master Ling, there is a female anchor in the 2D area with a nice lowly voice, her name is Qiao Biluo. It's better to watch Qiao Biluo than Zheng Tank. Looking at the screen full of comments, Zhou Ling couldn't help laughing. Netizens are really talented. He just gave some gifts and went to watch other anchors. Every time he enters a live broadcast room, the host of that room will be extremely enthusiastic. However, whether or not they can get Master Ling to give them some gifts depends on their ability. However, in terms of live broadcast content, few people can interest him. The next day, I got up early, brushed my teeth and washed my face, then started my morning run. After his morning run, he went to the old market and ordered a bowl of snail noodles. Boss, 3 liang with spicy sauce, braised egg, bean curd and green vegetables. Zhou Ling skillfully found a place to sit down. Since his physical fitness has tripled, his appetite has also increased a lot. In these crowded markets and streets, the breath of life can be felt everywhere. There were a few people nearby discussing the news on their social media page last night. Have you heard? That car god who drove the Pagani was arrested. He will have to stay in prison for a few years. Where did you see it? How come I don't know about it? It's all over the Loving Family group, so I'm saying men should not learn bad things when they have money, otherwise it's useless to have money. No way? I heard that the owner of the Pagani had gone for a health check, so how come he was arrested? What do you know? He was arrested because of the official crackdown on pornography. These people spoke in a very orderly manner, but Zhou Ling wanted to hit them after hearing it. I was arrested for going to the health clinic? How come I didn't know that? He muttered quietly, then slurped a mouthful of the snail noodles. It's summer now, and the temperature has reached 30 degrees at just after 9 in the morning. After eating a bowl of snail noodles, he couldn't stand the heat anymore. As he was walking home, he received a call from his sister Zhou Linger. Brother, my parents told me about your situation. I'll be free soon and I'll definitely go to the city and rip you off. Joe Linger's lively voice came from the phone. Just by listening to the voice, he could guess what his sister's expression was. I guess he's trying his best to drain his wallet dry? Okay, I haven't seen you for a long time, and I really missed you. I'll treat you to a big meal when you come. Joe Ling couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. I don't know how my clever little sister is doing. Has she grown taller? Hey, then just wait. I'm already in the car and will be there in an hour. Joe Linger smiled wickedly. You're good at it, you want to surprise me, right? Do you believe me, I'll beat your ass into pieces? Joe Ling threatened in a fierce tone. This little girl is still so naughty. She didn't tell me in advance that she wanted to come, but had to tell me now. Hee, you won't hit me. If you dare to hit me, I will tell Dad. But Joe Linger was not afraid of his threats at all. Instead, she was fearless and at ease. You, don't use Dad as a shield. Didn't I spank you enough when you were a kid? Joe Ling grinned. Bah, you have the nerve to say that? You didn't even dare to use any strength when you hit me. Aren't you afraid of being scolded? Joe Linger couldn't help but laugh. Joe Ling is really helpless with his younger sister. He could control her when she was young, but he is afraid he can't do that now. Forget it, you're so skinny, it'll hurt my hands if I spank you. Joe Ling said unhappily. I don't care about you. I'm going to play games. Oh, remember to pick me up by car. I want to see what my brother's new car looks like. After saying that, she hung up the phone, probably because she was in a hurry to play games. After putting away his phone, Joe Ling jogged back to Fulan Community. However, before he could completely walk out of the street, he saw that something seemed to have happened ahead. He walked closer and looked up, and was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. All I could see outside the window on the 6th floor was a little girl, only about 4 or 5 years old, facing life danger. She was standing outside the window, holding onto the railing tightly, not daring to move. If she is not careful, she might fall to death on the spot. Whose child is this? It's too dangerous. Call the police. Nothing must happen. The neighbors below were all worried, fearing that something really might happen. Joe Ling was also terrified watching from below. Such a young child might collapse at any time. He thought about it and decided if he could climb up directly from the 1st floor to rescue her. But then I saw a man in work clothes climbed out from the 5th floor, nimbly climbed to the 6th floor and rescued the little girl. This process sounds easy, but it is actually thrilling. Because the man had no protective measures, and if he made a mistake, he would surely die. Fortunately, both of them were safe and sound. Chapter 68, is 500,000 a lot? TSK, that's interesting. Joe Ling couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The action just now was extremely dangerous, but the man went ahead without hesitation. Joe Ling admires him immensely for his courage and responsibility alone. After a while, the man came down from the 6th floor. The neighbors surrounded him like a hero, and did not hesitate to praise him. I just did what I had to do. It's not that exaggerated. He was not used to this kind of situation, and he scratched his head and smiled innocently. It took him a while to get away. However, someone blocked him. Hello, what can I do for you? If nothing else, I still need to install the air conditioner. He looked at the man in front of him, his face full of confusion. At the same time, he was also surprised because the young man was handsome and had unparalleled temperament. Although he was just wearing sports casual clothes, his domineering aura still made people feel pressured. The person who blocked him was Joe Ling. Joe Ling admired him very much. There are not many people with such courage nowadays. Just now, weren't you afraid of death? Joe Ling asked curiously. I didn't think too much about it at the time. I was just worried that something might happen to her. This guy is also honest. You have successfully caught my attention, and I want to give you something good. Joe Ling nodded approvingly. As he said this, he reached into his pocket. But from the air conditioning guy's perspective, it looks more like reaching into the crotch. Hearing his words, the air conditioning guy took 2 steps back cautiously. I have a girlfriend. Joe Ling. You misunderstood. What I meant was, give me your WeChat. After hearing his explanation, the air conditioning guy looked even more strange, wondering if he had met a weirdo.
Brother, although I don't discriminate against you and even respect you, I really don't have any special fetishes. The air conditioning guy explained patiently, fearing that he would be targeted by this weirdo.
Zhou, I really want to strangle you to death.
What did you say? Nothing, just give me your WeChat first and stop talking nonsense, or I can call a whole carload of big men over with just one phone call.
Zhou couldn't bear it any longer, he gritted his teeth and threatened viciously.
The air conditioning guy was very panicked.
It seemed like he met a ruthless person. Since there's no way to escape, can we just bear with it?
Zhou whispered with a dark face, you can really die now.
What? Nothing.
Zhou was too lazy to pay attention to him and his fingers were casually tapping on his phone.
The air conditioning guy was trembling, wanting to run away but not daring to. This man was so weird. Would he call a carload of big men? Are you a little excited when you think about it?
About 10 seconds later, he received a message on his phone. He took it out and looked at it, and was so shocked that he was speechless. Because Zhou directly transferred a large sum of money to him.
I counted it, a full 500,000? No, I can't take your money. Don't scare me, you'd better call a carload of big men. I'm a little panicked.
When he saw so much money, he was not excited but really scared.
Who knows what this routine is? It won't be a passive crime, right?
Zhou resisted the urge to hit him and explained, don't panic, this is just a reward for you.
In this society, heroes should not be neglected.
Social praise is deserved, but material rewards are also necessary.
I don't have anything good, just money.
Zhou smiled and said that this was also his true thought. Once, someone bravely helped catch a thief, but the thief panicked and broke his leg, causing the man to go to jail. Once, someone helped subdue a robber who was breaking into a house, but the robber accidentally stabbed himself to death. In order to distance himself from the matter, the homeowner pushed all the responsibility onto the person who came to help and sent him to prison. Once, a man was sued by an elderly man and his family for helping an elderly man who had fallen down. Not only did he go to jail, he also had to pay a large sum of money.
Once. There are too many such things to list.
But even so, in Zhou heart, he always felt that good people shouldn't have such an end. I don't want the day when courage and kindness become worthless.
You'd better accept it from me, otherwise it won't be just one carload of big men, but two.
Zhou said seriously.
Ah. Not good, right? The air conditioning guy was shocked. But this is too much.
Why don't you treat me to a bowl of Laoyu noodles, or snail noodles, or dill and rice noodles will also be fine. The amount was too large and he felt unworthy of it. Zhou shook his head indifferently, money is worthless to me. After saying that, he turned and left.
A real man never looks back.
When the work is done, leave without leaving any reputation or achievements.
What a man!
Looking at Zhou back, the air conditioning guy was deeply touched.
Perhaps, this is the elegance of rich people?
Soon, Zhou ran back to the villa, took a quick shower, and drove his Pagani to the station. He didn't know that the 500,000 yuan he casually gave out caused an uproar in society. In the internet age, information spreads extremely fast. Many people have already known that the air conditioning guy received a cash reward from a kind-hearted person.
That's a full 500,000. How many years will it take me to earn that much?
I'm so envious, but he deserves it. The person who gave the money is also very generous, and he must be a good person.
I think this is the real positive energy. People who are brave enough to do what is right should be rewarded.
I don't mean verbal praise or medals, but real material rewards.
Yes, even if it's just a little bit of money, it's a recognition of your bravery.
In less than an hour, the story of the air conditioning guy risking his life to save others spread all over the internet. The fact that the kind-hearted person quietly gave a reward of 500,000 yuan was also praised by countless people. Although there are some human ETCs talking nonsense, under the banner of justice of netizens, these scum dare not say a word. The mysterious rich man also became a hot topic. Countless people are curious about who he is and what his identity is.
But, no one knows. All I know is that he was wearing sportswear and had a bowl of snail noodles.
I also added bean curd sticks, green vegetables, and braised eggs. The snail noodles in my house are made with pure broth and fresh ingredients.
Everyone who eats it says it's good.
Today we are launching a new set meal, temporarily named, the Mysterious Man Set Meal.
Welcome to try it.
Someone claiming to be the owner of a noodle shop came out to reveal the information.
However, these things have nothing to do with Zhou Ling anymore. He arrived at the station early. The last time he drove a Bentley to pick up his parents, the black car drivers were so scared that they didn't dare to get close. This time, Pagani is like a king, making many people stay away from it for fear of losing a house. But then I thought, I don't seem to have a house so sad. Zhou Ling rolled down the car window. He was wearing a pair of sunglasses and a white shirt. He rolled up his sleeves casually, looking chic and natural. His hair, washed with Rejoice Ice Fresh shampoo, was a little messy due to the wind, making him look even more unruly. Look at that little brother, he's so handsome. Wow, so classy. And what kind of car is that? It's also very handsome, it must be expensive, right? I really want to sit on it, let us try it. Many women saw him sitting in the car and began to talk shyly. Some people wanted to come over and chat, but they didn't have the courage, so they had to take pictures from a distance. Every photo taken looks like a magazine cover, making people want to lick the screen. Some girls also came over to chat. Little brother, I suspect that your essence is a book. Otherwise, why do I feel sleepier the more I read? A girl came skipping over and said with a blushing face. Zhou Ling said, QQ reading has an audiobook function, you don't have to read it. Girl? Handsome boy, do you know where my heart is? With you. An old lady couldn't help it. Zhou Ling made her feel like she was back in her first love. Zhou Ling, then you should go see a doctor. Aunt? The girl refused to give up. You have messed up my heart, when will you mess up my bed? Zhou Ling, what are you thinking? Seeing more and more women coming around to confess their love, Zhou Ling really didn't want to deal with it, so he had to shout, do you want to get my WeChat? Sure, but I like educated people. First, open QQ reading and finish reading a book called Starting the Sign In to the $1 Billion Group. Then vote for the recommendation and give each of you 100 book coins first. After hearing his words, everyone quickly downloaded QQ reading and gave crazy rewards to the book. While they were lowering their heads, Zhou Ling quickly slipped to another corner, which made it much quieter. My damn appearance is such a nuisance. He put on sunglasses and a mask and felt much safer. After waiting for about another half an hour, he finally saw a thin girl wearing baggy jeans and a beige short-sleeved shirt, skipping out of the station. Chapter 69 My Car, 2 Seats. The girl was standing on the roadside with a backpack on her back, looking around, searching for the familiar figure with anticipation. She is Zhou Linger. She is 18 years old this year, but because of years of malnutrition, she looks like 15 years old. She is small, with thin yellow hair, just like an elf. But her skin is very delicate and her facial features are quite exquisite. It is not difficult to see that when she grows up a little more, she will definitely be a stunning beauty who will bring disaster to the country and the people. Next to her, there was another girl. This girl is also 18 years old, but she is nearly 1.7 meters tall, a full head taller than Linger. Moreover, she has a very well-developed figure. Although she looks ordinary, her long legs are still eye-catching. Her name is Su Fun, and she is Linger's classmate. The two of them made an appointment to go shopping in the city. Linger, is your brother here? Su Fun asked casually. Linger looked around but didn't see her brother. He said he's here, he should be nearby. Oh, I asked my boyfriend to come over, so we can ride together later. He just bought a BMW 3 Series, which costs about 300,000 yuan. Su Fun seemed to be showing off. She knew Linger's family situation and that they couldn't even afford a car, let alone a BMW 3 Series worth hundreds of thousands. No need, my brother drove here too. And it's a very nice car. Linger smiled innocently, her snow-white teeth were so adorable. But after Su Fun heard this, she still felt a little contemptuous. I thought, what car can your brother drive? An electric car? Unlike her boyfriend, who bought a car with the 340,000 yuan given by his parents and the 10,000 yuan he saved just 1 year after graduation. It is said that there may be a promotion soon. She thinks that this is what it means to be young and promising. Just as she was secretly feeling disdain in her heart, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a tall, very masculine man walking towards her. She was attracted at first sight. So handsome. How come there is such a gorgeous man here? Surrounded by burly black car drivers, this handsome man looked like a god from heaven compared to him. Just as she was hesitating whether to go up and strike up a conversation, she heard Linger screaming excitedly. Elder brother. Linger pounced and fell directly into Zhou Ling's arms. This scene made Su Fun dumbfounded. Brother? This handsome and outstanding man is actually Linger's brother?
Yes, the real big brother. Linger was so happy that she was reluctant to get off him.
Hello.
Zhou Ling smiled at Su Fin.
Oh, hello.
Su Fin was a little flattered, her heart was pounding, and she couldn't take her eyes off him. If she didn't already have a boyfriend, she would have thrown herself into Zhou Ling's arms. What a pity, he was born with such a good appearance, but is so poor. Su Fin changed her mind and thought with great regret that these days, having a good look is not enough, one also needs financial strength. Like her boyfriend, he is young and promising, earns over 10,000 yuan a month, and drives a BMW 3 Series whenever he goes out.
Among people of the same age, you are definitely doing well, right?
She admitted that Linger's brother was indeed a girl killer, but he was not the kind of person she would be suitable for spending her life with. So, in the end, she even felt secretly fortunate that she had found a boyfriend with great prospects.
Brother, where's your car? Where is it? I want to see it. Linger couldn't wait to urge him on.
She had heard from her parents that her brother was now a wealthy man. She really wanted to see what that luxury car looked like. My parents said your car is worth several $1,000,000, it's called a Bentley, have you driven it here? Linger shook his arm anxiously, wanting to ride in the new car very much. Su Fin, who was standing by, looked over in surprise.
Bentley?
She had heard of it. That's a luxury car.
Linger's brother actually drives a Bentley? Is this true? How is it possible? If this is true, then she doesn't mind being Linger's sister-in-law.
Unexpectedly, Zhou Ling immediately shook his head and said, I'm not driving a Bentley.
The one I'm driving today can only seat 2 people.
He thought his sister came alone, so he drove a 2-seater car.
Who knew there was a Su Fin?
After hearing his words, Su Fin, who had been somewhat expectant, was completely disappointed. Her face fell all of a sudden. Oh, forget it, I shouldn't have had such fantasies about him, my boyfriend is still the best. Su Fin began to look down on Zhou Ling. Although she did not express it openly, her indifferent look already said it all.
She thought that the 2-seater car Zhou Ling mentioned was a tram. Too shabby.
It's okay. My boyfriend will be here soon. He drives a BMW 3 Series, which can seat quite a few people. Su Fin smiled, feeling a sense of superiority without realizing it. She felt that letting the brother and sister see a BMW worth hundreds of thousands of dollars would be an eye-opener for them. Zhou Ling remained silent. How could Su Fin hide her thoughts from an old hand like him? He didn't get angry, he just thought the girl was really childish and ridiculous. But I want to ride in the car with my brother. Linger felt a little embarrassed and looked up at Zhou Ling eagerly. Su Fin smiled. How can a 2-wheeled vehicle outrun a 4-wheeled vehicle? Let's see if we can put your brother's car in the trunk of the BMW. Can't we ride back together in the BMW?
This. Linger remained silent. But Zhou Ling was a little impatient. Wasn't this girl talking too much?
If he wasn't in a good mood and wasn't too lazy to bother with such a little girl, he would have taken Linger and left first. While they were talking, a young man in a white shirt drove a BMW 3 Series to the side of the road.
Xiao Fin, here.
He got out of the car and walked over.
He is Su Fin's boyfriend, named Xia Xiaoan.
Although he is not as good as Zhou Ling, he looks pretty energetic.
Xiaoan, you're finally here? I'm almost dying of the sun. Is the air conditioner on in the car?
Su Fin stamped her feet and kept acting coquettishly.
I'm here now, right? The air conditioner is already turned on.
Xia Xiaoan said with his chin raised with some pride. Among his peers, it is indeed quite good to have achieved what he has.
You two are Xiao Fin's friends, right?
They are also my friends.
Let's get in the car together.
Xia Xiaoan greeted him warmly, but when he looked at Zhou Ling, there was a hint of hostility in his eyes.
Because this man is so handsome.
Even if you do nothing, just standing here quietly, you can become the focus of the crowd, as if you were born to be king. This is the reason why they say like repels like.
Linger, you and your brother should stop riding the electric bikes and get on.
Su Fin greeted them warmly, but her smile with a sense of superiority always made people uncomfortable. When Xia Xiaoan heard this, he was completely relieved.
Ha, so you came here in an electric car, then it doesn't matter.
After all, this society is not a society that only looks at appearance.
That's right, brother. Not being able to buy a car is nothing. You can't let your sister go back with you in the hot sun, right? Xie Shouan advised kindly. Shouan, could you please stop talking? There aren't many people like you who buy a car right after graduation.
Sufan complained from the side, reminding him not to say the wrong thing. He also glanced at Zhou Ling secretly, as if he was afraid of hurting his self-esteem.
Zhou Ling watched them singing the same tune as if he was watching a play.
He didn't get angry, but just thought it was childish and ridiculous.
He held Linger's hand and helped her put on her backpack.
As they walked, he said to the two of them, although my car has 2 seats, it can still provide shelter from the wind and rain. Seeing this, Sufan and Xie Shouan looked at each other helplessly.
Okay, if they want to ride the electric car, then let them ride it. Protecting yourself from the wind and rain? Isn't it just an umbrella at best?
The two men sighed continuously, then drove their BMW and slowly followed the brother and sister, waiting for them to change their minds. As they were driving and about to reach the exit, Xie Shouan saw a flash of red and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise.
That car seems familiar? He exclaimed in surprise. That car is quite cool. What kind of car is it?
Sufan also discovered the red sports car. Although she doesn't know much about cars, she can tell that this sports car must be very expensive.
Xie Shouan did not answer her immediately, because his breathing became rapid and even his eyes were very hot.
In front of this car, he became very excited.
It's a Pagani, the red Pagani that's so popular on WeChat moments, there's no doubt about it. Xie Shouan's face turned red with excitement.
There was probably only one car of this kind in the whole Yuecheng. So it is impossible for him to admit his mistake.
The key point is, he heard that the owner of this car is a mysterious car god? Could it be that the god of cars is nearby?
Thinking of this, he was so excited that he almost suffocated. He never thought that he would have the opportunity to get so close to the god of cars in his lifetime.
This car is worth at least 50 million yuan. Take a picture quickly. Xie Shouan couldn't wait to take out his cell phone and started taking pictures of the Pagani. After hearing his words, Sufan was so scared that she couldn't speak. What? You said this car costs more than 50 million?
Sufan widened her eyes in disbelief. For her, a car worth 500,000 yuan is already the highest price in the world. As for a car worth 1 million yuan, only celebrities and businessmen are qualified to drive it. Cars worth tens of millions only exist in legends.
Unexpectedly, she had the chance to see one today?
The two of them were simply captivated by the value and beauty of this fiery red Pagani.
Seeing them so excited, Zhou Ling asked with a smile, "How is it? Does it look good?"
Before either of them could speak, Zhou Ling took out the car key and pressed it lightly, and the Pagani's doors opened to both sides. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze and the world seemed to stand still.
Chapter 70, Invincible Mansion.
Pagani's car door slowly rose, as if welcoming the return of the emperor.
The two people sitting in the BMW had their mouths wide open, not knowing what to say.
The cold air from the air conditioner in the car and the sultry weather outside the window kept alternating between them, making them feel uncomfortable all over. Neither of them could utter a word, as if they had seen an incredible hallucination. Sufan's limbs were stiff, and her moist red lips were trembling constantly and starting to become much drier.
Was she seeing things? This sports car worth more than 50 million is actually Brother Linger's car? But didn't he say that he was only driving a 2-seater car? Shouldn't it be an electric car? How could it be a super cool sports car?
This huge sense of drop, like a waterfall from the sky, hit her heart hard and made her limbs even colder. She always thought that Linger's family situation was not good, so even if her brother was good looking, his financial conditions must not be good. But who would have thought that Brother Linger actually drove a super sports car? The one who was even more shocked was Xie Shouan. He drove a BMW worth more than 300,000 yuan and felt very superior in front of Zhou Ling.
But now it seems that there is a huge difference between his BMW and this Pagani.
Xie Shouan's lips trembled slightly, and his pupils were still filled with shock and disbelief.
He could never have imagined that, in his eyes, a man who should only be able to drive an electric car actually owned a Pagani. Moreover, this Pagani became popular in the entire Yuecheng online circle not long ago. This is the legendary Pagani. And he had the audacity to look down on the owner of Pagani?
If this matter were to be made public, I guess all netizens would blast the shit out of him. When the two of them turned into statues, Zhou Ling and Linger had already got into the car.
"If you don't mind, you can come visit me first."
Zhou Ling said something to them, then started the Pagani and left. When they were about to lose sight of their shadows, Xia Xiaoan and Su Fan finally recovered. The two looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. After thinking about it, they followed without much hesitation. To be honest, they still found it a little hard to believe. Although I know that I might be overthinking, I still want to verify it with my own eyes before giving up. Following behind Pagani's car, Xia Xiaoan was also very nervous, fearing that he would accidentally rear-end it. Fortunately, everything went smoothly along the way, which made him feel greatly relieved. However, when he looked at his surroundings, he couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise again. It is obvious that in front is a very high-end and luxurious villa area. If he is not mistaken, this should be the Fulan community with the highest selling price in Yuecheng, right? Oh my god, I am not seeing things, this is actually the Fulan community. Does he live in the Fulan community? Xia Xiaoan couldn't stop sighing. He knew very well how terrible the housing prices here were. At least even if he worked hard all his life, he would never be able to buy a villa here. Xiaoan, is it expensive here? Su Fan asked cautiously. Xia Xiaoan nodded seriously, took a breath, and then slowly said, "This is one of the most expensive areas in the entire Yuecheng. The net worth of those who can buy a house here is at least over 1 billion. What? Worth 1 billion? Hearing this shocking number, Su Fan felt dizzy and almost fainted. 1 billion, what does this mean? Not to mention one lifetime, even if they were given 10 lifetimes, they would never be able to earn that much money. However, Linger's brother lives here, doesn't that mean that he is worth at least 1 billion? When they thought about the high possibility, they both began to tremble. How dare these two weaklings show off their superiority in front of a tycoon worth over 1 billion? It's ridiculous when you think about it. There was a Pagani leading the way in front, so they were not stopped by the security guards behind and entered the Fulan community smoothly. Along the way, there are huge and luxurious villas all around. Walking in it, they both felt very dreamy. I never thought that I would be able to enter the Fulan community and take a look in my lifetime. Xia Xiaoan and Su Fan were both extremely excited, because the place they were in was a truly wealthy area. Just by coming in here, you'll have something to brag about when you leave. Wow, brother, do you really live in a big villa? Linger was also stunned. Although her parents had told her about it, she was still shocked when she saw it with her own eyes. It's okay, just a place to sleep, not worth mentioning. Zhou Ling shrugged and said nonchalantly. Linger couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, thinking that this guy was too pretentious. If other people heard this, they would probably be furious. In his words, a villa that others can't afford even if they work hard all their lives is just a place to sleep? It's so infuriating. Finally they arrived at his villa and parked the car in the garage. Xia Xiaoan suddenly discovered that in addition to the Pagani, there was actually a Bentley Mulsanne worth more than 5 million yuan in the garage. Fuck. He swallowed hard, as if his heart was about to jump out. However, after seeing Pagani in the villa, he was not so out of control when he saw the Bentley Mulsanne worth more than 5 million. Who on earth is he? Xia Xiaoan and Su Fan both had complicated emotions and were bitter inside. They are probably not even ants in front of Zhou Ling, right? After entering the villa, Zhou Ling casually threw Linger's backpack on the sofa and let them visit the villa at will. Linger ran around excitedly in her own room. Sometimes he looked at the soft big bed, sometimes at the tall wardrobe, and sometimes he ran out to the balcony. In short, she is completely busy. As for Xia Xiaoan and Su Fan, after strolling around casually, they also came to the second floor. These are all good things. Any painting costs hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Xia Xiaoan was just like visiting a museum, looking at the paintings hanging on the walls while looking up information on his mobile phone. He discovered that any small decoration in this villa could be worth tens of thousands. Many items even cost more than 100,000. For example, the largest painting on the wall once appeared at an auction. The highest price at that time was 3.8 million. I didn't expect it to appear in this villa now. It is conceivable how strong Zhou Ling's financial resources are. Xiaoan, please take a picture for me, quickly. Seeing luxury goods everywhere around her, how could Su Fan sit idle? She quickly urged her boyfriend to take pictures for her, and she had to pose next to various luxury items. Then, I posted the photos I took to my moments, and in less than 5 minutes, they received hundreds of likes. There are also many friends who are amazed and envious. Xiaofan, when did you start living in such a high-end place? Where is this? Did you buy a house? Or did your boyfriend buy one? I'm so envious. It's a luxury house.
At least it's in the tens of millions, right?
Seeing these people expressing their envy of her in their circle of friends, Sufan felt a little flattered. It was as if I had become the owner of this villa. Wow, come and have a look, this thing is really beautiful. At this time, she discovered something that interested her very much. Sufan jogged along, holding the small crystal sculpture in her hand, unable to let it go. This small crystal was bought by Luo Shuang for Zhou Ling. It would be nice to put it at home as a decoration. It cost more than 100,000 yuan when I bought it. After all, this is not some common handicraft, but a carefully crafted work by a top master in the country. There is only this one thing. This little thing is quite unique. Xia Shouan came over and also liked this crystal carving very much. But even if you like it, it's someone else's after all. At most I'll hold it in my hand and look at it for a moment, then put it back. However, Sufan obviously would not consider this. Because all her attention was completely attracted by this crystal sculpture. Xiaofun, put it down quickly, this is someone else's stuff. Xia Shouan couldn't help but remind. However, Sufan not only did not put it back, but instead nervously held it against her chest, as if she was worried that someone would snatch it away. No, this crystal carving is so beautiful, don't you think it suits me? Sufan pouted and acted like a spoiled brat, pretending to be aggrieved. Seeing his girlfriend starting to act like a spoiled child, Xie Shouan felt helpless. After all, he has absolutely no resistance to girls acting coquettishly. Of course it suits you. Xie Shouan nodded seriously and smiled indulgently. Sufan was very happy to hear her boyfriend praising her like this. Really? Then I'm going to take it home and watch it every day. Sufan smiled happily and had no intention of returning the thing. Chapter 71, Shouldn't You Hit Women? Update 1. She was so fond of the crystal sculpture that she almost threw it into her pocket. Seeing his girlfriend like this, Xie Shouan was actually a little worried. They were in someone else's house, playing with someone else's things. Moreover, one can tell at a glance that this crystal carving is very expensive. If I take Linger away directly, will her brother pursue the matter? Xiaofun, but wouldn't it be bad if we take it away? Xie Shouan was a little worried. Sufan didn't have such worries. She said as a matter of course, I am Linger's friend, and he is Linger's brother. What's wrong with me taking something from him? Besides, he has plenty of money. Even if this thing is worth millions, it shouldn't be a problem for him, right? Sufan said seriously. After thinking about it, Xie Shouan also felt that it made a lot of sense. Zhou Ling is really rich. He lives in a mansion and drives a luxury car. Hundreds of thousands, or even millions, are indeed just small amounts of money to him. What's the big deal about taking a small thing from him? Besides, with Linger's relationship, there's even less to worry about. Thinking of this, Xie Shouan felt much more relieved and stopped thinking about it. He took the crystal sculpture from Sufan, looked at her with love on his face, and spoke in a gentle and doting tone. Xiaofun, I've never given you anything valuable, so consider this little thing as a token of my appreciation. Really? Are you really going to give it to me? Sufan was stunned for a moment, then screamed in surprise. Of course, I love you so much, how could I lie to you? Xie Shouan smiled. Wow, I'm so touched. I love you so much. Sufan excitedly threw herself into Xie Shouan's arms, deeply moved. This crystal carving is indeed the most precious gift. But Xie Shouan actually gave it away as soon as he said he would. How could one not be moved? It doesn't matter. Who made me love you so much? Xie Shouan also took it for granted, as if he didn't realize that what he was taking were completely other people's things. Coincidentally, Linger also came upstairs to see. Xiaofun, what are you doing? Linger asked curiously. Sufan came to Linger with a crystal carving in her hand, smiling, and said with emotion, Look, this is the gift Shouan just gave me. As she spoke, she pressed the crystal carving against her face, looking as if she was cherishing it very much. But Linger frowned. Because she also realized that this crystal carving was something from the villa. It doesn't belong to either of them. Xiaofun, isn't this something from my brother's villa? How did it become your gift? Oh, Linger, I finally fell in love with something, so what if I take it away? And you are my friend, don't you want to give it to me? Sufan was a little unhappy and her tone became somewhat complaining. Linger was speechless. Although they are friends, this thing belongs to her brother after all.
Her brother didn't say anything, so as a younger sister, how could she have the right to take his things and give them away?
What made her very uncomfortable was that Su Fan took the crystal for herself without anyone's consent.
Moreover, there is no intention of reflection. Do you even feel that it is an honor that she likes this crystal sculpture? What kind of mentality is this?
No, I have no right to dispose of my brother's things at will, so you better put it down.
Linger's tone was a little tough. Seeing this, Xiaoshuan was a little unhappy. Linger, you two are friends, so what's wrong with giving me a small gift?
Besides, your brother has plenty of money, so why would he need this little thing?
Or do you think that the friendship between you two is not even as good as this crystal carving?
He asked several rhetorical questions at once, leaving Linger at a loss as to how to answer. Seeing Linger speechless, Xiaoshuan was quite proud. Besides, there is no possibility of taking back what I gave away, so let's end this matter here and don't say anything more. Seeing her boyfriend speaking for her so firmly, Su Fan snuggled in his arms, feeling very moved. But the next second a cold voice came from the stairs.
Who do you think you are to give my things away as gifts?
Zhou Ling put his hands in his pockets and walked over slowly. When they saw the owner of the villa appear, Xiaoshuan and Su Fan's expressions became very unnatural. They both felt very guilty and didn't even dare to look him in the eye. But Su Fan reacted quickly and said immediately, "Why are you making such a stinky face? We didn't do anything wrong." "That's right. We are guests after all, and friends of your sister.
Do you think your attitude towards us is really appropriate?" Xiaoshuan also gained confidence and began to accuse Zhou Ling with his head held high. They thought that he had only done a small thing, so was there any need for him to make the atmosphere so cold? And wasn't it he himself who asked them to come here as guests? Who treats guests with this attitude?
Hearing their shameless words, Zhou Ling's eyes turned slightly cold, like two knives, extremely sharp.
Meeting his gaze, Xiaoshuan shrank his neck and quickly took 2 steps back. As a man, he could really feel Zhou Ling's aura.
Faced with such momentum, he didn't have the courage to resist at all.
You have no manners at all. Why are you so fierce? If it weren't for the fact that you are Linger's brother, would we still reason with you?
Su Fan glared with her eyes, as fierce as a tigress. Zhou Ling ignored her and just glanced at the crystal carving and ordered, "Put it back." Since this person is Linger's friend, it would be inappropriate for him to directly break off relations with him, so he still gave him the chance.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
Su Fan looked around guiltily, pretending not to understand.
"Xiaofan, stop playing tricks and put it back." Linger glanced at her brother's face and knew that he must be very unhappy.
If Su Fan could know how to restrain herself, she believed her brother would definitely not say anything. Being stared at by the brother and sister, Su Fan finally couldn't stand it anymore and started to complain loudly. "What on earth do you mean? Did I do something that would anger God and people? Is it necessary for you two to oppress me? Linger, we are friends after all, so what if you give this to me?" Su Fan began to act confidently and even used their friendship as a bargaining chip to question Linger.
But Linger was a little anxious. But Su Fan didn't give her a chance to speak. "No buts," I said, "this is what I like."
After she finished speaking, she also specifically said to Zhou Ling, "Linger is still young, it's okay for her to be ignorant, but how come you, as her brother, are also ignorant? Or you don't consider Linger your sister at all, so you don't want to give this thing to me, right?" She put her hands on her hips, spoke with reason and confidence, and was domineering and pressing forward step by step.
This is equivalent to pushing Zhou Ling and Linger off the cliff.
If Linger still dares to object, it proves that Linger doesn't care about this friendship at all. If Zhou Ling dares to say no, it means that Zhou Ling doesn't regard Linger as his sister at all.
So, no matter how you look at it, she's definitely going to win.
After hearing what she said, Linger was indeed anxious and flustered.
Even though she felt something was wrong, she couldn't say anything.
But Zhou Ling kept looking at her coldly, as if he was looking at a clown. Because the final trick was just too childish for him. When Su Fan saw that the two of them were silent, she thought that they were intimidated by her aura and she couldn't help feeling smug.
That's right. How can family and friendship be measured by material things? It's not like you can't afford a second one anyway.
As she spoke, she happily put the crystal carving into her pocket. But just when she thought that the matter ended with her victory, a broad palm slapped her hard in the face.
Bang! A loud slap was heard.
In an instant, it seemed as if the whole world was quiet, without a single unnecessary sound.
"I gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. Don't blame me." Zhou Ling went over and took the crystal carving back.
Sufan covered her swollen face, too shocked to speak. She felt it was unbelievable. As a girl, she was actually beaten by a man? You disgusting bastard, how dare you hit a woman? As a man, you actually dare to hit a woman, do you have any shame? She felt aggrieved and angry and started cursing. In her world, no matter how barbaric or unreasonable a woman is, a man should not lay hands on a woman, even if she humiliates a man in public. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Ling slapped her hard again. Bang! This time it's even more brutal than before. This palm is the price you pay for humiliating me. Zhou Ling said coldly. As for the other party's statement that men shouldn't hit women, he simply scoffed at it. Men really shouldn't hit women, but it also depends on the reason and what kind of woman she is. If all women in the world were like this man, I would kick you to death, not to mention hitting you. Just giving her 2 slaps now is already very considerate. Chapter 72, Don't Be Too Naughty Part 2. After being slapped twice in a row, Sufan was completely stunned. She has never been beaten by a man in her life. After all, in her world, women should be loved, pampered, and should be fearless. The 2 slaps today not only slapped her in the face, but also shattered her worldview that she had held for many years. Xia Xiaoshuan was also furious when he saw his girlfriend being beaten. You dare to hit my girlfriend? I think you don't want to live anymore. He punched Zhou Ling angrily. But with his skills, he wasn't even worthy of Zhou Ling's second glance. Zhou Ling punched him in the lower abdomen, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. You are too weak. Zhou Ling commented lightly. Then he stepped over his body and came in front of Su Fin. What else do you want? You are not a man, you are a thug, you are a beast, you are a devil. Su Fin burst into tears of grievance, pointed at Zhou Ling and cried madly. Seeing her like this, Zhou Ling shook his head silently. It seems that this girl still hasn't learned her lesson. You are really brave to act unreasonably in front of me and insult me again and again. Zhou Ling praised with a smile. But his praise made Su Finzhong feel frightened. After being beaten twice in a row, she knew very well that this man was definitely not as good as he looked. When you are really ruthless, you don't care what others say. However, she was used to being arrogant, so how could she swallow this kind of injustice? What's wrong with me saying a few words to you? Did I say something wrong? You are just a piece of trash, a scumbag, and you don't deserve to be a man at all. Su Fin stepped back in fear, making angry accusations. She hoped that her ferocity could scare the man away. It would have been fine if she didn't repent, but she was still speaking rudely. Zhou Ling's eyes became even colder. Even if he beat a woman like this 1,000 times, he wouldn't feel guilty about it. But just as he was about to take action, he suddenly remembered that his sister was still watching him. She must have felt uncomfortable beating her friend so violently. After thinking for a while, he went over, grabbed Su Fin by the collar, dragged her to the room on the 2nd floor, and then closed the door. A minute later, he dragged out the disheveled Su Fin. Go away and don't show up in front of me again. Zhou Ling scolded coldly. Just now he was in the room and gave Su Fin a severe beating. So, Su Fin fell to the ground with a puffy face, disheveled hair, and looked extremely miserable. After hearing what he said, how could these two dare to stay here? He got up from the ground and ran away immediately, as if he was afraid that if he was a second slower, he would never be able to escape again. Today Zhou Ling left an indelible shadow in their hearts. Linger lowered her head and stood silently by the side, like a little girl who had done something wrong. She was the one who brought the person here, and now that this has happened, she feels very guilty. Zhou Ling patted her little head and comforted her, it's none of your business. It's mainly because these two people are too shameless. But... She looked embarrassed and hesitated to speak. Zhou Ling interrupted her immediately, there is no but. On the contrary, I should be the one to say sorry. After all, she is your friend. This was also the reason why he originally wanted to give Su Fin a chance. He didn't want to make life too difficult for his sister. Ling Er immediately shook her head, no, they were wrong first, and I also saw a person clearly, it's good. Zhou Ling was a little surprised to hear her say that. I didn't expect that this little girl could actually think of this? It seems that she is quite mature. Well, he's just too small. He rubbed Linger's little head lovingly. Linger glared at him impatiently but did not stop him. People always have to grow up. 18 years old is not young anymore. If you understand some truths once you enter society, it will be too late. He said patiently.
This is also the truth he wants to teach Linger. Society is cruel and will not sympathize with you just because you are a girl. If you want to become better, you have to improve yourself. Of course, reason is reason. If anyone dares to bully her sister in the future, he will do his best to pin the person to the ground and beat him. Oh, I see. Are you annoyed? Linger waved her hands in disdain, too lazy to listen to his lectures. Then she skipped on and continued to visit her bedroom. Zhou Ling smiled helplessly, then went to the refrigerator and took out 2 Haagen-Dazs. On a hot day, you should have something cold to make it perfect. He is now worth hundreds of billions, and countless amounts of money come into his account every day while he sleeps. Marriott Group, Gui Alive, and Fonglin Bar Street, these 3 industries can all bring him huge income. He has enough ability to provide his family with a stable, wealthy life. Just as he was lying on the sofa, licking Haagen-Dazs, and looking for a good place to go for fun. Ah! Suddenly a terrified scream came from the room. He nervously dropped what he was holding and rushed into the room. Of course, there is no need to say much about the safety of his place, but if anything happens to his sister, he will never forgive himself. When he rushed into the room, he saw Linger with her back to him, her body shaking constantly. Sister, what happened? Zhou Ling asked nervously. Linger turned around slowly, holding a brand new piece of women's underwear in her hand, and looked at him with a smirk on her face. Brother, look what I found. This doesn't look like something a boy would use. This is a pink women's underwear with a tag on it. Zhou Ling was very embarrassed. This should have been bought when he and Luo Shuang were shopping yesterday, and it got mixed into his clothes. Don't talk nonsense, this belongs to my colleague. Zhou Ling lectured him like an elder. But Linger completely ignored him, shaking her pink underwear in her hands, as if she had heard some important secret. Oh, office romance? I get it, I get it. Linger smiled like a cunning little fox. She was adorable but also very infuriating. Zhou Ling was speechless after being misunderstood by her. You know a lot at such a young age. Give it back to me now. As he said this, he was about to snatch it away. But Linger was very cunning and didn't let him succeed at all. What are you doing? Want to keep the collection for yourself? That's not that easy. You don't want to give it to me? Then don't blame me for taking action. It would be too embarrassing to continue like this, and Zhou Ling didn't intend to reason with her. He knew that to deal with this kind of little bad guy, he had to use violence. Zhou Ling went over and tried to snatch the underwear from Linger's hand, but Linger quickly turned around and hid the underwear inside her clothes and refused to give it to him. The brother and sister rolled onto the bed and kept fighting, making the sheets and quilts a mess. I'm not giving it to you. This is my sister-in-law's underwear, I want to see if it's big. The clever little girl ran to the door and hung the pink underwear on herself. As a result, her small body couldn't support the dress at all, and it made her look too flat. Wow, is this my sister-in-law's figure? She's so sexy, isn't she? Linger was shocked. This scale was at least 3 times larger than her own. As expected, she is a woman who can charm her brother. She is really domineering. I am really impressed by you. Zhou Ling's face was full of black lines. Hee, I'm not going to tease you anymore. Here, I'll give it back to you. When are you going to bring your sister-in-law over for me to see? The little girl smiled. Zhou Ling was too lazy to explain so much to her. The more he explained, the worse it would get. She wouldn't believe it even if he told her. Just go out and eat your Haagen-Dazs, stop talking nonsense. He dragged Linger to the hall like a kitten. Fortunately, the little girl was so excited when she saw Haagen-Dazs, which finally made him feel relieved. When he put the pink underwear back into the closet, he couldn't help but take a closer look and thought to himself, I didn't expect her size to be this big. He is well aware of the dominance of the creamy figure. After all, we've seen what we need to see, right? Now seeing this pink underwear, he suddenly remembered the scene 2 days ago when she took off her maid outfit in front of him. Thinking of that fair and tender skin, he subconsciously touched his nose. TSK. It's really domineering. Chapter 73, Silently Gets Pentakill. In the afternoon, Linger changed into loose clothes, lay on the soft sofa, and played Honor of Kings leisurely. Damn it, I lost again. But just 6 minutes into the game, teammates clicked surrender one after another. This made Linger very angry. What does a 6-point shot look like? Can't you show some backbone? Are you too bad that even your teammates dislike you? Zhou Ling joked. The little girl was very unconvinced and retorted, how could that be? I wanted to show you a new way of fighting. Is this true? You can develop new routines by yourself?
Zhou Ling was surprised.
This little guy can even research routines by himself? Hee, of course. I learned this from a host. That's how Kai Wenji plays the jungle. Linger was very proud. Zhou Ling. He understood why his teammates took the 6-point shot.
If it were him, his mentality would probably collapse.
Kai Wenji is playing in the jungle. What is this strategy? Is it a trick to trick her teammates?
Looking at Zhou Ling's disgusted eyes, Linger knew that her silly brother would definitely not be able to understand this kind of high-end routine.
You don't understand. Back then, the famous anchor Zhang Tank used this tactic.
She raised her little head and said proudly. As a loyal player of Honor of Kings, she has some understanding of some well-known anchors. Especially Zhang Tank, she has been watching him for many years. Therefore, I can never forget this classic scene of Kai Wenji playing in the jungle.
Yeah? Zhou Ling didn't expect that his sister was actually a little fan of Zhang Tank? What was the final outcome of that game? He asked. Linger lost. Zhou Ling. What the hell, they can't even win, what kind of new tactics are these? Is this really a trick to trick your teammates? Defending the high ground, this is indeed Zhang Tank's style. He sneered a few times with a fake smile. Don't you dare say bad things about Zhang Tank. Linger patted his head gently as a warning to him.
Zhou Ling thought to himself, I'm afraid you can't understand your own idol.
You should respectfully call me Master Ling in front of me. As long as his account appears in any anchoress live broadcast room, all the anchors in Guya will be trembling. There's nothing he can do about it, since he is the richest man in Guya. Master Ling. Sister, do you want to play games with the anchor? Zhou Ling asked with a smile. Stop fooling me. What kind of anchor do you know? You might as well play it yourself.
Linger didn't even raise her head and didn't take his words to heart at all.
Zhou Ling didn't say anything, but silently opened the King of Glory and urged Zhang Tank to go online. This period of time is when the tank rests.
It is rarely used for live broadcasts, and even in private, he rarely plays games himself.
But after receiving Zhou Ling's WeChat message, he went online without hesitation. Mr. Ling, what can I do for you today?
Zhang Tank greeted casually.
Team up with me and help my sister gain points.
Zhou Ling sent a message.
No problem.
Zhang Tank immediately perked up when he heard there was a girl. Soon, Linger was pushed off the high ground and the crystal was destroyed in the new game.
She was secretly angry there.
Then Zhou Ling directly pulled her into the team.
Brother, is the other person your friend? Why does this account look familiar?
Staring at Zhang Tank's account, Linger muttered to herself. She often watches Zhang Tank's live broadcasts, so she is very familiar with many of his game accounts.
She quickly recognized the account.
It looks a bit like Zhang Tank's account, but that's impossible.
How could Tank play games with us?
After a brief moment of surprise, she shook her head and laughed at herself.
Zhou Ling smiled mysteriously, that's not necessarily true.
As he said that, he directly turned on the largest high-definition display screen and entered Zhang Tank's live broadcast room. At this time, Zhang Tank had just started broadcasting and his popularity had already soared to 5 million. All the comments in the live broadcast room were refreshing. Why did he suddenly start the live broadcast at this time? Zhang Tank smiled mysteriously and said, I'm going to team up with a certain big guy today.
I can't tell you.
Hearing him say this, all the viewers in the live broadcast room became very curious. It was just a team-based game, but Zhang Tank actually started a live broadcast.
Who is this big guy he was talking about?
Linger was also very confused and didn't understand why Zhang Tank started the live broadcast at this time. But it didn't take long for her to realize that she was on TV.
Aowa. Man, we're on TV and the other teammate really is a tank.
The girl jumped up excitedly.
She never thought that one day she would be able to play games with her idol?
Seeing his sister so excited, Zhou Ling smiled with satisfaction. Just to fulfill a small wish of yours, you can't control yourself?
Brother, you are amazing. How did you get to know Zhang Tank? And you can even team up with him? Linger was so excited that she jumped up and down.
She simply admired Zhou Ling so much. In this game, Zhang Tank wanted to perform well, so he specially chose Luna as a jungler.
Zhou Ling chose Lu Bu as the top laner.
Ling Er thought for a moment and said, then I will choose Jinji.
Look at how I show off in this round. My Luna will kill as many people as she wants.
Zhang Tank spoke dirty words in a casual manner. But at the beginning of the game, the opponent came to counter the blue buff after the dead players came. Zhou Ling and Linger were unable to provide support, and the top and jungle were directly defeated.
Don't panic. My habit is to give away the first blood and then get the kill. Zhang Tank seemed to be unconcerned on the surface, but in fact, his heart was bleeding. I can't help but sigh secretly, this game is too difficult to play. Due to the unfavorable start, Luna has not been able to develop. However, Lu Bu always suppresses the opponent's warriors in the top lane. Jinji in the middle lane relies on the second skill to quickly consume the soldiers and also plays steadily. Tank, are you still okay? Don't embarrass yourself in front of the big guys, okay?
There must be oil on my tank hands, or powder, or sweat.
If you don't believe me, just wait and see. The comments in the live broadcast room are all about how the tank is giving away kills in various ways. Sure enough, after giving away the third kill, Zhang Tank calmly analyzed, why do I feel like I'm a little stuck? There's water on my hands, and I can't operate it.
When people heard that he actually came up with this excuse, the comments in the live broadcast room became even more lively. As expected, Zhang Tank successfully delivered the highest number of kills in the team. He gnashed his teeth and wanted to throw his phone away. I am really good at catching birds.
Can the opponent's Houyi's ultimate skill not be so accurate?
He died 5 times, 4 of which were caused by being immobilized by big birds. Seeing him lose so badly, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room became very joyful.
I am glad to hear that. The tank's Luna can't even fly. The opponent must have something.
Needless to say, we're definitely going to lose this round.
It's the familiar battle of defending the high ground again. The barrage of comments helped him arrange the script, and sure enough, 2 minutes later, the middle lane tower was pushed down. The opponent is approaching the crystal. It's so annoying. Why do I always get tricked? Linger was also very angry.
At the beginning, her Jinji was quite good. But after being caught by the opponent several times, it completely collapsed. Without the high ground in the middle lane, the opponent drove straight in. 5 people gathered together to push forward, plus a few soldiers. It seemed that they would win the game directly. We need a genius to save the world at this time. When Zhang Tank saw the opponent coming to push the crystal, he was still very panicked. We had agreed to take off with the big guys, but it all fell apart right at the start.
He controlled Luna to fly into the crowd, preparing to perform an infinite combo under the moon.
But before it could fly out, a shining little heart appeared from Daji on the opposite side, instantly freezing her.
Within 2 seconds, the screen went black. The rest of the teammates also fell down one after another.
Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room all know that the game is about to end. Even Linger was dejected, thinking that she had lost the game so badly. Just when everyone thought that there was no way out, Lu Bu, who had recovered from the fountain with full health, rushed out holding the domineering Fong Tianhua Ji. The skin of Tianma Liuan jumped directly to the ultimate, shocking the 5 opponents at once. The second skill absorbed a thick shield, and the first skill was directly cut off, and a string of shocking white numbers jumped out above everyone's head. This blow directly cut them in half. 666, Lu Bu was so quiet before, I didn't expect him to be such a ruthless person. What terrible true damage. This blow directly cuts out a way to survive.
Zhang Tank, you have to learn well, Lu Bu is the real awesome one.
All the barrage comments were filled with 666, which was the praise that belonged exclusively to Lu Bu. The 5 opponents also noticed something was wrong and became furious at Lu Bu. But his shield is too thick, and within the range of his ultimate, it is his territory. 2 more quick slashes from the sword would turn even a creature with as much health as Zhu Beiji into a dead pig. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 5 opponents were defeated. One of them, Lu Ban, who was low on health, walked away quickly with his short legs and a school bag on his back. But how could Zhou Ling let him go so easily? He followed up with a flash and swung his sword, and Lu Ban immediately turned into a boiled egg.
Wow, 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 wow. Isn't that awesome? Getting 5 kills in an instant? Don't look at that, Tank. You'll never be able to learn this technique in your lifetime. This Lu Bu is really amazing.
I am the best at playing games in our village.
We all admire him very much. 666,666. Is this not the anchor?
There are very few passers-by who are that strong. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly because Lubu got a pentakill. Zhang Tank could only become a pitiful supporting role. Linger, who originally thought she was going to lose, hugged Zhou Ling excitedly and pressed her moist, sweet lips hard against his cheek.
Mooah!
As expected of my brother, you are so awesome.
Chapter 74 Sign and Reward.
Zhou Ling got a pentakill in a low-key manner without any expression. For him, this was not difficult at all. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Tang couldn't help but shake his head and laughed. The boss is the boss. I didn't expect that I was the one who was carried away.
Hearing him say this, all the audience reacted. It turns out that this Lubu is the big boss that Zhang Tank mentioned? This strength is too strong. Could it really be a certain anchor?
The comments were flooding with comments, all asking where the big guy Zhang Tank was live streaming. Seeing that the comments in his live broadcast room were all about Master Ling, Zhang Tank didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I can't reveal his identity, but he is a mysterious boss.
Zhang Tank said mysteriously. He didn't dare to expose Master Ling's game account at will.
If any action made Master Ling unhappy, although he would not be in any trouble, he did not want to make such a low-level mistake.
However, his approach of keeping the audience in suspense actually aroused the curiosity of all the audience.
I can only say that he is not a live streamer, but every live streamer will tremble when they see him. Zhang Tank smiled proudly and said that he just wouldn't reveal the other party's true identity, leaving the anxious audience to guess. Linger, who was watching the live broadcast, was also extremely curious. She felt more and more that her brother was full of mystery. It would have been fine if she could team up with Zhang Tank to play games, but she also clearly felt that Zhang Tank was quite afraid of her brother. Brother, don't keep me in suspense.
Who the hell are you? Linger asked expectantly. Zhou Ling smiled and said, you will know later.
You mean bastard, you even hide it from your sister.
What kind of good brother are you? Linger pouted and complained unhappily.
Seeing that his sister was unhappy, Zhou Ling did not try to comfort her, but instead wanted to tease her. I wanted to buy you all the skins and heroes, but now that you've said that, I guess that's not necessary anymore?
Linger, who was pretending to be angry, couldn't continue pretending when she heard him say that. She quickly jumped over, rode on Zhou Ling's body, and then pretended to hug his neck very intimately. I know my brother is the best. I was just joking just now.
Hero skins and such are not important.
The main thing is that I like my brother.
Linger said with a smile, and her previous dissatisfaction with Zhou Ling was swept away. This girl's attitude changed so quickly.
But I might change my mind. Whether I can fulfill your wish depends on how you behave.
But Zhou Ling didn't buy her trick.
This girl is so clever.
Hee, it's only natural for a sister to massage her brother's back.
I'm not doing this for all the heroes and skins.
She was very diligent and used her small hands to massage Zhou Ling's back and shoulders. It doesn't matter if I play games or not, the main thing is that I like to serve my brother. Linger spoke with great righteousness, as if she had no selfish motives at all. In Zhang Tank's live broadcast room, Zhou Ling was too lazy to play anymore after playing a game, so he just asked Zhang Tank to guide Linger. It also fulfills her wish to get close to her idol.
Then he logged into the Guya account Mr. Ling and gave Zhang Tank 10 treasure maps. I'm not going to play anymore.
You guys can play by yourselves. He posted a barrage like this. Instantly, the audience in the live broadcast room went wild.
What? Am I seeing right? Could it be that Master Lin is the boss who played Lubu just now? It must be, otherwise why would he say that?
No wonder Zhang Tank said that all the anchors on Dog Teeth would tremble in fear when they saw this big guy.
He really wasn't lying. It's so depressing. It's okay to be rich, but how can you be so good at playing games? Yeah, that's it. Are you going to let people live?
You guys are still talking nonsense here, but the sensible girl has already started sending private messages.
Countless people were surprised, as it was the first time they saw Master Ling's gaming level.
Some people quickly logged into the game and searched for his ID to add him as a friend. In just 1 minute, he received at least tens of thousands of friend requests.
And this number has doubled. Many of Guda's anchors also quietly started adding friends.
They know that once they successfully add friends, they may have a chance to become as successful as Zhang Tank.
After all, this is a terrifying rich man who spends money lavishly.
However, Zhou Ling had already quit the game and was too lazy to pay attention to what they were discussing.
Sign in successfully and get a like in Hypersport as a reward.
At this time, the system prompt sounded. Zhou Ling was stunned for a moment.
Like in Hypersport? What is this?
He quickly checked it and then smiled with satisfaction.
A sports car worth over 100 million? That's interesting.
It turned out to be a supercar, and it was very expensive, even more expensive than his Pagani. After all, only 7 of these cars are produced in the world, and each one is a true masterpiece.
Ordinary people can't buy it even if they have money.
And Zhou Ling's car is the best of the best, priced at over 100 million, and it is the kind that cannot be bought even with money. However, with the help of the system, such an expensive and precious supercar becomes his asset in the most reasonable way.
That's good. My Pagani is too conspicuous now. I'm afraid people will take pictures of me when I go out.
It's not bad to buy a new car. The car appeared at exactly the right time, just enough to resolve his embarrassment.
Now that I have a new car, I naturally want to test the waters. Sister, I'm going to show you off. Zhou Ling waved his hand and laughed heroically.
As his sister, this little girl can't be too shabby. You still have to have what you need.
Shopping?
Great. I'll make a killing today, you rich bastard. When she heard that they were going out to play, Linger jumped up from the sofa happily, and then hurried into the room to change clothes. After changing their clothes, the two came to the garage.
Brother, what car are you driving today? The red one?
Linger's face was full of anticipation. She knew that it was a luxury car and it would be very comfortable to sit in.
Driving on the road, it feels like an emperor touring the world.
Unexpectedly, Zhou Ling shook his head and said, "Let's open something else today."
The Bentley my parents talked about? Okay, that's not bad either. Linger shook her head, sounding a little regretful. Neither. The car I'm going to drive today is way better than Bentley and Pagani. Even the two combined are not enough to beat it.
Zhou Ling smiled.
The preciousness of Lycan Hypersport is really beyond comparison with Pagani. Is this true or false? Hearing him say this, Linger became a little excited. What car is better than Pagani and Bentley?
As the electronic smart door of the garage slowly rose, a black sports car, almost lying on the ground, appeared in front of the two. At the first glance, Zhou Ling was attracted by the car's domineering appearance. The shape of this car is very exaggerated.
It is all black, restrained yet domineering.
The overall design adopts sharp lines, and the LED headlights of the front headlight group are very sharp. Combined with the front bumper design, the new car looks extremely aggressive.
Its rear design is even more exaggerated.
The LED taillight group adopts an L-shaped design. Combined with the large-size spoiler design on the bottom of the car, it looks very futuristic. The vehicle uses a lot of luxurious materials. Titanium alloy and carbon fiber materials are used in many places, and even the seats are sewn with gold thread. It can be said that this car is a symbol of status.
The impact is stronger than Pagani. What a cool car! Isn't it so cool? Linger's eyes suddenly lit up.
She walked to the front of the car and circled around it, her eyes full of amazement.
Just from the appearance, you can tell that this car is definitely not simple.
Especially this ferocious appearance, as well as the cold and arrogant temperament, which makes people fall in love with it at the first sight.
Brother, what's the name of this car? It must be expensive, right? Linger was completely shocked. This is the Lycan Hypersport, limited to 7 units worldwide.
The one your brother has is the most expensive top-of-the-line model. Zhou Ling was also very satisfied with the car. As for the price, he felt there was no need to talk about it, so as not to scare the silly girl. Under Zhou Ling's control, the door of Lycan Hypersport opened. Its doors slowly opened to both sides, and the interior is also black, which is very calm and low-key.
But it gives people a sense of kingly dominance. Linger couldn't wait any longer. She sat in.
The cozy feeling of being wrapped in it made her cry out in comfort. Zhou Ling also got into the car and started it. Boom! A sound like the roar of a tiger suddenly rang out. Just listening to the sound, one can feel the awe-inspiring power without even being angry. The car slowly drove out of the garage and left the Fulan community. As the Lycan Hypersport drove out of the gate, the two security guards were so shocked that their mouths went dry.
Having worked as security guards for so many years, what kind of luxury cars have they not seen?
As low as a few million, as high as tens of millions. No matter what car it is, it's hard to shock them. But this car made them dumbfounded. What an arrogant voice. What kind of car is this? Why has this logo never been seen before? A security guard touched his head in amazement. Another security guard quickly checked, and the result scared him so much that he almost dropped his phone. Is this the Lykan Hypersport? The Lykan that costs hundreds of millions? That's a bit cruel, it's actually a Lykan? The security guard dropped his hat on the ground and held his phone in his hands, stunned. Chapter 75. I never look at the price when buying things. They really don't understand the lives of rich people. If you have 100 million, what can't you buy? You can buy a few buildings, but why buy a car? To them, 100 million is probably the same as 1,000. They don't even consider money as money. Another security guard couldn't help but sigh deeply. Different levels of identity will give completely different feelings. This car is cooler than a Pagani, and the sound is so awesome. Sitting in the car, Linger was extremely excited. She looked around and couldn't calm down at all. Whether it is Pagani or this Lykan, they can only be seen on TV and in movies. But now, she sat through them all in one day. Normally, she wouldn't even dare to think about this kind of thing. Zhou Ling smiled and said, "That's nothing. You'll have more fun later." As he spoke, the Lykan let out a low roar, and the black body of the car drove into the street like a tiger. Attracted by the sound, everyone on the street looked over and marveled. "Oh my god, what kind of car is this? It looks so majestic. Is it a Rolls-Royce? How is that possible? Rolls-Royce doesn't have this kind of logo. If I'm not mistaken, this is probably the latest model of Wuling Hongguang. What a bunch of idiots." I checked. This car is called Lykan. You can't get it without 100 million. A young man held up his mobile phone and showed everyone the information he had found. His words made everyone's head buzz. Fuck, 100 million? I thought it would be a few million at most, but I didn't expect it would be 100 million? I wonder who's sitting inside, but it must be a very handsome young man, right? No brains, even if the person living in there is a bald uncle, he'd still be the most handsome. I wonder which one is more powerful, the owner of this car or the owner of the Pagani that caused a lot of controversy a few days ago? Everyone was talking about it, and all their eyes were attracted by the car. Some people compare Pagani owners to Lykan owners. But they don't know that the person sitting in the Lykan is actually the owner of the Pagani. Zhou Ling was already used to being watched, so he didn't take it seriously at all. Many young girls on the roadside looked excited and wanted to come over and knock on the car window to get the contact information. But he ignored them all. Soon, they arrived at the underground parking lot. The door of the Lykan opened from the side and rear, and Zhou Ling and Linger walked out. He was dressed very simply today, just a white shirt, a pair of black trousers, and ordinary flat sneakers. If someone else wore this outfit, it would probably look like something from a street stall. But when he got out of the car, the eyes of several girls who happened to pass by were attracted by him. Where did this handsome guy come from? He's so handsome. Especially when he steps out of the car, he looks even more handsome. I really want to go up and chat with him. It doesn't matter if he has a car or not, the main thing is that he looks handsome. Don't hesitate, hurry up, or you will miss the chance. The girls stared at it intently, all of them seemed to be engrossed. They are all girls from wealthy families, definitely fair, wealthy and beautiful. Men have to bow down and try to please them, even giving up their dignity. However, in front of Zhou Ling, they were too nervous to step forward. He has a famous temperament that is so outstanding that he seems like a banished immortal. They felt unprecedented inferiority, so much so that even after Zhou Ling had left with Linger, they still didn't dare to approach him. "Brother, you are now treated like a star," Linger said with a smile. "Celebrities are just like this. Don't be fooled by their glamorous appearance. They are just puppets in life." Zhou Ling twitched the corner of his mouth, showing disdain. If you compare him with those young handsome guys, it would be an insult to him. Celebrities live for their fans, for their companies, and for their personas. Some people need to falsify their academic qualifications, some need to evade taxes, and some need to please their fans. And he doesn't need it at all. He lives his life as he pleases. He can wear slippers to eat snail noodles, or he can dress up in a suit and look glamorous. Anyway, I'm relying on you today. Serve me to your satisfaction, or I'll report you to my parents," Linger threatened in a pretended vicious voice. Zhou Ling smiled and rubbed her head. I know, little girl. When taking your sister shopping, you can't be too stingy. Whatever she liked, Zhou Ling would buy it on the spot without saying a word. No matter how expensive it is, it's nothing in his eyes. Brother, I want to buy this dress. When they arrived at a store, Linger jumped up and down, pointed at a piece of clothing and shouted excitedly. The shape of this dress is really good, and you can tell at first glance that it is carefully designed. Okay, I'll buy it. Zhou Ling agreed without even thinking about it. The shopping guide came over to serve them and was about to pack it when he was stopped by another voice. Wait a minute, I like this dress too. A bald middle-aged man with a big belly said domineeringly. Also by his side was a little girl who was about the same age as Linger. Judging from their close relationship, they were obviously not his parents. Godfather, you are so kind to me. The girl acted sweetly and coquettishly, making the middle-aged man smile happily. The middle-aged man touched her body several times and said proudly, of course, as long as you want to buy it, I can buy it for you no matter how expensive it is. Hee, you are worthy of being my godfather, you are so capable. The girl gave a thumbs up and praised the middle-aged man very much. The greasy man arrogantly accused the salesperson and ordered, what are you standing there for? Help me pack it up. Sir, this is not appropriate. This handsome guy saw it first. The shopping guide looked embarrassed. The greasy man didn't care about that at all. He snorted and said impatiently, this place is so upscale. Do you think a young man like this can afford it? Or do you look down on me and don't want to sell it to me? The greasy man's tone was very tough, making the situation extremely awkward. In order to show off his financial strength, he ordered the salesperson, just tell me the price and make this young man give up on the spot, right? Looking at the middle-aged man's greasy face, the shopping guide felt helpless. Of course she was on Zhou Ling's side, but the greasy guy had a tough attitude and looked difficult to deal with. You just read it when I ask you to. If you keep procrastinating, do you believe that my godfather will buy your store? The girl gave the order in a shrill voice with a look of disgust on her face, putting on an extremely noble appearance. In fact, she was also secretly glancing at Zhou Ling. His looks completely conquered her, making her nervously press her legs together and blush. But she knew very well that a pretty face was nothing compared to huge amounts of money. Especially after following her godfather, she felt like she had become a princess and was superior to everyone else wherever she went. So, she figured it out in less than a second, and she didn't even bother to look at Zhou Ling's face. Passers-by thought that the greasy man was being too much. He was bullying others by relying on his wealth? In addition, Zhou Ling is handsome and Linger is smart and cute, so everyone naturally prefers them as siblings. Handsome boy, don't bother with people like that, just go buy some other clothes. That's right, this kind of bachelor is the most annoying. What else can he do besides bullying others? Handsome guy, this store is really expensive, let's go. Many people were persuading Zhou Ling not to act on impulse. They don't want to see him embarrassed. There were also a few wealthy women who couldn't stand it anymore and offered to sponsor him on the spot to help him vent his anger. In response, Zhou Ling expressed his gratitude but had no intention of leaving. Thank you, everyone. But I want to see how expensive this dress is. He uttered a nonchalant laugh. Linger glared at the two people opposite her angrily, not showing any fear at all. Comparing money ability with your brother? Ha, I'm afraid you're not good enough, little brother. When the greasy man saw Zhou Ling being so overestimating his own abilities, he was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help laughing. Ha, did I hear you right? You still want to stay and humiliate yourself? Sure. I admire your courage. The greasy man pointed at the salesperson and asked her to give a quote quickly. At this point, the salesperson felt sorry for Zhou Ling and then read out, 150,000, this is the original price. The greasy man nodded with a smile, but when he heard the price clearly, his fat face froze instantly. What did you say? How much? He raised his voice in disbelief. The salesperson repeated, Sir, this dress is 150,000 yuan. It was designed by an internationally renowned master. There is no discount. Worry. The greasy guy was so shocked that he started rolling his eyes. He thought it would be a few thousand at most, but he didn't expect it to be 150,000? 150,000 for a piece of rag? Why don't you just go and rob it? He roared in dissatisfaction, the price was too outrageous. Let him spend 150,000 to buy a piece of clothing? Impossible. The shopping guide looked extremely upset, but he did not dare to refute and could only endure it silently. Godfather, buy it. I will make sure to serve you comfortably tonight. The girl took his hand and started to act coquettishly again. The greasy man's face turned black, and he could only touch her hand awkwardly and explain, Goddaughter, this thing is too expensive, let's not buy it. This is simply a money grab. Who can afford it? He complained loudly, as if he had suffered a great injustice. He didn't believe that someone would spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just for a piece of clothing. But just as he finished speaking, he heard Zhou Ling say calmly, the clothes are quite cheap, pack them for me. Chapter 76, this is called spending money like water. Such a light sentence instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was very surprised. The shopping guide said that this dress was priced at 150,000 yuan. How could he dare to buy it? Is there something wrong with your brain? It's over, it's over. Although the handsome guy is handsome, it seems that his brain is not very good. I have to take him home and treat him day and night. Fart, only I can cure it, send it to my house. Poor little brother, how could his brain be damaged at such a young age? Let me give him some training and see if he can recover. Several wealthy ladies with graceful figures, hot bodies, and fair skin all felt sorry for Zhou Ling. Everyone wants to take him home and treat him with their own secret recipe. Hearing his words, the greasy man looked disdainful. Young man, stop pretending. What can you afford? Even a successful person like him can't afford it. He doesn't think a young man like Zhou Ling is qualified to spend so much money. He felt that this young man was just trying to be rich. Then I'll watch you buy it here. He put his hands on his hips and watched with a smile. He just wants to see how this young man steps down. Zhou Ling didn't even look at him and just said to the salesperson, except for this one, there are also this row of items. Buy them all for me. The salesperson was completely shocked. Sir, do you mean this row? Yes. Zhou Ling said. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in shock, as if they couldn't believe it. This one piece alone is already priced sky high, and he actually wants to buy the entire row? Plus, this whole row of items would cost at least hundreds of thousands of dollars, so there is no way you could take it down. Does he really have the confidence, or is he here to cause trouble? The greasy man burst into laughter. Ha ha, did I hear you right? You dare to say such big words, aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave this store? After all, even he himself doesn't dare to say such words. In a shopping mall, deliberately causing trouble is likely to get you into trouble. He could already foresee what a miserable end this young man would have. Don't just stand there, hurry up. Seeing that the shopping guide was already standing there in a daze, Zhou Ling couldn't help but urge her. The salesperson seemed to have just woken up from a dream and couldn't help but remind him, this row, plus this one, will cost at least $500,000. Is 500,000 a lot? Zhou Ling tilted his head, somewhat confused. Everyone. Damn, what are you talking about? 500,000 is not a lot? Many people here have an annual salary of less than $500,000. Do you think it's too much? Even the greasy guy's face was twitching constantly. His annual salary was only 1 million, and 500,000 was really not a small amount of money. Everyone looked at him with complicated expressions as if they had seen a ghost. At Zhou Ling's urging, the shopping guide packed all the clothes neatly and calculated the total price, 683,060.9 yuan. 680,000. This price is extremely outrageous. But Zhou Ling looked relaxed, swiped the card directly, and the transaction was successful. Okay, the deduction was successful. Thank you for coming next time. Several shopping guides and the store manager in the store were also startled, and then they were all surprised. At first they were also worried whether this handsome guy was just trying to look good. But unexpectedly, he spent 680,000 without blinking an eye. To him, 680,000 yuan seemed to be almost the same as 68 yuan. Several wealthy women who were ready to help resolve the situation were stunned for a moment, then covered their red lips in surprise. I never knew this little handsome boy was really good at it. He's handsome and rich, it's over, I've fallen for him, what should I do? This is definitely a super rich young man, sisters, hurry up and get him. If anyone gets him, don't forget to share. Their hearts were beating fast and they were completely obsessed with Zhou Ling's appearance and temperament. In this world, if you can have either wealth or good looks, it would be great. But now, he has both good looks and wealth, and he is extremely generous. He is simply a rare good man. On the other hand, the greasy man's expression changed, his muscles twitched, and his face looked very ugly. Just now he was smugly preparing to see Zhou Ling make a fool of himself. As a result, people spend money just like throwing away garbage, without even a second glance. On the other hand, he himself was reluctant to spend even 150,000, let alone 680,000. It is immediately clear who is stronger and who is weaker. The greasy man's lips were trembling, and it was hard to tell whether he was embarrassed or angry. The girl next to him was stunned by how handsome Zhou Ling looked when he spent money. He's so handsome, and the way he spends money is even more handsome. How can there be such a good man in the world? Her beautiful eyes were full of color, and she was excited and shy, and her heart was beating fast. If I had known he was so rich, who would have wanted to be with this stupid greasy guy? But it doesn't matter, I still have a chance. The girl began to plan silently in her mind. Compared with Zhou Ling, this greasy man is worse than dirt. What qualifications does he have to enjoy her beauty? If it weren't for the money, who would recognize him as their godfather? Although he is indeed very capable. Are you happy? Zhou Ling didn't care about the mood or thoughts of the people around him. He only cares about whether his sister is happy or not. Yeah, brother, you are so good to me. If it weren't for the fact that I am your sister, I would have wanted to marry you. Where can I find such a good man? Linger stood on tiptoe as if she wanted to give him a kiss, but Zhou Ling was too tall and she couldn't reach him. Okay, are you embarrassed? Let's go eat after shopping. Zhou Ling scolded her unhappily, then picked up bags full of stuff in his left and right hands. Thank you, everyone. Just treat this small amount of money to tea. As he spoke, he took out a few banknotes and distributed them to the shopping guide. Not much, just a small stack per person. Oh my god. Is this a tip? A tip of 10,000? That's an outrageous tip, right? That is more than my 2 months' salary. The shopping guides were truly stunned. Zhou Ling's lavish spending just now was nothing compared to how shocked they were now. After all, this money is actually delivered to your hands. After working for so many years, this is the first time they have seen such a rich man. Passers-by were all extremely envious. Each person had 10,000 yuan, and there were 8 people in this shop, that meant 80,000 yuan. Who can spend 80,000 yuan without hesitation? Seeing this scene, the greasy man trembled all over. Without saying a word, he dragged the girl away in shame. As the girl ran, she looked back at Zhou Ling, reluctant to leave. After a big purchase, Laken simply couldn't fit so many things in. He called an assistant to come and pick it up, and then he felt relieved. I was starving after shopping in the mall. There happened to be a nice barbecue buffet restaurant on the 5th floor, which would definitely be suitable for a greedy girl like Linger. As soon as you come in, you can feel the bustling and lively atmosphere inside. A variety of vegetarian dishes, seafood, meat dishes, etc. are all available. Including all kinds of expensive wines and beverages, everything is available. If I don't make you poor today, I'm not your sister. Seeing the dazzling array of delicious food in front of her, Linger was already salivating with appetite, and quickly took the small plate and tongs to search for fresh ingredients. Soon, she came back with a plate full of meat. Looking at the slices of meat piled too high, Zhou Ling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, his appetite has increased greatly, and this amount of meat is not enough to make him half full. In the past, I really couldn't finish it. Brother, there are cocktails over there. Do you want one? No thanks, I'm driving and I don't drink. As she spoke, the girl skipped off to get the ingredients. All kinds of vegetarian dishes, meat dishes and seafood were piled on the table, and many people even looked at this side strangely. This made Zhou Ling feel a little embarrassed. Brother, eat quickly, there's more here. Linger used tweezers to turn the meat slices like a chef, but unfortunately every piece of meat started to burn. Hey, didn't you say you were going to eat me to death? Why are you roasting everything for me to eat? Zhou Ling also felt puzzled. Oh, eat it if I tell you to. I'm doing this for your own good. If men eat more, your future sister-in-law will enjoy it. She educated him seriously. Puff. Zhou Ling almost spit out his drink, and quickly knocked her head, asking, who taught you this? Don't be mean to me. I'm already 18, what don't I know? Linger's face was full of disgust, and she thought to herself that although she was young, she had actually grown up a long time ago. Matters between men and women are not a secret. As she spoke, she ate a few more slices of barbecue and said vaguely, I want to eat more too.
It won't work if it's too small.
I think a stinky man like my brother will definitely like a big one.
Zhou Ling?
You'd better stop talking and eat your food, Zhou Ling said unhappily. With his appetite, he quickly finished 2 plates of meat.
Linger's eyes widened in shock. No way, brother, I'm just talking. Do you really want to take a big tonic? Fuck you, this is my normal appetite.
Zhou Ling was so angry that his teeth were itching and he wanted to hit her head hard.
Hee hee, then I'll get you some more seafood to replenish your body.
It will be a bargain for your future sister-in-law.
She happily went to get the ingredients again.
Zhou Ling really loves and hates this sister, especially now that she has grown up and knows a lot. She becomes outspoken. However, he couldn't bear to teach this girl a lesson.
My own sister, I can't love her enough. However, just as he was eating barbecue, he suddenly heard Linger's terrified scream coming from outside. In an instant, he put down his chopsticks and his face changed instantly.
Chapter 77, Those who break the taboos cannot be saved even by gods. There is no doubt that Linger must have encountered something bad, which is why she made such a cry. Without even thinking, he rushed out. In the hall outside, Linger fell to the ground, and all kinds of seafood were scattered all over the floor. Tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. The fall was very painful for her. There was a tall man next to her, looking down at her.
You've never eaten seafood, have you? Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death by taking so much? You're blocking me, don't you know?
The man looked at the seafood scattered on the floor. Not only did he not feel any apology, but he looked annoyed and disdainful. Just now, he was disgusted with Linger for blocking him, so he pushed her to the ground. Seeing that she took so much seafood, he began to look down on him.
Is it because you can't afford to eat normally and you only have one meal today, so you overeat to death?
The man laughed in what he thought was a humorous tone, but the words were actually quite harsh. He does not feel any regret for his wrong behavior. Instead, he is complacent and elated. Thinks he is superior to others and looks down on others. In his opinion, Linger was the kind of poor person who couldn't afford to buy meat, but only came to the buffet restaurant once every 6 months and ate to death.
He is an office worker working in a high-end office building and a company executive.
How can he be compared to this poor guy? Linger fell to the ground, unable to speak, and could only bear it silently. But the strong feeling of grievance made her tears well up, and she only held back her tears because she did not completely collapse. When the people around saw this scene, they were also very angry and felt that this man was a piece of shit.
As a man, is it appropriate for you to bully a little girl like this? How much superiority can you feel by attacking a little girl? You didn't apologize for doing something wrong. How dare you act so presumptuous here?
Everyone was disgusted by what this man did and condemned him.
Being targeted by the people around him, the man's eyes gradually became gloomy.
He felt that he had only beaten up a country girl.
Was it necessary for these people to pretend to be so noble? Besides, do we need a reason to bully such a poor guy? She's blocking my way and making me upset. What? Is there a problem?
He asked coldly, without reflecting on his question at all. His words immediately aroused more people's dissatisfaction.
Nonsense, the road is so wide and she's picking seafood on the side, how did she block you? It's obviously because I'm such a rubbish. Why do I have to blame the little girl? Are you still trying to make excuses after all this? Don't you know how to apologize? No one could bear to watch this. They really didn't understand how a man like this could live like a human being? However, their accusations only irritated the man and made him even more emotional.
Listening to the people around him scolding him, the man was also extremely angry.
However, he blamed all this anger on Linger.
He felt that if it weren't for Linger, he wouldn't have been scolded by so many people.
Damn it, it's all your fault. You like to eat, right? I'll let you eat enough today.
He glared at Linger fiercely, then picked up a raw lobster, pulled out its claws, and prepared to stuff it into her mouth.
Linger was terrified and quickly crawled back. However, there was a wall behind her and she had no way to retreat.
Just as she was about to meet with an accident, a tall figure suddenly rushed out and stood in front of her.
How many lives do you have to pay for touching my sister? Then, an extremely cold voice sounded.
Zhou Ling was uncontrollable, even murderous.
He himself couldn't bear to beat his sister one more time, but now she was being bullied like this? If he wasn't here, wouldn't she have been abused like an animal today?
Seeing that there was someone who dared to stand in front of him, the man couldn't help but sneer, Who do you think you are, to dare to yell at me? Zhou Ling was filled with murderous intent and had already decided to kill. First you hit my little sister, then you verbally abused me. I will make you die 1,000 times. Zhou Ling spoke coldly. Hearing his words, the man couldn't help but burst into laughter as if he had heard something extremely funny. Ha ha ha, are you kidding me? Want me to die 1,000 times? A poor bastard like you who can't even get enough seafood? The man laughed extremely exaggeratedly. But he didn't know that every time he laughed, Zhou Ling wanted to kill him more. I don't care who you are. You can't escape today. Zhou Ling said coldly, as if every word came from the ninth nether hell. As for the other party's identity and background, he doesn't care at all. Because even if it is God, he will step on him. You are bragging, and you said you can't escape. I think you have read too many novels on QQ reading? The man couldn't help but sneer and even shook the lobster claw in his hand to show his sarcasm. He was sure that Zhou Ling was just a big talker and didn't dare to touch him at all. But he didn't expect that Zhou Ling had already moved as soon as he finished speaking. He was moving at an extremely fast speed. With just a slight shake, his figure blurred and he suddenly appeared in front of the man. You. The man was shocked and stepped back subconsciously. But the next moment, a huge hand like steel grabbed his neck tightly and lifted him up. Everyone was shocked. How strong an arm strength does one need to be able to do this? Was he born with supernatural powers? Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Zhou Ling ignored the other party's pleas for mercy and exerted force with his fingers as if he wanted to crush the other party's larynx. You have violated 2 of my taboos in a row. It is impossible for a god to save you. As he spoke, he became murderous and prepared to crush the man to death on the spot. But considering that there were too many people here, especially Linger was also present, he still didn't do it. He didn't want to leave a shadow in Linger's heart. However, the death penalty can be avoided for now, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. Zhou Ling lifted him up high and then threw him to the ground hard, like a bag of garbage. Bang! The heavy fall left the man unable to get up for a long time, and he didn't even say a word. It was obvious that he had several broken bones. Seeing Zhou Ling act so ruthlessly, everyone was frightened. They start fighting as soon as they disagree with each other, and their methods are so direct and domineering, it's so manly. Besides, this guy deserves to be beaten. Who told you to mess with other girls for no reason? Isn't it normal to be beaten half to death by someone's brother? To put it bluntly, he deserves it. No one will sympathize with him. The man lay on the ground, gasping in pain, his eyes full of hatred and resentment. He swore that he would make the brother and sister suffer a fate worse than death. Otherwise, he might as well just die. Zhou Ling seemed to know what he was thinking. He slowly squatted down and warned in a low voice, even if you have a great background, you are dead. After saying this, he took the poor Linger away. After something like this, who would still have the mood to eat? Back in the car, he called someone on Phonelin Bar Street. The people over there are all kinds of people, involved in all kinds of fields. It would be most appropriate to let them come forward to resolve this matter. When the big boss spoke, the people on Bar Street naturally did not dare to neglect it and everyone rushed to help. Zhou Ling sent the man's photo over, then told them the location of the self-service barbecue restaurant and asked them to keep an eye on it. Brother, have I gotten into trouble? Linger was in an unprecedented low mood. She was a quirky, optimistic, and lovely girl, but what happened just now scared her. Zhou Ling held her hand distressfully and comforted her softly, this is not your fault, it's that person who went too far. If Linger was really wrong, as her brother, he would definitely apologize on her behalf. But Linger was not only right just now, but it was the other party who was aggressive and unreasonably demanding. This touched his bottom line. You have to know that there are always some people who think they are superior to others and try every means to show their superiority. People like this are trash and should be trampled underfoot. Zhou Ling explained that he really wanted Linger to live a simple and clean life, but he also wanted her to know that there is filth in this world. In this way, she can better protect herself. We didn't get to eat today, let's go back and order takeout. Seeing that she had finally calmed down, Zhou Ling pinched her not-so-flesh little face and smiled gently. Aha! Linger nodded obediently. Driving the Lycan, the two returned to the villa. This time, he ordered a lot of food, everything she liked. After eating and drinking, Zhou Ling asked Zhang Tank to team up with her to play games, while he went out again on the pretext of handling official business. In the garage, the roar of Lycan sounded again.
things have just begun.
Zhou Ling's eyes were terrifyingly calm, and seemed to contain a hint of murderous intent. He controlled the car skillfully, and the black lichen was like a beast out of a cage, leaving the community with a series of eye-catching engine sounds.
Chapter 78. Three big guys take the lead. As night fell, in a hospital, the man who was half dead after being thrown half to death by Zhou Ling was lying on the hospital bed.
Next to him, there was another taller man.
Luo Hao, what on earth is going on? Who did it?
The tall man standing nearby had a scowl on his face. His name is Luo Yong, and the person lying on the hospital bed is his younger brother Luo Hao.
Brother, I was beaten.
Luo Hao's face was full of hatred. These words affected his injuries and he gasped in pain. Hearing this, Luo Yong narrowed his eyes, with a hint of danger on his body.
Who is so bold as to lay hands on my brother?
Luo Yong, as a powerful figure in Yuan, basically no one dares to mess with him. Although he has other industries on the surface, his roots are hidden in the underground world. He was involved in all kinds of shameful activities.
Anyone who has heard of his name must give him some face.
Once there was a small businessman who was so blind that he contradicted him.
As a result, the next day the small businessman and his entire family died tragically and their bodies were left exposed in the wilderness.
To this day, the case remains unsolved. But everyone in the circle who has a little information knows that this is exactly what Luo Yong and his men did. Since then, more and more people have heard of this person named Luo Yong. Basically, everyone stays away from anything related to him and dares not to provoke him. It is also because of this that his younger brother Luo Hao can be so successful in the business world. He even became a senior executive in a company, earning $1 million a year. He is a young man who has no idea of his own limitations. He is with a girl and acts like he has never eaten meat in his life. But he is born with supernatural powers, so you must be careful. Luo Hao reminded weakly. When he thinks of the moment when Zhou Ling pinched his neck, he still shudders. At that time, he truly felt the approach of death. That kid shouldn't have let me back. Next time I'm going to throw him into the Yongjiang River to feed the fish. Luo Hao said viciously. He wished he could break Zhou Ling's limbs and then throw him into the river to drown him. Only in this way can he eliminate the hatred in his heart. Oh, and that girl, she's pretty, it would be nice to bring her back and have some fun with her. In short, he wants to make that brother and sister live a life worse than death.
Don't worry, leave this to me.
Luo Yong said lightly. He would send someone to the barbecue restaurant to check the surveillance and find out the identities of the two men. With his energy, he should be able to find the two people within 3 days. Okay, then I will break his legs myself and make him kneel before me and beg for mercy. Thinking that he would be able to take revenge in a few days, Luo Hao couldn't help but get excited. With the strength of these two brothers, it is too easy to kill two people. Just as they were discussing how to take revenge, a group of uninvited guests came to the corridor outside. They were aggressive and arrogant. They rushed in and pushed open the door of the ward. Who are you? Luo Yong was very angry when he saw so many people suddenly breaking into the ward. His tall figure exudes a domineering aura, and he is not intimidated even when facing dozens of people. There are not many people here who dare to touch him. However, after entering the ward, this group of people retreated to different corners without saying a word, as if they were waiting for something. Luo Yong also noticed this, so he looked cold and waited for the last person to appear. Boy, how are you? At this moment, a light voice sounded from outside, causing Luo Yong to look over.
Seeing the man coming in, Luo Yong's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked solemnly, Boss Sun?
The person who came was Boss Sun from Fonlin Bar Street.
Yes, of course it's me. It's rare that you still remember me?
Boss Sun chuckled and was also a little surprised.
He received Zhou Ling's order and followed the man coming out of the barbecue restaurant, but he didn't expect that the man actually had some relationship with Luo Yong. Many years ago, his boss Sun also had a conflict with Luo Yong over territory.
No one benefited from it at that time. Later, Boss Sun focused on the development of Fonlin Bar Street, seemingly with the intention of cleansing himself up. Luo Yong became more and more evil, and his style of doing things became more and more gloomy. When they meet at this moment, it is like enemies meeting. Why don't you hide in your bar street and come to my place to act wild? Luo Yong warned dissatisfiedly. Although the other side has more people today, he is not afraid. Hey. Boss Sun did not respond to him directly, but just sneered, and then stood aside like everyone else, as if waiting for something. Seeing this, Luo Yong finally became curious.
Could it be that boss Sun is also waiting for someone to show up?
This time he didn't have to wait long before another group of people came in. Seeing these people appear, Luo Yong, who had been able to remain calm, finally lost his composure.
Xiao Laosi? Luo Yong was very surprised and also very fearful. Like Boss Sun, Xiao Laosi also has his own power in Bar Street.
And he is on par with Boss Sun.
When he saw the person behind him, his pupils trembled. Wei Jinhai?
In addition to Xiao Laosi, there was another bald man next to him. He also surprised Luo Yong and he even began to have a bad premonition. Although Bar Street is just a street, it cannot compare to him in terms of territory. But there are many hidden dragons and tigers there, and many big guys like to run their own forces there. Wei Jinhai, Xiao Laosi, and Sun Lauda are such people. Among them, Boss Sun and Boss Xiao are equally matched, so Luo Yong is not afraid of them. But the appearance of the bald Wei Jinhai made him gasp in shock.
Who has the most profound experience in the Bar Street? Who has stayed the longest? Speaking of Wei Jinhai, I believe no one will question it.
He also knew that many years ago, Wei Jinhai was also a big boss who dominated the entire Yuecheng underground world.
Although he now lives and works in the Bar Street, his influence is still terrifying. He, Luo Yong, is far inferior to him.
The appearance of the three big guys this year finally made him nervous, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Everyone, Luo, have never had any conflict of interest with Bar Street.
What is the matter with you all visiting today?
Luo Yong was neither humble nor arrogant, and he was able to grasp his attitude. However, facing the sudden visit of these three big guys, I was still a little nervous.
Are you Luo Yong?
Yes, you have a very good brother. Wei Jinhai praised in a hoarse voice. But his words sounded somewhat sarcastic.
For Wei Jinhai, if Luo Yong was just a junior, his personal appearance would be a huge honor for Luo Yong. What's the meaning? Luo Yong frowned instantly, not understanding what he was talking about.
Luo Hao, who was lying on the hospital bed, also felt extremely uneasy.
I don't understand why Wei Jinhai suddenly mentioned me. Could it be that the three big guys were coming for me? But think about it, it's unlikely.
I have been a law-abiding person and haven't offended anyone.
Luo Hao, you didn't do anything, did you?
Luo Yong was also a little worried.
It would definitely not be that simple if three big guys came to your door together.
Luo Hao was confused and said innocently, "Brother, I didn't do anything."
Wei Jinhai was the first to sneer. You provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked, and you still have the nerve to say you did nothing? After he said this, the two Luo brothers were even more confused. Did you offend someone you shouldn't have offended?
So who is the other party? The person behind the scenes who can make three big guys come out to clear the way must have more terrifying power.
Impossible, I have never offended anyone, are you mistaken?
Luo Hao shouted nervously. But Wei Jinhai and the other three just looked at each other coldly and were too lazy to say any more words to him. Just when the two brothers were nervous and didn't know what to do, another person entered the ward.
Why, am I so invisible that you can't remember me?
Zhou Ling walked in leisurely with his hands in his pockets, and teased in a sarcastic tone. As soon as he appeared, Wei Jinhai and the other three big bosses, as well as all the younger brothers they brought with them, all bowed their heads respectfully.
Is it you? Luo Hao was surprised to see Zhou Ling. Brother, who is he? Luo Yong looked very nervous.
When Wei Jinhai and the other two saw this young man, they all bowed their heads respectfully.
So who was he? He's the one who beat me up. I didn't expect this bastard to actually show up in front of us. Isn't he courting death?
Luo Hao gnashed his teeth in hatred and even wanted to climb up from the hospital bed and kill Zhou Ling. However, he did not notice that his brother's face turned extremely ugly and pale.
Chapter 79. Don't be afraid, I'm here.
Brother, this kid came to my door. Luo Hao shouted excitedly, trying to urge Luo Yong to take action quickly. However, Luo Yong's face became extremely ugly, and even his body began to tremble. This young man is able to surpass the three big bosses.
Can his identity be simple? What is funny is that his stupid brother actually made wild remarks and urged him to take action against others. If I really do that, I'm afraid I'll be the one to die, right? Shut up, damn it.
Luo Yong became even more annoyed after hearing this, and turned around and slapped his brother, knocking Luo Hao unconscious. Brother, my brother apologizes to you. Luo Yong was also a man who understood the current situation. He knew that the situation was beyond his control, so he quickly lowered his posture and apologized. But Zhou Ling didn't even look at him, and even treated him as heir. Luo Yang felt humiliated. He was also a big boss. Who would dare to be so rude to him? Especially young guys of this age, they would be trembling with fear when they see him and wouldn't even dare to fart. But now, he can only suppress his anger and act according to Zhou Ling's expression. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to apologize to our boss on behalf of your loser brother? Xiao Laosi shrugged his shoulders and laughed mischievously, his tone full of disdain. You. Luo Yang became furious when being mocked like this. But he also heard the message contained in it. Boss? This young man is actually the boss of Xiao Laosi and his team? Luo Yang was shocked beyond words, but he was also very confused. He had never heard of any boss for Xiao Laosi and his people. You dare to attack the person in charge of my bar street? I admire you very much. Wei Zhenhai was also happy to add insult to injury. His words left Luo Yang and Luo Hao dumbfounded. What? He's the man in charge of Bar Street? Luo Yang was so scared that he screamed, his pupils filled with shock. He simply couldn't believe it. How did this young man, who looked to be no more than 24 or 25 years old, become the one in charge of the Bar Street? Isn't this too young? Luo Hao was so frightened that he didn't even dare to fart. The person he just shouted at to kill turned out to be the person in charge of Bar Street? No wonder the three big bosses including Wei Zhenhai had to give face to this young man. When Luo Hao thought about how he had actually provoked the person in power in the bar industry and was even planning to make the other person suffer a fate worse than death, he felt cold all over. Like falling into an icy cave. Compared to such a big shot, he is nothing. This gentleman. After knowing Zhou Ling's identity, Luo Yang was terrified and even his voice trembled. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Lingtian raised his left hand, signaling him to shut up immediately. Under this pressure, Luo Yang quickly swallowed back the words he had not said. For so many years, no one has been able to give him such a strong sense of oppression. Everyone's eyes were on Zhou Ling. His every move could trigger many things. Zhou Ling was also used to the feeling of being looked up to. He walked leisurely to the bedside and said with a smile, "You look very impressive today, don't you?" Such a simple sentence sounds like a joke between friends. However, Luo Hao was so scared that he was shaking all over. It's not like that. He quickly got up and explained, seemingly having forgotten how much he hated Zhou Ling and how much he wanted to kill him. But Zhou Ling didn't even give him a chance to finish his words, and just turned and left. Before leaving, he told Wei Zhenhai and the other three, from now on, they don't have to show up in Yuacheng anymore. Wei Zhenhai and the other three immediately revealed cruel smiles. Hee, we can have a good meal of fish from the Yangjiang River tonight. Boss Sun laughed happily. Of course he was very happy to see his old rival in such misfortune. Although Zhou Ling did not tell them clearly what to do, they all knew that these two people would definitely not see the sun tomorrow. The two brothers of the Luo family became anxious instantly. This sentence directly determined their fate. Boss, please listen to my explanation. This is my brother who did it. It has nothing to do with me. Please let me go. Luo Yang shouted anxiously and wanted to rush out to explain to Zhou Ling. But he hadn't taken a few steps before he was pinned to the ground and unable to move. Luo Hao didn't care about his injuries and jumped up from the bed. Please forgive me, boss, I won't dare to do it again. But before he could say a few words, someone covered his mouth, rolled him up in a quilt, and took him downstairs and stuffed him into the trunk. With three big guys joining forces, solving this problem is a piece of cake. Just tell your men to get the job done. After today, the two brothers of the Luo family will never see the sunrise of a new day. After resolving the issue, the three of them came to the rooftop of the hospital, where Zhou Ling was enjoying the night view of Yuacheng. Boss, it's all solved. Wei Zhenhai's voice was hoarse. He stood behind Zhou Ling. Although his attitude was respectful, there was scrutiny in his eyes. Okay, you've worked hard. It's late at night, let's go out and have some barbecue. Zhou Ling turned around and smiled, then threw a cardboard bag full of banknotes to each of them. Looking at this number, one bag costs at least hundreds of thousands. In addition to the banknotes, there was also a check in each case, each with an amount of 10 million. Boss, you are too polite, aren't you? Seeing so much money, Boss Sun couldn't believe it. Zhou Ling patted his shoulder and said with a smile, I have to trouble you brothers so late at night, there must be some benefits, right? Okay, you guys finish up your work, I'm going back to sleep. After saying that, Zhou Ling left the hospital directly and drove the Likan back to sleep with his sister. On the top floor of the hospital, Wei Zhenhai and the other two looked at each other, feeling somewhat puzzled. Before helping Zhou Ling, they never thought that there would be benefits to be gained. Moreover, a check for 10 million is not a small amount for them. Looking at the direction where Likan left, Wei Zhenhai narrowed his eyes slightly and asked solemnly, "What do you think of this new boss?" Boss Sun was the first to speak. "This is the second time I've seen him. Every time I see him, I feel very stressed." He looked very serious, because not even Wei Zhenhai could make him feel this way. Xiao Laosi nodded in agreement. "Although our new boss is young, he has a strong aura. I have never heard of such a person among the young people in Yuechang." He tilted his head, as if thinking. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of any young people who could be compared with this new boss. Wei Zhenhai looked quite serious. "I originally thought that the new boss was young and energetic, and not worth mentioning. But after seeing him today, even I was shocked. As a veteran figure in Yuechang back then, he is also the person with the deepest background in the bar street. In terms of aura, who can compare with him here?" So, when he heard that the new boss was a young man, he didn't really take it seriously. He would show up in person today, isn't it with the intention of testing others? But when he saw him today, Zhou Ling's majesty and aura overwhelmed him. This was the first time he had seen a young man like this. "Do you think it could be the young master from the capital?" Boss Sun suddenly received it. The other two were secretly surprised. Didn't they have the same guess? But they have no way to verify whether this guess is right or wrong. All in all, this new boss is definitely not an ordinary person. "Let's go, our new boss is no ordinary person." Wei Zhenhai picked up the paper bag containing the money and left. The other two also took the money away to reward the brothers who came out to help tonight. It was almost 12 o'clock when we returned to the villa. Zhang Tank was still broadcasting live, but Linger was so sleepy that she fell asleep on the sofa without knowing when. Seeing Linger curled up into a ball with her phone thrown aside, Zhou Ling's mouth corners unconsciously raised. What a silly girl. He picked up Linger easily and thought to himself, "This girl is too light, she needs to eat more and gain weight." I carried the dazed Linger back to her room, covered her with a quilt, and when I was about to leave, she pulled my clothes. "Brother, don't go. I'm afraid." Linger was sleepy and pleaded pitifully. When Zhou Ling heard her words, his heart ached. He knew that she must have been frightened by what happened during the day, and she would feel very insecure once she realized he was gone. "Don't be afraid, I won't leave. I'll stay here with you." Helpless, Zhou Ling had to lift the quilt and crawl in. Chapter 80, One Phone Call to Solve. The next morning. "Brother, can you please take yours off my belly?" Linger, who had just woken up, had a look of disgust on her face. "What's wrong with letting it go for a while? It's not like we didn't sleep together when we were kids." Zhou Ling withdrew his right hand as if he was guilty, but still refuted stubbornly. The two got up, brushed their teeth and washed their faces, had a simple breakfast and prepared to go out. "Brother, where are we going today?" Linger changed into the new clothes she bought yesterday and dressed like a little elf. Although she is very thin, she gives people the urge to hold her in their arms. "Go walk around. I haven't been to many of the scenic spots in Yuechang yet." Zhou Ling smiled. Yuechang has many places with unique scenery. In the past, he only focused on work and never went out to play. "Okay, let's get going." Linger urged with a smile. She couldn't wait to go out for a walk. The two of them went out in the Laken, and naturally attracted a lot of people's attention along the way. Many people even took out their mobile phones to take pictures, and then posted them on their moments to show off, receiving a lot of likes and comments. The place Zhou Ling wants to take Linger to is called Phoenix Ridge. This is one of Yuechang's famous attractions, and many locals and outsiders come here for a walk. However, tickets are very hard to get, limited to 1,000 per day. If you want to go in and have a look, you must make a reservation 10 days in advance. When we arrived at Phoenix Ridge, there were already quite a few tourists gathered here, especially at the ticket office, which was crowded with people. "No way, today's tickets are sold out again? I should have ordered them online earlier. This is too fast. I saw 3 left just now. How come they are gone now? It's really annoying to have to make another wasted trip." As soon as they arrived here, Zhou Ling and Linger heard the tourists' complaints. Many people arrived at the ticket office early, only to be told that the tickets had been sold out 10 days in advance. After all, online ticket booking is popular now. Seeing that everyone was complaining, Linger looked at her brother with a strange look and asked, "Brother, don't tell me you haven't bought a ticket yet." Meeting her gaze, Zhou Ling felt a little embarrassed. He seldom travels, so he wasn't quite aware that tickets had to be ordered in advance. Seeing her brother's expression, Linger knew that this silly brother definitely didn't buy it. "You have been careless since you were a child. Your parents have told you so many times. Why are you still like this when you grow up?" Linger put her hands on her hips and lectured in a connoisseur-like manner. Zhou Ling had no choice but to smile apologetically, not daring to refute the little girl. "It's okay, it's just a ticket, it shouldn't be a problem to get it." Zhou Ling took out his cell phone and prepared to ask his assistant to get him 2 tickets. He believes that if some problems cannot be solved, it means that there is not enough money. Once the money is in place, everything will be easy. How could just 2 tickets be so difficult for him? But before he could make the call, a group of people squeezed in from outside and almost kicked his phone away. "Make way, make way." The one who pushed everyone away rudely was a young man. Following behind him were 2 girls with earrings, dyed hair, revealing clothes, and heavy makeup. These guys are only in their 20s, but they look very arrogant. "Give me 3 tickets right now, hurry up, don't waste my time." The young man knocked hard on the ticket window and urged impatiently. "Sorry, the tickets are sold out." The ticket seller said there was nothing he could do. But the young man got angry when he heard this. "I finally came out here, and you tell me there's no ticket? Don't play tricks on me, give me the 3 tickets right now, or you're done for." "Sorry, there are really no tickets." The ticket seller didn't give him any face. "You." The young man was embarrassed and angry. He brought a few girls out just to show off his handsomeness and ability, but in the end there were no tickets? Where does this leave him with face? "Forget it, you really want me to use my connections, right? It's just 3 tickets, right? I can solve it with just 1 phone call." As he was speaking, he saw a cute and innocent girl out of the corner of his eye, who instantly caught his attention. The young man stared at Linger with lustful eyes, looking her up and down, and had the urge to hold her in his arms. In front of her, he brought a few vulgar women who were just like wild chickens. He was very smart and knew that Linger would definitely not be able to buy a ticket, so he wanted to show off. "Little sister, do you want to go in? I can get you a ticket." The young man smiled seductively. Linger didn't even look at him, and refused coldly, "No, my brother will buy it for me." The young man looked at her, then looked at Zhou Ling, just smiled and didn't say anything. But it was obvious that he didn't take her words to heart. It's not that easy to get tickets. He didn't think the little sister's brother had that much power. So he planned to get 3 tickets first, make this little girl crazy, and then slowly conquer her. He made a direct call. "Hey, uncle, help me get 3 tickets to Phoenix Ridge. I need them urgently." He also deliberately raised his voice in front of everyone so that everyone would look at him with envy. The young man was very proud of himself when he noticed everyone's envy and curiosity about him, and he had the illusion that he was the center of the world. His uncle is a businessman and has many connections in Yuacheng. I believe that with his uncle's power, getting 3 tickets should be no problem. The 2 girls he brought with him adored him immensely. "Jungu is so handsome. With Jungu here, there will be absolutely no problem. Brother Jun's network of contacts is so wide that he can get tickets to Phoenix Ridge with just 1 phone call." Listening to the 2 girls complimenting him, the handsome guy began to feel elated. Receiving so many envious looks, Jungu was extremely proud and even looked at Zhou Ling provocatively. However, his uncle's reply stunned him. "I can't get it. Tickets to Phoenix Ridge are not that easy to get. Don't ask me for such boring things in the future." After saying that, he hung up. How is it possible that there are no tickets? His mood suddenly fell from heaven to hell, and Jungu almost jumped up. All the people who had envied him just now began to look at each other, wondering what was going on. "Didn't we agree that it could be done with just 1 phone call? Why does it look different than expected?" "Sorry, my uncle said the tickets are too hard to get." He looked embarrassed. "I was so confident just now, but I was slapped in the face the moment I turned around." The 2 girls looked disappointed, but they were also trying to comfort him. "It's okay, June. It's really hard to get tickets. You've tried your best." "That's right, even you can't get it, let alone others." The others were also quite disappointed, as they had thought they would see a miracle. But they were also gloating because no one had a ticket anyway, so they felt mentally balanced. Zhou Ling was a little unhappy about being delayed by them, so he picked up the phone and asked someone to get him 2 tickets. Seeing that Zhou Ling was also making a phone call to use his connections, Jungu was instantly delighted. Where does this kid get the confidence from when he can't even handle him? Even my uncle can't get it, let alone you, brother. You should just give up and stop embarrassing yourself here. Brother Jun reminded with a gloating look. Others also pointed fingers and thought that Zhou Ling's action was simply digging a hole for himself. This young man named Jungu has so many connections, but there is nothing he can do about it. What else can you do? What are you talking about? My brother is very capable. Just because you can't get it doesn't mean he can't do it. Seeing that this person dared to laugh at her brother, Linger was the first to be unwilling. Hey, little sister, I didn't mean to say that. You saw it just now. There are no tickets at all, right? Brother Jun spread his hands, his tone full of sarcasm and words. Zhou Ling was too lazy to argue with them. A minute later, he and Linger received notifications on their mobile phones that the ticket booking was successful. Let's go. He ignored everyone's gaze, took Linger's hand and walked inside. Everyone was stunned when they saw his actions. What does this mean? Did he really get the ticket? It's so pretentious, it's obviously fake. How could it be so fast? Besides, the tickets are gone. What good would a phone call from him do? It's too fake. I want to see how long he can keep pretending. The other tourists were all watching the show, thinking that Zhou Ling was just teasing them on purpose. Jungu was even more delighted. What a fool! How dare you act in front of so many people? If you can't save yourself, I'll see what you can do. Everyone was watching from behind with a smile, waiting for Zhou Ling to make a fool of himself. When Zhou Ling and Linger stepped through the gate, a security guard immediately trotted over. See, I knew they would be driven away soon. Brother, stop pretending and come back quickly, or you'll get beaten. It's okay for you to get beaten, but don't let that little sister suffer with you, okay? Everyone burst into laughter, all mocking Zhou Ling's arrogance and self-deception. But the next moment, everyone's voices stopped abruptly and no one could laugh anymore. Because the security guard did not chase them out at all. Instead, he bowed his head and respectfully invited them in. The entire gate of Phoenix Ridge was silent for a full minute. Just 1 minute felt like a century to them. Chapter 81 I Have Money. After this long minute passed, many people's eyes froze, their faces changed, they were all frightened, trembling constantly, looking at each other in horror. The whole place was unusually silent, as if everyone was stunned. After everyone was stunned for a moment, there was an uproar. There were bursts of gasps, and everyone's eyes widened in shock. The sounds of gasping for breath came one after another. Am I seeing right? Are you going in now? Didn't we agree that there were no more tickets? How could he still get in? Did he really get the tickets? With just one phone call? Everyone started discussing it, and they all found it incredible. The tickets have obviously been sold out. There is no way there will be any extra ones. This is also the reason why they were waiting to see Zhou Ling make a fool of himself. As a result, they are the ones who have become a joke now. Jungu, who had been waiting for Zhou Ling to make a fool of himself, was shocked. He turned pale and muttered to himself. Impossible, this can't be true. Can he really do this? This must be an illusion. Pa! The phone fell to the ground and broke into pieces, but he didn't even notice. He had just made a phone call, but even with his uncle's connections, he still couldn't get tickets. How on earth did that person do it? Could it be possible that he has even more terrifying connections? But think about it, it's impossible. They are all of the same age, and he doesn't believe that the other person has more power than him. But the reality was cold and he couldn't help but believe it. The 2 girls he brought with him were even more shocked. It's okay that the man just now was tall and handsome, but he actually had such means? Compared to him, Jungu is okay, but he is still far behind, right? When they thought of this, they both began to dislike Junji's incompetence. If I had known earlier, I might have been able to get some help from you if I had gone over and chatted with you. That's right, it's all because of you. You said you could definitely get the tickets, but it ended up like this. You're really useless. The 2 women finally couldn't bear it anymore and pointed at Brother Jun and accused him, scolding him until his face turned red. At this time, Zhou Ling and Linger were sitting on the tour bus, leisurely going up the mountain. Brother, how did you do it? Linger asked with curiosity on her face.
Zhou Ling smiled mysteriously and said, because I have superpowers. A regular ticket only costs 100 yuan. However, he contacted the person in charge through various connections and increased the price by 100 times before he was able to get 2 tickets. In other words, one ticket costs 10,000 yuan. And this can't be obtained just by having money. Fortunately, with his identity and status, and a little money, it was easy for him to get 2 tickets. Bah, stop being so conceited. Linger's face was full of disgust, but she was very happy in her heart. She was right. What others couldn't do, my brother could definitely do. There is no way, after all, this is her brother. We took the tour bus all the way up and arrived halfway up the mountain. You can see very beautiful scenery here. Many people wearing Lolita costumes, ancient costumes, and character costumes from games or anime are taking photos here. Looking at these strange people, Linger felt her eyes were opened. There aren't all those bells and whistles in town. Wow, look at that girl, she's so pretty. Is she dressed like Shinji from King of Glory? She pointed at a graceful, sexy, and beautiful woman and screamed in surprise. I feel like there is an unreal feeling that the game characters are walking into reality. Jinji also looked over, but her first voice was a deep bass. Little sister, I think you are very suitable for Xiao Qiao's costume. Linger was startled when she heard the unexpected bass voice. Even Zhou Ling was stunned. I didn't expect he's actually a big shot? Zhou Ling was still frightened. He thought the girl was pretty just now, but when she opened her mouth, he was almost scared to death. Linger quickly pulled Zhou Ling away. Brother, there are so many weirdos here, let's go somewhere else. They walked around, and Zhou Ling used his terrible photography skills to take a lot of beautiful photos of Linger. Before I knew it, it was already noon. There are many places to eat here, including Chinese restaurants and Western restaurants. After dinner, they came to the cafe and quietly enjoyed the air-conditioned air. Zhou Ling was enjoying his free time, while Linger was also immersed in the fun of selecting photos. There were quite a few girls nearby, all secretly looking at Zhou Ling, as if they wanted to come over and chat with him. But Zhou Ling had an extraordinary temperament, and even though they were fair, rich and beautiful, they still felt inferior and dared not approach her. So they had to secretly take photos and upload them to the TikTok short video platform. These white, rich and beautiful accounts already have a lot of fans, and as soon as the new video is uploaded, many people will see it immediately. Miss, you have changed. You actually started to like handsome guys? Who is this? Please introduce me to someone, or meet me by chance, or go on a blind date. Oh my god, she's so handsome, right? Even I, a man, think she's handsome. Miss, can you please go up and ask for her contact information for me? Although he is very handsome, I still refuse to accept it. Miss, wait for me. I have already started buying lottery tickets. I'm offering a $2 reward. I want all the information about this young man within 3 minutes. The reason why dinosaurs became extinct is because their forelimbs were too short to applaud your handsomeness. It's time to set up a street stall. It's time to set up a street stall. Who wants to set up a street stall with me? Within minutes, the number of likes and comments was more than 10 times the usual amount. This video became a small hit. A lot of girls commented below, wanting the contact information of this handsome guy. There are even many men who sent private messages saying that they can also become women. With so many likes, comments and private messages, even the beautiful and wealthy girls felt incredible. Normally, the videos they take of luxury goods and posing in a seductive way are not that popular. I just took a casual photo today, and it actually became popular? With the encouragement of many fans, they plucked up the courage to approach and chat. Brother, I'm poisoned. I'm poisoned by your thoughts. I didn't drink pulsary jelly today, but I'm attracted to you. Little brother, do you know what time it is now? This is the starting point of our happiness. As soon as the girls came up, they started to make sweet confessions, which made the boys around them envy Qingming. They dream of getting this treatment. Despite so many people confessing their love to him, Zhou Ling remained calm, as if he had gotten used to it. Okay, got it, back off. Zhou Ling took a sip of coffee, waved his hand, and spoke softly. What the hell? That's it? When someone comes to chat with you, you just dismiss them with one sentence? All the men widened their eyes in shock and had the urge to hit people. This guy actually disdains something they can't even dream of getting. What does he want? You have to know that these are a few fair-skinned and tender young ladies, not the aunties selling vegetables on the street.
Being rejected by him like this, the girls were a little stunned. Usually it is others who confess to them, so they are very confident and think that this handsome boy will definitely agree to their confession.
But in the end he was not moved at all? That is fine, but you don't even give me a chance to chat?
Ling Er smiled and said, "Sisters, my brother already has a girlfriend."
Sorry. Oh, really? All right then. The girls had to retreat in embarrassment. Unexpectedly, their first confession in life ended in failure. Brother, are they blind? Why didn't I realize you were so attractive before? Ling Er asked incomprehensibly. How can you say that about your brother? I can still attract a lot of people, right?
Zhou Ling boasted about himself, but all he got in return was a cute eye roll from Ling Er.
By the way, when will you take me to see my sister-in-law?
I really want to have a good sparring session with her.
Ling Er looked at her flat chest and asked expectantly. Don't bother me, I'm still a single guy, okay?
Zhou Ling was too lazy to explain to him. They sat there for hours.
Zhou Ling closed his eyes to rest, while Ling Er had to play games in a duo with Zhang Tank.
Poor Zhang Tank, he obviously has the level of a king, but he was led by her to lose a lot of points.
He is so miserable that he can't say anything. Soon it was around 6 in the evening.
At this time, all the tourists are waiting for the sunset view.
At Phoenix Ridge, the sunset view is also unique.
Many people took out their cameras and chose their positions to take pictures. It's a pity that the Phoenix Terrace on the top of the mountain is not open, otherwise it would be the best viewing spot.
Phoenix TV has its own rules. Today is the day when it is not open. There is nothing we can do about it. But it's good that we were able to get the tickets and come to the halfway point of the mountain.
So many tourists were talking at the same time, expressing their regret that they couldn't reach the top of the mountain. Many people looked up at the top of the mountain with great anticipation, wanting very much to go up and take a look. Hearing others say this, Ling Er also felt very sorry. This place is so beautiful, Phoenix Terrace must be more beautiful, right?
Is it beautiful? Why don't we just go up and take a look?
Zhou Ling gave her a mysterious smile, took her hand, and walked up the mountain.
Hearing their conversation, everyone around them started laughing, thinking they were so innocent and cute. Phoenix TV is not open today, how can I go up there?
So they didn't take Zhou Ling's words seriously at all, they just treated it as a joke to appease the children. However, the next moment, they saw the security personnel who had been waiting for a long time, driving a sightseeing bus, respectfully inviting the two to get on. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the tour bus carrying the two people went up all the way until it disappeared from their sight.
Chapter 82: The Terrifying Balance. It was not until they completely disappeared that someone looked up to the sky and sighed, "No way, boss, this is possible? Is it already open so he can go in? It's very likely. Let's go over and take a look." Everyone hurried up the mountain. They thought, since those two people could go up, they could naturally go up too. But before he got far, he was stopped by security personnel. "I'm so sorry everyone, Phoenix TV is closed today."
The security guard refused coldly.
The others immediately became angry. "Then why can they come in but we can't? We agreed to close it, so how come other people can go in? That's right, how do you do things? Do you believe I can file a complaint against you?"
Everyone immediately denounced the security personnel, feeling that they were being treated unfairly. Especially the middle-aged men and women, their voices were very loud and they kept chattering. The security guards were so annoyed by their noise that they had no choice but to tell them, "The gentleman just now contacted our leader directly and spent 1 million to book the entire Phoenix TV.
Who among you can do that?"
As soon as these words were spoken, the people who were causing trouble immediately fell silent. Others were also shocked.
Those two people looked very young, but they actually paid 1 million to book the entire Phoenix Tower just to watch the sunset? This kind of financial resources is simply beyond their imagination. An old lady said sourly, "You're crazy, if I had 1 million, would I spend it like this? That's right, it's such a waste. Even if you buy a car, it would be fine?" They were all mocking Zhou Ling for spending money recklessly.
But the envy and jealousy they felt could not be expressed in words. If it were them, they would dream of being the one who spends millions. And they didn't know that 1 million was nothing to Zhou Ling. It's totally worth spending this little money to buy Ling Er's happiness. When they arrived at Phoenix Terrace, the sunset was at its most beautiful. "So beautiful, brother, take a picture for me."
Linger couldn't wait to ask Zhou Ling to take a picture of this beautiful scenery for her. Leave it to me.
Zhou Ling smiled confidently, picked up his phone and started taking a lot of photos. But the more scared he became, the more he felt something was wrong. Why did every picture look crooked? Forget it, I'll just take a few more pictures and let her choose for herself. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected on the two of them, making them feel particularly warm and beautiful. The Phoenix Tower, which should be noisy and bustling on ordinary days, is now quiet and belongs only to the two of them.
Here, they enjoy their own time. Enjoy the stunning sunset. It was as if they were the only two people left in the world.
When night fell, the two of them retreated back to the middle of the mountain and enjoyed a quiet dinner in a restaurant.
A pleasant day passed just like that. It was already around midnight when they returned to the villa. The little girl was so tired that she didn't want to take a shower at all and kept asking Zhou Ling to help her wash.
But Zhou Ling slapped her on the butt, and only after using various threats and inducements did he make her go take a shower obediently. Taking care of a younger sister is so annoying and troublesome. Zhou Ling muttered to himself, then obediently helped Linger find a new set of pajamas, asked her to open the door a crack, and put the pajamas in for her to change. After a while, the bathroom door opened and a thin figure wearing loose silk pajamas walked out accompanied by a burst of white steam.
Zhou Ling took a look and had to cover his eyes helplessly. Next time, can you please put on your clothes properly, button up, and put on your underwear?
Linger glared at him with disdain and reluctantly buttoned up the top few buttons.
Have you seen a few girls wearing underwear just after taking a shower late at night? She couldn't help but complain. Zhou Ling, how can a single person like me know this? So, find me a sister-in-law quickly, then she will know everything, right? Linger urged, pretending to be mature. Oh, I got it. Go to sleep. Zhou Ling was too lazy to talk to her too much about this topic. Zhou Ling got up early in the morning and went for a morning jog in the community playground. Linger had just woken up and was lying on the sofa, playing games on his mobile phone. A new hero has been released. Great. Buy it now. Wu Zetian's Ocean Heartskin is pretty good, let's get it.
It seems that Miyamoto's Hell's Eye is also very cool, so I bought them together. The girl didn't feel sorry for her brother's money at all. She just remembered that her brother said he would buy her all the heroes and skins.
Ha! Tank is online too?
Seeing her idol actually online, Linger lost all sleepiness and became very excited.
She quickly sent out a qualifying invitation. But the next second, I saw that Zhang Tank had gone offline. Linger?
She didn't know how panicked Tank was when he saw her account was online and even invited him. Zhang Tank, I dropped from King to Star, then from Star to Diamond, and then dropped back down again.
Am I still a genius anchor? He was still frightened and was glad that he quit the game quickly enough, otherwise his reputation would be ruined.
When Linger saw that Zhang Tank was not online, she had to fight by herself. At this time, several messages popped up on the phone.
Your savings card with the last number 0398 received 300,869,008 renminbi and 99 cents at 9:02 on June 7th. Your savings card with the last number 0398 received 500,008,960.8 yuan at 9:03 on June 7th. Your savings card with the last number 0398 received 489,600,070 renminbi and 90 cents at 9:04 on June 7th. 3 messages popped up in succession, shocking her so much that she was speechless.
This. She opened her mouth but no sound came out for a long time. She bared her teeth and claws, and danced around like a madman.
She didn't even bother to count the balance.
Because the string of numbers was so long, she felt dizzy from counting them. The 3 text messages were like 3 bombs that made her dizzy and she even wondered if she was hallucinating.
Brother. Zhou Ling just happened to come back.
Linger was like seeing a savior, and hurriedly took her cell phone to show him.
It's over. Are you in trouble? How did so much money suddenly come into your account?
Run away, big brother. She was terribly panicked, thinking this was some illegal income.
Zhou Ling flipped through it and suddenly realized.
This was the income from Bar Street, Marriott, and Guya, which happened to be deposited into his account almost at the same time.
No wonder Linger was so scared. I guess anyone who sees these numbers would tremble a little, right? But Zhou Ling has gotten used to it. To him, these are just cold numbers and meaningless. What are you doing? I'm telling you, am I your brother, a domineering CEO? Forget buying you clothes.
Even if I go back to the village and contract a fish pond for you and let you be the owner, I'll have no problem. Zhou Ling couldn't help but joked. After a while, the little girl regained her senses and gradually calmed down. Aren't you excited? Linger still had trouble controlling her expression. Zhou Ling took a big sip of milk and said calmly, I'm not interested in money. I just want to kill you. Seeing his calm face, Linger really didn't want to talk to him anymore. I'm serious. Actually, having a lot of money is boring. I drive a sports car every day. I can't keep a low profile. It's too hard for me. Zhou Ling kept shaking his head and sighing, as if he was living a difficult life. But Linger wanted to strangle him to death even more, but after changing her mind, she put on a flattering smile and crawled up to him happily. Brother, let's go out to the sea for a walk? The weather is too hot. She pouted, hugged Zhou Ling's arm, and kept acting coquettishly. Okay, arrange it right away. Zhou Ling snapped his fingers and agreed without thinking. He himself has hardly ever been to the beach. The cities in the north of Guangxi province are coastal cities and also tourist cities. Every year, many people from other places come to the beach for tourism. It just so happened that he took advantage of the summer to go out to the sea. But that would require buying a yacht, which is really troublesome. He called his men to see if they could buy the yacht. Soon someone replied to him, saying that someone in North City was selling a yacht that was 90% new. Then, he sent a lot of photos. After looking at the photos, Zhou Ling felt quite satisfied, so he asked someone to arrange a trip to go to North City as quickly as possible. Brother, it's too boring for just the two of us. Why don't you call 2 more people? Linger suggested with a smile. What do you mean? Zhou Ling felt something was wrong. Hey, why don't you call your colleagues along? Or if you have any other beautiful friends, call them along so I can take a good look at them. Linger is extremely cunning, and this is her real purpose. Seeing through her trick, Zhou Ling immediately sneered, Can't I see through your trick? Forget it, it's just the 2 of us. I won't bring anyone else. Chapter 83, The View from the Yacht. The next day. Early this morning, there were 2 more people in the villa, namely Lu Mingxi and Luo Shuang. Sandwiched between them, Zhou Ling felt like a statue. He could still vaguely feel the spark between the 2 of them. Why are these 2 people here at the same time? Zhou Ling was helpless. He didn't want to bring anyone with him on this sea voyage, but now it seems he has no choice. Seeing the 2 young and beautiful older sisters, Linger was extremely surprised, and her big black eyes kept observing the 2 of them. It seems like he is trying to figure out who the underwear he picked up 2 days ago belongs to. 2 sisters, are you my sisters-in-law? Ahem. I mean, are you all my brother's good friends? Linger jumped between the 2 of them like a little fox, holding one of them with each hand. Lu Mingxi and Luo Shuang were also a little surprised. They didn't expect that Zhou Ling actually had such a clever and eccentric sister. So they suddenly became much more enthusiastic and all tried to get close to Linger. Being sandwiched between the 2 people, this time it was Linger's turn to be confused. What's going on? Is she that popular? Okay, stop making trouble and take a plane to North City. Zhou Ling packed up his things and urged helplessly. He had already ordered people to prepare 2 helicopters that could fly directly to the North City. Beicheng is a coastal city in Guangxi province, and many tourists visit it every year. Zhou Ling had wanted to come to the beach for a long time, and this time he brought 3 women with him just for a stroll. Outside a villa near the beach, several people were already waiting. They are the sellers of the yacht. One of them was a girl of about 24 or 25 years old, young and beautiful, tall, with fair, delicate and smooth skin like jade. A pair of long, white and straight legs, so tempting. They said we'd be there at 10. Can we make it in time? The girl was a little unconvinced. It takes 2 hours to get from Yuecheng to Beicheng, unless the other party leaves home at 8 in the morning. Miss, aren't we out too early? I guess the other party won't arrive until 12 o'clock. A burly man who looked like a bodyguard nearby persuaded him. The girl didn't say anything, but she also felt a little stupid. The other party said to arrive at 10 o'clock, and she actually obeyed and came out to wait? In fact, if you think about it carefully, the time doesn't match at all. Just as they were considering whether to go back to the villa and wait, a low roar was heard from the sky. They looked up and saw 2 helicopters approaching from afar, then circling in the sky and finally landing steadily. Seeing this, they looked at each other in surprise. It's a helicopter? The girl was surprised. No wonder the other party said they would arrive at 10 o'clock. It turned out that they didn't drive at all. One of the big men who knew the goods looked serious. Sikorsky S-76C helicopter, the cost is hundreds of millions. The Sikorsky S-76C is a medium-sized commercial helicopter manufactured by Sikorsky Aircraft Corporation. The S-76C has been in production since 1977 and features twin turboshaft engines, a 4-bladed main rotor, and retractable landing gear. Cruising speed, 287 km/h. Even dignitaries from various countries travel in this helicopter. What a big background. The girl was shocked. She originally thought that the person coming today was just a wealthy tycoon, but she didn't expect that the other party was even more terrifying than she thought. While they were stunned, Zhou Ling had already walked over with 3 girls. Are you the seller? Show me the goods. He took off his sunglasses and spoke crisply. When he revealed his true face, the girl looked dazed for a moment, obviously attracted by his appearance. This man is so handsome. She marveled silently, unable to look away from Zhou Ling's face for a moment. The bodyguard next to her called her several times before she came to her senses. Little did she know that this subtle change in her expression made Lu Mingxi and Luo Shuang begin to feel hostility towards her. The yacht to be traded today is docked at the pier. The yacht was built by Dynamic, a company from Monaco. The model is GTT Hybrid. It is reported that the price of this yacht exceeds 80 million. This superyacht adopts the classic Porsche design style and only 7 are manufactured worldwide. When Zhou Ling saw the yacht, his eyes lit up and he immediately became interested. Looking at pictures is never as intuitive as seeing the real thing. The yacht is designed in a very luxurious style, with a spacious 2.5-meter ceiling, which can provide ultra-luxurious living space for 6 passengers and 6 crew members. Inside, brown and beige interiors are offered, while the cabin features carbon fiber and marble accents. The GTT 115 is extremely quiet while underway and has an impressive 12,594 horsepower. The maximum speed can reach 39 km/h. Sir, what do you think? The girl smiled confidently. She bought this yacht because she was pursuing luxury. After I bought it, I didn't use it many times. Now her business lacks working capital, so they have no choice but to look for buyers. Many people have come to see it before and expressed their satisfaction. But because of the price, those people were ultimately deterred. Okay, very good, I want it. Zhou Ling made the decision without even thinking about it. You don't bargain? The girl was stunned for a moment, then screamed in surprise. Zhou Ling shook his head and smiled. When I buy something, I only consider whether I like it or not, and never consider whether it is expensive or not. Hearing him say this, everyone was speechless. This is too arrogant. They have never seen such an arrogant person. Even so, the girl still explained, Mr. Zhou, the original price of my yacht is 80 million, and even with a 10% discount, it still costs 72 million. Are you sure you don't want to bargain? If Zhou Ling hadn't come here by helicopter, she would have thought he was joking. Zhou Ling glanced at her and jokingly asked, why? Do you want me to bargain? The girl immediately shook her head, of course not. I mean, it would be best if you were willing to buy it directly, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Ling was too lazy to waste time and immediately wrote a check and gave it to them. A mere 72 million is nothing to him. You know, he received 3 huge sums of money yesterday morning, enough for him to squander for a while. After completing the handover procedures, Zhou Ling couldn't wait to try driving the yacht. He had perfect driving skills as a foundation, and he learned this thing very quickly. In just a short while, he had reached a professional level. Even the professional driver next to him was stunned with shock. He originally wanted to help with driving, but it looks like that's not necessary. Soon he drove the yacht and took Linger and the other 2 out to sea. At the dock, the girl and her bodyguards watched the yacht quickly leave with complicated expressions. This Mr. Zhou spends money without blinking an eye. I'm afraid he has terrifying financial resources. The bodyguard said seriously. That's right. When I saw him, I felt a surge of pressure. I guess his skills are not inferior to mine. The other bodyguard looked more serious. He sensed a hint of danger from Zhou Ling. Hearing him say this, everyone around looked over in surprise. This bodyguard is a professional thug, his strength is unimaginable. With bare hands, he can easily deal with 10 adults by himself. But he actually said that this young man made him feel dangerous? But no matter how you look at him, he just looks like a young handsome guy, right? Maybe he can help me with this big favor. Looking at the yacht that was about to disappear from sight, the girl murmured softly, not knowing what she was thinking. Once out of the sea, the three of them were no longer reserved and immediately changed into the swimsuits they had prepared in advance. Linger was wearing a cute-style swimsuit, even one with a cartoon pattern. Although her clothes are not revealing, her thin figure and fair skin make her look like a real loli. After a while, Luoxuan also changed her clothes. She was wearing a black swimsuit, and the too thin straps could hardly support her heavy breasts, so she kept falling down. Those white and slender legs seemed to sparkle in the sun. Wow, Sister Luoxuan, you have such a great figure. Ling Er was very envious. What is domineering? This is domineering. Luoxuan confidently straightened his upper body, put on sunglasses, lay on the deck, and enjoyed the sun bath. Linger discovered that even when Luoxuan was lying down, the pair of balloons were still spectacular. Unlike her, no matter how crowded it is, it's just an airport. Sister Luoxuan, what did you eat to grow up? Please share your experience with me. By the way, it is said that it can be developed later? The daughter was very curious, and she also wanted to have a domineering figure like Luo Shuang. I was born with this ability. As for whether it can be developed later in life, I don't know. Luo Shuang explained with a red face. Her body had never been touched by a man, so she had no experience in terms of acquired development. Just as they were chatting animatedly, a disdainful snort was heard. Lu Mingxi walked over wearing a youthful swimsuit. Her swimsuit was colorful and had minimal fabric. Although her figure is not as domineering as Luo Shuang's, it is not much different. She looked at Luo Shuang provocatively and lay down beside her. The sea is really rough today. Both of them have long, straight, and white legs, which are simply breathtaking at first glance. Linger, this little Lolita, is also very lively and cute, and has a unique style. The three of them on the deck formed a beautiful oil painting. Chapter 84, New Check-in Rewards. What's so great about that? Lu Mingxi muttered softly. Luo Shuang sneered, do you have it? She is much bigger than Lu Mingxi's. In comparison, hers is indeed much more spectacular. I still have room to grow. It's still uncertain who will win or lose in the future. Lu Mingxi was born with a spirit of never giving up. Luo Shuang didn't take her words to heart at all. She just smiled and said, really? That's not necessarily true. You. Knowing that the other party was provoking her, Lu Mingxi was furious, and in desperation, she grabbed him roughly. Luo Shuang was startled by her. She didn't expect that she would launch a sneak attack? Don't think you're the only one who can do this. Luo Shuang, who was forced into a corner, was not willing to be outdone and reached out to grab it. But Lu Mingxi has practiced before, so how could she be Lu Mingxi's opponent? Luo Shuang pounced twice, but Lu Mingxi dodged her each time. Too slow, you can't catch me like this. Lu Mingxi was very proud, and his tone was full of provocation. Damn it, let's have a fair fight. Don't cry if you lose. Luo Shuang knew that she could not defeat the opponent, so she simply came up with a plan and used provocation. Sure enough, Lu Mingxi took the bait. Ha, would I be afraid of you? Let's compete. Lu Mingxi straightened his chest, showing no fear. Linger, you come to the notary public to prevent anyone from cheating. Seeing that Lu Mingxi had been fooled, Luo Shuang struck while the iron was hot and let Linger be the referee. Yes, yes. Linger immediately perked up. Who would have thought she could participate? That's awesome. The three returned to the cabin, closed the door, and untied the swimsuit strings. In less than 5 minutes, they came out again. This time, Lu Mingxi was a little depressed, while Luo Shuang was full of pride. It was easy to tell who would win and who would lose. Luo Shuang tied the slings and said proudly, remember this in the future, don't be too arrogant if you don't have the capital. As he said this, he stretched out his long legs, returned to the deck, and leisurely applied sunscreen. Hateful. Lu Mingxi was extremely angry, but he had to submit. Just now in the room, the moment when Luo Shuang's suspenders were untied. Compared with the two, she is much weaker. Linger had just feasted her eyes. After being used to looking at herself, when she looked at her two sisters, she finally understood what a true king was. Especially Luo Shuang's, he is definitely the king of glory. Lu Mingxi is a little bit worse, but he is also the strongest king. It's okay, Sister Mingxi. I heard that you can improve your rank through hard work. Maybe you can ask my brother for advice? Linger rolled her eyes and spoke with a sly smile.
Although Lu Mingxi didn't say anything, he remembered her words. Brother Ling is so powerful, maybe he really has a solution? I must ask him someday. She thought silently in her heart. When she returned to the deck, she was furious to see Luo Shuang acting like a winner. No matter what, I have to win this game. I can't compare with you in stature, but do you dare to compete with me in drinking capacity? All three of you combined are not as good as me, do you believe it? Lu Mingxi stood in front of her, with his hands on his slender waist, seriously provoking her. In the sunlight, her legs were slender and straight, like the most exquisite works of art. You want to lose a second time, right? You're so anxious to submit to me, then come on. Luo Shuang was not afraid at all. Today she was going to let little sister Lu Mingxi see that her big body was not just her breasts. The bet is set, and the two begin to fight. Poor Linger is so thin and she has to carry wine for them. The two women kept drinking, and soon their faces turned red, their legs became weak, and they started talking nonsense. Come on, come on. Lu Mingxi shook the empty bottle. Look, I'm going to catch you to pieces. Do you still dare to compete with me? Luo Shuang lay on the deck in a daze, grabbing the air with her right hand. Oh my god, what should I do? I can't handle it. Linger had just finished moving the wine and was out of breath. Seeing that both of them were drunk, she felt even more at a loss. Zhou Ling had just come out of the cockpit when he saw this scene. The strong smell of alcohol and the bottles scattered all over the floor made him frown. Brother, it's none of my business. Linger had an innocent look on her face, holding 2 bottles of wine in her hands. Zhou Ling slapped his forehead helplessly. I wanted to have fun with everyone, but forget it. He easily carried Luo Shuang back to the room, and then threw Lu Mingxi back onto the bed. Let these two get drunk and crazy together. Don't leave. You be the referee, I haven't lost yet. The drunk Lu Mingxi grabbed him and refused to let him go. That's right, I can still drink, and I won't lose to this little sister. Luo Shuang refused to admit defeat even though she was drunk. The two of them pulled Zhou Ling from the left and right, put him on the bed, and hugged him like a koala, refusing to let him leave. How dare you say I'm small? I'm not small, Brother Ling, look at me, where am I small? Lu Mingxi's face flushed and she pouted, but she still refused to admit defeat and pulled Zhou Ling's hand closer to her. Nonsense! Zhou Ling quickly climbed up from them, bent over and ran out. Outside, Linger saw his strange posture and was extremely curious. Brother, do you have a stomachache? Can't you stand straight? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Zhou Ling's face, and then he calmly explained, my waist hurts, so leave the child alone. After instructing her to take good care of her 2 sisters, Zhou Ling crouched down and slipped into the cockpit. It was almost evening when he returned. After returning to the dock, the girl called him today and said that accommodation had been arranged. This surprised Zhou Ling. How could the other party be so considerate? They live in a detached seaside villa. Those who can afford a house here are undoubtedly wealthy people. If Zhou Ling wants to buy it, that is naturally no problem. But he didn't need it. Mr. Zhou, you are my honored guest. This is my villa. Just treat it as your own home. The girl smiled very politely. Miss Shang is thoughtful. Zhou Ling smiled. He knew that the girl's name was Shang Lei, and that she came from a wealthy family that was in the shipping business. It is my honor to make friends with a young talent like Mr. Zhou. Shang Lei's smile was as beautiful as a flower, and her eyes were full of light, just like the ripples in the water in a small pond, giving off a hint of spring. Looking at her eyes, Zhou Ling always felt that this woman was a little strange. At night, when he was lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone, a system prompt suddenly popped up. Check-in mission, by the bronze statue of the dragon head. Time, tomorrow. Location, Weidao auction. Reward, a bottle of water of life. As soon as this task appeared, Zhou Ling immediately became fully alert. By the bronze dragon head statue? Could it be the bronze dragon head statue of one of the 12 zodiac animals in the old summer palace? Zhou Ling couldn't help but be surprised. If this was true, it would probably cost an astronomical price. That is a priceless treasure. A rare antique that is priceless. What surprised him even more was the reward, the water of life. According to the system's explanation, a portion of water of life can cure all terminal illnesses, except for the regeneration of severed limbs. In other words, having this thing is like having an extra life. No matter how serious the illness is, just take a drink of water of life and it will be cured immediately. Fuck,
That's pretty fierce. Zhou Ling gasped in shock. Originally, he thought that the sky-high price spent on buying the bronze dragon head statue might not be worth it. But since it is the water of life, there is no problem. If this thing were to be released, all the world's top billionaires would be scrambling to buy it. This means a second life, who wouldn't he be excited? It looks like we'll have to go to Wei Island tomorrow. Zhou Ling's eyes gleamed with brilliance, and he was determined to get the bronze statue of the dragon head. Weidao is an island, only 30 or 40 kilometers away from Beichang. He can just drive his yacht there. Just when he was about to have a good sleep, the door was opened. The door was pushed open, and moonlight poured in from the crack in the door. Then a graceful figure took small steps and walked into the room in the moonlight. Looking at the person who came in, Zhou Ling showed a hint of surprise. The person who came in was Shang Lei. At this moment, she was wearing silk pajamas as light as gauze, her eyebrows were picturesque, and her skin was as white as snow. A head of long black hair flows down her back and falls to her perky buttocks. As if she noticed Zhou Ling's gaze, she blushed and gently closed the door with her backhand so as not to disturb anyone. "Miss Shang, what do you need so late?" Zhou Ling asked doubtfully, but his eyes unconsciously fell on her iconic figure. Shang Lei lowered her head, biting her red lips with her white teeth, as if she was embarrassed to say something. "It's okay, just tell me if you have something to say." Zhou Ling sat up straight and piled the air-conditioned quilt on his lower abdomen. "To be honest, I have something to ask of you. This is my sincere wish." She mustered up the courage to speak. Just when Zhou Ling wanted to ask some questions, he saw her suddenly take a deep breath, gently untie her waist belt with her delicate hands, and her pajamas slipped off. In an instant, a delicate body as white as jade appeared directly in the closed room. Chapter 85, Public Enemy of Men. She has a tall and plump figure, with a slender waist that can be held in one hand, and skin as white as snow and jade, smooth and delicate. She is a real stunner. Moreover, her actions undoubtedly exposed herself completely to Zhou Ling. "What are you doing?" Zhou Ling was shocked and screamed as he looked at her. Did she come here so late at night just to do this? After taking off her pajamas, she became much bolder and no longer as shy as before. "Mr. Zhou, I know you have abundant financial resources. If possible, please help my family. I, Shang Lei, am willing to serve you wholeheartedly," she explained through gritted teeth. Her family is in the shipping business. In the North City, it is also a large enterprise with money and power. But who would have thought that there would be problems with the capital chain recently, leading to a contraction in business? What is hateful is that other competitors saw the opportunity and united to deal with them. That's why she sold the yacht for money. Just happened to meet a wealthy man like Zhou Ling, so she came up with a plan to use her body to give her family a glimmer of hope. Zhou Ling had to admit that she had a beautiful face and a fair and slim figure. Now she is like a blooming flower, ready for him to pick. This temptation is simply irresistible. But he is not a beast who only thinks with his lower body, nor is he a philanthropist who throws money around. Helping the other family will definitely cost a huge amount of money. How could he spend money at will if there wasn't enough profit? His money didn't come from the wind, it was given by the system. Why do you have to do this? Zhou Ling was helpless and looked away with difficulty. Shang Lei smiled sadly, and there seemed to be mist gathering in her eyes. "I know you may look down on me, but I really can't help it. I just want to do something for my family. If you can take me tonight." She pleaded softly, stretching her long legs until she was in front of him, so that no matter how hard he tried to look away, he couldn't completely stop looking at her body. It seemed that she was about to burst into tears, and even seemed determined to go to the battlefield. Zhou Ling also sighed, but he did not agree to her. Instead, he put her pajamas back on her. It was as if the glowing white, tender body was covered up like this. "I admit that you are very attractive. As a man, I cannot resist your temptation. But you know that I am more of a businessman. I will not invest in things that have no practical significance." Zhou Ling smiled faintly. He is very rich, but he is not a fool to be slaughtered. Shang Lei blushed with shame, and naturally knew what Zhou Ling meant. "But if I have time, I'll take a good look at it. Maybe there's an opportunity for us to cooperate?" He looked into Shang Lei's eyes and smiled. "So Mr. Zhou means he is willing to cooperate with us?" Shang Lei's eyes widened slightly, and she closed her pajamas with her right hand to prevent the thin silk pajamas from slipping off. But this still can't hide her proud figure. You can still see the beautiful scenery from Zhou Ling's perspective.
That depends on what your group has in mind.
After all, I can't do a business that loses money. Zhou Ling shrugged and said.
After hearing his words, Shang Lei was not disappointed.
Instead, she was deeply encouraged and regained her confidence.
No problem. As long as you are free, I can take you to visit our company anytime.
She knew that this was most likely her last straw, so she had to hold on tightly and not dare to relax at all. Seeing that she had finally returned to normal, Zhou Ling joked, "Put on your clothes and go back to rest. Otherwise, if someone comes in and sees you, I won't be able to explain myself."
Shang Lei nodded obediently and put on her pajamas. But this dress is too thin and even a little see-through. Even though she was dressed, she could still vaguely see the size of it.
Especially since Zhou Ling had already seen it all just now, he didn't need to imagine what a beautiful scene was under her pajamas. Just as the two of them were chatting, a little head popped out from outside the door.
"Brother, Linger originally wanted to borrow Zhou Ling's cell phone, but when she leaned over, she saw this scene. Sorry, keep going, you didn't see anything."
Her innocent big eyes were filled with shock and confusion, and the next moment she left in great embarrassment.
"Wait!" Zhou Ling shouted anxiously. "This damn girl must have misunderstood again. I don't know what she will say to him tomorrow." "Mr. Zhou, have I caused you any trouble?" Shang Lei chuckled and gloated over the other's misfortune. Zhou Ling sighed, "Next time you come, remember to close the door to avoid misunderstandings." Shang Lei's beautiful eyes lit up and she couldn't help but laugh. "Oh? Mr. Zhou still wants to do it next time?
Then we might as well just solve it tonight." Zhou Ling knew that he had expressed himself wrongly, and quickly waved his hand to explain, "That's not what I meant."
"Okay, go back now." Seeing his helpless look, Shang Lei couldn't stop laughing.
She found that Mr. Zhou was quite interesting. Although she didn't have much contact with Zhou Ling, she had a general idea of his character. "I know he is a gentleman and will never take advantage of someone in distress." Especially after what happened just now, she admired Zhou Ling even more. After all, not everyone can stay calm in front of her. Although we failed to achieve our goal tonight, getting Zhou Ling's promise is still a good opportunity. The next day, after breakfast, they boarded the yacht and headed for Wei Island.
"Brother, what happened last night?" "I saw it all." Linger came to Zhou Ling as if she knew all his secrets. "Don't talk nonsense, little brat. She just came to discuss business with me."
Worried that the little girl would tell lies everywhere, Zhou Ling pulled her over and slapped her on the butt. Only after she begged for mercy did they let her go.
Weidao is not far from Beicheng. It is also a tourist destination and many people come to the island for vacation.
However, the prices on the island are also shockingly high, and people usually don't dare to spend lavishly here.
Weidao is unusually lively today. The annual Weidao auction is being held today. This is a huge event and many wealthy people come to join in the fun.
And you must have sufficient status and wealth to be eligible to participate in the auction. The auction house has always kept the items for auction very confidential, and most people have no idea what treasures will appear today.
But some well-informed people may be able to find out something.
Have you heard? It seems that a rare treasure will appear in this year's auction. No matter how precious it is not our business.
It is a game for the rich. We ordinary people can just watch the fun.
On both sides of the street, some people who were leisurely drinking coffee were discussing today's auction.
This time of year, auctions are the biggest topic. Look, those three girls are really top-notch.
Fuck, it's true. Those two have great bodies. The other little girl is average, but she looks like a Lolita.
She's also top-notch. At this time, many men discovered Luoshuang and the other two.
The appearance of the three of them instantly attracted everyone's attention. Those eyes were all filled with amazement, curiosity, and greed. What they were wearing today were just ordinary tropical-style casual clothes. If they had worn swimsuits, all the men on the street would probably be unable to walk. As a result, Zhou Ling was naturally met with hostility from everyone. Feeling those murderous gazes focused on him, Zhou Ling didn't care. Instead, the domineering aura spread, making everyone angry but not able to speak out. On the street, Lu Mingxi naturally put her arm around Zhou Ling's, and the two were as close as a couple in love. At this time, there seemed to be a lot of uproar spreading around Zhou Zhou. The men were extremely jealous, and their eyes were filled with unconcealed envy and jealousy. Luo Shuang, who was following behind, saw the scene and snorted in her heart.
She refused to admit defeat and stepped forward to hug Zhou Ling's other arm. Two beauties followed him closely, one on his left and one on his right. At this moment, the street, which was originally in a state of uproar, suddenly became silent. Zhou Ling was helpless. If everyone was just envious, jealous, and hateful just now, they really even wanted to kill each other. These two beauties are really going to cause him trouble. Being left behind by the three people, Linger pouted unhappily, feeling like an abandoned child. The men on both sides of the street watched this scene with gnashing teeth, with unbearable jealousy in their eyes. You have to know that these two are stunning beauties, and their figures and looks are top-notch. It's almost impossible for them to own one. But how could the young man be so worthy that he could suddenly have two extremely beautiful women following him? It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. But they also saw that this young man was definitely not simple, and that kind of temperament was not something that ordinary people could possess. Chapter 86, I Saw an Acquaintance. The auction will be held in the most luxurious hotel, and you must have an invitation to enter. However, since he reported Shang Lei's name, he was able to enter smoothly. In North City, the Shang family still has great power. After all, the size of the Shang family is comparable to that of the Marriott Group. Many people had already come here a long time ago, and you could tell at a glance that they were the so-called upper-class people. The men wore suits and ties, and the women wore formal dresses. In short, it was very gorgeous. In such a comparison, Zhou Ling and the other three seemed very different. Because they were the only four people wearing tropical casual wear. It's quite lively. Zhou Ling took the three of them for a casual walk and was quite satisfied with the venue. He knew that the auction was divided into two levels, inner and outer. The outer layer is equivalent to a large party where these well-known upper-class people can socialize. Only those who are truly powerful can enter the inner circle to participate in the grand auction. The auction hasn't started yet, so Zhou Ling is not in a hurry to go in. What a huge lobster! Linger took the plate to the buffet area and enjoyed the delicious food. These three young and beautiful girls were dressed so conspicuously that the men ignored the women who were dressed up. Many men's eyes were focused on the three of them. These people are proud of their status and think of themselves as gentlemen. But that fiery gaze exposed their greed and evil. Faced with such a top-notch woman, it is hard for them not to be tempted. Soon someone couldn't control themselves anymore. A young man in a suit and tie walked over elegantly with a wineglass in hand. Hello ladies, my name is Ding Kuan, nice to meet you. This young man named Ding Kuan has a gentle smile and a handsome appearance, and is considered a talented person. But Luo Shuang and the others simply ignored it. Ding Kuan was not angry at being treated like this. On the contrary, he became more interested. It is more fulfilling to conquer a girl with a bit of temper like this. When he thought about the fact that they would be bowing and kneeling on his bed in the near future, he felt a surge of heat in his heart. Is this your first time here? I come here quite often, how about I show you around? Ding Kuan gave a smile that he thought was handsome. He believes that no one can resist the charm he exudes. But to his surprise, Luo Shuang and others still ignored him, obviously treating him as air. Just when he was about to continue exuding his charm, Zhou Ling came back. Brother, there's a toad here. Linger immediately reported to Zhou Ling. When Ding Kuan heard her description of himself, his face twitched. As a young hero with unlimited charm, there are girls who actually call him a toad? Luo Shuang didn't talk to Lu Mingxi, but after seeing Zhou Ling, her smile became obviously much happier, and her attitude towards him was very intimate. Seeing this, Ding Kuan felt very unhappy. Outside, as long as he says something, what kind of woman would not greet him obediently? He is extremely confident about his charm. Who would have thought that he couldn't conquer these three beauties? He frowned and looked at Zhou Ling with a gloomy gaze. Ding Kuan admitted that the man in front of him was more handsome than him and had a more outstanding temperament, but he was obviously not a gentleman. Who has ever seen a real gentleman wearing Hawaiian-style floral shorts in such a formal occasion? Brother, have you heard of my name, Ding Kuan? In North City, I roll. Ding Kuan widened his eyes in astonishment and swallowed back all the words he had not finished saying. He didn't expect that this kid would dare to tell him to get out? What a courage! When has young Master Ding ever been treated like this? Ding Kuan looked grim, and his eyes became even darker and more terrifying. If he was outside, he would have taken action long ago. Okay, let's play slowly later, there's plenty of time. He stared into Zhou Ling's eyes, sneered, silently made a gesture of wiping his neck, then turned around and left.
He returned to the corner, but his eyes never left Zhou Ling, just like a cheetah staring at its prey. Zhou Ling took the three of them out for a meal and a stroll, and it was a very pleasant experience. Anyway, Shang Lei will call him when the auction officially starts. As time went by, more and more people came. Not only people from the North City, but also people from other cities and even other provinces came here. Young Master Zhang is indeed very capable. He has already mastered several projects at such a young age. In a corner, Chen Jun from Dottie Group was holding a wine glass and chatting and laughing with a young man. The young man's name is Zhang Shang, and he also works in real estate in Beicheng. Recently, Chen Jun and Zhang Shang are discussing cooperation, so he can also appear in the auction with advantage. It's okay. I'll need Mr. Chen's care in the future. Zhang Shang smiled enthusiastically, and then as if he suddenly remembered something, he asked casually, by the way, where is the girl next to Mr. Chen? Why didn't you bring her? Chen Jun knew that he was talking about his lover Zhang Yuding. That is the female college student who was pregnant with his child. Chen Dong laughed contemptuously, that idiot? My relationship with her has been exposed, and she is having a quarrel with her husband. What a stupid woman. I told her I would give her 30 million in the future, and she actually believed me? Chen Jun kept shaking his head, as if he was telling a joke. Ah, Mr. Chen is really cool and unrestrained. I still need to learn more about this. Zhang Shang burst into laughter after hearing this. This smile also happened to allow him to see Luo Shuang and Lu Mingxi. Their impressive figures and attire that didn't fit in with the surroundings instantly caught his attention. What wonderful women! It would be great if I could get them. Zhang Shang narrowed his eyes, revealing a greedy look. Chen Jun looked over curiously, also revealing an expression of amazement, with some impulse stirring in his heart. However, when he saw Zhou Ling standing beside him, his face was suddenly filled with gloom. Is it him? Chen Jun gritted his teeth. It was bad enough that he had embarrassed himself in Fenglin Bar Street, but he was also attacked and kicked twice. Those 2 kicks almost crippled him. The culprit behind all this is that young man. Mr. Chen, are you an acquaintance? Zhang Sheng asked. Chen Zhong snorted angrily, he is not an acquaintance, but an enemy. Then he recounted the events of that day with some exaggeration. After listening to it, Zhang Sheng's eyes lit up slightly. Mr. Chen, you are a guest. I am here to help you vent your anger on my territory. Zhang Sheng smiled proudly. Just now he was worrying about how to get those 2 beauties, but now it seems that it should be much easier. As long as you help Chen Jun to step on that guy, I believe those 2 beauties will know who is the right choice. Good. Chen Jun was overjoyed. This is North City, and Zhang Shang is quite powerful. As for Zhou Ling, he might have some ability in Yuechang, but he has no control in Beicheng. With Zhang Shang backing him up, he knew that the kid would be in big trouble today. Zhang Shang brought Chen Jun and arrogantly came to Zhou Ling and the others. Friend, you have offended my partner, right? I won't bully you in North City. Just admit your mistake and it'll be over. Zhang Shang said nonchalantly, not taking Zhou Ling seriously at all. His gaze remained on Luo Shuang and Lu Mingxi. With Zhang Shang's support, Chen Jun was full of confidence. He pointed at Zhou Ling and ordered, did you hear that? Apologize quickly until I'm satisfied. He was not worried at all that Zhou Ling would refuse. Because in Beicheng, Zhang Shang is capable enough to deal with this guy. If he dares to refuse, the consequences will only be more serious. My 2 sisters, I advise you to find someone reliable. Follow me and I will definitely make sure you have everything you want. Zhang Shang looked at Luo Shuang and the others, his tone full of temptation. But the 2 of them didn't buy it at all. Knowing that the other party was here to cause trouble, he naturally wouldn't give him a good look. Compared to my boss, you are far inferior. Luo Shuang crossed her arms and sneered without any hesitation. As an executive of Marriott Group, her status and position are not low at all. I have seen countless grand scenes. These 2 idiots want to flirt with her like this? It's ridiculous. But to Lu Mingxi, these 2 people were like jumping clowns. They could not compare with Zhou Ling at all, not even a single leg hair of Zhou Ling. She also directly refused, sorry, you should find someone else. Zhang Shang felt humiliated after being rejected without hesitation by these 2 beauties. Even his smile seemed much more sinister. Haha, okay, that's good. You actually dare to reject me? You have some courage. Zhang Sheng sneered and it was obvious that he was angry.
The commotion here also attracted the attention of many people around.
When they saw that it was Zhang Sheng who had a conflict with someone, they all looked over curiously.
Many people know that Zhang Sheng is vindictive. And he is extremely lustful. Now that he has targeted this group of people, it will be difficult for them to escape from his clutches. Many people felt sorry for Luoshuang and the others. Such a perfect woman, if she fell into the hands of a man like Zhang Sheng, there is no telling what would happen to her.
Chapter 87. Who dares to touch my people? What a pity, such a good woman ended up falling into the tiger's mouth. Luckily I didn't go over and chat with her just now, otherwise I would have become Zhang Sheng's love rival in disguise, wouldn't I? Everyone was discussing in low voices, and they had all completely determined that Lu Mingxi and Luo Xuan would not be able to escape Zhang Sheng's control.
Really?
I think that young man seems to be quite capable.
How is that possible?
He's wearing all kinds of fancy clothes, so he's obviously a spirited young man.
What a pity, he's such a loser, he can't keep a woman.
Zhou Ling should be vulnerable in front of Zhang Sheng, and they all felt ashamed for Zhou Ling.
I feel like being a man to this extent is a failure.
They all give advice as if the results would be much better if they were in their place. Zhou Ling didn't react much, his expression remained calm and natural, just a little impatient.
Are you done?
If you are, get out of here. He was supposed to be in a good mood today, but then he ran into these idiots.
How could he be in a good mood?
This is also in Beicheng, so he doesn't bother to care.
If it were in Yuecheng, these people might not even have a chance to talk to him.
When he said this, everyone around him was stunned.
Fuck, did I hear it right? He actually dared to tell Zhang Sheng to get lost? This is going to be interesting. With Zhang Sheng's personality, he will definitely not be able to swallow this. This guy is really brave, or he doesn't even know who Zhang Sheng is, otherwise how could he be so bold? The people around him were shocked and couldn't believe it. How could he dare to speak so arrogantly in front of Zhang Sheng?
Although Zhang Sheng is just a young man, his father is very powerful.
His father is qualified to enter today's auction.
It would have been fine if Zhou Ling didn't submit to him, but he actually dared to resist. Zhang Sheng was so angry that he laughed. In North City, although he is not a top young master, not everyone can go against him. He was used to being flattered, used to the feeling of being superior, and used to people being respectful to him.
But now this kid actually dares not to give him face?
This is really courageous. I, Zhang Sheng, was born into a wealthy family. I learned business at the age of 16, managed a branch company at the age of 18, and started my own business at the age of 20.
Now I am worth 1 billion. What qualifications do you have to pretend to be indifferent in front of me?
Zhang Sheng looked proud, and with every word he spoke, his momentum seemed to grow stronger.
Every bit of his past is enough to attract attention and surprise.
There are very few people of his age who are as capable as him. With his strength, maybe in time he could make the Zheng family one of the top 10 wealthy families in North City.
Hearing his words, everyone was secretly surprised.
Although they didn't like Zhang Sheng, they had to admit that this man's methods and courage were extraordinary. If we put aside his background, there are really few people of his age who can surpass him. Zhang Sheng looked at Zhou Ling with contempt, as if waiting for Zhou Ling to show a look of panic. However, his words failed to arouse any interest in Zhou Ling, and he even felt a little sleepy.
Are you done?
Zhou Ling rubbed his temple, seeming a little impatient.
His reaction made Zhang Sheng very dissatisfied.
Zhang Sheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and the muscles at the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a ferocious look.
If you're done, get lost. The consequences of disturbing my fun will be very serious.
Zhou Ling said seriously, as if he didn't see the threat and ferocity in Zhang Sheng's eyes at all. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked.
What's wrong with him? Even at this time, he still dares to be so stubborn?
He told Zhang Sheng to get out the second time. I want to see if he dares to tell me the third time. Ha, this is not a question of whether or not you dare. I just want to see if he still has that chance.
Zhou Ling's words obviously shocked everyone.
All eyes were focused on him, as if they had seen something incredible. They thought that after Zhang Sheng introduced himself, he at least knew how to advance and retreat.
But I didn't expect that not only did he not apologize, but he also went even further? It's really stupid. He will only irritate Zhang Sheng. It's understandable that young people get angry.
For the sake of face, it's okay to be arrogant in front of girls.
But can you at least check the target?
It is unwise to confront Zhang Sheng head on just to save a little face. No one approved of Zhou Ling's approach, and no one even had a good opinion of what his fate would be today. Perhaps Zhang Sheng would take this public occasion into consideration and show some mercy to him. However, it would be naive to expect others to be kind to you. Some people may not stab you openly, but you never know whether they will stab you in the back. And Zhang Sheng is obviously such a person. Ding Kuan, who was hiding in the corner, felt very happy when he saw Zhou Ling and Zhang Sheng having a conflict. He dislikes neither of them, so he is happy to watch the show. However, he didn't think Zhou Ling could defeat Zhang Sheng. Hee, if you mess with Zhang Sheng, then just clean your neck and wait for death. Ding Kuan took a sip of red wine, his eyes were sinister and cunning. He was looking forward to seeing Zhou Ling's end with his own eyes. When two tigers fight, one of them will die. A tiger as weak as Zhou Ling will definitely not live long. Of course, it would be best if both sides were hurt. For him, it would be no loss at all just to sit back and watch the show. With a strong sense of oppression, Zhang Sheng approached Zhou Ling, looked straight into his eyes and smiled coldly. Boy, you are the first one who dares to talk to me like this. I will let you know how big the gap between us is. Faced with his threat, Zhou Ling did not take it seriously and just showed disdain. You're just a junior, and you dare to talk to him like that? If his father came instead, maybe it would be more practical. Just when he was about to tell the other party to shut up, a bald middle-aged man walked over. Do you two have some conflict that requires a scene at the meeting? The bald man asked coldly. When they saw the bald man appear, the people around who were watching the show all cried out in surprise. Isn't this Manager Zhong? How come even he was alarmed? I thought he was busy in the backcourt. We've made Manager Zhong show up in person. Let's see how this ends today. Many people come to this party every year, so they are very familiar with the general manager. All matters concerning the venue, including security, are handled by the general manager alone. So he has a lot of power here. Seeing Manager Zhong appear, Zhang Sheng greeted him calmly. Manager Zhong, it's me. Oh, is it Master Zhang? When he saw Mr. Zhang, Manager Zhong forced a smile on his cold face. He naturally knew that Zhang Sheng was a young talent, and besides, Zhang Sheng's father was not someone he could afford to mess with. Manager Zhong, this guy is wearing fancy clothes. I'm worried that he might be a young man who sneaked in from outside. Do you want to check him out? Mr. Zhang pointed at Zhou Ling and said to Manager Zhong. Zhou Ling's outfit was indeed out of place here, which made Manager Zhong frown. Generally speaking, people like this would never be allowed in. Manager Zhong resisted the urge to kick Zhou Ling out and still followed the procedure. Sir, please show us your invitation letter, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. He questioned Zhou Ling coldly. Seeing this, the people around them suddenly realized. That's possible. After all, even the most stringent security can be sloppy. Maybe he really sneaked in? He must have sneaked them in just to look fat in front of the three girls. How ridiculous. I've long disliked his big shorts. Having him here is simply desecrating our expensive suits. Someone stared at Zhou Ling and sneered. As if belittling Zhou Ling in this way could elevate his own status. First he offended Zhang Sheng, and now he has been found to have sneaked in. Even if he had 9 lives, he wouldn't be able to handle this guy. Some people kept shaking their heads and no longer had any hope for Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling was silent for a moment, then responded calmly. Who told you that you must have an invitation to come in? Manager Zhong's expression changed immediately. In other words, this kid really doesn't have an invitation? Entry is by invitation only. Do you think you are qualified to break this rule? Manager Zhong felt as if he was facing a great enemy, his expression full of vigilance. He even suspected that this kid had secretly taken away a lot of good things when he came in. You should know that the drinks and cigarettes used for entertainment here are very expensive, and few ordinary people would spend money to buy them outside. More importantly, if such a petty thief accidentally sneaks into the inner court and disturbs the real big shot, how can Manager Zhong take the blame? Ding Kuan, who was sitting in the corner drinking silently and watching the show, knew that the outcome of the show was already out. If I had known that this guy sneaked in, I wouldn't have let him go just now. He shook his head inside, feeling very sorry. If nothing unexpected happens, the 3 women around this boy should all fall into Zhang Sheng's hands. Standing next to Manager Zhong, Zhang Sheng was wearing a well-ironed suit with his hands in his pockets, looking energetic. He looked directly into Zhou Ling's eyes with a condescending attitude. I told you, you are like an ant in front of me.
You want to fight me? You don't even have the qualifications.
With just one word from him, Manager Zhang could kick this guy out.
You don't even have to do it yourself. What is ability? This is called ability.
For a moment, the focus of the entire venue fell on Zhou Ling, who seemed to be a small boat in the stormy waves.
It seems like it might capsize at any time. In the eyes of everyone, does he have any other choice except accepting his fate?
But just when they thought Zhou Ling had no chance of turning around, a cold and delicate voice came.
How dare you touch my people? Chapter 88, Backstage. These domineering words made everyone look over.
The crowd parted automatically, and a tall girl walked over with arrogance and unapproachable nobility. When some people saw her appear, they didn't recognize her.
Who is this girl?
She's so arrogant, but she looks pretty good. The people around him covered his mouth in fear and warned him, "Shut up now, she is Shang Wu's daughter." When the man who had just spoken heard this, he was immediately frightened and started to talk about his neck, not daring to fart.
Martial arts? Could it be the shipping tycoon from North City? This girl is actually his daughter? No wonder he's so arrogant.
Shang Lei stared coldly at Manager Zhong and Mr. Zhang, not giving them any face at all.
Is it Miss Shang? Is he your friend?
Seeing that Shang Lei's pretty face turned cold, obviously she was really angry, Manager Zhong quickly lowered his head and his tone became respectful. Don't underestimate Shang Lei, she is also a young person. But the power of their Shang family is much greater than that of the Zhang family.
Zhang Shang was not qualified to enter the inner venue to participate in the auction. But Shang Lei is qualified.
From this, it can be seen that the gap between their identities and status is huge.
He is someone I am protecting. If you want to drive him away, are you openly going against me? Shang Lei asked coldly, showing the domineering attitude of a rich lady to the fullest.
Manager Zhong broke out in a cold sweat.
He finally understood what Zhou Ling meant by no invitation letter. Could it be that this young lady brought it in?
If that's the case, he can't afford to offend her at all.
Miss Shang, this may be a misunderstanding. I made a mistake. I'm really sorry.
He quickly apologized respectfully, without the same majesty and overbearing attitude as before.
Others were also surprised and unbelievable. This man in flowery shorts is actually Shang Lei's friend? And it seems like they are quite close friends. Everyone felt envious and jealous.
She is young, beautiful, and full of youth. She is a goddess pursued by countless men, and she is also the eldest daughter of the Shang family.
Who wouldn't want to make friends with her? Shang Lei didn't listen to Manager Zhang's explanation at all.
Instead, she said to Zhou Ling with an apologetic look, "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I was too busy just now and couldn't come to see you." She was very angry, but also very grateful.
If I had arrived a step later, would these people really have kicked Zhou Ling out? He is my honored guest. They are just a few ants, not worthy of my attention.
Zhou Ling shook his head calmly. He didn't take these people seriously at all. Of course, he is not a saint who will just accept everything. These people are disrespectful to him, so he has no need to give them face. However, Manager Zhong seems to have a big problem with me.
Maybe he doesn't like my flowery shorts?
Zhou Ling smiled and shook his head.
After hearing this, Manager Zhong felt something was wrong, thinking that this was aimed at him.
No, sir, let me explain. He opened his mouth quickly, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Shang Lei. No need to say more, I will tell your boss directly. I believe your boss will replace you with a more suitable person.
Hearing this, Manager Zhong felt dizzy and almost fainted. He felt that he had done nothing, so how did he end up like this? Master Zhang.
He had to ask Zhang Sheng for help. But Zhang Sheng kept his mouth shut and had no intention of speaking up for him. In fact, Zhang Sheng was also quite shocked. He couldn't believe that Zhou Ling actually knew Shang Lei. The Shang family is financially strong, and Shang Lei can talk to his father directly. They are all of the same age, and he is not even a little bit worse than Shang Lei. So, in order to protect himself, he must shut up now. Shang Lei glanced at him and sneered, Master Zhang is becoming more and more overbearing.
He even dares to mess with my friends?
Zhang Sheng pulled the corner of his mouth, revealing an ugly and stiff smile.
It was just a misunderstanding. If I had known that he was your friend, how could I have targeted him? Misunderstanding? You, Zhang Sheng, are usually domineering, but now you also know to say it's a misunderstanding? Are you saying it's a misunderstanding even after you hit me? Shan Lei didn't give him any face and her tone was full of sarcasm. Zhang Shang was so angry that he could not say anything. He could only force a smile and said, "Miss Shang, you are too kind." "How could that be?" "Maybe you know it in your heart. Consider your own status before speaking next time. Don't offend the wrong people."
After Shang Lei finished speaking, she led Zhou Ling and the others into the inner field. Only the dumbfounded crowd and Zhang Shang, who was furious, were left. After they left, Zhang Sheng angrily threw the wine glass next to him to the ground, and the muscles at the corners of his eyes began to twitch.
"Damn it, bitch. If it weren't for your father, would I be afraid of you?" He felt humiliated and very unwilling. How dare a woman not to give him face in public?
If it were someone else, she would never be able to leave this door.
Isn't it just that he has a good father? Why are you so arrogant?
Zhang Sheng cursed in a low voice, but he forgot that the reason he could stand here was because he had a good father.
"Master Zhang, is this woman from the Shang family?" Chen Jun asked cautiously. Even he was afraid of Shang Lei's aura just now.
Speaking of the Shang family, although Zhang Sheng was unwilling, he had to show a look of fear. "Yes.
Otherwise I wouldn't have let her go. That kid is lucky to have a big shot backing him up." Chen Jun cursed unhappily.
But he was secretly jealous in his heart. If given the chance, he would be willing to give up cooperation with the Zhang family and join the Shang family.
Sadly, it seems there is no hope now.
Bullshit. Even though the Shang family is prosperous now, they are actually in trouble.
Under the leadership of the Gao family, many groups in North City are squeezing out the Shang family.
Zhang Sheng said with a gloating look.
The Gao family is a behemoth in North City that is no less powerful than the Shang family.
With the Gao family leading the attack, the Shang family is already on the verge of collapse.
The Shang family's difficult situation today is no secret.
If nothing unexpected happens, Shangji's market share will be reduced by 50% within this year.
So, in 2 years, it's still unclear who will be the boss.
In the corner, Ding Kuan was so surprised that he forgot to drink.
How could he know Miss Shang? Impossible.
Ding Kuan's face was full of fear, and he held the glass tightly in his hands as if he was going to crush it.
He is not even as good as Zhang Shang.
Once Shang Lei targets him, he will be extremely miserable.
Will that kid not take revenge?
Thinking about how he had just made a provocative gesture of wiping his neck, Ding Kuan was so scared that his heart almost stopped. If the other party holds a grudge, he will be in big trouble.
Probably not, otherwise he wouldn't have let me go just now.
After thinking about it, he felt that it might not be the case, and he calmed down a lot. However, in order to avoid a meeting, he blended into the crowd and then left in a hurry. His departure did not attract anyone's attention. Because everyone has not yet recovered from the shock.
This kid is so lucky, he's actually Miss Shang's friend?
And the relationship between them seems to be very special.
How did he do it? He already has 3 extremely beautiful women, and now he has another rich daughter?
Everyone was amazed, and at first everyone thought he had sneaked in.
But unexpectedly, he was brought in by Shan Lei?
Moreover, Zhou Ling is surrounded by beautiful women, which is really enviable. Mr. Zhou, this is the inner field, which is used for auctions. Led by Shan Lei, Zhou Ling and his party came to a large conference venue.
This place can accommodate hundreds of people. There are special private rooms on the 2nd floor, and Shan Lei occupies one of them.
At this time, the backstage was already full of people and the auction was about to begin. Arriving at the private room, Zhou Ling felt very satisfied as soon as he sat down.
The location here is just right and the view is clear. Good. He laughed. Shan Lei felt somewhat proud of receiving his affirmation.
Later, she asked someone to send over some snacks, drinks, and fruit plates so that Luo Shuang and the others would not be bored. In this venue, those who can occupy private rooms are all people of status and position. In one of the private rooms not far away, there was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was intimidating without even getting angry, and he looked somewhat similar to Shan Lei.
He was none other than her father, Shang Wu. Where is the lady? Where did she go? Shang Wu asked the assistant next to him.
Mr. Shang, the lady is in private room number 3 with a few young people, said the assistant.
Shang Wu nodded, but looked a little unhappy. I know her plan.
She wants to rely on the young man's power to get through this disaster.
I'm just afraid she has chosen the wrong person. Not everyone has the ability to help the Shang family.
This not only requires a lot of money, but also enough courage. Because now the Shang family is surrounded by enemies, and most people would like to stay away from them. Keep paying attention, prevent her from doing anything stupid, and don't let her waste her energy on useless people. Shanggu ordered that if he didn't dislike over-controlling others, he probably wouldn't even give Shan Lei the chance to get close to Zhou Ling.
Chapter 89. The last item for auction. Boss Shan, that guy seems to be quite capable. But we haven't found out where he comes from yet. The assistant next to him reminded. How could someone who spent more than 70 million to buy a yacht without hesitation be ordinary?
But Shanggu didn't take it to heart at all. He felt that it didn't mean anything.
I've seen many dandies who spend money lavishly. Spending a lot of money doesn't mean you have the ability to do it.
He made a pointed and merciless comment. But what he said was true. Many second-generation rich people like to spend money, but this does not mean that they have much power. If we want to help the Shang family, a mere tens of millions is not enough. This requires not only the greatest financial resources, but also a strong voice to make this decision.
How could an ordinary rich second generation be qualified to decide on such a large investment?
So he didn't support his daughter's approach from the beginning. Just saying that as a father, he also respects his daughter's efforts.
That's all. By the way, how is the Gao family doing? He asked.
Today, as his mortal enemy, the Gao family naturally came to participate in the auction.
More importantly, the Gao family has also won over a powerful ally. This had to make him alert.
Although the Shang family is not in a precarious situation now, they are still surrounded by enemies.
If they are not careful, they may fall into the abyss. They have arrived.
A strange young man appeared beside them.
Lian Gaobo was very respectful to him.
It seems that he is definitely not an ordinary person,
the assistant said solemnly. Shang Wu's face didn't look very good either.
He knew that the strange young man was most likely the strong ally that Gaopa had recruited. The most troublesome thing is that he now has no idea who the other party is.
Shangwu didn't say anything, but fell into deep thought.
The assistant didn't dare to disturb him, and the atmosphere in the whole private room became even more depressing. On the other side, in the private room belonging to the Gao family, the atmosphere was noticeably more lively.
Cao Bo is a middle-aged man who looks intimidating even without getting angry.
One can tell at first glance that he is someone who has held a high position for a long time. In addition, there were a few other people who looked like successful people, but all of them were surrounding a young man. This young man has single eyelids and thin lips, and looks a bit sinister and mean. He lay on the chair with an open posture, a contemptuous smile on his face, as if he looked down on everyone in the world. If there were other people here, they would definitely be shocked to see that Gao Bo and the others were actually ignoring this young man.
You know, people like Gao Bo are domineering and arrogant big shots. How could he possibly bow down to others? Unless he needs someone whose status and position is more terrifying than his. Mr. Jean, how is it? Is the scale okay? Cao Bo was somewhat proud. Today's auction was quite grand and splendid. I believe that Mr. Jean who came from Goryeo will also look at you with admiration, right?
He didn't expect that this Mr. Jean would say coldly and disdainfully, only superficial, no substance at all. He criticized directly and mercilessly, you Chinese people like to do these superficial things, unlike us Koreans, who pay more attention to cultural connotations.
But you're right.
A lot of your Chinese culture was stolen from our Goryeo, such as the 4 great inventions of ancient times, the Dragon Boat Festival, etc.
It's really shameful.
Being despised by him like that, Gao Bo and the others were stunned for a moment, then looked apologetic.
Mr. Jean, I am so sorry.
I apologize to you on behalf of the people of this country, and I also apologize to the entire Goryeo. Gao Bo bowed to him respectfully, like a eunuch without dignity. Moreover, he fully agreed with what Mr. Jean said. Many of our country's excellent cultures were plagiarized from other countries.
What we have is actually dregs.
However, some people still deceive themselves and even call themselves an ancient country with a 5,000-year-old culture.
It is really shameful.
Young Master Jean said proudly, there are not many people as smart as you.
This is one of the reasons why I am willing to cooperate with you.
Cao Bo was flattered to hear that he actually recognized him so much. This Mr. Jean, whose name is Jean Xuanjin, is not only a Korean, but also the son of the Samhwa group.
In Goryeo, the Samhwa group is very powerful.
Even if it is not as powerful as the top conglomerates, it is still a giant. For Gao Bo, being appreciated by them this time was like receiving the grace of the emperor. So at this auction, he tried his best to please Jean Xuanjin.
Mr. Jean, which treasure do you want to get? Cao Bo asked humbly.
Jin Xuanjin narrowed his eyes, revealing a look of reminiscence, and then said, "That is something that belongs to my family.
It is the bronze statue of the dragon head."
When these words were spoken, everyone around was shocked.
Unexpectedly, the bronze statue of the dragon head is actually a family heirloom of the Goryeo Jin family?
My grandfather bought it from the West, but one day, a low-class Chinese used some trickery to buy it away. Since then, my Jin family's heirlooms have flowed into China, and we only got the news today. Hearing him say this, Gao Bo was also heartbroken. I am ashamed to have such lowly and despicable compatriots. Once again, on behalf of all Chinese people, I apologize to Mr. Jin. Cao Bo couldn't help but feel panic, worrying that Jin Xuanjin would vent his anger on him because of those lowly Chinese people.
He was even more secretly angry, wondering why he had such shameless compatriots.
Jin Xuanjin said very generously that everything was over. Although you Chinese are all hypocritical and despicable, the Koreans, have broad minds and will not be on the same level as you.
Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Jin.
Compared with your country's traditions, our Chinese are indeed far behind.
Gao Bo breathed a sigh of relief.
As long as Jin Xuanjin didn't take his anger out on him, everything would be fine.
As for your heirloom, don't worry.
I'll take care of everything.
While everyone was chatting, the auction had already begun.
The first item to appear was an antique from the Qing dynasty, with a starting price of 8 million. As soon as this antique appeared, antique lovers immediately started bidding frantically, and the price reached 15 million in just a few minutes. In the end, it was bought at a high price of 15 million. The craze for this item made everyone look at each other in shock.
This is only the first piece, and it's already sold for 15 million? If there is something better in the future, won't it be heaven sent?
Soon, other items were also put forward, attracting many people's crazy competition.
The most precious of them is a pair of jade pendants from the Tang dynasty.
According to experts, this pair of jade pendants came from a palace tomb and were worn by a princess, making them extremely precious. And it happens to be a pair, very complete. This also made the price of this pair of jade pendants reach an incredible sky-high price 65 million.
This is also the most expensive item in the entire auction so far.
Such a high price has discouraged many wealthy people who originally wanted to buy it.
How inhumane. Just throwing money away for a pair of jade pendants?
It's only after coming here that I really realized that I'm just a poor man.
How could I not even be willing to spend tens of millions? That's true. There are so many great people here. It's eye-opening every time I come here.
Everyone started a heated discussion. It was not easy to pay such a high price for a pair of jade pendants.
There's only one piece left.
I wonder what kind of sky-high price it will fetch.
Yes, it's already over 60 million now.
I'm also looking forward to what price the last lot will sell for.
Don't worry, the fun is about to begin.
With the jade pendant as a prelude, everyone became more curious and excited about the last item. Many of them were well informed with inside information and knew that the last lot to be auctioned was the famous dragon head image. So they stretched their necks, waiting for the moment when the bronze dragon head statue appeared. Soon, someone pushed out a small cart and then lifted the red cloth covering it. Exposed to everyone's eyes was a bronze statue in the shape of a dragon head. This dragon head is very domineering and majestic, and full of vigor. It is a typical image of an oriental dragon. The bronze statues of the 12 zodiac animals from the old summer palace are probably the most talked about and well-known lost Chinese cultural relics in recent years. Among them, the bronze statue of the dragon head is more eye-catching.
After all, the dragon is the totem of China.
Therefore, when the bronze dragon head statue appeared, the entire venue was silent and no one made a sound. All eyes were fixed on the bronze dragon head statue, as if they wanted to see every texture on it clearly.
After a brief silence, waves of gasps of shock began to emanate one after another. Is this the legendary bronze statue of a dragon head? It's so exquisite, it's worthy of being a bronze statue of a dragon head, a treasure of our China. I don't know who will win today. Everyone seemed to be unable to control themselves and were talking loudly to the people next to them, expressing their inner amazement. As for whether they could get the bronze statue of the dragon head, they didn't even think about it. This is a priceless treasure, how can they afford it? Chapter 90, Sanha Group. Inside the private room, Zhou Ling revealed a confident smile when he saw the bronze dragon head statue finally appear. Because no matter what others think, this thing must fall into his hands today. Anyone who dares to compete with him can only be said to be overestimating his own abilities. As expected of our Chinese treasure, the shape is so domineering.
Looking at the bronze statue of the dragon head, Lu Mingxi could hardly take his eyes away. As a martial arts enthusiast, she is also a fan of traditional culture.
How could she not be interested in such a rare treasure? This treasure can be called a national treasure. You are lucky enough to see it with your own eyes. Mr. Zhou, is this your target?
Although she had received the news a long time ago, Xiang Lei was still shocked when she actually saw the bronze statue of the dragon head with her own eyes.
When she realized Zhou Ling's real purpose, she was stunned.
Zhou Ling nodded with a smile. This is the only thing that can interest me. He bought the bronze dragon head statue, firstly because of the system check-in, and secondly because he really liked it. It would be a great blessing if you could keep this national treasure in your own home. Hearing him admit it himself, Xiang Lei covered her mouth in surprise. She simply couldn't believe it. She was worried that Zhou Ling didn't know the true value of the bronze dragon head statue, so she reminded him, Mr. Zhou, this treasure is definitely more valuable than the jade pendant just now.
That pair of jade pendants is worth more than 60 million, this one must be worth over 100 million, right?
Zhou Ling didn't care. No matter how much money I want, I can't escape this.
Xiang Lei was shocked when she heard his words. Seeing how determined Mr. Zhou is to win, does he really not care how much money he spends? Even if it costs hundreds of millions, it doesn't matter?
You are worthy of being Mr. Zhou. Zhou Ling's bearing and confidence made her admire him completely.
However, she didn't know that once Zhou Ling bought the bronze statue of the dragon head, the system reward he would receive would be even more amazing.
A drop of water of life can cure 100 diseases and is equivalent to a person's second life.
This thing cannot be bought with money in the real world. So no matter what, Zhou Ling would never give up the bronze dragon head statue to anyone else. On the Gao family side, Jin Xuanjin also became excited. Yes, this is my house, and you must get it today.
Don't worry, Mr. Jin, no one can be our opponent. Gao Bo said confidently that for him, the bronze statue of the dragon head already belonged to him. This item is too precious, so its starting price is also very astonishing, reaching 50 million.
After a brief moment of amazement, someone finally started bidding. 60 million. This price is shocking.
He added 10,000 right away, which was really generous. However, faced with such a rare treasure, even with the figure of 60 million, many people were eager to take pictures. But just as they were about to speak, a majestic and confident voice suddenly sounded.
100 million.
This sound instantly drowned out all the noise, making the entire venue much quieter.
Everyone's face was filled with shock, and they all looked around, wanting to see who could have directly added 100 million. It's Gao Bo, it's the price offered by Gao Bo. Everyone exclaimed in amazement, finding it incredible. This price makes 99% of people give up instantly.
Moreover, Gao Bo dared to call out this price, which showed that he had the confidence to get it.
Even if I compete with him, I won't be defeated in the end.
There's no need to ruin the relationship just for a little face. Seeing that no one else was bidding, Gao Bo nodded with satisfaction.
They are sensible.
Gao Bo's tone was full of arrogance, as if he was commenting on a group of unmotivated juniors. Jin Xuanjin on the other side was also very happy. He felt that although Gao Bo was a lowly Chinese, some dirty money was still quite useful. Just when everyone thought that no one had made a bid, a casual voice came out.
150 million.
The sound was not loud, but it was very powerful in everyone's ears.
They all looked over, wanting to know who could offer such a high price. And you dare to confront the Gao family head-on?
That private room seems to belong to Miss Shang.
Did she set the price? Not really.
The person who just spoke was obviously a man.
What do you know? How could the young lady speak in person? She must have asked her assistant for help.
Everyone started discussing it, and were even more surprised when they found out that it was Miss Shang who made the offer. Many people know that the Shang family's situation has not been very good recently. She actually had the confidence to put up 150 million for auction.
Was it just to compete with the Gao family? If this is true, it is too naive.
In Shang Wu's private room, they were also shocked when they heard Zhou Ling's offer. Even he couldn't afford such a high price.
Mr. Shang. The assistant bent over and called out cautiously. That's quite courageous. Let's take a look at it slowly. Shangwu said slowly.
As for Gao Bo, when he heard that someone was competing with him, he was so angry that he slammed the table. I have clearly shown my determination to win, and any smart person would give up the competition. But now, not only did the other party not give up, but instead increased the offer to 150 million in one go.
Isn't this clearly going against him?
Spending money is a small matter, but if Jin Xuanjin is disappointed, that would be a big deal.
Who is it? Gao Bo questioned the people around him unhappily. When the people around him saw that he was angry, they were all trembling with fear. It seems to be in the direction of Miss Shang. Someone reported cautiously. That little bitch dared to snatch it from me? Her father hasn't even spoken yet. Gao Ao was furious. To him, Shang Lei was just an ignorant junior who was not worth mentioning. But how dare this little girl challenge him? I'm so tired of living.
Ha, not bad, you are quite courageous, Mr. Gao.
It seems that you are not that good in North City?
Jin Xuanjin said sarcastically while pinching the body of a woman next to him. Hearing his words, Gao Bo panicked because he knew that young Master Jin was unhappy. In order to save his face, he immediately added money without saying anything, 180 million.
Gao Ao narrowed his eyes, releasing a dangerous aura. He wanted to see if that little bitch dared to challenge him again.
But as soon as he finished speaking, the other party immediately offered a new price, 200 million.
Wow! This time, the whole audience was in an uproar. 200 million in one go? What a big deal this is. What is even more interesting is that Shangwu didn't say anything, but the eldest daughter of the Shang family started to argue with Gao Bo. What is going on? This is going to be interesting. Gao Bo must be mad as hell. Ha ha ha.
The battle between the super rich, small fish and shrimp like us can only watch the fun.
I don't know if Gao Bo will raise the price. It will be interesting if they continue to argue.
Everyone's interest was piqued, and they certainly couldn't afford such a price. So, it's better to just watch the show.
As everyone expected, Gao Ao was furious. He suspected that the other party was deliberately making him lose face in front of young Master Jin in order to destroy his cooperation with young Master Jin. Being pressed step by step, Gao Bo decided to give it his all. He simply pulled down the curtain, exposing the entire private room to everyone. Everyone looked over, and when they saw that Gao Ao was standing and a young man was actually sitting, they were stunned. Who is that guy? Why does he look like he has a higher status than Gao Bo?
I don't know, she looks unfamiliar, but her features are very similar to those of a Korean, with single eyelids and thin lips.
Everyone was extremely curious about Jin Xuanjin's identity. Anyone who could be treated like this by Gao Bo is definitely not an ordinary person, right?
Jin Xuanjin enjoyed this kind of gaze very much, thinking to himself, the Chinese who have never seen the world are really ignorant in front of the noble Koreans.
Gao Bo stared at the opposite room and shouted, 220 million.
After saying that, he didn't wait for everyone to be surprised, and continued, this one is Mr. Jin from Goryeo, and he is from the Sanha group. He's determined to get the bronze dragon head statue.
Let's see who dares to be so presumptuous.
He spoke these words with great vigor, even with a sense of righteousness. It seemed as if anyone who dared to resist would be killed without mercy.
After all, he is speaking on behalf of young Master Jin.
Its nobility is naturally self-evident. His words made everyone's eyes widen in surprise, and then many people screamed.
What? He is actually from the Sanha group? Gao Bo was able to hire someone from the Sanha group? That's pretty impressive. In Goryeo, the Samwa group is a very powerful force. How did he get involved with the Goryeo people? No wonder he bid so high, that's why.
The appearance of young Master Jin really shocked a large number of people.
They have all heard of the great name of the Sanha group, who dares to underestimate it? Chapter 91, Brother will teach you a lesson.
No wonder he's so high profile, it turns out he's got someone powerful to support him.
Shanwu looked a little ugly.
If Gao Bo really cooperated with this Korean, his situation would be even more difficult. Gao Bo has long coveted his property, and will never miss the opportunity to strike him down if he gets the chance. The other party is from the Sanha group, and the financial resources he controls are absolutely terrifying.
We need to find a solution quickly.
He felt that in order to get through this difficult period, he must find an equally reliable ally.
As long as you get through the most difficult period, everything will be fine. But the question is, where can he find allies now?
Even a mature and thoughtful person like Shangwu couldn't help but start to feel anxious at this moment.
If they can't find a reliable person, the Shang family will suffer a huge blow. Gao Bo was also very satisfied to see everyone's big reaction to Jin Xuanjin's appearance.
He looked around at everyone, and then said arrogantly, "Let me be frank, this is something that young Master Jean has set his sights on. Whoever is brave enough can come and grab it." His words were clearly a warning. Especially at the end, he deliberately glanced at the private room where Zhou Ling was, the meaning of which was self-evident. This sentence was directed at Zhou Ling. If Zhou Ling dares to compete with him again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Of course, up to now, Gao Bo always thought that the person he was competing with was Shan Lei. Therefore, he firmly believed that when Shan Lei saw Jin Xuanjin appear, she would definitely not have the courage to continue fighting. After all, apart from Jin Xuanjin's identity as a member of the Sanha group, he is at least a foreigner. It is said that whoever comes is a guest. When foreigners come to China, shouldn't we as Chinese serve them well? Isn't it the Chinese people's job to make foreigners live comfortably in China? He felt that let alone giving up the fight, even just coming over to serve young Master Jean was natural. Since they have already revealed their identities, Zhou Ling naturally stopped hiding them. The curtain was drawn open, and they were immediately exposed to everyone's eyes. This scene left everyone stunned. Because this is completely different from what they had imagined before. The person sitting in the main seat is actually a young man? Surrounding him are 4 beautiful women. And Shan Lei is just one of them. It was very obvious that the 4 of them were led by the young man in the middle, and the one who shouted the price just now was naturally him. What's going on? Who is he? I thought it was Miss Shang's assistant who was in charge of making the offer. I don't know who he is. I just know why Miss Shang is sitting on the other side. It feels like the right to speak is in the hands of that man. Is it possible that even Miss Shang has to listen to this man? Everyone was filled with astonishment and confusion. They had no idea who Zhou Ling was. Even Gao Bo was very surprised. Who is that boy? He muttered to himself. Could it be that the person I was fighting with just now was not Shan Lei, but this strange man? But what qualifications does this kid have to dare to confront him head-on? You're probably a young fool from some city. You think you can do whatever you want just because you have some money. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Gao Bo didn't take Zhou Ling seriously at all. To him, Zhou Ling was nothing more than a second-generation rich man who spent money extravagantly. No threats at all. Besides, he has already revealed Jin Xuanjin's Goryeo identity. Who would dare to go against him? 250 million. Gao Bo spoke slowly. Zhou Ling had just offered 200 million, and he now directly added 50 million, as if he was sure that Zhou Ling would not dare to follow suit. Such a high price made Shan Lei a little pale. Mr. Zhou, don't be impulsive. She couldn't help but remind him, her face full of worry. At this time, Zhou Ling was sipping black coffee slowly, with a calm expression, as if he had heard nothing. I told you that this is my property, and no one can take it away from me, especially the Korean stick. Zhou Ling sneered disdainfully. A mere Korean actually wants to get his hands on China's national treasure. Does he really think he can dominate the world? However, the Koreans have always been narrow-minded and like to confuse right and wrong. They can do anything. Just when everyone thought Zhou Ling would quit obediently, he slowly put down the coffee cup and said softly, 300 million. He was so relaxed and indifferent, as if 300 million was nothing. Throwing away 300 million is like throwing away 2 bones. This price has appeared, like a spark igniting a gasoline barrel, making the entire venue boil. Everyone stood up from their seats, their heads buzzing, and they couldn't believe that this was real. 300 million. That's a full 300 million. I wonder how many small and medium-sized enterprises can be created with such a huge amount of money. Even for large companies, 300 million is not a small number. But this young man just threw it away as he said. Looking at his expression, he didn't even frown, let alone feel heartbroken. You know, all the liquid funds that many people here can mobilize are only 200 or 300 million, right? Shangu, who had never taken Zhou Ling seriously, now sat up straight. If this isn't a joke, then this person really has some terrifying financial resources. It was not until now that he began to recognize Zhou Ling's value. After all, the person who can shout out 300 million in one breath is definitely not simple. From now on, he will pay close attention to the relationship between Shan Lei and Zhou Ling. The price suddenly increased from 250 million to 300 million. Such a huge gap made Gao Bo so angry that he slammed the table before he had time to be happy. If this wasn't a public place, he might even want to kill someone. Faced with such a price, he clenched his fists tightly, unable to move forward or backward, not knowing whether he should follow. Jin Xuanzhen's face looked a little grim, and he felt that the young Chinese man was too ignorant. However, he was also determined to obtain the bronze statue of the dragon head. Mr. Gao, as long as you help me get the bronze statue of the dragon head, you will definitely get a lot of benefits when I return. He took a deep breath and said solemnly. This sentence also shows that as long as Gao Bo can take a picture of the bronze statue of the dragon head for him, he will show enough sincerity in this cooperation. Hearing him say this, Gao Bo, who was still hesitating, gritted his teeth and finally made a decision. 400 million. He almost shouted. It's a total of 400 million in liquid funds. Even for him, it would be painful to take it out all at once. But for the sake of cooperation with Sanha Group, he couldn't care less. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. This is all for the greater good. Ah, good job. Jin Xuanzhen clapped his hands and laughed happily. Although the price of 400 million was far beyond his psychological expectations. But as long as we can take down the bronze statue of the dragon head, everything will be fine. Faced with such a high price, I believe that unless the other party is a fool, he will not continue to follow suit. Unfortunately, they underestimated Zhou Ling's determination. I also underestimated his financial resources. Do you think you can scare him away with just 400 million? It's so funny. Seeing the other party so excited, as if he had already won, Zhou Ling found it ridiculous. If I don't teach you a lesson, I'm afraid you really don't know what it means to be a super rich man. Zhou Ling chuckled, and then gave a price that shocked the whole audience, 500 million. This price was like a nuclear bomb, leaving everyone speechless. Everyone looked at each other in shock, their eyes widened and their gazes dull, as if they were frightened silly. This price made them feel a chill down their spines, and they felt that it almost overturned their own cognition. 500 million. Who can come up with so much money without frowning? It's something I've never seen or heard of. But today, they saw it with their own eyes. This incident is enough for them to brag about. After coming to their senses, everyone turned to look at Gao Bo, wanting to know how he would respond. Mr. Gao, don't hesitate any longer, just act now. Jin Xuanzhen didn't want to give up just like that. Even if it was a sky-high price of 500 million, he would still buy one. However, this price is really unaffordable for Gao Bo. Why not do something else with these 500 million yuan? Why buy something cold and icy? Sensing countless eyes focused on him, Gao Bo felt tremendous pressure for the first time. He lowered his head, seemingly still struggling. Mr. Gao. Jin Xuanzhen urged loudly, he was already getting anxious. But this time, Gao Bo didn't have the courage to speak again. After the auctioneer shouted 3 times, the hammer finally fell. This also means that the dragon head bronze statue has a new owner. In the private room, Zhou Ling crossed his legs, sipped his coffee leisurely, and ate some snacks from time to time. Such a nonchalant attitude makes people feel scared and fearful. From the beginning to the end, no matter how Gao Bo bid before, the entire place was actually controlled by Zhou Ling alone. And now the winner has finally been decided and the dust has settled. Chapter 92, Legendary. Everyone stretched their necks to look at Zhou Ling, but Luo Shuang closed the curtain again, blocking everyone's view. Gao Bo also closed the curtain. However, the atmosphere on their side was extremely solemn, making people feel a little breathless. Jin Xuanzhen's eyes were extremely gloomy and he was extremely disappointed with Gao Bo. He felt that this Chinese man was not even worthy of being his dog. What a lowly Chinese person. Mr. Gao, I think our cooperation ends here. He said coldly. If it weren't for the bronze dragon head statue, he wouldn't have bothered to come to a foreign country. As for cooperating with Gao Bo, it was just a small donation from him. That's right, I can also use Gao Bo like a dog, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But now this dog makes him very unhappy, why does he still keep it? This sentence also hit Gao Bo's sore spot. He also knew that he had messed up the matter and was too ashamed to face him, so he had to kneel down quickly and beg for his forgiveness. Master Jin, I was wrong in doing this, but I will definitely find a way to make up for it. Gao Bo pleaded anxiously. Fortunately, they drew the curtain, otherwise if people outside saw that the dignified Gao Bo actually knelt down and begged for mercy from a Korean, the whole room would probably be in an uproar. Jin Xuanzhen said sarcastically, make up for it, what can you use to make up for it? If you can mess up such a small thing, what's the point of keeping you? You Chinese are so weak and incompetent. Compared to us Koreans, you are just useless, pigs. Hearing him slander the Chinese in this way, everyone around him was filled with anger.
But they dare not speak out.
After all, here, they are just followers and are nothing at all. But Galbo smiled flatteringly and nodded repeatedly. Master Jean is right, this is also the place I have always longed for in Gaoli. After hearing Galbo say this, Jean Xuanzhen felt a little better.
Tell me, you just said you wanted to make amends, how do you do it specifically? Jean Xuanzhen asked indifferently.
Galbo was extremely surprised and flattered to receive this response. Because he knew that this was the second chance young Master Jean gave him.
He must seize this opportunity. I know a master.
If you ask him for help, there is nothing he can't accomplish,
Galbo said mysteriously. The master he was talking about was so skilled that it was unimaginable. Moreover, he has unique skills that ordinary people can't learn at all. Then what do you plan to do?
Jean Xuanzhen found it interesting when he heard it.
Let's let the master take action, and then just promise that kid some small profits.
I believe he will give it to us obediently. Galbo has already come up with a plan that combines both soft and hard tactics. He felt that as long as the young man was not a fool, he would definitely give up the bronze dragon head statue. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you.
Don't let me down again.
Jean Xuanzhen patted his shoulder and rekindled his hope. As for Zhou Ling, the people from the auction house had already delivered the items to him. The bronze dragon head statue was placed in a precious rosewood box, which is square, simple and elegant.
This wooden box alone costs a lot of money. But compared with 500 million, it's just a drop in the bucket.
Then, Zhou Ling wrote them a check and entrusted them to go through some formalities. Then the bronze dragon head statue finally fell into his hands. It's worthy of being a national treasure.
This is a great thing.
Open the rosewood box and you will see the bronze dragon head statue lying quietly inside. The bronze statues of the zodiac animals are realistically shaped and feature fine craftsmanship. The wrinkles and fur on the animal heads are all clear and lifelike. The material used to cast the animal heads is red copper refined by the Qing court at that time. It has a deep color on the outside and a bright luster on the inside. It has remained rust-free for hundreds of years, which is truly unique. Just by looking at it, Zhou Ling could feel the sense of time condensed in it. It seems as if I can see the preciousness and magnificence of the old summer palace when it was still intact.
It is such an honor to be able to see such a treasure in my lifetime. Shan Lei's eyes were filled with shock. She thought it might be difficult for Zhou Ling to compete with the other party.
Unexpectedly, he paid a high price of 500 million and took back the bronze statue of the dragon head.
Otherwise, even she wouldn't have the chance to see it up close. There are still several avatars in the 12 zodiac animals that have not appeared before.
If I can see a complete set with my own eyes in my lifetime, it will be worth my life. As a lover of traditional culture, Lu Mingxi's feelings are much deeper than others. At that time, the old summer palace was invaded by foreign enemies, many treasures were looted, and it was even burned down.
What a loss it is for China.
The originally complete bronze statue of the 12 zodiac animals now only has 12 heads left. It's hard to find a complete set, and it's rare to be able to return a few pieces.
Luo Shuang couldn't help but sigh.
No one knows how many treasures of China are still lost abroad, and there is no way to count them. Brother, it is said that the bronze horse head statue was donated to the country by a patriotic entrepreneur named He from Macau.
What do you plan to do with the bronze dragon head statue? Linger asked seriously.
In front of such a national treasure, even she knew to curb her usually goofy demeanor.
Zhou Ling couldn't help but laugh. I got the bronze dragon head statue with my own money.
Whether to donate it or not is entirely up to my personal preference.
Outsiders have no right to interfere.
For now, he has no plans to donate it.
After all, the price is 500 million, how can it be donated just like that?
Of course, there is no guarantee that he won't have the thought of donating in the future.
In a word, it all depends on his mood. No one can morally blackmail him.
After getting the dragon hand portrait, the system showed that his mission had been completed.
A small bottle suddenly appeared in my pocket. He reached his hand in and touched it, but did not take it out directly to check. After arriving at the villa provided by Shan Lei and placing the bronze statue of the dragon head, he will have time to look at the water of life. This is a small bottle made of jade and looks quite extraordinary.
But it doesn't look like a miracle drug that can cure all diseases and give people a new life. Of course, this is just the surface.
How could the rewards given by the system be so simple? He quickly collected the water of life very preciously to avoid any accidents.
To him, the water of life is much more precious than the bronze statue of the dragon head. Today's auction is truly a legend. Everyone witnessed a contest between two extremely wealthy people. I originally thought that the most expensive one would be around 100 million at most. Even if it is 100 million, it is already beyond the imagination of many people. But what was unexpected was that the bronze statue of the dragon head, which was the last to appear, was sold at a sky-high price of 500 million. Everyone who witnessed it felt honored. Even after the auction, they were still very excited and couldn't calm down for a long time. It's as if they bought the bronze dragon head statue themselves. Finally, the news of this auction gradually spread. Did you know? The bronze dragon head statue was sold for 500 million. Is this true? You're not lying, are you? Why would I lie to you? Have you forgotten that I am qualified to enter the inner field? And not only was I a witness, everyone witnessed it. Oh my God, is this true? Did it really sell for 500 million? Conversations like these took place one after another in various places on Weidao Island. When those who were not able to experience it personally heard that someone had spent 500 million to buy the bronze statue of a dragon head, they were so shocked that their eyes widened as if their eyeballs were about to pop out. 500 million is more than their entire net worth. Who is so rich that he can even spend 500 million? Could it be Gao Bo? Or Shang Wu? Or some other more terrifying rich man? Everyone was very curious about the buyer's identity and began to inquire. However, even the people in the inner court did not know Zhou Ling's true identity. I only know that Miss Lian Shan can only sit aside and let him take charge. You don't know what Gao Bo is. When that young man was bidding, he didn't even take Gao Bo seriously. Someone said proudly that he had witnessed everything with his own eyes and naturally had enough say. Sure enough, after he said these words, those who didn't know what was going on all came closer to him. Seeing that he has become the focus of everyone, this person's sense of superiority is greatly satisfied. Only when they could no longer wait did he slowly begin to tell them what had happened. You don't know that Gao Bo has also invited external help, the young master from the Goryeo Sanha group. The man lowered his voice and spoke in a serious tone. The others listened attentively, all taken in by his tone. Is the Sanha group the big group that mainly produces electronic products? Someone exclaimed. Yes, that's it. The man nodded and laughed. When everyone heard this, they found it even more incredible. Even people from the Sanha group showed up, so why didn't Gao Bo get the bronze dragon head statue? Instead, it was snatched away by a strange young man? Could it be that the young man dared not even give face to the Sanha group? Chapter 93, Arrogant Martial Arts Part 1. You don't know, Gao Bo directly offered a high price of 400 million at that time. I thought it was easy to get, but the young man directly asked for 500 million. Don't you think it's infuriating? This person laughed with glee, especially when he thought of Gao Bo's reaction at that time. He still felt unsatisfied. After all, before this, who would have thought that the high and mighty Gao Bo would become so angry? When everyone listened to this person's story, they could all imagine how exciting the scene was. Unfortunately, their identities were restricted and they could only be outside and could not enter the inner area to participate in the auction. Therefore I missed this big show. In a short period of time, the news spread throughout Weidao Island and even throughout North City. Everyone knows that a strange young man beat Gao Bo and the people from the Sanha group and won the bronze statue of the dragon head at a high price of 500 million. So far, the specific identity of the young man is still unknown. Zhou Ling, who was discussed by countless people, was now lying in the villa, drinking an iced drink comfortably. Perhaps to the outside world, he created a myth. But to him, it was just a trivial thing. Brother, I see people outside are talking about you. Linger rested her head on his legs and looked through messages on her phone. The internet is full of discussions about this auction. Zhou Ling is naturally the most discussed person. It doesn't matter, we'll go back tomorrow. Zhou Ling never cares about these things on the internet. It doesn't matter even if the whole country is discussing him. Anyway, his goal has been achieved. By the way, where is that older sister? The one who wore pajamas and shared a room with you last night? When Linger saw that Shan Lei was not there, she asked curiously. When she asked this question, Lu Mingxi, who was watching TikTok, and Luo Shuang, who was reading the financial news, immediately stopped what they were doing and looked over. The two men looked at each other with deep meaning, as if they were wolves sizing up their prey, both staring at Zhou Ling. At the same time, Zhou Ling felt a chill down his spine and felt uneasy. He silently put down his phone, pretending nothing had happened, pulled Linger over with his left hand, and slapped her with his right hand.
What nonsense are you talking about? Am I that kind of person, brother? What do you think of me?
Zhou Ling explained to himself righteously.
But no matter how you listen to it, it sounds like an excuse for yourself. After being hit so many times on the buttocks, Linger was aggrieved. I didn't say anything, why are you explaining so much? Are you trying to cover up your guilt?
Zhou Ling was furious, staring at him with wide eyes, and kept lecturing him, you are talking nonsense again. I didn't expect that a guy like you with thick eyebrows and big eyes would also learn bad habits.
Let me show you how I will deal with you.
As he spoke with great righteousness, he secretly looked at Luo Shuang and Lu Mingxi, observing their reactions. I was relieved when I found that they did not take any further action. However, the punishment he inflicted on Linger did not become any lighter at all. This girl is outspoken and it's time she was taught a lesson. But Lu Mingxi couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Brother Ling, stop hitting me. Linger is an adult now, not a child anymore. Lu Mingxi helped out. Ling Er looked at her pitifully, asking for help. Sister Mingxi, please try to persuade him.
My butt is almost broken. This guy is too violent. How can he treat his sister like this? You still dare to call for external help? I think you are dreaming.
Zhou Ling smiled coldly and clapped his right hand a few times like a whirlwind. Although the force was not great, it still made Linger frown. This slight pain makes people feel indescribable.
A bit emoji. Luo Shuang, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore. Who would teach his own sister a lesson like this? But Zhou Ling was her boss, so she couldn't say anything. She could only remind him, boss, where is the area that hurts? You should move it down a little, there is more flesh there. Good.
Zhou Ling has always been an approachable person and will naturally listen to good suggestions.
Bang!
He moved his palm downward, and the sound he made was indeed clearer and more pleasant.
Brother, it hurts there too.
Linger's tears were rolling in her eyes. Seeing that she really seemed to be unable to bear it, Zhou Ling also felt distressed.
Okay, remember the lesson I taught you this time and don't talk nonsense anymore.
Only then did Zhou Ling let her go. Linger got up from him and rubbed the painful area with a wronged look on her face, still very unwilling to accept it.
I didn't say anything nonsense. I even saw that sister take off her pajamas. She pouted and explained. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Ling froze instantly. He didn't expect that this girl actually peeked the whole time? Could it be that she came in to borrow a phone just as an excuse? How abominable. He has learned bad habits at such a young age. Linger's words instantly made Luo Shuang and Lu Mingxi's eyes turn dangerous.
Zhou Ling, who was sandwiched between the two, felt for the first time what it meant to be weak and helpless. Just as he was quietly waiting for the storm to come, a phone call saved him.
Hello. He answered the call. On the other end of the phone, there was a voice that sounded somewhat arrogant. You are the boy named Zhou, right? You are very good, I. Beep, beep, beep. Before he could finish, Zhou Ling hung up the phone. You actually. On the other end of the phone, Shang Wu's assistant was furious. He hadn't even finished speaking when the guy hung up. Mr. Shang, isn't this young man too arrogant? The assistant was very unhappy.
Shang Wu closed his eyes and said slowly, young and rich, people like this are always a bit arrogant.
Let me fight.
Having said that, he called Zhou Ling personally. At the villa, Zhou Ling simply threw his phone aside.
He doesn't know who the other person is, and he doesn't want to know. He only knew that as long as he was unhappy, he would not dare to give face even if God came.
Because he used the silent mode, he was unaware of the subsequent calls from Shang Wu.
This also made Shang Wu a little angry.
This kid is the second person besides his daughter who dares not to answer his call.
Shang Wu was so angry that he almost smashed his phone.
He called nearly 10 times in a row before Zhou Ling answered the call.
No house, no insurance, no courses, no tea, no car, that's enough, no need to fight.
Zhou Ling picked up the phone and was about to hang up this nuisance call after explaining himself.
Wait, I'm Shang Wu. Realizing that Zhou Ling seemed to want to hang up the phone, Shang Wu quickly revealed his identity. Just now, Zhou Ling actually thought he was a real estate or insurance salesman? As a big boss in the shipping business, does he need to beg others to buy a house? This kid is too arrogant. After hearing the other party's identity, Zhou Ling suddenly realized, oh, you are Shang Lei's father? Tell me, what do you want from me?
Hearing such provocative words, Shangu felt a surge of anger rising to his head. But he still said calmly, I saw your performance at the auction, and I admire you very much.
Well, then what?
Zhou Ling nodded as a matter of course.
This sentence almost choked Shanwu to death. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't anyone be extremely excited if they received a compliment from him? How come this guy accepted it so calmly? Does he know whose approval he has?
Holding back his inner discomfort, Shangu continued, Xiaolei should have told you that my Shang family is in a bad situation. So, I allow you to invest in my business.
Just invest 2 billion first. It would be best if you can complete it within a week. Can you do it?
Shangu regained his majestic status as being high above and in control of everything. Every word he said sounded like a gift to others. It seems as if being able to invest in his industry is a supreme honor. But after hearing what he said, Zhou Ling almost laughed out loud.
Mr. Shang, do you know who I am?
Zhou Ling asked with a playful smile. Shangu, your financial strength has been recognized by me.
No matter who you are, you can't play tricks in front of me.
This sentence already carries a hint of warning. He felt that the opportunity he gave Zhou Ling to invest was a blessing. But if Zhou Ling thought that he could take advantage of his martial arts in this way, he would be too naive. However, he didn't know that his charity was really not worth mentioning in Zhou Ling's eyes.
It also stipulates that Zhou Ling must complete a 2 billion investment within a week? What are you thinking about? Zhou Ling smiled and said, Boss Shang, you don't know who you are talking to.
You should know that it is you who needs help now, not me. After saying that, he didn't listen to any more nonsense from the other party and hung up the phone. In order to prevent harassment from the other party, he also blocked the number. In fact, if the deal is right, there is nothing wrong with investing. But Shangwu's tone of condescending tone made him very disgusted.
After being in a high and mighty position for too long, do you really think you can do anything? Don't you even look at who you are facing?
As for Shangwu, after Zhou Ling hung up the phone, he was also stunned, and then roared in anger.
You bastard, you dare to reject me? And you dare to hang up on me? He simply couldn't believe that this junior dared to be so disrespectful to him. This is obviously a good opportunity for the Shang family to make friends, so why would that kid give it up? Chapter 94. Are you threatening me? No wonder Shangwu had such a big reaction. There are so many companies that want to cooperate with the Shang family, which one is not begging for a chance? This kid is so good that he even ignores the opportunity that came to him?
The assistant at the side was also a little bit unbelievable. Under normal circumstances, this situation would be simply impossible to happen.
Boss Shang, how about I go and bring him over so we can have a good talk?
The assistant inquired.
Shangwu waved his hand, indicating that it was not necessary. Isn't this kid quite arrogant?
I will go there myself tomorrow and see what else he can do. The assistant was very surprised.
Mr. Shang actually went there in person for that kid? What good fortune did that kid have in his previous life to deserve such treatment from Mr. Shang? I hope that kid is smart. We won't make this trip in vain. The assistant also nodded and said.
The next day, Zhou Ling contacted Marriott's helicopter to pick him up early in the morning. So after packing up, they were almost ready to go out.
But Linger didn't want to go back. Brother, we've only been here for 2 days, do we have to go back now? I haven't felt comfortable enough yet.
Zhou Ling said as someone who had experienced it, it's only comfortable if you feel comfortable once. If you feel comfortable all the time, it's not comfortable anymore.
Hearing such philosophical words, Linger nodded in confusion. Luo Xuan's cheeks secretly blushed, and no one knew what she was thinking about.
They didn't have much stuff with them, so it was very easy for them to travel.
Calculating the time, they decided to leave the villa. However, this villa made them stop.
Because 2 cars just drove up and stopped in front of them. Looking at the 2 cars, Zhou Ling narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling that the other party seemed to have bad intentions. Linger also hid behind him out of habit. The vehicle stopped and Gao Bo, Jin Xuanjin, and others got out. When Gao saw Zhou Ling, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. After all, it was this young man who made him lose face yesterday and almost fell out of favor with Jin Xuanjin.
How could he not feel resentment?
However, Jin Xuanjin always maintained the demeanor of a nobleman, looking down on everything from a superior perspective. Even though Zhou Ling had just snatched the bronze dragon head statue from him at a sky-high price of 500 million yesterday, it was still the same. It seemed that no one could make him look at him more directly. When Zhou Ling saw these people appear, he also had a playful smile on his face. He didn't think these people were just here to chat with him.
Young man, your last name is Zhou, right? My name is Gao Bo, you can just call me Mr. Gao. Gao Bo said arrogantly.
Although Zhou Ling let him win yesterday, as a CEO with a net worth of tens of billions, the arrogance in his bones cannot be changed. Zhou Ling smiled disdainfully and nodded indifferently, which counted as a greeting.
His frivolous attitude made Gao Bo very annoyed. I thought to myself, this kid is so arrogant, doesn't he even know this little etiquette?
He snorted coldly and introduced Jin Xuanjin next to him. This is Mr. Jin from the Sanha Group.
Show your respect and awe, don't anger Mr. Jin. Gao Bo said in a warning tone.
Hearing this, Lu Mingxi and several other girls felt a little unhappy.
So what about Mr. Jin from Sanha Group? Just because you come to China, can you be superior? What do they think of the Chinese people? Zhou Ling laughed out loud. A Korean guy dares to call me young master in front of me? You really don't take me seriously?
You are young Master Jin, and I am young Master Ling. Don't act like it's so strange.
How dare you? Who told you to speak like that?
Gao Bo finally couldn't bear it anymore and pointed at Zhou Ling and yelled at him.
This kid is so bold. It would be fine if he just ignored him, but he even dared to offend young Master Jin? How can we not teach him a lesson? They are foreign guests and we must serve them well. How can we be disrespectful to them?
Zhou Ling's eyes flashed coldly.
This guy named Gao, is he addicted to being a dog? Do you really think that everyone likes to be Goryo's dog?
He is a Chinese citizen and a wealthy man worth tens of billions. Why would he worship the Koreans as gods just for a tiny profit?
Is that cheap?
Jin Xuanjin was quite magnanimous towards Zhou Ling's disrespect. Because in his opinion, he was of noble status and there was no need for him to get angry over a few bugs.
If you have something to say, just say it. If not, get out of here.
Zhou Ling said impatiently, as if he was shooing away a fly. Before Gao Bo could open his mouth to lecture him, Jin Xuanjin smiled and said, Young man, we are here today to discuss cooperation, not to quarrel.
Zhou Ling pretended to be interested and asked, Really? Tell me about it. Give me the bronze dragon head statue and I can compensate you.
Jin Xuanjin said lightly. I will give you 200 million, and I will also give you a chance to cooperate with our Sanha Group. He was wearing sunglasses, and his tone was full of superiority. It was as if the condition he gave was already a grace. But after hearing this, Zhou Ling couldn't help laughing a few times. Did I hear correctly? I spent 500 million to buy this thing, and you only gave me 200 million? He may not be good at arithmetic, but he knows the difference between 500 million and 200 million.
Jin Xuanjin nodded arrogantly. 200 million is just a small thing.
The key point is that you can cooperate with Sanha Group.
This is an opportunity that cannot be bought with 500 million. Kid, use your brain, some things can't be bought with money.
Gao Bo also reminded maliciously. To be honest, even he himself was salivating over this opportunity for cooperation. But now, as long as Zhou Ling hands over the bronze statue of the dragon head, he can not only get 200 million, but also get this cooperation opportunity.
How many people dream of this? However, these so-called benefits are simply a joke in Zhou Ling's view. Does he look that bad? Do we need to cooperate with such despicable Koreans?
And this condescending attitude seemed to be bestowing something on him.
Do you really think of Zhou Ling as your lackey? Are all you Koreans like this?
If your country's girl groups weren't pretty, I would have beaten you up a long time ago. Zhou Ling shook his head and sneered.
These people really feel good about themselves. Do we really have to force Master Ling to say some harsh words?
But I have to say, those girl groups are really pleasing to the eye.
Zhou Ling didn't know that when he said this, Luo Shuang and Lu Mingxi behind him both showed murderous looks.
Hearing Zhou Ling being disrespectful to him again and again, Jin Xuanjin lost his patience.
The tone began to take on a threatening tone.
Young man, don't think you are great just because you have a little money.
There are some people you can never afford to offend in your entire life. Jin Xuanjin warned in broken Chinese.
Behind him is the huge Sanha Group. This consortium has a very wide range of industries, whether it is the electronics industry, entertainment industry, real estate industry, or overseas trade, it has enormous power. This is also the capital that allows him to act high and mighty even when standing on the land of China. That's right, your little money is no match for the Sanha Group. Gao Bo also echoed from the side, as if he was already a member of the Sanha Group. Facing their threats, Zhou Ling remained calm, but the coldness in his eyes grew more and more intense.
He didn't understand, how could a mere Korean have the confidence to threaten him in such a tone on Chinese soil? No matter how powerful the Sanha group is, can it extend its reach to China and Guangxi province? Moreover, even if the opponent's hand was really that long, he might not be without the energy to cut it off directly. Besides, is Zhou Ling really that easy to bully?
Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, another car drove over from the distance.
This is a 9 million Phantom. You can tell it is definitely different just by looking at its appearance.
The person sitting in the car is even more valuable.
Both Zhou Ling and Gao Bo noticed this.
The Phantom did not come closer, but stopped a little further away. In the car were Shangu and his assistant. As soon as they arrived, they saw that Zhou Ling and Gao Bo seemed to be in a confrontation. Therefore, he did not approach immediately, but planned to watch the fire from the other side of the river.
Boss, are they discussing cooperation? The assistant was a little anxious.
Although they don't take Zhou Ling seriously, if Gao Bo and Jin Xuanjin are added, this power will be terrifying.
Shangu shook his head and said, that kid won't cooperate with anyone casually.
Although they only chatted for a few minutes, he knew that Zhou Ling was a proud person and would never cooperate with anyone casually. If he had to cooperate with the other party, then at yesterday's auction, when Gao Bo offered 400 million, there was no way Zhou Ling would have offered 500 million.
Isn't this clearly an offense to the other party? Don't worry, just keep reading. Shangu was also a little curious.
Gao Bo saw that the car was not approaching, so he didn't take it seriously. And he recognized that this was Shangu's car.
As for Jin Xuanjin, he cared even less.
For him, no matter who comes, he has the confidence to trample them under his feet. Knowing that Zhou Ling would not be persuaded, Jin Xuanjin put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked up to Zhou Ling with a powerful aura. He took off his glasses, and his narrow, cold eyes stared at Zhou Ling. You lowly Chinese, if I give you a chance, just kneel down and claim your reward.
Don't give me any bullshit, Chapter 95, Special Skill, 5 Lightning Whips.
All his patience was exhausted. As a son of the high-ranking Sanha group, he felt it was humiliating to come to a remote place like China.
Not to mention discussing cooperation with such lowly Chinese people. That's simply the emperor giving alms to the common people.
But these lowly common people didn't know how to be grateful and rejected him. They were so bold. If it were in Goryeo, he would have killed such a person 1,000 or 10,000 times.
You must remember that I am a distinguished foreign guest. You Chinese must treat foreign guests with respect and courtesy, and not be rude. I gave you a chance just now, but now it's gone. I advise you to take out the bronze dragon statue yourself, otherwise you will bear the consequences at your own risk. The ugly single eyelids made his eyes look even more fierce and cold, like a poisonous snake ready to inject venom at any time. As long as Zhou Ling dares to refuse again, he will be greeted by a storm. Gao Bo and others behind him looked at him with contempt, waiting for the moment when Zhou Ling knelt down and begged for mercy. This kid has completely angered Master Jin. If he still doesn't beg for mercy, the consequences will be disastrous.
Elder brother. Seeing the other party's aggressive momentum, Linger began to be afraid. She naturally believed in her brother's ability, but the other party was obviously not a good person.
If we confront each other head-on, will my brother suffer a great loss?
Hearing his threats, Zhou Ling didn't take them seriously at all. However, a hint of murderous intent surged in his heart.
How dare a mere Korean dare to threaten him on Chinese land? Do you really think he has no temper?
Looking at Jin Xuanjin, who was so close, Zhou Ling smiled. I'm giving you a piece of advice, don't get too close to me. After hearing this, Jin Xuanjin still didn't know what it meant, but Zhou Ling had already taken action. Zhou Ling took half a step forward, and the strength moved from his waist upwards, concentrated on his right shoulder, and then slammed hard into the opponent's chest.
This fierce collision made Jin Xuanjin's eyes go dark and he almost fainted.
Zhou Ling reached out and grabbed him, then slapped him in the face with his backhand, knocking him to the ground.
Bang!
The heavy slap twisted his facial muscles and broke 5 of his teeth. There were even cracks in the bones of his face.
After all, Zhou Ling's 3 times physical fitness is no joke. If he didn't want to kill anyone casually, this slap could even take the other person's life. Even so, Jin Xuanjin was beaten dizzy and almost thought he was going to die. Oh my god, what is he doing?
In the distant phantom, Shangu, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was so shocked that his jaw dropped. That's Jin Xuanjin, the son of the Samwa group.
How could that kid actually do that? And this slap might have even knocked the man's head crooked, right? Even he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Shangwu was really feeling a little frightened. This kid is even crazier than he thought. As for Gao Bo and the others, they were frightened out of their wits. They rushed over and pulled Jin Xuanjin back, as if they were afraid that if they were a second late, they would be beaten to death by Zhou Ling. You are so blind, do you know who you are hitting? This is young Master Jin. You bastard. Gao Bo pointed at Zhou Ling angrily and kept yelling. Jin Xuanjin was his distinguished guest, but he was beaten like this in front of him. How could he bear this? Moreover, Jin Xuanjin is extremely noble, and this kid is just a reptile. How dare a reptile attack a real dragon? Are you really tired of living? Gao Bo angrily accused Zhou Ling, as if he wanted him to commit suicide to apologize. But he didn't notice that the coldness in Zhou Ling's eyes was becoming more and more intense. This dangerous aura is approaching. Before he could finish his words, Zhou Ling slapped him hard in the face with his big hand. This palm strike was even more ferocious than the previous one. Bang! The enormous force knocked out all his teeth, leaving his mouth full of blood. Gao Bo, who was roaring angrily just now, was knocked away. Zhou Ling didn't hold back any strength in this palm strike. Gao Bo felt as if he had been hit directly by a huge truck. He was completely dizzy and almost at the brink of death. Before he could come to his senses, he felt his neck being clamped tightly by an iron clamp again. Zhou Ling pinched his neck with his right hand, making his body at least 5 centimeters off the ground. This method is almost like holding a dead dog that is betraying its own people. If you want to be a dog, that's your business, but don't take me with you. Zhou Ling's tone was so cold that it made people shudder. At this moment, he seemed like a soul catcher walking out of the nine nether hell, who could take away the soul of a life with just a flick of his finger. And Gao Bo is that fragile life. To be honest, if the timing wasn't wrong, he would probably have crushed the dog to death. After all, people like this are no longer worthy of being human beings. Since you like Gao Li so much, I'll give you a chance to get plastic surgery. As he said that, Zhou Ling threw him to the ground, then punched him directly in the face with his right fist. With just 3 punches, he was beaten beyond recognition. This level is already disfigurement. If you want to restore your appearance, you have to spend a huge amount of money on plastic surgery. This is the gift Zhou Ling gave him. However, after these 3 punches, Gao Bo was really close to death. Jin Xuanjin, who was helped up, has regained consciousness. Although his face was in severe pain, the hatred in his heart made him ignore the pain. He pointed at Zhou Ling tremblingly, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. Because just now he truly felt the threat of death. As for Gao Bo's men, they were also frightened by Zhou Ling's skills. Even though they wanted to protect their master, they were trembling with fear and did not dare to step forward. Only an old man standing at the back slowly walked out. The old man was wearing rather old clothes, but they were very clean and tidy. He had his hands behind his back and looked very calm, like a master with special skills. In fact, he does have the reputation of being a master. He is the master that Gao Bo invited. You are young, but you are ruthless. If it were in ancient times, people like you would be considered evil and must be eliminated. The master warned righteously. It seemed that in his mouth, Zhou Ling had become a crooked devil, and he was a righteous man who eliminated devils and defended justice. Seeing this pretentious old man, Zhou Ling felt a little puzzled. Who are you? Ha, you ask who I am? The old man smiled contemptuously, and then slowly introduced himself. I am the master who was famous throughout the North City Maguabao. Hearing this name, Zhou Ling was indifferent and even a little confused. But Shangwu, who was sitting on the phantom, was a little shocked. In fact, he felt a little unbelievable the moment Ma Guobao appeared. Isn't he the master Ma? He is unrivaled in boxing and invincible in the ring. It is said that he once defeated a professional boxer with muscles all over his body within 10 seconds. And he has a special skill called Lightning 5 Whips, which is extremely fast. Once it hits the opponent will definitely die. Shangwu looked extremely solemn. He had never witnessed Master Ma's strength with his own eyes. However, Master Ma was so famous that even he had to take him seriously. After hearing what he said, the assistant became worried about Zhou Ling. Master Ma is so powerful, will he beat this kid to death? Although he didn't like Zhou Ling, he didn't want to see him being beaten to death with his own eyes. Shangwu shook his head. He didn't dare to say who would win or lose. However, Master Ma's strength is already divine. I'm afraid Zhou Ling is really no match for him. Master? That's interesting. Zhou Ling smiled. It seemed that they were of the same kind. Did they both practice martial arts? I don't know whether my Bajiquan is more powerful or the opponent's is more powerful. However, Master Ma didn't seem to have any intention of taking action. Instead, he put his hands on his hips, as if giving Zhou Ling a chance. My special skill is the lightning 5 whips. With your strength, you can't even take my first whip. I advise you to surrender, he said confidently. But the more he said this, the more Zhou Ling wanted to know what level of strength he had. I really want to see your 5-lash lightning whip. Zhou Ling smiled. Hearing this, Ma Guobao narrowed his eyes, releasing a hint of dangerous aura. Since you are still stubborn, let's see how many times I whip you. As he spoke, he spread his legs slightly apart, began waving his hands left and right, and then quickly punched the air. His movements were very swift, and every move was like lashing a whip, and it looked like something quite impressive. However, after seeing it, 2 professionals, Zhou Ling and Lu Mingxi, felt it was very strange. This Master Ma seems to be having epilepsy, right? After finishing a set of 5 consecutive whippings, Ma Guobao was very confident and majestic, and wanted to see if Zhou Ling was scared. However, before he could say anything, he was greeted by a fist as big as a casserole. Bang! Zhou Ling knocked him out with one punch. Looking at Master Ma, who had fainted on the ground, Zhou Ling was a little surprised. Wasn't he this master said to be very powerful? How come you can't even take a punch? Even Shanggu in the illusion opened his mouth wide when he saw this scene, and couldn't make a sound for a long time. Chapter 96, Having money is really boring. The assistant was also very dumbfounded. Didn't we agree to be the master? How come he is so vulnerable? Boss Shang, it seems that Master Ma hasn't shown his full potential? The assistant said cautiously. Shanggu also felt puzzled. Why did Master Ma suddenly go crazy? Was it because of epilepsy that Zhou Ling was able to launch a surprise attack? Otherwise, once he uses the 5 lightning whips, Zhou Ling might not even have a chance to fight back, right? I don't know, maybe something went wrong. Shanggu spoke to himself. In fact, Jin Xuanjin and his other men were also stunned and even confused. This so-called master, isn't his ability too weak? He doesn't look like someone who can defeat a professional boxer in 10 seconds. Or was it that the guy was really too strong, and even Master Ma had no chance to fight back? Zhou Ling and Lu Mingxi found it very funny. How can this person be called a master? He is clearly a charlatan who is swindling people. It's also a 5-whip lightning combo. I'm afraid that even the epilepsy of Mr. Wang next door would be more powerful than this. Are there no other masters? Zhou Ling was still not satisfied. He finally had a chance to stretch his muscles. He couldn't let these people turn around and run away, right? The many men Galbo brought with him looked at each other in panic. They thought, this young man could even knock down the famous Master Ma with one punch, so what else could he not do? Jin Xuanjin was so scared that he couldn't speak. This was the first time he felt that the Chinese could be so terrifying. Just when everyone was full of fear of Zhou Ling, the sound of propellers came from the sky from far away. Hearing this sound, everyone looked up at the sky at the same time. 2 blue and white helicopters approached rapidly and landed on the open ground. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Inside the Phantom, the driving assistant was completely dumbfounded. He had seen many big scenes with Shangwu, but it was rare to see 2 helicopters landing right in front of him. This kind of car is naturally the type that will make people marvel when they see it. Who is this kid? Let's find out right away. Shangwu's tone became a little hurried. At first he just thought that this young man was qualified to work with him, but that was nothing. Just now, Zhou Ling's beating up of those 2 men was already shocking enough to him. Now, the landing of 2 helicopters made him feel for the first time that Zhou Ling was a person of the same level. How could someone who can own such a car be just an ordinary rich second generation? The rapidly rotating propeller exerts strong pressure on the ground. Whether it was Jin Xuanjin or the others, they were all pressed so hard that they couldn't stand up. Zhou Ling went over and held Jin Xuanjin in his hand, leaving him only one sentence: "Your little money is worthless in my eyes." After saying that, she threw him to the ground, took a few girls on the helicopter, and left. Young Master Jin turned pale and was speechless for a long time. He had just told Zhou Ling not long ago that the little money Zhou Ling had was no match for the Sana group. Now, the words Zhou Ling gave him became his biggest mockery.
No matter how long your Sanha group's arms are, even if they can reach China, Zhou Ling can still turn them into sharp blades and cut you off. Some things are not for you to touch, so don't touch them. This is especially true for things from China. What is the tiny country of Goryeo in front of the sleeping lion of China? Looking at the helicopter that had completely gone away and disappeared from sight, Jin Xuanzhen slowly came back to his senses. The excruciating pain on his face made his expression distorted and full of hatred. You damn Chinese, just wait, just wait. As the son of the Sanha group, he was humiliated and beaten here. This matter will definitely not end like this. Unfortunately, this is China's territory and he cannot take any action. Otherwise, the young man would die within 10 days. Within the illusion, Shangwu ordered his men to find out Zhou Ling's identity as quickly as possible. About half an hour later, the news came. After knowing Zhou Ling's true identity, Shangwu couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Because he could never have imagined that such a young junior could have such a terrifying net worth? He is actually the CEO of Yuacheng Marriott Group, but isn't he too young? Shangwu felt unbelievable. Marriott Group is a giant with a market value of tens of billions, and is well known throughout the entire Guangxi province. Compared with his shipping business, it is not weak at all. In other words, the young man whom he looked down upon before is actually worth as much as him. This shocked him. At the same time, there is some regret. If the two of them had a good talk before, maybe there would have been a possibility of cooperation. No wonder he is so arrogant, so this is his capital? Shangwu finally understood why Zhou Ling seemed so dismissive of the opportunity for cooperation. In terms of net worth, there is not much difference between the two of them. He suddenly thought, if he had supported his daughter's choice before, would the result be different? Boss Shang, do you want to follow us? The assistant asked tentatively. If I could keep in touch with Zhou Ling, maybe we could work together? But Shangwu shook his head and said, he doesn't want to cooperate with me, and I don't need him. Let's go. As a boss, he also has his own pride. We are not at the end of our rope yet, and there is no need to turn around and ask others for help. Zhou Ling and his companions took a helicopter and quickly returned to Yuacheng. When he returned to his villa, he placed the expensive bronze statue of the dragon head. At the same time, the precious water of life is also collected and placed in a safer place. For him, the bronze statue of the dragon head can be lost, but this thing must not be lost. Lu Mingxi went back to school to work on her graduation thesis. As for Luo Xuan, of course she returned to the company to continue handling official business. This girl Linger just plays games on her mobile phone all day long, and now Zhang Tank doesn't dare to go on the live broadcast. I'm afraid I'll have to play duo with her. When playing in a duo with her, Tank felt that even if he took out his favorite character, Pigsy, he might not win. Everyone else is a gaming black hole, but she is simply a gaming nightmare. Not long after returning to the villa, the girl had already changed into her pajamas and lay on the bed with her white soles facing the ceiling. Brother, can you buy this skin for me? She clicked on a newly released hero skin and looked at Zhou Ling with sparkling eyes. Zhou Ling was quite opposed to her being addicted to games. Moreover, this is a fighting game, not a dress-up game. Sister, I want to discuss something with you. Zhou Ling took her cell phone. What's the matter? Linger stared at him with her innocent big eyes, not knowing what he wanted to say. Zhou Ling cleared his throat and said, you should know what it means to be obsessed with games, right? You shouldn't spend all your time playing games at your age. Linger seemed to understand, then suddenly realized and said, oh, yes, it's time to watch the live broadcast, not play games. Zhou Ling. Sister, this isn't a problem with live streaming or gaming. Shouldn't you spend more time studying? Zhou Ling was really helpless with her. How come she does live streaming besides playing games? Hearing this, Ling Er felt somewhat innocent, who said I don't want to learn. It's obviously because the content is too simple and not challenging for me. When it comes to studying, she is pretty good. I am always in the top 10 in my grade in every exam. And she was focused on playing games, and taking the exam was just a side job. Unlike others, I spent almost the entire day reviewing, but ended up with mediocre test results. Zhou Ling held his forehead and said, Sister, do you know how much you deserve a beating for saying this? I'm telling the truth. Linger said as a matter of course. Zhou Ling knew he couldn't win the argument with her, so he didn't try to reason with her. Then you should spend at least 1 hour every day exercising with me. He was very tough and would not allow Linger to refuse. No matter how aggrieved the girl acted, he did not give in at all. Brother, Yamit. She pleaded pathetically. No, there is no room for negotiation. You are too weak.
I will be the one training you from now on. Zhou Ling is like a cold-blooded devil coach. I don't want to train, I don't like running. Linger shook her head quickly. There was no way out. Faced with her cheating attitude, Zhou Ling could only give in. Okay, then just swim instead. Swimming will also make your skin better, that's it. Zhou Ling made the decision without any doubt. Don't you think you haven't had enough fun at sea? Go swim for an hour right now.
After putting away all the mobile phones and other electronic devices, Zhou Ling, with a stern face, urged her to quickly change into her swimsuit and do aerobic training.
If you don't like running, swimming is also a great option. Anyway, the villa's swimming pool is big enough, so you can do whatever you like.
If he had to say that the villa's swimming pool was too small, then it would not be a big problem for him to just buy a stadium.
There is no way, having money is just so boring. Chapter 97 Swimming Coach. Linger glared at him angrily, very dissatisfied with his arrangement. Swimming and other activities, how can it be more fun than using a mobile phone? I think you just want to torture me on purpose. You don't want to buy me a skin, right? Linger pretended to be angry. Zhou Ling said, swimming makes people younger, don't you know? Linger would never believe his nonsense.
You just made up this kind of nonsense to deceive me.
Linger turned her face away, angrily not wanting to see him again.
Zhou Ling found it quite funny to see her sulking alone. So I persuaded her, I'm not lying to you, swimming really can make you younger.
Have you forgotten?
When we were kids, Mr. Chen next door would freeze like a grandson every time he came back from swimming.
Hearing him say this, Linger, who was angry just now, finally couldn't help but burst out laughing, and snot bubbles appeared. Are you kidding me? Linger still wanted to pretend to be cold, but she couldn't help laughing.
This silly brother, the jokes he tells are so bad, I'm tired of watching them on TikTok short videos, okay?
I'm serious. If I can freeze an old man into a grandson, doesn't that mean I'm younger? Zhou Ling was serious. Linger couldn't persuade him, so she had to agree reluctantly. Okay, I can swim, but I need a coach.
Linger looked at him with a smile, the meaning of which was self-evident. But Zhou Ling pretended not to know, just nodded and said, okay, I'll let Sister Mingxi teach you, okay?
That's fine.
Seeing that her brother avoided the topic, Linger had no choice but to agree reluctantly.
He invited Lu Mingxi over in the afternoon.
Lu Mingxi is not only good at boxing, but also very good at other outdoor sports. This is one of the reasons why she has such a good figure. Oh, I haven't finished my graduation thesis yet, why do you have to bring me here? Lu Mingxi put down her things and complained with a pout. But there was also a hint of joy and pride in her eyes. I even wanted to take a picture of this scene and send it to Luo Shuang. Sister Mingxi, does every college student have to write a thesis when they graduate? Linger asked curiously. She is only a senior high school student now and still has many curiosity and unfamiliarities about college. Lu Mingxi smiled and touched her head, of course, and you have to complete it yourself. You can't be like some celebrities who even falsify their academic qualifications and papers. Although writing the graduation thesis is hard, it is a summary of my 4 years in college. Some celebrities in the entertainment industry are too vain and insist on giving themselves an academic halo. This is extremely hypocritical. There are even people who falsify their academic qualifications. Linger seemed to understand, and then asked Zhou Ling, brother, if my grades are not good, is there any way to get me into a top university? Hearing her ask this, Zhou Ling suddenly became serious. You go to a university based on your actual level, and I don't care about anything else. He was very worried that his sister would learn bad things. There was too much negative news on the internet nowadays, and children could easily learn bad things if they were not careful. Some people, although they are trash themselves, can use some despicable means to turn other people's college entrance examination scores into their own use. While enjoying the fruits of other people's labor, you are also ruining their lives. Such people deserve to die. He was very worried that the little girl Linger would also be affected by the news, so he had to correct some of her ideas in time. Okay, go change into your swimsuit too. We'll start training today. At this time, Lu Mingxi had already changed into her swimsuit. The black professional swimsuit tightly hugged her body, making her originally slim figure look voluptuous. And the black swimsuit actually brings out the fairness of her skin. Zhou Ling was a little stunned. Knowing that this guy was staring at her in a daze, Lu Mingxi felt embarrassed and annoyed, wondering how could this guy stare at a girl like that.
And this was even when she wasn't wearing any clothes. Soon, Linger also changed into her swimsuit.
Compared with Lu Mingxi, she looked like a little girl who had not yet reached adulthood, petite and delicate. Under Lu Mingxi's guidance, the two of them were like two little mermaids, playing and splashing in the swimming pool. Zhou Ling was originally on the shore, lying on a folding chair reading a magazine, but was eventually pulled into the water by them. This made him speechless. They were clearly learning how to swim, but how come in the end it became just playing in the water? Being splashed with water by the two girls, one big and one small, Zhou Ling secretly became angry.
Don't let me catch you, or I'll beat you up.
With his physical fitness, it would only take a few minutes for him to catch up with them. He first grabbed Linger, who was splashing water, and then raised and lowered his right hand to hit her, causing countless splashes of water.
Ah! Brother, it hurts, stop now. Linger pretended to cry out in pain, hoping to use a self-torture trick to deceive Zhou Ling and make him let her go.
Zhou Ling whipped her several times before throwing her aside with satisfaction and chasing after Lu Mingxi, who was gloating over her misfortune.
Come chase me, if you catch me I will let you.
Seeing Zhou Ling coming towards her, Lu Mingxi felt fearless.
She could swim in the water like a fish.
But before she could finish her words, she was shocked to see Zhou Ling swimming towards her at an extremely fast speed like a shark. She was so scared that she immediately shut up and ran away. But how could she compare with Zhou Ling's speed? In the blink of an eye, he was behind her. Lu Mingxi was horrified. Brother Ling, slow down, it's too fast. Zhou Ling paid no attention to her pleas, stretched out a big hand to hug her waist from behind, and beat her severely with his right hand under the water. Because they were in the water, the resistance was great, and his movements were large, so the splashes caused were not small. He kept beating Lu Mingxi until she begged for mercy. You'll be in trouble if you tease me again. Zhou Ling let out a breath of anger and felt relaxed all over. But he was soaked now, so he could only take off his shirt. Without the obstruction of clothes, the strong and well-shaped muscles were immediately exposed to the sunlight. The abdominal muscles are clearly defined and as neat as a washboard. With this temperament and figure, she can definitely kill all the young handsome guys in seconds. Although they have seen it several times, Linger and Lu Mingxi still can't take their eyes off it. Brother, you should go into the entertainment industry and make money. I will definitely be your die-hard fan. Linger suggested. With this face and this figure, she will definitely be a top star in the entertainment industry. Zhou Ling's arm muscles were clearly visible. He wrung the water out of his clothes, and his wet muscles seemed to glow in the sun. He laughed at himself and said, I don't have any talent, how can I survive? Can you sing? Linger asked. Zhou Ling, no. Then can you dance? She asked again. Zhou Ling, no. Do you have a freestyle? Linger gritted her teeth, seeming unwilling. Zhou Ling shook his head silently. How could he know these things? After getting these answers, the girl gave up. Although appearance is important, talent is also important. To be in the entertainment industry, singing, dancing, rap and basketball are the basic skills. Those who don't know these don't dare to say that they are in the entertainment industry. Brother, what exactly can you do? Linger's face was full of disgust. Zhou Ling snorted coldly and pretended to be vicious. I will throw you on the bed and beat you up. This girl, spending his money and yet dares to complain about his lack of talent? Is your butt itchy again? After urging the two of them to practice swimming, Zhou Ling went back to the house to change into dry clothes, and then asked about the progress of Marriott Group's project in the old district. That piece of land was granted by the system, and all the procedures had been completed long ago. So, the project went very smoothly. The compensation for demolition was completed in a very short time, and I believe that construction will begin soon. In addition, the business of the previous company acquired, Chuangxing Technology, has also developed well. With Zhou Ling taking over and a major replacement of the staff, the small company finally came back to life. Of course, for Zhou Ling, buying the company was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. I really don't expect it to develop very well. A small company, not worth mentioning. Everything is moving in the right direction, so as a hands-off boss, he is naturally happy to have some free time. It's nice to bask in the sun and read novels every day. He opened QQ Reading and habitually clicked on the book, starting with signing into the billion-dollar group, and began to read it with great interest. But after just 2 minutes of watching, it was gone. Zhou Ling couldn't help but cursed, silly author, you haven't updated much recently, and you still want my votes? Dream on. Although he complained that the update was short and weak, he still clicked to reward. Reward 1 million book coins. This little bit of money is nothing to him, but it should encourage that procrastinating author to work harder on updating. During this period, Zhou Ling lived comfortably, but in a ward of Kanghua Central Hospital in Yuechang, the atmosphere was solemn. In a ward of Kanghua Central Hospital, a middle-aged man was lying on the hospital bed, dying. A woman sat by the bed, wiping her tears. And they are Zhou Ling's parents. A doctor came in with a medical examination form and sighed, "It's advanced stage lung cancer. It will take at most half a year." When they heard the diagnosis, even though they were mentally prepared, it still felt like the sky was falling. Lung cancer is in the late stage and there is no cure. This is synonymous with waiting to die. It's all my fault. I should have smoked less when I was young. Zhou Bing, lying on the hospital bed, forced himself to smile, but he was too weak and didn't even have the strength to laugh. Chapter 98, Just swipe the card. Don't say anything, just take good care of yourself. Mother Song Wei said softly, wiping her tears. What a pity. I probably won't be able to see Xiaoling's wedding in my lifetime. Zhou Bing sighed. He had hurriedly come to the city to arrange a blind date for Zhou Ling, and he actually had this selfish motive. He had known for a long time that he would not live long, and his lung cancer had been getting worse. Therefore, I hope that while I am still alive, I can see Zhou Ling get married with my own eyes. But the blind date still failed. So he understands that there are always some things in life that one will regret missing out on. Hearing him say this, Song Wei burst into tears. There were a few people standing beside the bed. They were also fellow villagers from the town. This time they came to send Zhou Bing to the hospital in the city. One of the neighbors, named Lao Li, was also very sad when he saw them. Lao Li said, Lao Zhou, tell Xiaoling about this right away. He is an adult after all. They didn't tell Zhou Ling at all that they were transferring to the city hospital this time. Zhou Bing refused without even thinking. Xiaoling's career has just started, and it must cost a lot of money to run the business. I don't want him to fill my bottomless pit. If you really need to spend money to treat advanced lung cancer, no amount of money will be enough. No matter how rich Zhou Ling is, if he gets this disease, he will probably be seriously injured. This is also the reason why Zhou Bing didn't want to implicate his son. Anyway, you have only one life left. No matter how much money you spend on treatment, you won't live long. Why waste it? How many years has it been? Why are you still so stubborn? After hearing his words, Lao Li was really helpless. He felt that if he didn't tell Zhou Ling this news, when the truth came out, Zhou Ling would probably be the only one to see old Zhou off to his grave. I don't want to implicate him, Zhou Bing said weakly. The spread of cancer cells made him feel like he was halfway to death. And I am tortured by severe pain almost all the time. He even suspected that after he closed his eyes, he would never be able to open them again. Seeing Zhou Bing so stubborn, Lao Li was secretly angry. He had to go to the corridor and secretly call Zhou Ling when they were not paying attention. He came back silently after finishing the call. Lao Zhou, the medical expenses must be quite a lot. If you don't have enough, we can pool our money together, Old Li suggested. As a friend of many years, he felt that this was all he could do. However, as soon as he said this, some people changed their expressions. This is especially true for a couple named Wang. The Wang couple were also elders from the surrounding villages. Zhou Ling's father usually took good care of them. Whenever there is any good wine or meat, I will invite them to come and eat together. If there are any good things in normal times, I will never forget them. Even when they needed to borrow money, he would lend it to them without saying a word. Over the years, all in all, I have borrowed tens of thousands of dollars. However, when Lao Wang heard what Lao Li said, his expression became a little unnatural. He and his wife looked at each other, then smiled awkwardly and said, Old Zhou, it's not that we don't want to help you, we just can't do anything. And Wang also quickly chimed in, yes, we are not doing business, and we don't have much money. Besides, your illness will cost a lot of money. In my opinion, you should not waste the money, right? And Wang was very enthusiastic and offered advice. He even kept persuading Zhou Bing to give up treatment and not pay such expensive medical bills. Because once he receives treatment, as friends and neighbors for many years, their family might also donate some money. In her eyes, Zhou Bing was doomed to die, so why should she donate money to a dying man? Isn't this a waste of resources? Hearing them say this, Lao Li was really angry. What do you mean? Has Lao Zhou ever treated you unfairly?
When you were in financial difficulty, you asked him to borrow money, and did he say no?
He pointed at the Wang couple and taught them a lesson.
After receiving favors from others for so many years, now they start to refuse just because they are asked to make a small effort?
He even persuaded Lao Zhou to give up treatment.
Is he still a friend? Let's keep things separate.
Aunt Wan was also unhappy when he pointed at her nose and scolded her.
She felt that what she said was absolutely right, so why should she be blamed? Besides, wasn't it his own free will when Lao Zhou lent them the money? What does it have to do with them? So she felt very wronged. Lao Wang also kept a straight face and explained to himself, Lao Li, did I ever say that I don't want to raise money? I just said that this money doesn't need to be wasted. I clearly proposed a better solution. Lao Wang said righteously. Hearing the couple singing the same tune, Old Li was so angry that he was speechless. As soon as money is mentioned, do these two people immediately forget how Lao Zhou usually treats them?
Moreover, raising money is just a gesture of goodwill, and no one stipulates that you have to raise tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands.
Just for such a small amount of money, they can still make excuses?
Just when they were about to start arguing about this topic, Song Wei spoke up.
Don't worry, this is our family's business, we can't drag you into this.
She wiped away her tears and spoke seriously. Collecting money is naturally a good intention, but she doesn't want to trouble everyone. Zhou Bing also nodded slowly. I am a dying man, why waste money on me?
Hearing them both say the same thing, Aunt Wing suddenly became happy and quickly said with a smile, yes, that's what I meant.
Old Zhou is still sensible.
Why should we waste this money? Don't you agree?
When old Wang heard that Zhou Bing would not accept everyone as fundraising, he immediately smiled. It was as if everyone had reached a consensus and everyone was happy. However, there was even more anger in Lao Li's eyes. Song Wei and Zhou Bing also felt a little disappointed and disheartened. While they were discussing fundraising in the ward, Zhou Ling drove his Lycan towards the hospital. The phone call from Lao Li just now made his heart sink to the bottom.
Lung cancer in advanced stage. An extremely deadly term. It represents death and pain. He never dared to think that his family members would also get this disease. Zhou Ling's face turned pale and he said nothing. Lakin made a huge engine roar and quickly came to the hospital. As soon as he got off the car, he ran upstairs, fearing that he would be a second late. Following Uncle Li's instructions on the phone, he immediately came to the ward. As soon as I came in, I saw my dying father and my mother with red eyes crying. An unprecedented sadness surged out from the bottom of his heart.
Seeing Zhou Ling suddenly appear, they were both stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting this to happen.
In this case, we can no longer hide it like this. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhou Ling was extremely angry.
His anger was not because he really hated his parents, but because he blamed them for not telling him about this earlier.
As a member of the family, he already has the ability to hold up the sky. We don't want to make you worry.
Mother Song Wei sighed, came over and held his hand, tremblingly.
Old Li also explained, your father didn't want you to waste money on his medical treatment, so he kept it a secret. How can this be a waste of money? As long as it keeps you healthy, I don't mind spending any amount of money.
Zhou Ling resisted the urge to burst into tears.
He understood his parents' painstaking efforts, but as a son, how could he give up his father's life for a little bit of money?
His parents raised him to adulthood and his life was given by his parents.
How could he be an ungrateful person? Don't worry, no matter how much it costs, I will take you back from the king of hell. Zhou Ling looked at his father and said with great determination, as if he was swearing to the heaven. Money is not a problem.
As long as my dad can recover, no matter how much it costs, it is worth it. At this time, a doctor in a white coat pushed the door open, asked some trivial questions, and then handed over a bill. These are the recent hospitalization and medical expenses, a total of 300,000. The doctor felt a little reluctant, so he spoke in a low voice, as if he was afraid of disturbing something.
300,000? Hearing this number, everyone except Zhou Ling was shocked.
They are just ordinary people who have never seen 300,000 in their lives.
Now, in such a short time, 300,000 has been spent? The Wang couple looked at each other, then slipped out the door quietly and never came back. Such a huge number is simply overwhelming.
Zhou Bing and Song Wei are now penniless. The hundreds of thousands Zhou Ling gave them had already been spent on previous treatments.
It is simply impossible to ask them to take 300,000 now.
Old Li's hands were shaking.
He couldn't even imagine such a sky-high medical bill. Old Joe, let me help you collect some.
Although I may not be able to collect that much, it can relieve some of the pressure.
Old Lee took a deep breath and said seriously.
Looking at this scene, the doctor was filled with mixed emotions.
But reality is reality, and he has seen too many things.
It is impossible for the hospital to waive medical expenses just because their family is poor. Just when they were almost suffocated by the huge number of 300,000, Joe Ling slowly took out a card.
It's only 300,000, right? Just swipe the card. Chapter 99, not much, only 5 million.
For others, a huge sum of 300,000 is equivalent to bankrupting their entire family.
But it's just a drop in the bucket for him.
The doctor couldn't believe it at first, but when he and Joe Ling went to the cashier's office and paid the bill, he was completely dumbfounded.
This is neither 3,000 nor 30,000. But it's a full 300,000. He didn't even frown and just swiped his card to pay?
And looking at Joe Ling's expressionless face, he seemed extremely relaxed and without any pressure at all.
Even the doctor was very surprised and even a little bit unbelievable. But as long as you can afford the medical expenses, that's a good thing.
Sir, I still need to inform you that the patient is in the advanced stage of cancer. The doctor tried to be as tactful as possible. Before he could finish, Joe Ling raised his left hand, indicating that he didn't need to say anything more.
I already understand the situation. I will take my father home.
Joe Ling said lightly.
There is no use staying in the hospital.
No matter how advanced the hospital's technology is, it is absolutely impossible to save a patient with advanced lung cancer.
At most, it just delays the date of death. But doesn't delaying death simply mean making the patient suffer more?
Hearing him say this, the doctor was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement.
He felt that the young man should have given up treatment completely. There are many people like this in the hospital.
Knowing that there is no cure, it is better to take the baby home and let him enjoy his last moments. But he didn't understand that Joe Ling was not going to just wait for death. The most advanced technology in the world cannot save his father, but he has a portion of water of life rewarded by the system.
This water of life can definitely bring you a second life. This is Joe Ling's real plan. As long as you take the water of life, is there any terminal illness that cannot be cured?
After he told his parents and Lao Li about his decision, they also agreed. In their opinion, Joe Ling had indeed given up on treatment and planned to let his father spend his last few days in peace. This choice cannot be said to be right or wrong, but it is also a good choice. So they all respected his choice. Joe Ling supported his mother, and Lao Li helped support his father as they walked in front. When they were going down the stairs, Joe Ling heard whispers coming from the corner upstairs. He didn't want to pay attention to it, but the voice sounded very familiar, which made him stop subconsciously. At the corner upstairs, the Wang couple, who had just sneaked out of the ward, were whispering to each other.
It's so scary.
A bill of 300,000 has been issued in such a short time.
Won't it be even more in the future?
Lao Wang said fearfully.
300,000? How can an ordinary family afford this? And the subsequent treatment costs and hospitalization fees will definitely be much higher. This is simply the rhythm of losing everything, right? Luckily we ran away quickly, otherwise that idiot Lao Li would have asked us to pay again. Aunt Wang said thankfully.
She felt that if she had not slipped away earlier, Lao Li would have asked them to pay again.
Haha, what does his own illness have to do with us? Why should we pay for it? Lao Wang snorted unhappily.
The money was his and he would never give it to others.
Not even a penny is possible. That's right. What Lao Li said about Lao Zhou lending us money is also ridiculous. It was clearly Lao Zhou who voluntarily gave it to us. Can he blame us for this?
Aunt Wang felt very aggrieved. She felt she was being forced down. Moreover, she didn't think that it was borrowed money, but rather that Lao Zhou gave it to them voluntarily. That idiot Lao Li wants to be a saint and a good person, but he insists on dragging us down with him.
Lao Wang was very dissatisfied with Lao Li's approach. In his opinion, what is the difference between this and using public power for personal gain? Hey! Do you think Lao Zhou can make it? Aunt Wang suddenly asked.
Lao Wang shook his head and said firmly, absolutely impossible, which is why I don't want to waste this money.
But I think Joe Ling is doing pretty well. The clothes he wears are different from before. Aunt Wang was a little surprised.
When she saw Joe Ling for the first time, she thought she was seeing things. That kind of dress, that kind of behavior, and the temperament that he exudes inadvertently are not comparable to the previous Zhou Ling. Now he looks more like a rich man's son. Lao Wang immediately sneered, I guess it's just a small business, making a few bucks, why are you showing off? Most people in this town have similar financial conditions. How could a poor boy suddenly become rich? This is not a TV series. They discussed it to their heart's content, but what they didn't expect was that every word they said was heard clearly by Zhou Ling. Listening to what they said, Zhou Ling was furious. Those two people were simply not human. How can you say such a thing? Song Wei also heard it. Her face turned pale, as if she didn't expect that the neighbor with whom she had lived in harmony for many years would actually say such a thing. What is the difference between this and an ungrateful person? Son. She saw Zhou Ling's anger and was worried that he would lose his mind, so she quickly reminded him. After his mother's reminder, Zhou Ling calmed down a lot. This is the first time, there won't be a second time. Zhou Ling whispered coldly. According to his usual style, he would have rushed up and pinned the two men to the ground and beat them. But now, considering his mother's advice, he had no choice but to let the two go for the time being. But everything has a bottom line. If he encounters it again, these two people will not be so lucky. When they arrived at the hospital parking lot, Zhou Ling drove a Lycan, which was simply unable to accommodate so many people. Fortunately, he called Lu Mingxi early and asked her to drive her Bentley over. Soon, Bentley arrived at the hospital. When Uncle Li saw the car, he was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Xiao Ling, is this car yours? Although he didn't know much about cars, he could tell that this car was definitely not one of those cars that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars and were sold everywhere. At least hundreds of thousands, right? Zhou Ling nodded and said with a smile, it's just an ordinary car, not worth much money. Lu Mingxi, who was standing by, grinned when he heard this. This is a Bentley worth more than 5 million. If this is called an ordinary car and is not worth much money, then I am afraid there are not many valuable ones in the world. Oh. Old Li nodded, not quite understanding. Since Zhou Ling said so, this car should be just for show and it shouldn't actually cost much. So he asked curiously, this car should be worth more than 300,000 or 500,000 yuan, right? In the city, a car of this level is really nothing. But in this town, cars worth hundreds of thousands are already very eye-catching. Zhou Ling said indifferently, no, but it's not much different, just 5 million. Hearing his words, Lali nodded and smiled in sudden enlightenment. Oh, I knew it, this car shouldn't be too expensive. But before he finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong. Recalling what Zhou Ling had just said, he suddenly raised his head and raised his voice by an octave. What the hell? You mean 5 million? He stared at Zhou Ling with his eyes, as if he wanted to get a reasonable explanation from him. I must have heard it wrong just now. But Zhou Ling's answer made him dizzy and he almost fell to the ground. Yes, this is a Bentley Mulsanne, which usually costs at least 5 million. Zhou Ling smiled easily, as if the 5 million was equivalent to $5. This is too exciting. Old Li felt a little dizzy and quickly rubbed his temples to calm himself down. This car is worth 5 million. This guy actually said it was about the same as hundreds of thousands. There's a world of difference, right? How can a luxury car worth more than 5 million be comparable to a car worth only 2 or 300,000? After knowing the price of Bentley Mulsanne, Lali became very cautious, fearing that if he damaged any corner, he would have to pay for it and lose everything. His actions seemed very funny to Zhou Ling. We are all family, so even if there are some bumps and bruises, how could he possibly ask for compensation? Get in the car. He drove the Bentley to pick up his parents and Uncle Li, and asked Lu Mingxi to drive the Lycan back. Although this girl's driving skills are average, she can still drive back slowly and leisurely. Sitting in the Bentley, Lali looked around the interior of the car, touching here and pressing there, and was very surprised. This was the first time in his life that he had ridden in such an expensive car. It's almost like a house. When did Zhou Ling become so successful? This is unbelievable. Old Li's face was filled with shock and he still finds it unbelievable. Just 2 years ago, Zhou Ling was just a young man who had just graduated and started working. Not to mention assets, even the change in my WeChat wallet is less than 5,000. However, how could such a poor boy undergo such a drastic change in just 1 year? It's so shocking. Chapter 100, The Magic of Water of Life. Xiao Ling, what exactly do you do? Old Li asked tremblingly. He really couldn't figure out what industry he was in that allowed him to afford such an expensive car in just 1 year. Zhou Ling thought for a moment and said truthfully, I just manage a company and collect rent from time to time. He wasn't lying either. However, he is a hands-off boss most of the time and is rarely in the company. As for Bar Street, he doesn't need to worry about it. He just needs to wait for the money every quarter. As for the house and car, it is even simpler. Except for the Bentley which was bought with money, the rest were given by the system. Anyway, he is not short of money now. He's really promising. He's even started his own company. Old Li was filled with shock and emotion. Zhou Ling's change was so great that he could hardly digest it for a while. There are quite a few people doing well in this town, but compared with Zhou Ling, those people seem just so-so. Even far from it. Let us not talk about anything else, just look at this car, how many people in this town can afford it? Nothing special, Uncle Li. You can always come to me if you need anything in the future. Maybe I can help you. Zhou Ling smiled. He is confident in Lao Li's character, and Lao Li is also busy running around to take care of his father's illness. Not to mention the depth of our affection. Haha, what can happen to me? But I feel relieved to hear you say this. Hearing Zhou Ling say this, Old Li laughed happily and was even more approving of Zhou Ling. A few people got in the car and drove back. Soon, we returned to Fulan community. Seeing the car slowly driving into an obviously high-end residential area, Old Li looked around out the window and was quite frightened. He had only seen this kind of place on TV. That's a place only rich people can afford to live in, right? Xiaoling actually lives here? It must have cost a lot of money to buy it, right? The Bentley stopped at the door of the villa. Old Li got out of the car tremblingly, looking around, his eyes full of shock. Villa. There are villas all around. Judging from the scale, it is definitely not ordinary. Although he didn't understand these things, he knew that this couldn't be bought with a few million. Maybe it would cost tens of millions? Old Li swallowed hard, hurriedly took out his old smartphone and started taking pictures of the surroundings. This is my first time in such a high-end place, I must leave a souvenir. Looking at the photos that were out of focus, Lao Li laughed excitedly. He never dreamed that he would have the opportunity to come to a place that only the super rich can visit in his lifetime. It's incredible. Uncle Li, come in quickly, don't be so silly. Seeing him immersed in his own world, Zhou Ling couldn't help but laugh. When you enter the villa, you will see all kinds of neat and high-end furniture. Old Li felt that he didn't fit in here and stood awkwardly at the side, afraid that he would dirty the furniture if he sat down. Uncle Li, don't be nervous, just treat it like you're at home. Zhou Ling smiled. After repeated consolation, Lao Li finally sat down carefully. Not long after, he stood up again, walked around, and looked at this villa which was obviously very expensive. Xiaoling, did you buy this villa? It cost you a lot of money, didn't it? Old Li asked in a tone of amazement. This place was very high class, with so many works of art hanging on the walls that he couldn't understand them all. There are also many fully intelligent things that are so high-tech that it's like living in a science fiction movie. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that such a place actually existed in reality. Zhou Ling poured coffee for everyone and said nonchalantly, it was not spent. Someone gave it to me as a gift. He didn't spend any money on this villa himself. Although it is not a direct gift from the system, it can be considered the system's credit. Old Li was shocked. Such a luxurious villa, can someone just give it to you as a gift? Isn't that too generous? After visiting for a while, Lao Li finally came to his senses and realized that he did not come here for sightseeing. Xiaoling, your father's illness is indeed very difficult to treat. It is right for you to give up treatment. Your father has always planned to do so. Old Li sighed. Although Zhou Ling is rich, he can't buy back his life. So, he naturally thought that Zhou Ling just wanted Zhou Bing to spend his last days in peace. A smile of relief also appeared on Zhou Bing's pale face. That's right. I don't want to suffer and wait for death in the hospital. Anyway, time is running out, so eating and drinking well is the most practical thing. He spoke very casually, as if death could not scare him at all. However, Song Wei on the side kept wiping her tears and remained silent. Seeing that everyone was depressed, Zhou Ling suddenly smiled. Who said I would just sit there and wait for death? No one can take my father's life away from me, not even the king of hell. Zhou Ling spoke coldly, with domineering determination and full of momentum. But this is advanced lung cancer. Is there any way to treat it? Old Li was also surprised by his confidence and decisiveness, but he still frowned, thinking that he was just bragging.
Fighting the king of hell for life? Beat lung cancer? How is that possible?
Not to mention him, even his biological parents Zhou Bing and Song Wei didn't believe it.
Son, please stop trying to make me happy. I know the condition of my body.
Zhou Bing gave a sad smile. The doctor said that he could live for at most half a year. He himself felt that he was slowly approaching the gates of hell. No treatment or medicine can save him. Zhou Ling knew that no one would believe him, so he didn't say much. He just took out the water of life and let his father drink it. Zhou Bing didn't suspect anything and thought it was just ordinary water, so he drank it all in one gulp.
Dad, how do you feel? Zhou Ling was looking forward to it.
This is the water of life rewarded by the system, which can cure all diseases. I believe that treating advanced lung cancer will be a piece of cake.
What else can I feel?
It's just. Zhou Bing habitually spoke in a weak tone. But he was stunned when he was halfway through his sentence. Because the pain in his body was subsiding quickly, and his former vitality and spirit were quickly returning.
This feeling is like going back to my prime years 30 years ago. Healthy. Vitality. Be motivated.
A minute later, he felt as if he were healed.
Not only that, the body is full of strength, the spirit is full of energy. How does this look like a terminally ill patient?
Lao Zhou, why do you look rosy?
Isn't this a last gasp of energy? Damn, are you going to die now?
Oldie was so frightened by Zhou Bing that he thought it was a last gasp before death. Zhou Bing glared at him directly, then pushed himself up with his hands and jumped down from the sofa nimbly.
You. Song Wei widened her eyes in shock, thinking she was hallucinating. What was going on?
Since his condition worsened, Zhou Bing had difficulty even turning over, let alone performing the movements he had just made.
Could it be a last gasp? Xiaoling, what's going on? Is there something wrong with your dad?
Song Wei was so anxious that she almost cried.
It is said that a person's last moments of lucidity mean that he is not far from death?
Zhou Ling smiled without saying anything, which was very meaningful. Zhou Bing carefully felt the changes in his body, which astonished him. The original feeling of weakness was swept away, and now he was full of energy, more energetic than when he was in his prime. The pain and discomfort in the lungs disappeared without a trace.
Is this a miracle? How come everything is healed all of a sudden?
He was excited and surprised, as if he was dreaming.
He was dying just now, how come he is so full of energy now? Dad, don't doubt it, you are already healed. Seeing his father's excitement, Zhou Ling was also very excited.
It seemed that the water of life really worked. Just one small bottle can cure patients with advanced lung cancer.
If this thing can be produced, it will definitely subvert the whole world.
You know, this can not only cure lung cancer, but also other cancers and other difficult and complicated diseases.
It can be said that after drinking a bottle, all diseases will be cured.
The benefits of life water to the body are far more than these. It is like a nutrient solution that nourishes the body and keeps cells alive.
To put it simply, it means prolonging life and keeping healthy from illness and disaster. This is much better than praying to gods. Believe in Brother Ling and you will have eternal life. It's a pity that this thing is impossible to make in reality. The water of life is equivalent to a miracle medicine and can only exist in legends.
If he didn't have the system, he wouldn't have been able to get it.
Why? Could it be the water you gave me to drink just now?
Zhou Bing was puzzled, then suddenly he thought of something and screamed in horror.
If there is anything strange, it can only be the bottle of water. That was the only thing he had touched just now. Yes, it is a magical thing, and I got it by chance.
Zhou Ling smiled with satisfaction.
The effect of the water of life is extraordinary. This is too amazing. It tastes almost the same as Nungfu Spring.
Zhou Bing was amazed.
Who could have thought that a small bottle of water could have such miraculous effects?